Chapter 1. Lay down the brick, pick up the phone. Have it really been Reben? And in the day of Mioctaf heroism, no less. In the dimlilitally, Kauko stared at the data and time displayed in his phone, his fists clenching tight-line in disbelief. 10 years. He had long dreamed of returning to Thisdi. At a Kadigo, as Kaukun put it precisely, he had encountered Wang Shanshan's mother, Bai Jing, being harassed by 3 thugs. Wang Shanshan, the schoolboy, was not in Lai's classmate for 3 years butal so the Godesh had pursued for the same education. In fact, just recently, in filling out this college application, he had deliberately chosen the same university and Majarishar, hoping to continue his pursuit. Seeing that 3 thugs clearly intend tonosoting her, Kaukun acted without hesitation, seizing a brick and rushing forward, thanks to his regular exercise in the sheet of 1.82 meters. He held his ground against Hetria with remarkable confidence. After a chaotic scuffle, he managed to bring all 3 thugs down to the ground. After subduing them, he intended to call the police, but Bai Jing stopped him. Feared for her reputation. Thou her honor had not been tarnished with the thugs, the Marie rumour oft incident cowed spiral out of control. Once he treachered Theenbers, it could easily transform into tales of her being assaulted by the ruffians. Empathizing with her predicament, Kaukun ultimately like Jose not to report the attack. However, the following morning, the police arrived at his door, arresting him without delay. As it turned out, one of the thugs had sustained severe injuries during the altercation and died. Yet, Kaukun remained unperturbed. He hard studied the legalities surrounding self-defense. When intervening in a situation involving rape, kidnapping, or murder, if casualties occurred, it did not constitute excessive force, and thus, he bore no legal responsibility. In other words, he would not only avoid punishment but would be recognized as a hero. However, he was ultimately sentenced to life in prison. Bai Jing had thought she was being assaulted, claiming instead that her thugs were merely asking her for directions when Kaukun, like a madman, charged in to attack them. Thus, what began as an act of heroism was twisted into a murder case by Bai Jing's falsehoods. From that momentum, Kaukun bore a for murderous label, embarking in 8-long prison sentence. Recalling this, a fierce glint flashed in eyes. 10 years, do you know how I've injured? Wang Shanshan, Bai Jing, and Wang if you prepare yourselves, I will make you wish for death. Initially, Kaukun believed that Bai Jing's betrayal was a personal vendetta. It wasn't until he was incarcerated that he learned, by chance, that the conspiracy to frame him for murder involved not only Bai Jing but also her daughter, Wang Shanshan, and her husband, Wang Yifu. The entire family was complicit. Then the Godesh had pursued for 3 years, Wang Shanshan, was the mastermind behind the plot of Ramim. Thus, for the ensuing years, he had dreamed of exacting vengeance on the Bay family. Of course, he would never resort to actual violence against him, so corrections would be too lenient. As the saying goes, to quell a grudge, one must slowly and methodically dismantle the enemy. He intended to lead Wang Shanshan's family to their ruin, piece by piece, for on life and court van solace for his tormented heart. Noticing that the time was drawing near, Kaukun surveyed his surroundings and swiftly concealed himself behind 2 nearby garbage bins. If his memory served him correctly, Bai Jing was about to be dragged into the with those 3 thugs. Sure enough. Barely 5 minutes after he heard muffled voices accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. At the end of the alley, 3 thugs were forcefully dragging a voluptuous woman inside. It was Bai Jing. Some covered their mouths, others raised their bodies, while Leon held her legs to 3 thugs swiftly pulled Bai Jing into the depths of the alley. They were less than 2 meters from Kaukun's hiding spot, and the cold see everything clearly. Half an hour later. Emerging from behind the garbage bins, Kaukun glanced at the video had recorded in his phone, a wicked smile creeping across his face. I trust you wouldn't want your husband to see this video, would you? With that, he laughed heartily and turned away from Bai Jing's direction. Half an hour later. In an old residential complex, Kaukun stepped out of the bathroom, his hair still damp. Standing before the full-length mirror, he couldn't help but smile at this naked form. What a finish, what a splendid body. Nugly scarce mirrored his skin, no grotesque chest crossed his face from the corner of his lefty down the bridge of his nose, to the corner of his right mouth, resembling a centipede. Everything was so perfect. Finally, after staring at his reflection for nearly a minute, Cow Connolly Tassagarat Tianson can tot out. Having been reborn, he was determined to seek revenge. Hecad not let Wine Shanshan and her family escape his wrath. However, since Fat had granted him a scant chance, he could not squander it solely on vengeance. After all, life encompasses more than just revenge ethereal so pleasure stopes afford. Suka's fine food, exquisite wine, and enchanting woman. His decadine prison had cost him dearly, leaving him with countless regrets to mend. Therefore, in this life, alongside revenge, he would also relish the joys of existence. And whether it be food, drink, or companionship, all required an essential thing. Money. Thus, will a revenge was paramount, earning a fortune was equally critical. Of course, he hard earned entire enough making money through many labor. Thanks to his years in prison, he was aware of numerous barks to wealth. However, most of these even were rather dubious. Otherwise, though Soho had traversed them wouldn't have eaten dupe in prison at like him. Thus, neither took carefully sift through the options, seeking those that were less perilous. Chapter 2: The Golden Secret Unknown to All. Time passed steadily. Due to the extensive span of years, the information was overwhelming and satisfying after finishing on a cigarette. Cow Canada to identify available means of making money. Nevertheless, he remained unhurried, lighting a second cigarette tea she continued to ponder. After 10 years in prison, he hard weathered countless storms his mind searchways a stegitional dog. Finally, halfway through his gone cigarette, an idea sparkled in his mind, illuminating his eyes. Of course, at this time, the batch of gold buried by Lei Lausan has yet to be discovered. Lei Lausan was a fellow in Matty of Cowcons, serving a life sentence. He was incarcerated for robbing 2 jewelry stores and leaving gone employee paralysis during the heist. If Cowcon recollect correctly, Lei Lausan had been in prison for over 2 years by now. However, his case had not been resolved upon his arrival in prison, as had he the stolen gold and never surrendered it. It went until Cowcons there during prison that the police finally extracted information from Lei Lausan, uncovering Thestus half gold. A staggering 54.7 kilograms. The thought of it made a smile and conscious lie spread across Cowcon's face. Under normal circumstances, apart from Lei Lausan, Nielsen knew where that gold was hidden. However, Cowcon's situation was far from ordinary. Having spent 8 good alongside Lei Lausan, he was also aware of the gold's location. After the gold was discovered, Lei Lausan had become like Xianglin's wife, incessantly lamenting. I was such a fool, how could I have revealed its location? If I hadn't told them it was Shadina, they would never have found it. Cowcon heard house word Zufan Pathizers near like recor loused. He even found it impossible to forget where the gold was hidden. Lei Lausan ill-considered his gold Asia protection fee from my par's life. After all, if it weren't for me looking out for you would have been beaten to death long ago. With that, Cowcon chuckled, taking a drag from a cigarette, then pulled out a tappy sheaf of paper and began jotting down notes, including the time, location, and various ways to make his fortune. Gradually, as time passed, Cowcon filled teapage with onelu critivio opportunity after another. Starting from Mon, Totwo, Tot3, until the entire sheet was covered. The information was intricate and varied. There are specific time to buy certain stocks, times to invest in particular funds, and event time to rescue certain individuals at specific locations. Some intrusive and detailed projects involving interest loans. Finally, when he could think of no more money-making schemes, Cowcon put down his pen. Gazing at the paper before him, he couldn't help but smile. That was his capital for enjoying life. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught something causing his brighter furrow in surprise. Wait, there were only 18 days left until the establishment of Yundong Economic Zone. This EME to be crucial information. Cowcon fixed his gaze in it, contemplating force of Iralsacons before speaking again. It appears the plan needs to be adjusted. The establishment of the Yundong Economic Zone is an opportunity that cannot be missed. With only 18 days left, I must ensure that I secure my position in the Yundong Economic Zone, otherwise, the losses will be too great. Forget it, let Beijing and her family enjoy a few more days of peace. Once I've settled matters in Yundong, I'll deal with them. Initially, Cao Kun had intended to take action against Beijing's family first, but they realized that his situation in Yundong was more pressing. With that decision made, he promptly took out this phone and booked a train ticket for the next day to his city. The next morning, on a soft, plush bed, Cao Kun stretched comfortably. The soft mattress allowed him to sleep soundly without fear of nighttime assaults or the sound of guards working him up, making it the most restful sleep he had enjoyed in 8 decades. After freshening up, Cao Kun entered the living room, first assuming Gaston's, then slowly beginning to move. It resembled Tai Chi's low, yurty movement had nothing to do with it. These ways a set of exercises had learned from a terrorist inmate during his 3rd year in prison. The terrorist, named Yang Ping, had been imprisoned for multiple counts of sexual assault. Yang Ping was a pre-state's Maltemplanian province, where he had a moderate following, often visited by women seeking blessings for fertility. Under the guise of his priestly role, Yang Ping would scarethus women, telling them they could not conceive due to karmic burdens. Unless these burdens were lifted, they would never bear children. Many women fell for these rules and such Yang Ping helped to remove their karmic debts. In his quest as a healer, Yang Ping took advantage of these women. Those he exploited often pay exorbitant fees, sometimes as much as 30,000 for raising session. It was utterly shameless. It wasn't until 3 years later that a woman reported him to the police, leading to his arrest and subsequent placement in the same prison as Cao Kun. At this time, Cao Kun, having spent 3 years in prison, had gained a considerable reputation, becoming one of the figures not to be trifled with several subordinates of his own. Yang Ping understood that a man like him, without protection, would likely face his consequences in prison. Thus, on his first day, he sought out Cao Kun, requesting his protection. The set of exercises Cao Kun was practicing no waste of demon benefits she received in exchange for that protection. Yang Ping claimed it was argument for strengthening the body. Initially, Cao Kun thought Yang Ping was more desperate, offering up these exercises as last resort. However, after trying it, he was astonished to find it genuinely effective. After practicing, he felt warm and invigorated, experiencing an indescribable sense of well-being. Moreover, since he began this regimen, he noticed his body growing stronger. He felt impervious to the cold in winter and unaffected by the heat in summer. Yet, what puzzled Cao Kun was that these regimens seemed to benefit in him. Though he in those years and him had practiced it, it yielded no results for them, including Yang Ping. When winter arrived, Yang Ping shivered just like everyone else. Moreover, after becoming familiar with the exercise, Yang Ping admitted to Cao Kun that it was not a regimen for strengthening the body but rather something he found in an aimless Bacatha temple. It was utterly useless. He even advised Cao Kun to start practicing it. In response, Cao Kun merely smiled. Heck knew we'd work it for him, even if it did not for others. Thus, he continued practicing for 7 or 8 years. Before long, having completed these 2 exercises, Cao Kun exhaled slowly, coming to a halt. He felt warm all over, an extraordinary comfort enveloping him. Yet, his expression bore dissatisfaction. What does it feel like have his exercise incomplete? Having practiced these regimen for 7 or 8 years, he was thoroughly familiar with it. Yet, inexplicably, he felt that something was missing, that using like grasping a fragment of it. He couldn't articulate who he felt his way. In fact, he had asked Yang Ping about it marathonans. But Yang Ping always insisted that he was teaching the complete exercise. After pondering for a few seconds, Cao Kun shook his head. Forget it, should take it that I met o visit province. Yang Ping might no tavler net this exercise fully and need to get me hands on that Namalas book. Chapter 3. A resounding slap at 9:30 in the morning. Cao Kun, carrying a sleek black backpack, boarded the high-speed train bound for Bihar city. Perhaps due to the summer holiday, the carriage was nearly devoid of empty seats, as numerous students were traveling. Soon, Cao Kun located his designated seat, nestled within a trio of seats, positioned at the window. However, a scruffy, middle-aged man, exuding an air of ruggedness, occupied his place. The man was engrossed in watching videos on his phone while lazily spitting out sunflower seed shells, one foot resting casually on the adjacent seat. It was as if the words "lack of manners" were inscribed upon his forehead. Seated at the outer edge of the trio was a young woman in a short skirt. It was evident that the presence of such an inconsiderate passenger made her somewhat uncomfortable, as she seemed hesitant and timid. Cohen approached the middle-aged man with measured steps and smiled, saying, "Excuse me, but it appears that you are sitting in my seat." He believed he had articulated his point clearly and courteously. Yet, the man merely glanced up briefly before returning his attention to the screen of his phone, continuing to spit out seed shells indifferently. Unfazed, Cohen's smile grew slightly awkward as he reiterated, "Sir, you are in my seat. I would appreciate it if you could move." Concerned that the man might not have heard him, Cohen raised his voice deliberately. His louder tone immediately attracted the attention of several nearby passengers, who could sense the tension and were likely eager for some entertainment. The girl in the short skirt appeared particularly anxious, as if she wished to interject on Cohen's behalf, but ultimately refrained. After Cohen's second attempt, the middle-aged man seemed to grow impatient, furrowing his brow as he set down his phone. "What are you yelling about? Can't you see I'm sitting here? Are you blind?" The moment he spoke, more eyes turned towards them, especially the young woman beside him, who anxiously tugged at Cohen's sleeve, silently urging him to avoid confrontation. After all, it was clear that this middle-aged man was not the kind of individual to provoke lightly. Hearing the man's remark, Cohen suddenly burst into laughter. How long had it been since someone had dared to speak to him in such a manner? If his prison mates were to hear about this, they would likely find it downright hilarious. After all, the notorious Scar brother had been intimidated by a mere petty individual. Such news would surely elicit laughter for ages. As Cohen's smile widened, the middle-aged man misinterpreted it as a sign of submission, rolling his eyes dismissively before picking up his phone again. Just as he was about to resume his snack and video, a powerful hand struck him across the face with a resounding slap. Caught completely off guard, the force propelled the man backward, his head colliding with the train's interior with a dull thud. In an instant, the man's face became red and swollen, 5 distinct fingerprints embossed upon his skin, as if the very essence of the slap lingered there. Furthermore, the corner of his mouth split open, blood trickling down, reflexively shielding his face. He looked towards Cohen, only to lock eyes with him. In that fleeting moment, the middle-aged man felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his entire being chilled to the core. What kind of gaze was this? It radiated malice, drenched in blood and violence. He could hardly fathom the experiences that had forged such eyes. Almost instantaneously, a decision crystallized in his mind. Surrender. He had to submit, for he sensed that this man was wholly capable of killing him. At that moment, he felt as if one foot was already teetering on the precipice of death, with one more step sealing his fate. Clean up this mess and get lost. Cohen's expression remained adorned with a faint smile, his tone unwavering and authoritative. The middle-aged man, jolted into action, hurriedly gathered the nearby trash, stuffing it into a bag before fleeing the carriage as though his life depended on it. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Passengers nearby stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, particularly the young woman in the short skirt, who gazed at Cohen with wide eyes, her mouth agape in astonishment. Goodness, this seemingly charming and sunny youth had displayed such brutality. It was utterly captivating. If only she could have a boyfriend like him, her sense of security would be off the charts. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Meanwhile, Cohen paid no heed to the gazes of those around him, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. He settled into his seat and closed his eyes. The journey was still quite lengthy, expected to reach by her city by 4:30 in the afternoon, and he had further plans for the evening, necessitating some rest. However, just as he had shut his eyes, he sensed movement beside him. Upon opening his eyes, he spotted a well-mannered young man, visibly nervous, taking the seat between him and the girl in the short skirt. Cohen recognized this young man, having seen him standing next to the girl moments before. Seeing Cohen's eyes open, the young man hastily began to explain, This is my seat. We are together, and we have tickets." He gestured towards the girl, seeking her confirmation. They were together. Cohen nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further as he closed his eyes once more. The young man let out a sigh of relief, producing a pack of snacks from his bag and extending it towards the girl. "Ting ting, here, these are your favorite snacks. Please enjoy." However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, the girl felt a surge of irritation at the sight of the offered snacks. All he ever thought about was eating. Besides food, what else could he possibly do when someone was infringing upon her space? She would rather stand than confront the issue. Was he truly a man? Look at how others handled such situations. Could he not possess a modicum of bravery and act like a man? The more she pondered, the more vexed she became, leading her to push away the snacks being offered. What is the point of eating? I am tired, I'm going to sleep. With that, she promptly closed her eyes. The young man, taken aback, could only manage an awkward smile as he stowed the snacks back into his bag. At 4:30 in the afternoon, at the Bihar City train station, Cow Cohen, with his backpack slung over his shoulders, emerged into the throng of people at the exit. Since it was still early, he first hailed a taxi and circled the outer ring road of Bihar City. Seemingly confirming something in his mind, he finally disembarked in the city centre after completing a full circuit. By now, the clock had struck 7 in the evening. Just as Cow Cohen was about to search for a place to eat, a joyful female voice rang out unexpectedly. Oh, what a coincidence. We meet again. Chapter 4, A truly virtuous daughter-in-law. Upon hearing a feminine voice from behind, Cow Cohen instinctively turned his head to look. To his surprise, he found the girl in the short skirt from the train, beaming and waving at him. He was taken aback at the prospect of encountering her again, but quickly returned her smile. Hi, it's you. What a coincidence, she exclaimed. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence, Cow Cohen replied, his curiosity piqued as the girl approached him. Are you alone? Yes, he nodded with a smile. What about you? Where's your boyfriend? The girl pouted slightly and said, he's upset, so I decided not to spend time with him today. Cow Cohen chuckled softly and chose not to comment further. By the way, have you eaten yet? She continued. Not yet, Cow Cohen answered, I was just about to go grab something to eat. How about you? I haven't eaten either, she replied cheerfully. Since that's the case, why don't we go together? Together, Cow Cohen scrutinized her from head to toe. Judging purely by her looks, she was above average, scoring around 80. However, her figure was quite impressive, slim waist, curvy hips, and long legs, easily warranting a score of 90. If only her bosom were a tad larger, the score could rise even higher, but alas, it barely reached a B cup. Sounds good, he said after a moment's consideration. It's nice to have someone to chat with over a meal and alleviate the boredom. Upon hearing this, the girl beamed even more brightly. I heard there's a restaurant nearby that serves excellent dishes. Shall we give it a try? Sure, lead the way. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was 9 in the evening. I in the restaurant, seated by the window, Cow Cohen contentedly set down his chopsticks. He had to admit, the food was indeed delicious. Of course, to be precise, he found everything palatable at that moment. After all, he had endured a decade of prison food. As long as it wasn't some abominable dish, everything tasted wonderful to him. Through this meal, he learned a bit about the girl before him. Her name was Leetington, a sophomore who was vacationing with her boyfriend. Currently, her boyfriend had been cast aside and was nowhere to be found. Delicious, isn't it? Leetington observed, her eyes sparkling as she watched Cow Cohen savor his food. Yes, he nodded and gave a thumbs up. It's truly delightful. I haven't had such good food in at least 10 years. His words were sincere, but Leetington burst into laughter at the absurdity. 10 years without such good food, your life must have been quite miserable. By the way, what are your plans now? His plans involved waiting until the late hours when there were fewer people around to dig for gold. Naturally, Cow Cohen could not reveal the truth. I don't have any specific plans, he replied. I just finished eating and might look for a place to rest. Upon hearing this, Leetington almost instinctively suggested, why don't you come to the hotel where I'm staying to rest? As soon as the words left her lips, she seemed to realize the implication of her statement. Her charming face flushed a deep crimson as she hurried to clarify. I didn't mean it like that. I just meant you could come and sit for a while. Enjoy the air conditioning, please, don't misunderstand. While explaining, she stole glances at Cow Cohen, her embarrassment palpable. Cow Cohen chuckled lightly and replied, all right, I'll join you for a bit, but your boyfriend won't mind, will he? As the saying goes, after 2 years in prison, a pig could outshine Dio Chan. After spending a decade locked away, it would be a lie to say he didn't desire the company of women. In fact, just the night before, he had nearly rushed out to join in when he witnessed Bai Jing and those 3 ruffians. Now, with a beautiful woman inviting him, he certainly wouldn't decline. He won't, Li Tingting assured him. He doesn't even know which hotel I'm staying at, so he won't discover our little rendezvous. Having said this, her face reddened yet again. Oh no, the more she spoke, the more her intention seemed to be laid bare. Noticing this, Cao Cohen smiled but chose not to comment further, and together they left the restaurant to head to her hotel. At 1 a.m, in the hotel room, Cao Cohen lit a cigarette, taking puffs as he dressed. Li Tingting lay languidly on the bed, saying, honestly, my boyfriend treats me well, but he's just too timid. He doesn't act like a man at all. If only he could be as bold and charismatic as you, I would adore him, truly. As he donned his clothes, Cao Cohen chuckled softly. You see, one mustn't be too one-sided in their views. You must understand, timidity has its advantages, just as boldness has its drawbacks. At the very least, timid people don't attract trouble. Besides, the state of public safety in society today is quite good. How often does one really need to be bold in their lifetime? So, being a bit timid isn't so bad, as long as he treats you well, that's what matters. Upon hearing this, Li Tingting pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. You're quite the character. Here you are, having fun with someone else's girlfriend, yet you still manage to speak a few kind words about him. Cao Cohen laughed heartily and replied, of course, I can't just take advantage of someone else's girlfriend without being considerate. We must uphold certain principles. Now, you should get some rest, I'll take my leave. Seeing him prepare to go, Li Tingting protested, Hey, are you really leaving? It's so late, where will you go? Cao Cohen waved his hand dismissively and did not respond, simply opening the door and departing. As she watched him leave, Li Tingting reflected on the encounter for a while before taking out her phone to remove a number from her blacklist. Just as she did, that very number called her. With a slight pout, she answered the call. A panicked male voice came through. Hello, Tingting, where are you? Li Tingting replied with a hint of annoyance. You fool, I'm obviously sleeping in the hotel. It's already 1 a.m, do you really think I'm still out wandering around? The male voice chuckled nervously, so, you're not angry anymore, right? I haven't been angry for a while, she said playfully. Honestly, you should have borrowed a phone to call me instead of just assuming I was still upset. He laughed awkwardly. Li Tingting pouted again and continued, Hey, when you ride your bike, could you at least stand up while pedaling? Ho, he responded, momentarily taken aback. What bike are you talking about, Tingting? Do you want to ride a bike? Li Tingting sighed in exasperation, covering her forehead. What are you talking about? What I meant was, you know those men who stand up and pedal vigorously, they are so manly and charming. The male voice sounded slightly confused. Tingting, are you trying to see me ride a bike? Li Tingting was left speechless. Who wants to see you ride a bike? I just wanted to let you know that your bike is almost worn out from being pedaled too much. Now, go to sleep. With that, she angrily hung up the phone. Meanwhile, on the other end, her boyfriend stared at his phone, utterly bewildered. His bike is almost worn out from someone else riding it. That couldn't be, it's been sitting safely at home, untouched. Did his parents lend it to someone while he was away, and did that person happen to ride it violently? It must be that way, surely. That person pedaled vigorously just as Li Tingting caught sight of them, otherwise, she wouldn't have brought it up. Realizing this, he felt a warm glow in his heart. Tingting was indeed thinking of him. Truly, she is a virtuous daughter-in-law. Chapter 5, The Golden Acquisition. At the stroke of 2 a.m, the city of Bihar, a third-tier metropolis not known for its vibrant nightlife, had long succumbed to tranquility. Even in the city centre, the only sounds were the occasional passing of a vehicle. The outer ring road of Bihar was enveloped in an even deeper stillness, where one might wait for 20 minutes without encountering a single car. Only the darkness and silence reigned supreme. At this hour, along the western stretch of the outer ring road, a solitary figure, burdened with a backpack, sped along the roadside on a shared bicycle. This was Cao Kun, who had set out to excavate a stash of gold buried by the notorious Lei Lao-san. The fewer who knew of this venture, the better. Hence, for the sake of discretion, he opted to ride a shared bicycle instead of hailing a taxi. Before long, upon reaching a fork in the road, Cao Kun came to a halt. He surveyed his surroundings, confirming the absence of any onlookers, and then pedaled towards the alternate route. After cycling approximately 200 meters, he paused once more in front of a boundary stone marked Hezi Village. The base of the stone was nearly 2 meters long and about 70 to 80 centimeters wide. The stone itself, standing over a meter tall and 30 to 40 centimeters thick, chronicled the history of Hezi Village. This time, Cao Kun did not change locations. He concealed the bicycle amidst the nearby thicket, then retrieved a military shovel he had purchased earlier that afternoon in the city. He began to dig behind the boundary stone, 1 meter away. At this late hour, with not a soul in sight on the west outer ring avenue, let alone this small side road, he worked undisturbed. After laboring for 30 minutes and digging over a meter deep, Cao Kun struck something solid with his shovel, producing a resonant clang. Elated by the sound, he eagerly began to excavate with his hands. Soon enough, he unearthed a tattered cloth bag, and within it lay an assortment of uneven gold bars. A smile involuntarily crept across Cao Kun's face as he beheld the gleaming treasure. "Damn it, Lei Lao-san, you scoundrel. You buried it so deep I nearly thought I had dug in the wrong place. Thank goodness I persevered," he exclaimed. With that, he opened his backpack and carefully stowed away the gold bars. Once he completed this task, Cao Kun emerged from the pit, glanced around to ensure the area remained deserted, and then shouldered his backpack before cycling away. At 3 in the morning, an inconspicuous DD ride departed from Bihar City. In the back seat sat none other than Cao Kun. Having successfully secured the cache of gold from Lei Lao-san, there was no longer any reason for him to linger in Bihar. His next step was to convert the gold into liquid assets, which necessitated a journey to another city. He chose the DD ride for its discretion, as he was carrying over 50 kilograms of gold, which would not pass through security at train or airport checkpoints. 2 days later, in the city of Miang, over 700 kilometers from Bihar, a black Volkswagen came to a halt in front of the antique street. The driver, his eyes bloodshot and weary from 2 days of relentless driving, could hardly conceal his fatigue. Yet, the compensation for his efforts was substantial. In addition to the standard fare, Cao Kun had generously tipped him an extra 2,000 yuan, worth it. "Brother, we've arrived, you should get out now. I can barely hold on any longer. I need to find a place to sleep, my backside feels numb," the driver remarked. Cao Kun empathized, having spent 2 days in the vehicle himself. "All right, thank you, driver," he replied with a smile as he opened the door and stepped out. "Make sure to find a good hotel and get some rest." "Sure, you take care too." They bid each other farewell, and the driver accelerated away. As Cao Kun watched the car disappear, he turned his attention to the antique street behind him. It was already 4 in the afternoon, and the street was sparsely populated. Aware that time was of the essence, he shouldered his backpack and ventured inside. As he passed various stalls, he soon found himself deep within the heart of the antique street. Suddenly, he halted in front of a shop named Wenbao Zhai, pointing to a painting. "Boss, how much for this piece?" The shopkeeper, noticing a potential customer, hurried over. Upon seeing the painting that Cao Kun indicated, he donned an expression of admiration. Young man, you have an excellent eye. This is indeed the treasure of our shop. To be honest, this piece is from Zhang Daqian." Before the shopkeeper could finish, Cao Kun raised 5 fingers to interrupt. 500 yuan. Will you sell it?" The shopkeeper's expression turned slightly awkward, and he chuckled. "Could you not add a bit more? This is a high-quality replica, complete with a seal." "Just 500, Cao Kun insisted. "If you won't sell, I will look elsewhere." Realizing that Cao Kun was firm on his price, the shopkeeper conceded, recognizing that 500 yuan was still a profit. After purchasing the painting, Cao Kun did not linger and continued deeper into the antique street until he reached another shop. This establishment specialized in the purchase of jewelry, gold, and antique paintings. The store was modest in size and, in contrast to typical pawn shops, it was rather unadorned, almost austere. The only distinctive feature was the signboard, a stark black background with a solitary white lotus in the center. Without the store's name, one might easily mistake it for a shop selling burial garments. Cao Cohen paused momentarily to observe the sign before pushing the door open and stepping inside. The quiet interior was infused with a subtle scent of sandalwood, and a middle-aged man in his 40s sat behind the counter. He wore a pair of frameless glasses and had a slender build, exuding an air of cultured sophistication. Upon noticing Cao Cohen enter with his backpack, the man immediately greeted him with a warm smile. "Young man, are you here to buy or sell?" This shop engaged in both buying and selling, though buying was the primary focus. Cao Cohen assessed the middle-aged man, glanced at the surveillance camera, and replied, "Boss, I was referred by a friend. If it's convenient, shall we discuss this in a different location?" With that, Cao Cohen gestured subtly towards a door behind the shopkeeper. The man appeared momentarily surprised but said nothing. Instead, he emerged from behind the counter and locked the front door. After hanging a closed sign, he approached Cao Cohen, elegantly gesturing for him to proceed. Without uttering another word, the man led the way, opening the door behind the counter, while Cao Cohen followed closely behind, carrying his backpack. Chapter 6, A Deposit of 22.45 million. In stark contrast to the ordinary decor of the storefront, the room behind the door exuded an air of opulence. As Cao Cohen followed the middle-aged man through the threshold, it felt as though he had stepped into an exquisitely appointed salon. The plush carpet muffled their footsteps, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. A magnificent chandelier hung from the ceiling, illuminating the space with a brightness akin to daylight. The walls were adorned with an array of distinguished paintings and calligraphy by famous artists. Additionally, there was a tea station, a wine cabinet filled with fine vintages, and a humidor for cigars. A woman, clad in a sensuous chapeau, was preparing water for tea. Upon catching sight of her, Cao Cohen instinctively widened his eyes in astonishment. What a remarkable beauty she was! Appearing to be in her early 20s, she possessed not only striking features but also an astonishing figure. Her curves were pronounced, and her waist was slender enough to be grasped with a single hand. As she moved, she resembled a gentle breeze caressing willow branches, evoking a sense of delicate fragility, as if she were made of water itself. It would not be an exaggeration to say that, in comparison to Leetington, whom he had encountered just days prior, she was a class apart. Especially given her stunning physique, the seductive chapeau she wore, which featured slits that reached her waist, accentuated her allure. As she walked, the fabric swayed, teasingly revealing glimpses of her form. Who could possibly resist such temptation? Cao Cohen took a slow, deep breath, deliberately shifting his gaze to survey the surroundings. No, he could not allow himself to gaze at this woman any longer. Further scrutiny would surely provoke an embarrassing reaction, though he had recently released some pent-up tension with Leetington. That brief respite was merely a drop in the bucket, far from sufficient. He quickly conjured images of life in prison, recalling the brutal scenes of fights he had witnessed. Vivid, blood-soaked memories flashed through his mind, effectively quelling the rising heat and impulse within him. Once they entered the room, the middle-aged man transformed, his demeanor shifting to one of affable eagerness. With a broad smile, he remarked, "I did not expect you, young brother, to be one of our own. Since that is the case, let us speak plainly and assess the goods, shall we?" "Certainly." Cao Cohen nodded, casually discarding his backpack onto the floor. The dull thud reverberated through the room, instantly invigorating the middle-aged man, who promptly knelt down to unzip the backpack. As the bag opened, and the middle-aged man beheld the gleaming gold bars within, he gasped in astonishment. The next moment, he turned to the alluring woman in the chapeau and commanded, "Xiao Qi, prepare the finest tea." The woman nodded with a subtle smile, then proceeded to brew 2 cups of tea, which she gracefully presented. After the middle-aged man inspected the contents, he gestured for Cao Cohen to take a seat. Once they were both settled, he began, "I must say, young brother, your goods are exceptionally substantial. Now, let us discuss the particulars. How much do you have in this batch?" 54.7 kilograms, remarked Cao Cohen, all of the highest 999 purity. The middle-aged man nodded slowly, contemplating. "And what price do you have in mind for this? What do you wish to sell it for?" With a smile, Cao Cohen replied, "Of course, that depends on the market conditions here at your establishment. What price can you offer?" Well, the middle-aged man's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered. "Since you were referred by a friend, I shall extend a friendly price of 410. This is already the maximum I can provide." Upon hearing this, two words sprang to Cao Cohen's mind: truly outrageous. Prior to his arrival, he had checked today's gold price, which stood at 478 yuan per gram. In a typical gold buying establishment, one would expect a price of at least 440, 450, or even 460 yuan per gram, yet here, the offer was a mere 410. Nevertheless, despite this unfavorable rate, Cao Cohen opted to proceed with the transaction here. He was in urgent need of funds and required the swift conversion of this batch of gold. Conventional gold buying shops simply lacked the capacity to absorb such a significant quantity. Even if he attempted to sell it in smaller portions, it would inevitably result in a substantial influx of money into his bank account within a short period, potentially attracting scrutiny from Uncle Hat and leading to unwarranted complications. Selling here alleviated such concerns, as this establishment specialized in such transactions. Very well. Cao Cohen ultimately nodded. 410 it is. Observing Cao Cohen's agreement, the middle-aged man's lips curved into a smile. "Since you've consented, please take a seat while I verify the goods. It won't take long." With that, the middle-aged man proceeded to transport the batch of gold Cao Cohen had brought, taking it in 3 trips to a workbench in the corner. After all, weighing 54.7 kilograms, which is over 109 jin, his physique is not as robust as Cao Cohen's, making it impossible for him to carry it all at once. It was not until 20 minutes had passed that the middle-aged man finally returned before Cao Cohen, his face adorned with a broad smile. Clearly, he was exceedingly pleased with the purity of this batch of gold. The goods are indeed fine, weighing exactly 54.7 kilograms. When calculated, that amounts to 22,427,000. Thus, let me round it off for you, brother, to 22,450,000. Fair enough. Fair enough. Observing the middle-aged man's lips, which seemed more difficult to suppress than an AK, Cao Cohen could hardly resist the urge to deliver him a punch. This transaction would net him at least 2 to 3 million, and yet he had the audacity to claim he was being generous. Of course, despite these thoughts swirling in his mind, Cao Cohen knew better than to voice them. "Then I shall express my gratitude to the boss," Cao Cohen replied with a smile. "Coincidentally, I have a painting here. Perhaps the boss could lend an expert eye to it." With that, he unfurled the replica of a Zhongdaqian he had purchased for 500 yuan along the way. An obvious fake. Yet, the middle-aged man examined it with utmost seriousness, and after a thorough inspection, he exclaimed, "A splendid piece. I never anticipated this to be an authentic Zhongdaqian. Thus, I shall offer you 22,450,000 for this painting. What say you?" Cao Cohen chuckled and nodded. "Certainly." The next steps involved issuing an invoice and transferring funds. The invoice stated the acquisition of a Zhongdaqian painting at the price of 22,450,000. As for the gold, what gold? Cao Cohen was merely there to sell the painting and had never laid eyes on any gold. Whether the painting was genuinely a Zhongdaqian was of no consequence either. Antiquities rely on personal acumen and luck. While some may stumble upon a hidden gem, it is only fair that others may miss the mark. Therefore, even if the shopkeeper spent 22,450,000 on a counterfeit, it remains entirely justifiable. No matter who comes along, they cannot find fault in this transaction. Thus, the 22,450,000 in Cao Cohen's possession was earned with integrity, able to withstand any scrutiny. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Cao Cohen emerged from the antique street, a relaxed demeanor gracing his face. Upon glancing at his phone, the notification of the bank transfer still warm, a smile crept upon his lips. 22,450,000. He had successfully secured this initial capital before the news from Yundong district was released. Otherwise, had he missed the opportunity presented by the soaring prospects of Yundong district, not only would he forfeit that wealth, but it would also jeopardize his subsequent profit-making plans. With this thought in mind, Cao Cohen hailed a taxi and headed straight for the airport. This place, after all, was unfamiliar territory for him. Now that the money was secured, there was no reason to linger. However, he had yet to decide on his next destination. Initially, he intended to head to Haicheng, but the proximity to Cohen City in Yun Province made that plan feel overly convenient. Chapter 7, The Pretentious Taoist Priest, Yangping. When Cao Cohen traveled to Haicheng, his destination was undoubtedly Yundong District, which earned its name simply because it is a district of Haicheng. In recent days, Cao Cohen had been bustling about, eager to convert his gold into cash, all in preparation for Yundong District. Meanwhile, the journey to Cohen City in Yun Province was specifically aimed at seeking out Yangping. At that moment, Yangping was serving as a Taoist priest in a modest temple in Cohen City, Yun Province. If he were to take a flight, Cao Cohen would arrive at Yangping's temple by 9 o'clock that evening. Thus, if all went smoothly, he would be able to obtain the set of scriptures he had been practicing for 7 or 8 years. However, this meant that he would not reach Haicheng tonight and would have to postpone his journey until the following day, resulting in a delay of a full day. Therefore, he found himself torn between the decision to go to Haicheng or to seek out that scoundrel Yangping. Finally, as the taxi approached the airport, Cao Cohen made up his mind. It was best to seek out that scoundrel Yangping for the scriptures. Unfortunately, due to the evening rush hour, they encountered some traffic, and by the time they arrived, the flight to Haicheng had already departed. Hence, there was no choice left but to head to Cohen City to find Yangping. At 8:55 in the evening, a taxi pulled up in front of a small temple, roughly double the size of an ordinary farmer's abode, located on the outskirts of Cohen City. Cao Cohen stepped out of the vehicle and glanced at the already closed temple doors before striding over and knocking firmly. Before long, a young priest in his early 20s opened the door. "Esteemed guest, our temple has closed for the day. If you have any matters, please return tomorrow," the priest said, attempting to close the door. However, before he could do so, Cao Cohen swiftly placed his hand against it. "Young priest, I am acquainted with your master Yangping. I urgently require his assistance. Please, grant me this favor." Observing how naturally Cao Cohen spoke, the young priest hesitated for a moment before ultimately allowing him entry. The temple was rather small, and soon they arrived at a door. The priest gently knocked twice, saying, "Master, a visitor who claims to know you has arrived with urgent matters." "Millimeter, let him in," came a familiar voice from within. The young priest then opened the door, stepped aside, and gestured for Cao Cohen to enter. Without hesitation, Cao Cohen walked in, while the young priest turned and left. Inside the room, incense wafted through the air from an incense burner, and a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe sat cross-legged on a mat, eyes closed. It was none other than Yangping. Observing Yangping's pretentious demeanor, with his eyes shut even as someone entered, Cao Cohen struggled to suppress the urge to kick him. "What a farce, what arrogance! Do you think I'm unaware of your true nature? Back in prison, were you not the sycophant of Scar Brother?" Yangping did not keep Cao Cohen waiting long. After 3 minutes, he finally opened his eyes. Perhaps he sensed Cao Cohen's impatience as he picked up the incense burner. Yangping realized that the visitor was not merely an ordinary individual. Continuing to feign contemplation, he shook his head and said, "Esteemed guest, I do possess some texts, but they are all Taoist scriptures. I do not have any unnamed book you speak of. Perhaps you have come to the wrong place." Cao Cohen was not surprised by Yangping's denial. After all, in his timeline, they were strangers. Anyone would hesitate to part with something at the request of an unknown individual. "I am willing to purchase it," Cao Cohen stated. "Yang, you may name your price. I am prepared to acquire that book." Having recently acquired a sum of 22.45 million, Cao Cohen felt emboldened. Upon hearing this, Yangping let out a bitter chuckle and shook his head. "Esteemed guest, this is not a matter of money, but rather that I truly do not possess the unnamed book you seek." Feeling frustrated by Yangping's continued denial despite his willingness to pay, Cao Cohen's irritation grew. "Does this scoundrel take my offer lightly? What purpose could he have in hiding it? If you won't give it, then so be it." With a sardonic smile, Cao Cohen stepped closer to Yangping and whispered, "Yangping, shall I assist you in tallying how many virtuous women you have encountered over the past 4 years?" Cao Cohen was well aware of Yangping's activities, which had spanned 7 years. Thus, as of now, he had been operating for 4 years. Of course, Cao Cohen had no knowledge of the specific individuals involved, but this information was sufficient to instill fear in Yang Ping. As anticipated, upon hearing Cao Cohen's words, Yang Ping trembled, eyes wide with terror, as if he had seen a ghost. Cao Cohen smiled slightly and continued, "According to our nation's laws, would you care to guess the length of your potential sentence?" Cao Cohen's statement acted as the proverbial last straw, and after swallowing hard, Yang Ping fled the room in a panic. 2 minutes later, he returned, flustered. Unlike before, he now held a yellowed book in his hands. Yang Ping extended the book with trembling hands, saying, "I apologize for my earlier ignorance, esteemed guest, please grant me another chance. I vow to reform and turn over a new leaf." Observing Yang Ping's current state, akin to a startled bird, Cao Cohen felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him. How delightful. "You dare to defy me, now, you must face the consequences." Without uttering a word, Cao Cohen simply gave a dismissive grunt, then accepted the book from Yang Ping's hands. Chapter 8. Goodness, my appetite has increased dramatically. How heavy it is. Upon grasping it, Cao Cohen realized that the pages of this book were not made from ordinary paper, but rather from a type of parchment crafted from cowhide, a material used long ago. Moreover, the paper had evidently hardened and discolored over time, indicating it was no doubt several decades old, perhaps even 1 or 2 centuries. After all, such cowhide paper, if properly preserved, can indeed endure for such an extended period. To discover that he held a book of such antiquity, Cao Cohen began to leaf through it cautiously in front of Yang Ping. However, the more he read, the more his brow furrowed. By the end, he was nearly inclined to deliver a good beating to Yang Ping. The book detailed a total of 72 movements, while Cao Cohen had only learned 14, of which 3 were incorrect and poorly executed. In that moment, Cao Cohen felt his blood pressure rising. Throughout his previous life, he had asked Yang Ping innumerable times over the span of 7 or 8 years, yet Yang Ping had always assured him that those 14 movements encompassed everything. How could he refer to a mere 14 out of 72 as all? Even more outrageous was the fact that 3 of those 14 movements were erroneous. And oh wonder, every time he practiced, he felt as though something was amiss and incomplete. What, in fact, had he been practicing for 7 or 8 years? In addition to the 72 movements, the book also contained 36 special actions, intimate gestures reminiscent of erotic illustrations. Yang Ping had never even hinted at these 36 actions. Of course, Cao Cohen did not hold Yang Ping accountable for concealing this information. To be fair, their circumstances in the previous life had indeed been peculiar. They had scarcely encountered any females, let alone women, so even if Yang Ping had mentioned those 36 actions, it would have been of little significance. Seeing Yang Ping trembling before him, beads of sweat trickling down his chin, Cao Cohen suppressed the urge to thrash him. "Very well, in light of our fateful connection, I shall grant you 1 chance to amend your ways. Bear in mind, do not exploit those women. They are already pitiable in their quest for children, and your actions are truly despicable. Moreover, I'm not merely threatening you. If these deeds come to light, you may never see the outside of a prison again. Enough said. You must consider your own future." With that, Cao Cohen tucked the book under his arm and strode out. Observing this, Yang Ping, startled, hurried after him. "Brother, why the rush to leave? Stay a while longer. By the way, I have 2 jars of excellent tea, let me fetch them for you. I also have shopping vouchers worth tens of thousands, take them." "Brother, I have no use for them." Damn it, I knew that Yang Ping was not being entirely truthful, but I never anticipated he had concealed so many movements. At 10:30 in the evening, in a 5-star hotel room in Cohen City, Cao Cohen lay on the bed, cursing Yang Ping while flipping through the nameless book. After 7 or 8 years of practicing a regimen for physical enhancement, he had finally obtained the complete version today, and he was eager to learn it swiftly. After all, he understood better than anyone the effectiveness of this technique. Furthermore, 10 years of imprisonment had taught him that possessing formidable combat skills could sometimes be more valuable than a fortune worth billions, perhaps due to years of practice. Although he had only mastered the initial 14 movements, the adage, "once you comprehend one, you comprehend all," held true. He found no difficulty in the subsequent 58 movements. Soon, after half an hour of familiarization, Cao Cohen descended from the bed and commenced his first attempt. Due to the sheer volume of new movements, his first attempt was somewhat clumsy, taking nearly 20 minutes to complete the 72 actions. The second attempt, however, was markedly smoother, taking around 14 to 15 minutes. By the third attempt, it became even more fluid, totaling roughly 10 minutes. 10 minutes was about the limit for this series of movements. Should he attempt to hasten further, he risked executing them improperly. Quality should never be sacrificed for speed. Moreover, after completing these 3 iterations, Cao Cohen immediately sensed a difference from before. While he had previously felt warmth throughout his body, this time it was a more pleasurable warmth, akin to being immersed in a hot spring. His skin, muscles, and bones seemed to transform into parched earth, eagerly absorbing this invigorating energy. Though he acknowledged the oddity of this description, he genuinely felt this way. At the same time, it seemed as though all the pores of his body had opened wide, allowing for an unparalleled sense of relief. Noticing that it was still not yet midnight and feeling no fatigue, Cao Cohen intended to commence a 4th iteration when suddenly, he furrowed his brow, his expression shifting to one of bewilderment. He was hungry. How could he possibly be hungry so soon? Before arriving at the hotel, he had just eaten to his heart's content, consuming a staggering 3 pounds of cooked beef. How much time had passed? Damn it, why am I so hungry already? Cao Cohen mused, puzzled, as he opened a bag on the tea table. Upon leaving Yangping, he had purchased some cooked beef from a food stall since he had not yet dined. Initially, he intended to buy only a small portion, but upon tasting it, he found it so delectable that he ended up purchasing 3 pounds and indulging himself. He had even packed an additional 3 pounds to enjoy the following day. What he now opened was that very 3 pounds of packed cooked beef. How strange, could this beef be some high-tech concoction? How could I be so hungry again so soon? As he chewed heartily, he grumbled to himself, and before long, he had devoured all 3 pounds of the cooked beef. Without dwelling further on it, he resumed practicing the 72 movements. First attempt, second attempt, third attempt. Each iteration became increasingly proficient, consistently completed in about 10 minutes. Just as Cao Cohen was about to embark on his 4th attempt, his movements faltered, and his expression shifted once more to one of incredulity. What the hell? Hungry again? Silently assessing his now empty stomach, Cao Cohen's expression mirrored that of someone who had seen a ghost. How could this be? It had only been half an hour. Just 30 minutes prior, he had consumed 3 pounds of cooked beef, and now he was hungry again. Good grief, could it be that I have encountered something supernatural? Although Cao Cohen had always identified as an atheist, today's events compelled him to entertain such notions. After all, it was utterly absurd to feel hunger again so soon after consuming 3 pounds of cooked beef. Wait. Suddenly, Cao Cohen considered another possibility, his demeanor growing serious. Damn it, could this be a side effect of my rebirth? Chapter 9. The 72 forms of the rice bucket. Apart from the possibility of encountering malevolent forces, the second notion that crossed Cao Cohen's mind was the repercussions of his identity as a reincarnator. After all, aside from the encounter with evil and his rebirth, there seemed to be no other extraordinary circumstances at play. When weighing the 2 options, Cao Cohen would much prefer to believe he had merely encountered malevolent forces. For, if the aftermath of his rebirth were the cause, he could scarcely fathom what his future existence would entail. 3 gin of cooked beef had barely satisfied his hunger, and yet, in merely half an hour, he found himself ravenous once more. Did this imply that he would need to consume a meal every half hour henceforth, in a span of 24 hours, that would amount to 48 meals a day? Such a lifestyle would render him perpetually occupied with eating, leaving no time for anything else. The mere thought of such a life filled Cao Cohen with dread. A life solely devoted to consumption, what meaning could it possibly hold? Thus, he would rather attribute his plight to an encounter with malevolent forces than to the consequences of his reincarnation. Lost in these thoughts, Cao Cohen gloomily opened the cupboard in his room, retrieving 2 containers of instant noodles and 2 sausages. Regardless of the circumstances, he first needed to quell his hunger, for he was undeniably famished. 5 minutes later, the noodles were ready. Feeling somewhat vexed, he had little inclination to savor each bite and devoured the 2 containers with the ferocity of a whirlwind. After finishing the noodles, he refrained from practicing that nameless technique and instead lay on his bed, timing himself as he waited in silence. Although he was troubled, he recognized that since the events had transpired, he must confront them. Therefore, he resolved to conduct an experiment to determine how long it would take before hunger returned after his meal. Time passed slowly, and before long, half an hour had elapsed. Huh! Cow Cohen exclaimed in surprise as he sat up. Half an hour had passed, yet he still felt an overwhelming sense of satiety, devoid of any hunger pangs. A hint of confusion crossed his face as he murmured, "Could it be that I was mistaken? Perhaps this isn't a consequence of reincarnation at all." After muttering to himself, Cow Cohen continued to wait. Eventually, an hour slipped by, and he felt a sense of relief. An hour had passed without a hint of hunger. It appeared his appetite was not a result of reincarnation. However, if it were not due to rebirth, what could account for his earlier ravenousness? 3 gin of cooked beef, and yet he felt hungry again in merely half an hour. Something was amiss. Could it be that he truly had encountered malevolent forces? While the notion of malevolent forces was indeed one of the answers Cow Cohen had prepared, as an atheist, he found it challenging to accept. Just then, his peripheral vision caught sight of the nameless book beside him. In an instant, a shocking hypothesis electrified his mind. Staring at the book in disbelief, he uttered, "Could it be that these techniques are the course?" Cow Cohen vividly recalled the sensations he experienced after completing all 72 forms. It was a warm embrace, akin to soaking in a hot spring. His skin, muscles, bones, and internal organs greedily absorbed that comforting warmth, much like parched earth soaking up rain. He had previously regarded this description as peculiar, yet now, he suspected he had not mischaracterized it. The true effect of these techniques likely enabled swift digestion of consumed food, transforming it into a unique form of energy that the body could directly absorb. If this were indeed the case, it would align perfectly with his current sensations. Of course, he would need to conduct further experiments to confirm this theory. With that thought in mind, Cow Cohen immediately assumed a starting posture and began practicing the series of techniques once more. 10 minutes later, having completed the set, a smile involuntarily graced Cow Cohen's lips. It was indeed the techniques he had practiced that had induced this sensation. For now, after having felt no hunger before, he could distinctly sense his appetite returning after completing the forms. So this is the true way to unlock the potential of these techniques. Transforming food into energy, which the body then absorbs to enhance physical constitution. How exhilarating! This meant that from this day forth, he no longer needed to laboriously train his body. Sufficient food alone would suffice. With this realization, Cow Cohen grinned broadly and promptly picked up the landline in his room to call the front desk. "Hello, is there anything to eat available at the hotel?" "Oh, we have a chef on duty, but he can only prepare some simple dishes," it came the reply. "Then, I would like to order 300 eggs, 200 boiled and 100 fried." "Yes, that's right, 300 eggs, you heard me correctly. Have the kitchen prepare them quickly and deliver them to me as soon as they are ready." As he hung up the phone, Cow Cohen joyfully seized the nameless book from his bed. I never expected that these seemingly unremarkable 72 techniques, when combined, could yield such a miraculous effect. If that is the case, then the 36 movements recorded later involving male and female interactions must not be merely risk. Such a pity that Li Tingting is not here. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be eager to let me experiment on her. The following morning, at 10 o'clock, Cow Cohen exited the hotel and hailed a taxi to the airport. He felt that for a considerable time to come, he would have no desire for eggs. Having consumed 300 eggs, he was thoroughly satisfied. In fact, when he reached the last 20 eggs, he struggled to keep from regurgitating. It was astonishing that, after 10 years of imprisonment, his appetite would become so finicky merely days after his release. However, the outcome was favorable. Following a night of indulgence, his body was evidently stronger than before. Previously, carrying the 54.7 kilograms of gold proved to be quite a strenuous task for him. Now, he has found something of nearly the same weight, even exceeding 54.7 kilograms, and he bears it with utter ease. It is palpable that his physical constitution has markedly improved. Moreover, his physique has become notably more refined. Although his previous form was commendable, the transformation undergone during the night has rendered it even better. The definition of his muscles is now more pronounced, and he appears more vigorous and formidable than before. Remarkably, this is merely the result of a single night. Additionally, the variance in food types yields significantly different energy provisions. For instance, when consuming beef, he can eat until satiated, which enables him to practice his set of moves 3 times. In contrast, indulging in instant noodles only allows him to perform once, and by the completion of the final maneuver, he finds himself ravenous. Eating eggs to fullness supports him for a little more than 2 repetitions. While he can manage 2 rounds, it is insufficient to sustain him through a third, as he becomes too hungry to continue near the 20th movement. Consequently, when relying on eggs, he must pause after every 2 rounds to consume several eggs for replenishment, otherwise, he cannot endure the 3rd round. Thus, he has aptly named this set of techniques their feeding barrel 72 forms. Chapter 10. Exceptional service by Liu Yuling. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at the exit of Haicheng Airport, Cao Cohen emerged from the throng of travelers. Standing on the steps of the exit and gazing towards the distant city center, he could not help but feel the place where he had been imprisoned in his past life was right here in Haicheng, known as Haicheng Second Prison, a facility designated for serious offenders. Yet now, he found himself back. One could only wonder if the absence of him would leave Haicheng Second Prison feeling desolate and lonely. Mr. Cao Cohen, over here, this way. Suddenly, a feminine voice broke through his reverie. Turning his head, Cao Cohen spotted a seductive young woman in a white blouse. It was Liu Yuling, the real estate agent he had contacted online that very morning. Indeed, after several days of preparation, the purpose of Cao Cohen's visit to Haicheng's Yundong district was to purchase a property. Although the real estate market was currently experiencing a downturn, far from the boom of previous years, with many areas witnessing significant price declines, Yundong district was poised to become an exception. In just a few weeks, an announcement would be made declaring Yundong district an economic zone. Many might not grasp the implications of this designation. A recent example illustrates this perfectly. In 2017, a place called Xiong'an was designated as an economic zone, and that very night, in a single night, prices multiplied tenfold. In some locales, they increased by over 10 times. Even in less desirable areas, prices rose by 6 or 7 times. Consequently, investors, it is no exaggeration to say that on that night, securing a ticket to Xiong'an was nearly impossible. Many traveled with vehicles packed with cash, driving thousands of kilometers overnight. The global economic climate was currently bleak, leaving many with capital yet unable to find worthy investments, merely watching their money lose value day by day. The emergence of Yundong district offered these individuals a target for their aspirations. Thus, Yundong district was destined to be even more chaotic than Xiong'an. Cao Cohen gleaned this information from a former inmate of his, a younger brother in the prison. Although Haicheng Second Prison was a facility for serious offenders, not all were murderers. Financial crimes could also warrant such severe sentences. This younger brother was imprisoned for a significant economic miscalculation, and due to his expertise and knowledge in finance, their conversations frequently revolved. Besides discussing Yundong district, he shared insights on stocks and funds, with nearly 1/6 of the profitable ventures on Cao Cohen's list originating from him. As he approached Liu Yuling, the journey from Haicheng Airport to Yundong district would take at least an hour, and when they had spoken that morning, Cao Cohen had not explicitly mentioned his intention to buy. He had merely expressed a desire to take a look, yet Liu Yuling had come to the airport to greet him personally. Clearly, the real estate business was indeed challenging these days. Manager Liu, you are far too kind. Why did you come all the way to the airport to meet me? Cao Cohen chuckled as he reached Liu Yuling. Oh, it's only proper. Liu Yuling replied warmly, opening the door of her Volkswagen for him. In our line of service, we must ensure that esteemed clients like you are well taken care of. Cao Cohen laughed heartily as he settled into the passenger seat. But your service is indeed remarkable. I do feel guilty not purchasing a property from you after such a warm welcome. Is that so? Liu Yuling beamed even brighter. If you do buy a property from me, I can offer even more exceptional service. Really, what kind of service? With a playful smile, Liu Yuling winked at Cao Cohen, responding mysteriously, you'll find out once you purchase a home from me. I assure you, it will be a service that delights you. With that, she effortlessly closed the door of the passenger seat. Cao Cohen grinned, licking his lips. Indeed, it seems that mature women know how to play their cards right. In terms of looks and figure, Liu Yuling was quite comparable to Li Tingting, yet she exuded a Her gestures, her subtle smiles, and even her words radiated an unmistakable charm. Bluntly put, she was mesmerizing. An hour later, Liu Yuling drove Cao Kuan to Yundong District. As Haicheng's development focus was directed westward, leaving Yundong District, situated to the east, in a somewhat awkward position. In terms of entertainment, healthcare, and education, Yundong District lagged far behind several other districts. This discrepancy was evident in the property prices, while other districts boasted prices exceeding 10,000 yuan per square meter, with some areas reaching several tens of thousands. The majority of residential complexes had prices below 10,000, and in more remote areas, prices hovered around 7 or 8,000 per square meter, hardly reflective of a first-tier city. By the way, Mr. Cao, what made you interested in viewing properties in Yundong District? Liu Yuling inquired as she continued to drive. To be honest, while Yundong District is part of Haicheng, its development is quite mediocre, arguably even less impressive than a typical third-tier. I understand, but the properties here are quite affordable, he added. I plan to take a gamble. If this area develops in the future, my investment will surely appreciate. At this, Liu Yuling, having worked in real estate for years, she could easily discern who was genuinely interested in buying and who was merely browsing. From Cao Kuan's earlier remarks, she sensed his sincere intent to purchase a property in Yundong District. She could not afford to let such a promising client slip away with this thought. Liu Yuling subtly unbuttoned one of her blouse's buttons, revealing a hint of alluring cleavage, all while maintaining her composure. Chapter 11. 24 million, all in. Certainly, the so-called silence was merely an illusion created by Liu Yuling herself. Unbeknownst to her, every little maneuver she executed was keenly observed by Cao Kuan. He, without any hesitation, cast a direct gaze in her direction. After all, if others intentionally displayed something for his view, would it not be a waste of their goodwill if he chose to ignore it? Moreover, he offered a candid assessment, truly white, truly ample. Upon hearing this, Liu Yuling was momentarily taken aback, feigning a sudden realization as she gasped and bashfully covered her chest. How rude, Mr. Cao, why are you looking so indiscreetly? Though her words expressed discontent, her tone and gestures resembled playful flirtation. Cao Kuan chuckled heartily and remarked, "Isn't it you who has undone it?" "What do you mean?" Liu Yuling replied shyly, "It's just that I'm feeling warm. Where are your thoughts wandering?" "There's no ulterior motive." Cao Kuan nodded with a smile. "All right, my apologies, let us focus on driving safely, we wouldn't want any mishaps." After approximately 10 more minutes, Liu Yuling halted the vehicle. As Cao Kuan stepped out, he surveyed the surroundings, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. At that moment, their location, even within the Yundong district, was decidedly remote, situated in the eastern suburbs. A glance around revealed no signs of a bustling metropolis. One might even argue it resembled a small fourth-tier city at best, steeped in suburban ambience. Yet, who would have imagined that such a secluded area would one day become the nucleus of the Yundong Special Zone? In the future, property prices in this locale would commence at a staggering 100,000 per square meter. Following the announcement of the Yundong Special Zone, this place experienced the most rapid and significant increases in property values. Once the news broke, many would quickly recognize the paramount importance of this location. After all, to the west lay the city center, already fully developed with little room for further expansion. The south and north were hindered by unsuitable terrain, with the few mountains in Haicheng situated on both sides of the Yundong district. The only direction for growth was eastward. Consequently, as development shifted eastward, the center of the special zone would inevitably follow suit. Thus, once the news of the Yundong special zone was released, a flood of individuals would converge here, causing property values to skyrocket in a matter of moments. Liu Yuling emerged from the vehicle and approached Cao Kun. At this point, she was even less reserved than before, opting to fully open her collar, revealing a third of her ample bosom. She had resolutely decided that she would do whatever it took to win over Cao Kun. The current real estate market was dismal. Encountering a genuinely interested buyer was exceedingly rare. Cao Kun glanced at the exposed alabaster skin of Liu Yuling, teasingly commenting, "But then, in a fit of unbridled ambition, I took out a loan to purchase a property in a school district. One reason was investment, and the other was for future convenience when I have children. Truly, we are on the brink of financial ruin." As she spoke, Liu Yuling cast a sorrowful glance at Cao Kuan, her expression evoking sympathy. Seeing this, Cao Kuan couldn't help but smile. Truly, a mature woman possesses a charm that surpasses that of a young girl. Her subtle gestures and expressions were undeniably alluring. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Since you've painted such a pitiable picture of your situation, it would weigh heavily on my conscience if I didn't purchase. If you don't buy from me, Mr. Cao, I shall truly be left to fend for myself against the harsh winds of the northwest. You cannot abandon me." Cao Kuan nodded with a smile. "Very well." Liu Yuling's eyes visibly dimmed with disappointment. In such a location, the price of a property would barely reach 1 million at most, according to the current market trends for real estate agents. Mr. Cao Kuan is required to pay a commission fee of 1.5, while the landlord is also obligated to provide a fee of 1.5. Consequently, for a property valued at 1 million, she would receive a maximum of 30,000 yuan. However, this scenario represents the most optimistic outcome. Under typical circumstances, it is nearly impossible to fully realize the 3 commission fee. This is primarily, therefore, those purchasing properties hold the upper hand. Since you are the esteemed elder, it is only natural that the 1.5 commission fee from your side cannot be entirely appropriated. No more than 0.5, even a mere 0.5 is absent. The buyer's side has relinquished all intermediary fees, demanding solely from the seller. In essence, this means that her final amount would at most, with such a paltry sum, does Cao Kuan truly intend to negotiate terms with her? He cannot genuinely believe that this trifling amount would suffice to engage in intimate relations with her, can he? Absolutely not. At best, it might allow him a fleeting indulgence. She is, after all, a woman with principles. As these thoughts flickered through her mind, Liu Yuling sought to negotiate further, adopting a coy tone. "Mr. Cao, given how unfortunate I am, why must you still insist on negotiating terms? This property is merely a trivial matter for you, isn't it?" Cao Kuan nodded with a smile. "Indeed, a property is a trivial matter, but who said I am purchasing just one?" Huh. Liu Yuling's expression momentarily froze. You intend to buy 2? No? Cao Kuan shook his head. "I do not plan to purchase by the unit, I intend to buy by the sum." Buy by the sum? Upon hearing these words, Liu Yuling was utterly perplexed. What does it mean to buy by the sum? After years in real estate, this was the first time she had encountered such a novel expression. "Mr. Cao, I do not quite understand. What do you mean by buying by the sum?" Cao Kuan gazed into Liu Yuling's eyes and earnestly explained, "Buying by the sum means that I currently have 24 million yuan at my disposal, and I intend to invest this entire amount into properties in this vicinity, regardless of how many units I acquire, until the 24 million is fully expended. Do you understand?" Although the gold was sold for 22.45 million, Cao Kuan still possessed some savings. These savings, amounting to around 1.5 million, were painstakingly amassed by his grandfather over a lifetime of frugality, totaling precisely 24 million. Cao Kuan planned to gamble it all, converting this 24 million entirely into properties around Yundong district. After all, it was a surefire investment. Every additional penny invested now would yield significantly greater returns in the near future. In such a scenario, even a fool would recognize the wisdom of going all in. Chapter 12. What bottom line? Unfamiliar with the surroundings, Liu Yuling stared blankly at Cao Kuan, her mind seemingly emptied of all thought. To acquire 24 million and invest it entirely in real estate in this vicinity, rationality informed Liu Yuling that Cao Kuan was undoubtedly speaking nonsense, for, whether it was his attire or the shoes he wore, he bore no resemblance to someone capable of producing 24 million. Moreover, this was the Yundong district of High City. If it were a matter of urgent necessity, a modest sum could be justified for purchasing a property here, and Liu Yuling could comprehend that. However, the notion of someone like Cao Kuan wishing to splurge 24 million on speculative real estate in this area was utterly beyond her understanding. The entire populace of High City was aware that the focus of development currently lay to the west. The Yundong district had been relegated to a stepchild status, receiving scant attention in the near term. It was not far-fetched to predict that, even after 5 or 6 years, or perhaps even a decade, this place would remain unchanged. The development in the western region had only just commenced, and it was certain that the focus would not shift in the coming years. Thus, for at least the next 5 years, it was improbable that any significant changes would occur in Yeongdong district. And even when the western development reached its conclusion, it was not guaranteed that Yeongdong would be next in line for attention, as High City boasted several other districts. There was no imperative to direct growth toward Yeongdong, therefore, investing 24 million in real estate here was not only a perilous endeavor but also a profoundly foolish one. With such wealth, one might as well deposit it in a bank. Hence, rationality dictated to Liu Yuling that Cao Cohen was indeed speaking folly and that he could not possibly invest 24 million in speculative real estate here, yet, her intuition whispered otherwise, suggesting that Cao Cohen was not jesting. For, in the moments when he spoke those words, Liu Yuling could sense his genuine intent. If he truly intended to invest 24 million in this real estate venture. The mere thought sent a thrill of excitement coursing through Liu Yuling, her body trembling with anticipation. 24 million, if entirely allocated for property purchases, even without a cent of commission from Cao Cohen's side, the fees from the landlords alone would suffice to ensure her a life of abundance. Because 1.5 of 24 million amounts to a staggering 360,000, a sum like that is not merely sufficient, it is positively overwhelming. With such an influx of funds, she could comfortably rest for the night. Liu Yuling snapped back to reality, her gaze fixed intently on Cao Cohen's eyes, swallowing hard as she stammered, "Mr. Cao, you can't be joking, can you? You truly intend to invest 24 million here for real estate?" Cao Cohen smiled, pulling out his phone to reveal his bank account balance. This gesture was primarily intended to reassure Liu Yuling, for their workload ahead would be considerable. Should she harbor any doubts, her performance might falter. To circumvent any delays in his plans, he opted to provide her with this assurance, enabling her to focus wholeheartedly on her work. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000. Liu Yuling silently counted the money in Cao Cohen's account, her spirits instantly uplifted. Goodness, he truly possesses 24 million. Do you see? Cao Cohen tucked his phone away, chuckling, "The funds are ready, now it depends on whether you wish to profit." Absolutely. But now, with the fee set at 360,000, any notion of boundaries had vanished. Cao Cohen laughed heartily. "Rest assured, this task will certainly be entrusted to you. However, I must still outline my conditions." Liu Yuling was taken aback. Having already agreed to any terms, why were there still conditions? "What are your conditions?" she inquired. "First, I require that the entire 24 million be utilized to purchase properties within 1 week." Liu Yuling was astonished. 1 week, that time frame is exceedingly brief. Typically, the process of a property transaction, from the initial meeting to the completion of the transfer, spans several days. In the remote Yeongdong district, 24 million could roughly acquire around 30 properties. This means that it would be essential to ensure the transfer of 4 to 5 properties each day, or rather, no, that's not right, it must be at least 6 transfers per day. Since the property center is closed on weekends, there are only 5 days available for transactions in a week. 6 transfers per day, the pressure is immense, and there will be considerable preparation required for the paperwork. I do not want properties from any other areas. Liu Yuling surveyed her surroundings and nodded. This posed no issue. Real estate agents also operate within specific regions, and her focus lay within these nearby neighborhoods. Otherwise, she would not have been contacted by Cao Cohen. Third, the properties must be purchased outright. If they involve loans, as you know, one must first repay the bank, which introduces numerous additional steps, making it impossible to complete the transfer within a week. Liu Yuling nodded in agreement. "I understand. Rest assured, I will not seek properties with loans." And fourth, Cao Cohen added, "It is preferable that the sellers are not locals. Ideally, I wish to select those who appear to be outsiders looking to speculate on real estate. Properties that were originally priced at 7 to 8,000 per square meter, suddenly selling for 7 to 8 million, or even over 10 million per square meter within just a few days, are difficult for most to accept. If the sellers are locals, they may rally their relatives and friends to cause trouble, either pressuring for refunds or demanding a share of the excess profits. Although Cao Cohen is not intimidated by such confrontations, they remain a nuisance. Hence, it is best to avoid locals and target those who are clearly from outside and looking to speculate. Liu Yuling was unsure why Cao Cohen included such an unusual condition, yet she nodded in agreement. Chapter 13, Prison, University, Women. Subsequently, Cao Cohen and Liu Yuling engaged in further discussions regarding the finer details of purchasing a property. Once they had resolved any lingering issues, the two decided to part ways right then and there. It was not due to Liu Yuling's physical limitations that hindered their deeper communication, nor was Cao Cohen disinterested at this juncture. Rather, Liu Yuling found herself overwhelmed with an abundance of pressing tasks. Firstly, she needed to promptly return and select a suitable apartment, ensuring that properties with loans and those owned by locals were ruled out. Secondly, once she identified the appropriate options, she must contact each one individually, coordinating times for meetings between both parties. Lastly, she had to prepare the necessary documentation for the transfer of ownership, which constituted no small feat. In summary, it was unequivocally impossible for her to engage in any meaningful conversation with Cao Cohen today. Indeed, if she managed to remain busy enough to retire to bed by dawn, it would be considered a remarkable achievement. At 5:30 in the afternoon, in the outskirts of Haicheng, a taxi came to a halt before a sprawling and imposing structure. The door swung open, and Cao Cohen emerged, gazing upon the cold, solemn edifice before him. He inhaled deeply, savoring the moment, before lighting a cigarette and leaning against the taxi, silently smoking. This was the very place where he had been incarcerated for a decade in his previous life, Haicheng's second prison. At this moment, numerous familiar faces populated the prison grounds. For instance, the enigmatic Lei Lao San, who concealed 54.7 kilograms of gold and has never accounted for it. As a child, he witnessed his mother's murder, and upon growing up, he chose to annihilate the entire family of the perpetrator. The deranged Sun Liu Daju, imprisoned for the violent assault of numerous young girls, found himself coerced into becoming the prison's transport driver. Then there is Li Biao, an individual born with an extra Y chromosome, a hypermasculine figure. He committed abhorrent acts against his mother, left his father disabled, and hurled a neighbor from an upper floor, rendering them paralyzed. A volatile individual, he spent his days either assaulting others or en route to do so. Ultimately, it was only when Cao Cohen gouged out his eyes that he ceased his rampage. Yet, in this lifetime, it seems that Cao Cohen is destined to remain unconfined, leaving one to wonder who might eventually subdue this tempestuous hypermasculine figure. As scenes from his past life replayed in his mind, he finally stood upright after finishing 3 cigarettes. With a last glance at the second prison of Haicheng, he bid it farewell, opened the car door, and took his seat. "Driver, let us depart for Haicheng University." In his previous life, Cao Cohen harbored 3 significant regrets. The first was being wrongfully imprisoned, unable to clear his name. The second was the failure to avenge the Wang family. The third regret was never having attended university. For Cao Cohen, attending university symbolized not only the acquisition of knowledge and credentials but also fulfilled a long-held wish of his grandfather. Orphaned at a young age, he was raised by his grandfather, who believed that gaining a university education would stabilize one's life. Thus, sending Cao Cohen to university had always been his grandfather's heartfelt desire. Even 2 years prior, as Cao Cohen entered his second year of high school, the elder's final concern was whether his grandson would gain admission to a university. However, at that time, Cao Cohen was merely in his second year and had yet to take the college entrance examination. Although he eventually gained admission to university, he was subsequently wrongfully imprisoned due to the machinations of the Wang family. Hence, he had yet to fulfill his grandfather's wish for him to attend university. In this life, he finally had the opportunity to realize that aspiration. Coincidentally, the university he applied to was Haicheng University. Therefore, having arrived, he felt compelled to visit this place he had been unable to reach in his previous life. At 6 in the evening, Cao Cohen emerged from a taxi at the entrance of Haicheng University. It was summer break, and most students had returned home, leaving only a small fraction on campus. Consequently, Haicheng University appeared somewhat desolate, perhaps due to negligence on the part of the security, or perhaps due to the school's lax policies regarding outsiders. Cao Cohen was able to enter the campus with ease. It was indeed beautiful. There were lush green football fields, rows upon rows of basketball courts, and clusters of bamboo groves, as well as sycamore trees. Additionally, As he strolled through the sparsely populated campus, enjoying the tranquility, he suddenly paused, as if he had discovered something remarkable. Beside a dense grove of bamboo stood a woman of exquisite stature and beauty, sipping from a bottle of jiang xiaobai, tears streaming down her cheeks. What a captivating goddess! Cao Kun seldom used the term goddess to describe a woman, as he believed that it should be reserved for those possessing an extraordinary quality that set them apart. The woman he had previously encountered in a cheongsam, while stunning, could not compare to the one before him. At a mere glance, he deemed her a goddess, for she was far more enchanting and voluptuous than the woman in the cheongsam. An amusing thought crossed Cao Kuan's mind: some girls are incredibly wealthy, born into privilege, while this girl, though somewhat less affluent, possessed two luxurious Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles. Noticing Cao Kuan's gaze, the woman, still weeping, snapped at him, "What are you staring at? Never seen a woman cry before." Taken aback by her fierce demeanor, Cao Kun paused. Was she scolding him? How endearing! Was it true that girls become so charming when they are a bit fierce? With a smile, he approached her instead of retreating. "What is the matter? Got dumped?" A person drinking alone and tearfully weeping was, to Cao Kun, a clear indication of heartbreak. The woman wiped her reddened eyes and, in a tearful tone, retorted, "Do you even know how to speak? I am the one who dumped him. With my looks and figure, would you ever let me go?" Cao Kun contemplated for a moment and nodded in agreement. Indeed, given her appearance and physique, she was undeniably a captivating beauty. He was uncertain about others, but if it were him, as long as she hadn't crossed any of his boundaries, he would certainly never let her go. Just considering those two G-Class vehicles, he could never get enough of them and would never part with them. "Then why are you crying so sorrowfully?" Cao Kun inquired. This time, the woman ignored him, taking another swig of jiang xiaobai. Observing her indifference, Cao Kun nodded slightly and turned to leave. Having spent 3 years as a sycophant in his previous life, ultimately landing himself in prison, he had grown weary of that existence. Therefore, he decided not to pursue it any further. Just because one is beautiful and possesses an alluring figure does not entitle them to expect everyone to cater to their whims. Suddenly, just a few steps away, he heard the woman's voice call out behind him. "Hey, do you want to come along?" Cao Kun paused, turning back to face her. "Come along for what?" "To see the scenery deep within the bamboo grove." "Oh, what scenery? Why are you being so wishy-washy? Either come or don't." With that, she stood up and ventured into the bamboo grove. Watching her retreating figure, Cao Kun innocently rubbed his nose. Goodness, this girl is quite fierce. Why should I be compelled to reason with her? Resolute, he followed her into the grove. Chapter 14, The Disheartened Landlord. 2 hours later, in front of the bamboo grove, Cao Kun gazed at the departing figure of the girl, his emotions inevitably becoming somewhat convoluted. He had never anticipated that this girl had faced criticism for the very first time. Had she possessed a wealth of experience, he would have felt no psychological burden whatsoever. Their encounter was merely a fleeting exchange, a convivial sparring match that bore no implications of advantage or responsibility. However, the revelation that this was her inaugural experience cast a shadow over Cao Kun's heart, rendering him less carefree. Although the girl had left abruptly without uttering any demands for accountability, it felt as though she were the one embodying the role of the heartless individual. Yet, paradoxically, her nonchalance only heightened Cao Kun's discomfort. He felt an inexplicable urge to take some action, but what could he possibly do? He did not even know her name. It wasn't he for lack of trying. He had inquired, but she had withheld that information. He had even asked why she was drinking alone and weeping, whether she had been wronged by someone. Yet again, she had chosen not to disclose her reasons, insisting instead that he leave the university premises. It seemed that at night, the campus security was particularly stern towards outsiders. This piqued Cao Kun's curiosity. How did she discern that he was not a student of Haicheng University? Did he appear overly mature, as if he were a seasoned member of society? That could not be the case. Although his soul might indeed possess a certain maturity, his body was still merely 18 years of age. He had even posed the question to her, asking how she had recognized him as an outsider, but she had offered no response. As he watched her silhouette fade into the distance until it vanished completely, Cao Kun let out a self-deprecating chuckle. How absurd, a girl can be so carefree. yet here I am, a man, fretting like a woman. With that, he shook his head with a smile and departed from the scene. At 10:30 in the evening, in a five-star hotel room in Haicheng, Cao Cohen entered, arms laden with bags filled with various delicacies. After experiencing the benefits of their rice bucket 72 style, he found himself increasingly eager to discover the ultimate potential of his body. Consequently, he devised a rigorous exercise regimen for himself, committing to at least 3 hours of daily workout. Given his pace of executing the rice bucket 72 style, every 10 minutes, he could complete it 18 times in that span. Each session required a baseline of 1 pound of cooked beef, meaning he would need to prepare at least 18 pounds for a full workout. Of course, he did not actually prepare 18 pounds of beef. Having learned his lesson from the previous night's excessive consumption of eggs, he was determined not to repeat that mistake. Thus, he procured an assortment of foods for the evening: dumplings, steamed buns, skewers, steak. The next morning, at 7:30, as Cao Cohen emerged from the hotel, Liu Yuling stifled a yawn while helping him open the passenger door. Observing the fatigue etched on Liu Yuling's face, with bloodshot eyes betraying her weariness, Cao Cohen could not resist a playful jab. "So, did your husband return last night?" From their conversation the day prior, Cao Cohen had learned that Liu Yuling's husband had been on a business trip, having left for just 2 days and still needing to wait several more days before his return. Liu Yuling shot him a forlorn glance. "Oh, do you know what time I finally got to bed? 3 a.m. I crawled into bed at 3 and woke up just past 6. I feel like I'm about to collapse." Seeing her despondent demeanor, Cao Cohen burst into laughter. "Oh, I know. I'm aware you had a tough night, but this is all for the sake of earning money, right? Just think of the financial rewards. This little fatigue is nothing in comparison. Wouldn't you agree?" At his words, Liu Yuling's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, the reason for her exhaustion was the pursuit of financial gain. Faced with a brokerage fee of 360,000, this level of fatigue was negligible. She would gladly endure even a month of sleepless nights if it meant securing that commission. True enough, Liu Yuling chuckled, sliding into the car. "In any case, let us grab some breakfast first, and then we'll meet the first landlord." With that, she pressed the accelerator and drove away. At 9 o'clock in the morning, in the Yundong district of Haicheng, at a cafe by their window, Cao Cohen and Liu Yuling approached their table. A middle-aged man in his 40s awaited them. He was Huang Jiahao, the first landlord Cao Cohen was set to meet today. Huang Jiahao, originally from Guang province, had invested in 8 properties a few years ago when the real estate market was flourishing. At the time of purchase, the price was 8,500 per square meter, which he believed was already quite low, ensuring a profit. Little did he know that years later, the value of those properties would not only stagnate but plummet to 700 per square meter. With 8 units averaging around 130 to 140 square meters each, he was losing approximately 800 per square meter, a total loss of around 800,000 to 900,000. As he watched the property values in the Yundong district languish, Huang Jiahao decided it was time to cut his losses. However, the market had other plans. His 8 units had been listed with Liu Yuling for nearly 3 months, yet not a single one had sold. This predicament was driving him to the brink of despair, turning his hair grey with worry. He was not a particularly wealthy individual from Guang province. If he could not liquidate this investment soon, his financial chain would snap, leading to dire consequences. Thus, when Liu Yuling called him last night to inform him of a prospective buyer, he immediately boarded a train to meet her. Chapter 15, Securing 8 Properties. Mr. Huang, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Cao Cohen, as I mentioned over the phone. Mr. Cao, this is Mr. Huang Jiahao, the owner of the 8 properties. As a mediator, Liu Yuling took the initiative to introduce Cao Cohen and Huang Jiahao to each other. Huang Jiahao, clearly more anxious than Cao Cohen, eagerly grasped Cao Cohen's hand as soon as the introductions were completed. Hello, Mr. Cao, I must say, you truly live up to Manager Liu's description, impressive and remarkably accomplished. Especially your good looks, Mr. Cao. You could easily have a street full of admirers in our province. Upon hearing Huang Jiahao's flattery, Cao Cohen burst into laughter. Mr. Huang, you flatter me, a street full of admirers would be overwhelming. Half a street would suffice. This humorous retort elicited hearty laughter from both Liu Yuling and Huang Jiahao, creating a much more congenial atmosphere. Once the trio settled down, Liu Yuling proactively poured a cup of coffee for both Cao Cohen and Huang Jiahao. Huang Jiahao was the first to break the silence. I heard from Manager Liu that you intend to purchase a batch of properties here, Mr. Cao. May I ask if you've come across any insider information? As someone who had the means to acquire 8 properties a few years back, Huang Jiahao was undoubtedly astute. He was well aware that the current climate in the Yundong district was not conducive for property speculation in the coming years, yet, Cao Cohen's entrance into the market at this juncture piqued Huang Jiahao's curiosity. Could it be that he had stumbled upon some valuable information regarding the market? Cao Cohen smiled wryly at Huang Jiahao's inquiry. Mr. Huang, you jest, there are no whispers of opportunity here. I simply find myself at a loss for what to do. If there were any promising investment projects, you would still be speculating in real estate during these times. Ultimately, I am merely taking a gamble. With that, Cao Cohen seriously raised 3 fingers and continued, I shall not conceal my intentions, Mr. Huang. I am willing to invest here for a maximum of 3 years. If, after 3 years, property values remain stagnant, regardless of profit or loss, I will undoubtedly withdraw. Huang Jiahao, taking Cao Cohen's demeanor at face value, took a deep breath and remarked, indeed, the current economic climate is rather dismal, and there are very few enviable investment opportunities. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and realizing the atmosphere had become more amiable, Cao Cohen steered the conversation toward the 8 properties. Mr. Huang, Manager Liu has already briefed me on the 8 properties you hold. To be frank, I find them quite appealing, but I do feel the price is somewhat elevated. Huang Jiahao's expression turned bitter. Mr. Cao, 700 per square meter is hardly exorbitant. I purchased them at 500 per square meter back in the day. Selling them now, I would incur a loss of 800 yuan per square meter. Cao Cohen nodded, chuckling. I understand your predicament, Mr. Huang. However, the calculations do not quite add up. While you purchased at 500, given the current market conditions in the Yundong district, the value simply does not support that price. Moreover, 700 is rather steep. You could verify this with Manager Liu. As a representative of the buyer's market, Liu Yuling was certainly aligned with her client. She turned to Huang Jiahao, her smile tinged with a hint of sorrow. Mr. Huang, I must speak candidly. 700 is indeed not a low price. Your 8 properties have been listed with me for 3 months now. During this time, there have been inquiries, but as soon as potential buyers hear the price of 700, they lose interest. At this, Huang Jiahao's countenance darkened. He furrowed his brow and turned to Cao Cohen. What price do you believe would be appropriate, Mr. Cao? 500, Cao Cohen replied decisively. Should Mr. Huang be willing to sell at this price, I will acquire all 8 properties, and we can proceed to the property center today. The funds will be transferred to your account today. Initially hesitant about the 500 price point, Huang Jiahao swiftly made his decision upon hearing that the money could be transferred immediately. He agreed to sell. Desperation for the funds prevailed, and considering he would already be losing 800 per square meter, an additional loss of 200 seemed inconsequential. Very well. We must proceed to the transfer immediately. I have matters to attend to back in my province, and I must return promptly. Today is Friday. If we miss this opportunity, we will have to wait another 2 days for the transfer, and I cannot afford to linger here. Not a problem, Cao Cohen smiled. As long as Manager Liu has all the necessary documents prepared, I am ready to proceed. Absolutely, I have everything in order. Liu Yuling beamed, her excitement palpable. Let us head to the property center now. 8 properties, each ranging from 130 to 140 square meters. Roughly calculated, the commission would amount to no less than 100,000 yuan. Had Huang Jiahao not been present, Liu Yuling would have been tempted to exuberantly celebrate with Cao Cohen. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was 4:30 in the afternoon. At the real estate center in Yundong district, Huang Jiahao departed in a taxi, all while being seen off by Cao Cohen and Liu Yuling. At last, the transaction was complete. Each property required a separate processing number for the transfer, and with one staff member absent due to illness, the process took longer than anticipated. However, everything was finally accomplished. Cao Cohen had purchased the 8 properties at a price of 7,500 per square meter, totaling 1 million yuan. On the other hand, Liu Yuling had also received a commission of 1.5 from Huang Jiahao, amounting to over 120,000. She accepted a round sum of 120,000. Observing the beaming smile that graced Liu Yuling's lips, Cao Cohen playfully patted her on the rear and remarked, "We haven't even reached mealtime yet. How about we first take a look at your 8 properties? The properties have already been transferred, yet you haven't even seen what they look like." "It would be rather inappropriate not to take a look," Cao Cohen said, nodding seriously at Liu Yuling's suggestive expression. "That makes sense. Let us go see the houses first." Half an hour later, Cao Cohen and Liu Yuling arrived at the first property. It was a spacious 3-bedroom apartment, previously rented to a young couple. It still contained some rudimentary furniture and appliances. The master bedroom featured a bed, mattress, and air conditioning. The kitchen housed a rice cooker, while the bathroom was equipped with a water heater, items left behind by the couple. After touring the apartment, they returned to the master bedroom. Noticing Cao Cohen pull the curtains and turn on the air conditioning, Liu Yuling, seemingly aware of what was about to unfold, bit her lip and smiled shyly, effortlessly locking the bedroom door behind her. Chapter 16. Returning home to settle accounts with the school beauty. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. 85 in the afternoon, as the door creaked open, Cao Cohen and Liu Yuling finally emerged. Since they had entered the room at 5 o'clock on Friday, they had remained sequestered for a full 2 days. Aside from a few deliveries and the occasional opening of the door, the entrance had been steadfastly shut. "I still advise you to engage with them individually. Negotiating one by one allows for better price reductions. If you address them all at once, their numbers will surely hinder your bargaining power," Liu Yuling remarked as she steadied herself against the wall while descending the stairs, casting a glance back at Cao Cohen. Huang Jiahao had directly depleted 1/3 of Cao Cohen's available funds, yet there was but a solitary Huang Jiahao among the landlords Liu Yuling had lined up for him. Each possessed at most 2 or 3 properties, with some owning merely 1. This implied that Cao Cohen would need to meet several, possibly over a dozen landlords, to invest all his money in properties. Meeting each one separately felt overly cumbersome to him, so he suggested Liu Yuling arrange for them to gather collectively for the price of 7,500 per square meter. He would buy if they accepted, and if not, so be it. After all, Liu Yuling had other landlords eager to sell, so he harbored no worries about securing sufficient properties. "Forget it, meeting them one by one is too much trouble," Cao Cohen replied, shaking his head. "With only a couple of properties in hand, if I were to meet and negotiate with each one, I can't even fathom how much time it would consume. I could be spending that time on something more enjoyable, right?" As he spoke, Cao Cohen winked at Liu Yuling. Upon witnessing this, Liu Yuling burst into laughter, rolling her eyes as she said, "Honestly, it's never-ending. Is it truly that difficult to earn a commission from you?" "What do you mean?" Cao Cohen chuckled as he lit a cigarette. "What I meant was, with this time, I might as well explore some nearby shops and seek out some delicious food. I've been cooped up at home eating takeout for the past 2 days, and it hasn't been satisfying at all." Oh, so that was his intention. Liu Yuling felt a bit embarrassed and smiled. "I happen to know of some delightful eateries nearby. Let's discuss it after the negotiations, and if time permits, I'll take you there." Before long, Cao Cohen found himself in the company of the landlords wishing to sell their properties. There were 9 landlords in total, holding 17 properties. However, unlike Huang Jiaho's spacious 130 to 140 square meter residence, these 17 properties were not as grand. While there were a couple of 130 to 140 square meter units, the majority were around 100 square meters or even 80 to 90 square meters. Facing these 9 landlords, Cao Cohen made a straightforward offer, 7,500 yuan per square meter. Those willing to sell would proceed, and those who were not could walk away. Ultimately, 6 landlords acquiesced to the sale. After setting the transfer date with the 6 landlords, Cao Cohen and Liu Yuling grabbed a quick bite outside before returning to his property. Days continued to drift by. Under Liu Yuling's meticulous arrangement, everything progressed in an orderly fashion. On Monday, the property center handled the transfers, consuming the entire day, followed by dinner and rest with Liu Yuling. Tuesday mirrored the pattern: morning at the property center, afternoon meeting landlords, and evening spent shopping, dining, and resting. Wednesday followed suit, and so did Thursday. The reason for not meeting landlords on Thursday was that Cao Cohen had finally purchased all the properties with the funds at his disposal. However, he had not exhausted the entire 24 million he possessed. He spent a total of 23.8 million, leaving him with 200,000 remaining. This sum was evidently insufficient. Friday passed without any outings. Saturday came and went without a venture outside. Then, on Sunday at 3 in the afternoon, after 3 full days of confinement, Cao Cohen and Liu Yuling finally stepped out of the house. They had no choice. Liu Yuling's husband was returning that evening, expected home around 8 o'clock. Should he discover her absence, his suspicions would undoubtedly be aroused. Cao Cohen considered. Thus, he resolutely chose to conclude their rendezvous. As before, Liu Yuling held her bag in her right hand and braced herself against the wall, taking careful steps. In contrast, Cao Cohen appeared more vigorous and spirited than ever. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the community, Cao Cohen watched as Liu Yuling drove away. Once she departed, he too made his exit, hailing a cab to leave the premises. With matters in Yundong district resolved, it was time for him to pursue other endeavors, for instance, exacting revenge on Wang Shanshan and her family. Had it not been for the pressing issues in Yundong district, the situation in Yundong district had afforded them a few extra days of tranquility, but now that it was settled, it was time to unleash chaos upon them. However, before departing from Haicheng, Cao Cohen had one more task to attend to: rent an apartment near Haicheng University. With approximately half a month left before the academic year commenced, whether to rectify his past regrets of not attending university or to fulfill his grandfather's long-held aspirations, he was determined to enroll. Of course, he would not reside in the university dormitory. It was not due to a lack of sociability. Rather, he had resolved that the secrets of their feeding bucket 72 techniques were not to be divulged. Living in a dormitory would not only hinder his practice of these techniques but also risk exposure, which he could not tolerate. Chapter 17: Midnight Conversations in the Cemetery. The process of renting a house went remarkably smoothly. Thanks to the summer vacation, there was a relatively abundant supply of housing options, and it took Cao Cohen less than an hour to finalize everything. He secured a property located merely a 10-minute walk from Haicheng University, featuring 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, fully furnished with appliances, ready for immediate move-in. With the rental matter settled, Cao Cohen felt that his affairs in Haicheng had reached a satisfactory conclusion, and he then took a taxi to the train station. At 11:30 at night, in Shi County, at the exit of the train station, Cao Cohen emerged alone, carrying his bag. As a small county town, Shi County's foot traffic could hardly compare to that of a first-tier city like Haicheng. Furthermore, given the late hour, the number of passengers venturing out was sparse, resulting in Cao Cohen being the sole disembarking passenger from the train. It felt as though the entire train station had been constructed solely for his presence. Upon exiting the station, he noticed only 2 or 3 taxis idling outside, and he promptly walked toward one of them. "Hey, handsome, where to?" The driver, who was smoking outside, noticing the driver smoking, he felt a sudden urge for a cigarette as well and lit one while standing at the car door. The moment the driver heard South Cemetery, he paused his smoking, looking somewhat taken aback. A visit to a cemetery at this hour, it felt rather unsettling. Seeing the driver momentarily lost in thought, Cao Cohen chuckled and said, "I'm just going to pay respects to my grandfather." "What's the matter, afraid to go?" The driver snapped back to reality and laughed. "Why would I be afraid? I just meant that at this time of night, it's certainly unusual, but let us go." Half an hour later, upon arriving at the South Cemetery, the driver halted the vehicle. "Do you need me to wait for you?" The South Cemetery, situated on the outskirts of Shi County, was a rather desolate locale, devoid of anything but the cemetery itself. Consequently, even during the day, traffic to this area was minimal. If the driver did not remain to wait, Cohen would undoubtedly struggle to find another ride tonight. Gratefully acknowledging the driver's kindness, Cohen shook his head with a smile. "No need, sir. I haven't spoken with my grandfather in ages. I might be a while. You can head back." With that, he exited the car. The driver said nothing further, executing a U-turn and returning to the town. Once the driver had driven off into the distance, Cohen turned to gaze at the South Cemetery behind him. Being merely a small county cemetery, it appeared quite rudimentary. In fact, there were no caretakers present even at this late hour. Facing the towering entrance gate of the cemetery, Cohen took a running start and leaped high, effortlessly flipping over the gate. Fortunately, as there were no guards on duty, otherwise, they might have thought they had witnessed a ghost. Upon landing, Cohen was momentarily taken aback by his own feat. He had anticipated he could make such a jump, but he had not expected it to be so effortless. Clearly, his physical condition was far superior to what he had anticipated. As this thought crossed his mind, a figure flashed through his memory: Yang Ping. Damn it, if that scoundrel Yang Ping had shared all the secrets of the feeding bucket 72 styles with me in my past life, I wouldn't he have spent 10 years in prison. I would have long since leaped to freedom. After muttering to himself, Cohen seemed to recall something and shook his head with a smile. Forget it, Yang Ping certainly could not bear the blame for this, for it was not that he chose not to teach. Rather, he lacked the knowledge himself. Although that unnamed book had always been in his possession, he had clearly only grasped the basics, never mastering its entirety. It was akin to possessing a treasure trove yet being unable to enter its gates. Perhaps it was simply a matter of fate. Lost in these thoughts, Cohen soon arrived at the northeastern corner of the cemetery. His gaze fell upon a small, unassuming grave, and his eyes instinctively grew misty. If there was anyone in this world who had truly cared for him, apart from his late grandfather, he could scarcely recall another. That frugal and humble old man had devoted his life to the hope that his grandson would live a safe and sound life. Yet, such a simple wish ultimately fell through the cracks. Not only that, but even his own grave had been desecrated, his ashes scattered, leading to a fate where nothing but bones remained. Every time he thought of this, Cohen felt an overwhelming urge for vengeance. Whatever anger or frustration he harbored, it was directed at those responsible. What skill was it to disturb the grave of an elderly man? The person had already passed on, reduced to ashes. Why could they not let him rest in peace? Reflecting on the scenes of his past life, Cohen clenched his teeth and fists, kneeling before the grave with a thud. After taking a deep breath, he retrieved some offerings from his backpack, such as roasted chicken and duck, and began to speak to the grave. "Grandfather, I'm sorry. In my past life, your grandson was a fool, wrongfully imprisoned and even had your grave desecrated, with your ashes scattered. But rest assured, this time around, your grandson will not engage in such foolish acts of heroism. And those who wronged us in the past, I will ensure they pay for their transgressions. You can trust that I remember each and every one of them, and none shall escape." As he spoke these words, Cohen felt a surge of energy release within him, bringing a sense of relief. He then sat before the grave, smoking, drinking, and consuming the offerings, recounting tales from his previous life. "Old man, it's not that your grandson chose to forego university, it was simply that he was wrongfully accused and thrown into prison. Do you remember Wang Shanshan? The girl you said was so beautiful, and you remarked that if I could marry her, it would surely be a blessing from our past life. I earned her grandmother's favor, but you have no idea how despicable her family is. Her mother was in danger of assault, and when I bravely intervened to save her, her family turned against me, framing me as a murderer. Old man, tell me, is this something a person could do? It's utterly beneath contempt. You know your grandson's looks, handsome, tall, fair-skinned, so when I first arrived in prison, I'm not exaggerating when I say at least half the inmates wanted to take advantage of me. And just like that, I seized the opportunity and crushed 2 of his eggs, reducing that fellow to a state of humiliation. From that moment on, no one dared to touch your grandson. You're aware of the term super male, right? It means possessing an extra. Well, never mind, you wouldn't understand, just know that they have stronger libidos and greater violence than the average person, like raving lunatics. Of course, not every super male is a lunatic, but those who end up in our maximum security prison are undoubtedly the most unhinged. Initially, there were over a dozen super males in our prison, and every day was a tumultuous affair. There wasn't a single day without fights and bloodshed. I distinctly remember a fellow named Wang Haran, a savage who hung his father and made him watch as he violated his mother. This guy met a gruesome end, killed by another super male, and when they found him, he was almost sliced in half. Chapter 18. Editing video. Having not visited his grandfather's grave for a decade, Cao Kun had an abundance of words he wished to convey. As he sat there, the floodgates of conversation opened, and before he realized it, the eastern horizon began to brighten. After finishing the last sip of wine, Cao Kun looked at the scattered cigarette butts around him and the offerings he had devoured completely. A grin spread across his face. I've spoken so freely that I've finished the offerings I brought for you, dear grandfather. Next time, I promise to bring you something better. With that said, Cao Kun stood up and continued, Grandfather, after sharing so much with you, I want to reassure you that your grandson will surely live a life of safety and richness. As for indulgences and pleasures, and having numerous wives and concubines, those matters are trivial. Just wait and see how your grandson performs. I must take my leave now, so do not worry about me. I shall visit again soon. With that, Cao Kun bestowed a radiant smile upon the grave, waved his hand, and departed towards the lightening sky in the east. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in a dilapidated room, Cao Kun emerged naked from his bedroom, heading to the washroom. Having hardly rested during his days in Haicheng, coupled with a sleepless night, he first indulged in a much-needed nap after returning from the cemetery. After washing up for more than 10 minutes, Cao Kun arrived before the full-length mirror in the living room. Observing his reflection, his physique appeared chiseled as if sculpted, with defined angles and prominently showcased muscles, causing the corners of his mouth to lift involuntarily. One cannot deny the remarkable effectiveness of the 72 posture regimen. In a mere few days, his body had reached the condition it had in his past life, perhaps even surpassing it, more explosive and handsome. After all, his current physique bore no unsightly scars. It was fair and pristine, exuding the beauty of virile strength, especially with those 8 well-defined abdominal muscles, which radiated power at first glance. Habitually glancing at his form, Cao Kun smiled and then returned to his bedroom to power on his computer. He had acquired a residence in Yundong district, paid his respects to his grandfather, taken a restorative sleep, and rejuvenated his spirit. It was time to seek vengeance if he was to maintain his dignity. Once the computer booted up completely, Cao Kun adept accessed the C drive and opened a video. At the beginning of the video, in a dimly lit alley, a voluptuous young woman was swiftly dragged in by 3 thugs. It was the footage of Beijing, Wang Shanshan's mother, being bullied by those ruffians. Due to the urgency of matters in Yundong district, Cao Kun had not taken the time to properly review this video after filming it that night. Before long, having watched the video, an idea struck him. Although Beijing was coerced, this coercion was not pervasive throughout the entire footage. If he were to splice together the segments, removing the beginning and the end while retaining only the middle portion, it would appear to be an extramarital affair video. Cao Kun's lips curled into a smirk as he murmured, "My dear Uncle Wang, I hope you will enjoy this." With that, he launched into the video editing software and began his work. Within just a few minutes, he successfully completed the editing process. After double-checking the video to ensure everything was in order, he promptly copied it onto a USB drive. At that moment, a phone call suddenly interrupted him. The caller ID displayed, Sun Wei. Upon seeing this name, Cao Kun's eyes narrowed, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered within him. Chapter 19. Do you truly know what kind of person your wife is? If one were to inquire of Cao Kun whom he most ardently wished to exact vengeance upon, the unequivocal answer would undoubtedly be the Wang family, particularly Wang Shanshan and her parents. For had it not been for them, he would not have borne the unjust stigma of being a murderer, nor would he have languished in prison for a decade. Beyond the Wang family, the individual who had just called, Sun Wei, would certainly rank as a close second, if not a contender for the foremost position. Sun Wei, a classmate of Cao Kun during their 3 years in high school, had shared innumerable late-night study sessions, film viewings, and indulgences in smoking and drinking with him, to the extent that one might rightfully deem him a bosom buddy. Yet, this so-called best friend, upon Cao Cohen's wrongful incarceration, not only failed to visit him even once but also spread malicious rumors, anxiously distancing himself from their friendship. Were it merely a matter of slandering him, Cao Cohen might have understood, recognizing the unfortunate reality that being associated with a convicted murderer would cast a shadow upon any reputation. However, Sun Wei's transgressions went far beyond mere words. In his fervor to dissociate himself, he had conspired with another so-called friend to desecrate Cao Cohen's grandfather's grave, scattering the old man's ashes. For Cao Cohen, his grandfather was his sole family member. The old man had passed before Cao Cohen could perform his filial duties, leaving him with a profound sense of regret. Yet, Sun Wei and his accomplice had ensured that his grandfather met with the ultimate indignity in death. This, Cao Cohen could not possibly tolerate. The inability to honor his grandfather in life was one thing, but to deny him a dignified resting place was altogether unacceptable. What, then, was the purpose of his grandfather's efforts in raising him, if not to bestow him with dignity? It would have been more commendable to have nurtured a dog. In his previous life, had he possessed the opportunity, he would have long since taken Sun Wei and his accomplices' heads. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Cao Cohen glanced at his incessantly ringing phone on the desk and answered it with a swift motion. Hello. The somber expression on his face vanished, replaced by a cheerful demeanor. What's up, Sun Wei? Cohen Ji, what are you busy with? Sun Wei's voice was somewhat muffled, as though he were chewing. Nothing much, Cao Cohen replied. I stayed up all night reading a novel and only managed to sleep past 7 this morning, and I just woke up. Wow, Cohen Ji, your holiday life is rather indulgent, Sun Wei laughed. You've slept until now. Come play cards, we're short one player. If Sun Wei had a passion, it would undoubtedly be playing cards, whether it be Do Di Ju, Pai Ju, or Jar Jin Hoer. He was utterly addicted. He could play all night long, often neglecting meals in favor of the game. Cao Cohen had previously remarked that Sun Wei seemed possessed whenever cards were involved. In that fleeting moment, Cao Cohen devised a plan to deal with Sun Wei. There was no denying it, his weakness was glaringly obvious. However, the timing was not yet right. He would need to bide his time a little longer. With these musings, Cao Cohen remarked, What game are you playing? You know I'm not particularly skilled, and besides, I need to continue my reading. Come on, Sun Wei implored. Cohen Ji, just play for a bit. What's the point of reading when you can join us? It's not for money, just for fun. No, Cao Cohen refused. I'm about to fall asleep, and I need to rest some more. Seeing that Cao Cohen was resolute in his decision, Sun Wei relented. All right then, I'll see if anyone else wants to join. With that, he hung up the phone. Cao Cohen, observing the disconnected call, couldn't help but smirk. My dear brother, cherish these fleeting moments of joy while you can. Soon enough, that joy will be a thing of the past. At 8:30 in the evening, in the bustling snack street of Beicheng, Xie County, Cao Cohen approached a crowded food stall. At that moment, a man in his 30s was preparing to settle his bill. He fumbled in his pocket for his phone, attempting to unlock it with his fingerprint. However, whether due to greasy fingers or a malfunctioning screen, he failed several times before opting to enter his password instead. 020304. After unlocking his phone, he opened WeChat, scanning to complete the transaction. The entire process had its minor hiccups, but ultimately proceeded smoothly. Payment made, food collected, and off he went. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, a slightly taller young man brushed past him. 5 minutes later, Cao Cohen walked out of the snack street. Once in a secluded area, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a phone that belonged to the very man he had just seen at the stall. After 10 years in prison, Cao Cohen had not idled away his time. Such petty thievery was second nature to him. The prison had been rife with individuals skilled in such arts, and he had unwittingly absorbed their techniques. After entering the password, he easily accessed the phone. Rather than rummaging through any potentially scandalous photos or videos, he directly opened WeChat and selected Add Friend, inputting a phone number that of Wang Shanshan's father, Wang Yifu. As a devoted admirer of Wang Shanshan for 3 years, Cao Cohen possessed not only her contact details but also those of her parents, thus, sending a video to Wang Yifu was a straightforward task. However, this would expose him, therefore, he required a discreet WeChat ID that would not arouse Wang Yifu's suspicion. To ensure his friend request would be accepted, he included a note: "Sad smiley Wang Yifu, add me, it's urgent." As Cao Cohen sent this friend request, a mere 3 minutes passed before he received a notification that it had been accepted, accompanied by a message from Wang Yifu. Wang Yifu. Who are you? Wang Yifu sad smiley what's the urgent matter? Upon reading Wang Yifu's messages, a smile crept across Cao Cohen's face. He first transferred the edited video from his phone to this device via Bluetooth before replying. Who I am is inconsequential, what matters is, do you truly know what kind of person your wife is? Thanks to his extensive admiration for Wang Shanshan, Cao Cohen had garnered some insight into Wang Yifu's character. He was a man of pronounced machismo, plagued by jealousy. Indeed, when Beijing had previously held a respectable job that required occasional travel, he had pressured her to resign, suspecting her of infidelity. Thus, Cao Cohen was confident that his message would ensnare Wang Yifu's attention. Chapter 20: 2 Women and 1 Man. Chaos ensues as anticipated. The moment Cao Cohen sent his message, Wang Yifu promptly responded. Wang Yifu sad smiley, who exactly are you? Wang Yifu sad smiley, moreover, I know my wife better than you do. Don't think that your mere insinuations can deceive me. Our marital bond is strong. Upon reading Wang Yifu's reply, a smirk crept across Cao Cohen's face. How eloquent, what kind of man, whose wife must resign from her job while traveling for work due to his insecurities, dares to utter such words? His bravado seems to be the only thing unwavering about him. Amused, Cao Cohen replied directly. Oh dear, you truly are a pitiable man. To be honest, I almost feel reluctant to unveil the harsh realities to you. Wang Yifu sad smiley, what harsh realities? Spare me your theatrics, I have absolute faith in my wife. Cao Cohen sad smiley, har har har, at your age, your naivety is rather endearing. Fine, since you trust your wife so much, I won't share the exhilarating video of her with another man. Goodbye. Barely had Cao Cohen sent this message when Wang Yifu immediately shot back. Wang Yifu sad smiley, wait, you can't just leave like this. Wang Yifu sad smiley, what video of her with another man? You must clarify. Wang Yifu sad smiley, I'm telling you, that can't possibly be my wife. It's likely just someone resembling her. Send me the video so I can see for myself. Seeing the 3 messages from Wang Yifu, Cao Cohen could no longer contain his laughter. This was his trust, proclaiming faith while acting out of suspicion. Without further ado, Cao Cohen sent the video along with an additional message. I bet your wife isn't nearly as joyful when she's with you. Accompanying this message, Cao Cohen deleted both their accounts and hastily erased the video from his phone. Then, with a swift twist, he shattered the device into several pieces, resembling a twisted mass. Finally, he tossed the useless phone into the trash and left the scene with an air of nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, in a bathroom of a residential complex in Shire County, Wang Yifu sat on the toilet, staring at the video playing on his phone, his fists tightening with each passing moment, even the veins on his forehead bulging. He had initially believed it might merely be someone who bore likeness to his wife. However, the moment he opened the video, despair engulfed him. Years of marriage had made Wang Yifu intimately familiar with Beijing's body. Every feature, every characteristic of the woman in the video mirrored that of Beijing. Even the expressions of ecstasy and the sounds she emitted were identical. Thus, it was undeniably Beijing. He never anticipated that the wife he had shared his life with for so many years would betray him, and with 3 men, no less. Wretched woman. Harlot. Slut. As the 11-minute video concluded, Wang Yifu could no longer suppress the fury ignited by betrayal, forgetting even to pull up his shorts as he charged out like a rabid dog. In the living room, Beijing and Wang Shanshan were cozily seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television show. Upon seeing Wang Yifu burst from the bathroom, Beijing's brow furrowed immediately. She intended to remind him to maintain decorum, not to appear before their daughter clad only in boxers, but before she could speak, Wang Yifu lunged at her. You filthy whore, I'll kill you. Without a second thought, he slapped Bai Jing across the face, rendering her momentarily stunned. Before she could regain her composure, Wang Yifu yanked her hair and began to strike her left and right. How could you be so despicable, living without a man? The sharp cracks of slaps, Wang Yifu's furious curses, and Bai Jing's anguished screams left Wang Shanshan, who had never witnessed such a scene, utterly bewildered. Regaining her senses, she broke into tears and rushed to strike Wang Yifu. Dad, you've lost your mind. What are you doing? Let go of my mom. A furious man cannot be subdued by two women. Wang Shanshan's intervention did not awaken Wang Yifu, but rather fueled his rage further. After all his hard work to provide for the family, how could her mother betray him with other men, and she siding with her? You ungrateful wretch! Wang Yifu kicked Wang Shanshan in the stomach, sending her sprawling 2 meters away, rolling on the ground. Meanwhile, Bai Jing, who had been on the receiving end of the beating, upon witnessing her daughter being kicked, instinctively clawed at Wang Yifu's face in a fierce maternal instinct. Bloody scratches appeared on Wang Yifu's face in an instant. Seeing her parents engaged in a brutal struggle, Wang Shanshan, helpless and terrified, dialed 110 while sobbing. Hello, is this 110? My dad is trying to kill my mom. Please come quickly, the address is Huayuan Community. After hanging up, witnessing her mother being pinned down and beaten again, Wang Shanshan let out a primal scream, seized the television from the cabinet, and swung it towards Wang Yifu's head with all her might. Bang! The LCD screen shattered instantly, but alas, the force was insufficient to knock Wang Yifu unconscious. With a shard of the screen embedded in his forehead, Wang Yifu slowly turned to Wang Shanshan, his eyes bloodshot like a beast ready to devour. After all my hard work raising you, you dare to strike me. In the next moment, he disregarded Bai Jing, advancing towards Wang Shanshan and delivering a resounding slap. You ungrateful wretch, I wasted my efforts on you. The sight of her daughter being struck ignited a fierce resolve within Bai Jing, and with a cry, she charged at Wang Yifu, biting his leg. Wang Yifu howled in pain, disregarding Wang Shanshan as he kicked his leg to break free. A sizable chunk of flesh was nearly bitten from his calf. Seeing this, Wang Yifu's rage intensified. He raised his leg and aimed a kick at Bai Jing's head. Meanwhile, Wang Shanshan, after receiving the slap, decided to fight back recklessly. To hell with this. This life is unbearable. She grabbed every decorative bottle and liquor bottle from the cabinet and hurled them at Wang Yifu. 5 minutes later, a police car pulled up outside. Due to the proximity of Wang Shanshan's neighborhood to the street police station, and the fact that she reported a potential homicide, the officers arrived swiftly. 3 policemen exited the vehicle and quickly ascended the stairs. Upon entering Wang Shanshan's home, they were taken aback by the chaotic scene before them. The floor was a disaster, the coffee table was shattered, the television lay in ruins, and glass shards were strewn everywhere. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol, and blood was splattered throughout. At that moment, 3 figures entwined on the ground continued to roll and strike one another relentlessly. Chapter 21, Seeking Refuge. With Cao Cohen observing the 3 individuals entwined in a fray, the trio of police officers promptly intervened to halt the escalating brawl. Each officer subdued one of the combatants, forcibly separating Wang Shanshan, Bai Jing, and Wang Yifu. Despite being physically restrained, Wang Yifu remained irate, his eyes ablaze with fury as he hurled expletives at Bai Jing. You filthy whore, you wretched creature, 4 years, I have toiled like a dog to sustain this household, and this is how you repay me. To hell with your entire family. Although Bai Jing was no match for Wang Yifu's aggression, the confrontation ignited a fierce resolve within her. In that moment, she relinquished any hope of continuing their life together, her heart now devoid of restraint. You worthless piece of trash, how dare you speak to me like that? Bai Jing retorted, her voice laced with defiance. You squabble over a meager sum each month, and even beggars are more adept at securing funds than you. In bed, you're useless. In making money, you're equally inept. I've never encountered such a feckless man. You should be a dog, not a man. Meanwhile, witnessing her parents hurling insults at one another despite being forcibly separated only intensified Wang Shanshan's tears. What on earth was happening? Her once loving parents, the pillars of a harmonious home, had suddenly devolved into this chaos. The police, recognizing the situation was beyond immediate mediation, decided to escort the trio to the station. As Wang Yifu and Bai Jing continued their vitriolic exchange, the officers had no choice but to separate them into different rooms for interrogation. Wang Yifu was placed in one room, while Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan were sequestered together in another. Through a brief inquiry, the officers swiftly discerned the root of the familial discord. Wang Yifu, according to Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan's account, they had been peacefully watching a movie when Wang Yifu erupted like a mad dog, attacking without provocation. Even now, they remained bewildered as to the cause of his rage. After identifying the source of the conflict, the police endeavored to delve deeper into Wang Yifu's motivations. However, he proved impervious to reason, vehemently cursing Bai Jing with a barrage of derogatory terms. The officers surmised that Bai Jing must have provoked him, prompting them to inquire whether she had done anything to offend her husband. At this line of questioning, Bai Jing briefly recalled the incident with the three thugs from a while back, but she dismissed the thought almost instantly. She was convinced that there was no connection between that event and the current upheaval. After all, there had been no surveillance footage and the assailants had left immediately afterward. Wang Yifu could not possibly know. Moreover, even if he were aware, he should understand that she had been coerced, not deserving of his violent wrath. Thus, she firmly rejected the police's assumptions, asserting that she had committed no wrongdoing. Ultimately, the officers permitted Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing to leave, while Wang Yifu remained in custody to face further resolution. At 1 o'clock in the morning, outside the Summer County Police Station, Wang Shanshan, supporting her mother Bai Jing, felt the cool night breeze and could no longer hold back her tears. She glanced around, uncertain of where to go. Home? Was it truly a home anymore? If Wang Yifu were released, they would be cornered, but where else could they possibly go? In this moment of despair, both mother and daughter felt lost. Despite Bai Jing's bravado, an undeniable fact loomed: she could not overpower Wang Yifu. The prospect of returning home, where Wang Yifu might also be present, filled her with dread. That dog was indeed ruthless. Far more so than when he assaulted her. If she were to endure another beating, she questioned whether she could withstand it. Yet, where else could they go? A hotel? Just as both women felt adrift, Wang Shanshan suddenly had an idea. "Mom, how about we stay at my classmate's house for a while? I'm really scared to go home." "Your classmate's house?" Bai Jing furrowed her brow, hesitating. "That might not be appropriate. You could manage on your own, but I doubt their parents would welcome me." "Mom, let's go to Cao Cohen's place," Wang Shanshan said, a sly smile creeping onto her swollen lips. "You forgot, he lives alone." "Oh, your devoted admirer, right?" Bai Jing's eye sparkled with renewed interest. "Exactly," Wang Shanshan replied, a hint of pride in her voice. "He has been my devoted admirer for 3 years, buying me breakfast, clothes, and cosmetics. If I suggest staying with him for a while, he'll be overjoyed." Seeing the triumphant expression on Wang Shanshan's face, Bai Jing pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right, give him a call. Also, make sure to give him a taste of what he desires at the right moment. That way, he'll be even more devoted as your admirer." Wang Shanshan grinned widely. "Don't worry, Mom, I know what to do. When the time is right, I'll give him what he wants." With that, she pulled out her phone and dialed Cao Cohen. Meanwhile, in an old, modest living room, Cao Cohen had just completed his last set of exercises. As he wiped the sweat from his brow and prepared to shower before bed, his phone suddenly rang. The goddess, ear. Glancing at the caller ID, Cao Cohen was momentarily confused before realization dawned upon him: Wang Shanshan. He had almost forgotten that he was still her #1 admirer. The unexpected late-night call from her set his heart racing with excitement. It was evident that something significant had transpired at her home. Otherwise, she would not have reached out to him at this hour. Clearly, Wang Yifu was more volatile than he had anticipated. With this thought in mind, Cao Cohen answered the call, his tone soft and inviting. "Hello, Shanshan, what's wrong? Why are you still awake at this hour?" Wang Shanshan's voice trembled, tinged with tears. "Cao Cohen, please come pick us up. My mom and I have nowhere to go." Taken aback for a moment, Cao Cohen quickly broke into a grin. "Goodness. Has it escalated to this extent? You both need to come to my place for refuge. This is truly an unexpected turn of events." Suppressing his glee, he responded with feigned urgency. "What do you mean you have nowhere to go?" What is going on? Where are you right now? Please, don't ask right now. We're at the police station. Hurry and come get us. Okay, just wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Chapter 22. Violence is unacceptable. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the police station, a taxi came to a halt. Cao Kuan stepped out and, with swift strides, approached by Jing and Wang Shanshan. The sight of the two women nearly provoked a laugh from him. Bai Jing appeared disheveled, her hair in disarray, her cheeks swollen and bruised, with a distinct mark of blood at the corner of her mouth, and dark circles under her eyes. Wang Shanshan fared slightly better, though her hair was also untidy and her face bore noticeable signs of swelling, albeit less severe than Bai Jing's. These visible injuries were merely the tip of the iceberg. Their manner of walking and the way they supported each other hinted at further injuries concealed beneath the surface. Shanshan, Aunt Bai, what happened to you? Who attacked you? Cao Kuan's face was a mask of shock and concern, resembling a devoted admirer. Please, don't ask right now, Wang Shanshan pouted, her expression one of suppressed tears. Just let us stay at your place. We're in pain all over. Of course, allow me to assist you into the car, he replied. 20 minutes later, Cao Kuan helped Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan into his residence. Eager to please, he first tidied the room for them, prepared hot water for their bath, and even arranged for a courier to deliver some ointments for their injuries. Under the weight of Cao Kuan's attentiveness, Wang Shanshan finally revealed a fragment of information. Her mother, Bai Jing, and her father, Wang Yifu, had quarreled, and in her allegiance to her mother, she had been struck. In truth, even without Wang Shanshan's admission, Cao Kuan had already surmised that Wang Yifu was the assailant, given his understanding of Wang Yifu's temperament after viewing that particular video. What astonished him was the swiftness with which Wang Yifu resorted to violence, for he had not anticipated such an immediate escalation. This brute had executed his actions with remarkable decisiveness. Now aware that this was a familial conflict, Cao Kuan felt compelled to temper his opinions. After all, one party was Wang Shanshan's mother, and the other her father. As someone currently vying for Wang Shanshan's affection, he could ill afford to offend either side. Thus, he merely offered conciliatory words, assuring them of his determination to aid in resolving the misunderstandings between her parents, while also expressing that Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan were welcome to stay as long as they needed, with all their needs taken care of. Thus, it was not until the early hours of the morning, around 2 o'clock, that Cao Kuan retreated to his bedroom, granting Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing the space to bathe and apply their ointments. As time passed, a night had slipped away inside the police station. Wang Yifu, who had spent the entire night there, seemed to have calmed down. His anger had dissipated, leaving behind a visage marked by weariness and fatigue. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the officer responsible for mediating their domestic dispute entered the room. Observing Wang Yifu's haggard appearance, he extended a cigarette towards him. Wang Yifu accepted it without hesitation and placed it between his lips. The officer then produced a lighter to ignite it, lighting one for himself as well, and spoke earnestly. Wang Yifu, it has been a night. What are your thoughts? I stand by my previous statement. Regardless of your grievances or anger, you must first articulate the situation. Only then can we assist you. However, if you remain silent, how can we help you? And if you choose not to speak, how can we release you? Wang Yifu furrowed his brow and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Why on earth can't you release me? What have I done? What have you done? You committed assault. The officer replied bluntly. Wang Yifu, do not presume that beating your wife is merely a private affair. Given your current demeanor, we still suspect you may pose a threat to her safety, and that alone provides ample justification for your detention. Therefore, whatever your issues may be, you must voice them. If you do not, how can we proceed? It was unclear whether Wang Yifu sought freedom or resolution, but after a couple of puffs on the cigarette, he finally sighed and confessed, It's just that it's so humiliating, I can hardly bring myself to say it. Upon hearing this, the officer perked up. Finally, a breakthrough. He settled beside Wang Yifu, his tone softening. Listen, this is a police station, a place for resolving issues. Who cares about your embarrassment? Let us be honest, even if you do feel humiliated, you must speak up. We need to resolve this matter. As if persuaded by the officer's words, Wang Yifu fell silent for a few moments before finally admitting, Bai Jing has been unfaithful. What? The officer narrowed his eyes. Your wife has been unfaithful? Wang Yifu nodded vigorously. I truly didn't want to say it, it's so damn humiliating, that shameless woman, you have no idea how low she can stoop, behind my back, she's with other men, 3 men at once. Officer, do you think I was wrong to hit her? With a woman like that, I showed her mercy by not killing her. As when Ifu expressed his fury, the officer couldn't help but recall his interrogation of Bai Jing, during which he had asked her if she had done anything to betray Wen Yifu. Her response had been unequivocal, she had done nothing wrong, thus one of them was lying, but who could it be? It was difficult to discern, as both Bai Jing and Wen Yifu exhibited expressions, gazes, and tones that seemed genuinely truthful. The officer probed cautiously, Wen Yifu, are you certain your wife has been unfaithful? Could there be a misunderstanding? Misunderstanding, Wen Yifu scoffed, pulling out his phone and slamming it onto the table. I have video evidence, what more misunderstanding could there be? With that, he opened the video on his phone and shoved it toward the officer. The officer didn't scrutinize it closely, instead, he glanced at the progress bar. The 11-minute video was reduced to just 1 minute of viewing, from which he drew a definitive conclusion. Bai Jing had indeed been unfaithful, moreover, she was quite promiscuous, entangled with 3 men simultaneously. As the officer handed the phone back to Wang Yifu, he took a deep drag from his cigarette and stated, Officer, just tell me, should I have beaten this wretched woman? The officer furrowed his brows, feeling a sense of helplessness. Wang Yifu, I can empathize with your feelings, but violence is never the answer. I believe it will be best for both of you to sit down and have a frank discussion. If you can continue your life together, then start anew, if not, part ways amicably. In any case, violence is unequivocally unacceptable. Chapter 23. Indeed, in the home of the adulterer. In such circumstances, the police find themselves at a loss for effective measures. Infidelity does not fall within their jurisdiction, let alone Bai Jing and the 3 men. Even if she were to consort with them daily, it remains her private affair, at worst a reflection of her moral indiscretions. However, when it comes to violence, the situation is quite different. Assault unequivocally falls under the police's responsibilities. Thus, while they may turn a blind eye to Bai Jing's infidelities, they are obliged to intervene when Wang Yifu resorts to violence. Consequently, in the ensuing discussions, the officers merely reiterated to Wang Yifu the imperative of refraining from physical altercations. Wang Yifu, perceptive to their stance, recognized that the police were indifferent to whether Bai Jing was the transgressor. Their sole concern was that he refrained from violence. As for how the couple might resolve their issues, that was of no concern to them. In essence, as long as he abstained from violence, how they chose to address their matters was entirely their prerogative. Thus, what could he possibly expect from such mediation? Comrade Police, rest assured, I have come to a profound realization of my errors, and I assure you, I will not be so impulsive again. Under the police's admonitions against violence, Wang Yifu appeared to be swayed, engaging in a deep self-reflection. That's more like it, the officers responded, no matter the circumstances, resorting to violence is undoubtedly wrong, and it is never a solution. Ultimately, communication is the key to resolution. Why resort to such measures? Indeed, Wen Yifu nodded incessantly, recognizing that Wen Yifu genuinely acknowledged his mistakes. The police ceased their pressure and continued, all right, this is ultimately a domestic matter, and I shall not complicate things for you. Since you have recognized your faults and expressed remorse, you may leave. Remember, do not resort to violence again, even against your wife, otherwise, should you return here, it may not be so easy to leave. Understood, Wen Yifu eagerly nodded, assuring, Comrade Police, you need not worry. I will certainly refrain from violence, for that is not a viable solution. Exactly, the officers concurred, your understanding is commendable, violence will solve nothing, you must engage in calm discussions with your wife, now, off you go, and remember, no more violence. Rest assured, I will not resort to violence. After a final wave to the police, Wang Yifu turned and exited the precinct. However, as he turned away, a shadow of anger swiftly clouded his expression. Clearly, the police's counsel had not truly swayed him. Minutes later, Wang Yifu returned home, upon surveying the disarray within, unchanged from the previous night, and noting the absence of Bai Jing and Wen Shanshan, his fury reignited like a flame. That wretched woman did not even spend the night at home. She must have stayed with her lover. And to think she took their daughter. Damn it, let me catch you, and I swear I will put you down. His anger surged to a boiling point, and without hesitation, Wen Yifu pulled out his phone and dialed. Meanwhile, At Cao Cohen's residence, he, Bai Jing, and Wen Shanshan were enjoying breakfast together in an oddly harmonious atmosphere. The trio, acutely aware, refrained from broaching the subject of the previous night's altercation involving Wang Shanshan's family. However, Cao Cohen found this breakfast unusually challenging, as he struggled to suppress his laughter. Following a night of turmoil, Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan's injuries were now more pronounced. Bai Jing's face appeared swollen, her eyes reduced to mere slits, and her lips were red and puffy, particularly her lower lip, which had doubled in size, forcing her to eat in small bites. Wang Shanshan fared slightly better, one eye relatively normal while the other was similarly swollen. Witnessing the two of them resembling piglets only intensified Cao Cohen's internal struggle. Not only did he have to conceal his amusement, but he also had to feign sympathy, which was even more taxing. "Aunt Bai, Shanshan, how about I take you both to the hospital for a checkup?" Uncle Wang was rather brutal. Upon hearing Cao Cohen's suggestion, Bai Jing trembled with rage. This madman had not only struck her mercilessly but had also unleashed his fury upon their daughter. Did he possess no humanity? Even Cao Cohen, an outsider, perceived the severity of his actions. He was truly a beast. Observing the child's half-swollen face was akin to seeing her with a dumpling stuffed into it. "No need," Bai Jing forced a smile, "it's merely some swelling. I have no dizziness or nausea, so there is no necessity for a hospital visit." Wang Shanshan quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, there's no need to waste money on a hospital. A few days of rest will suffice. To an outsider, it seemed as though Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan were frugal and practical. In reality, both were merely apprehensive about being seen in their current state by acquaintances, fearing becoming the subject of ridicule. After all, both women were quite conscious of their public image, particularly Wang Shanshan, the belle of Summer County High School for 3 consecutive years. Being seen in such a state would be more humiliating than being caught in the act of infidelity. Thus, both women were determined to avoid venturing outside at any cost. Cao Cohen was about to voice another thought when suddenly, a phone call interrupted. It was Bai Jing's mobile. She glanced at it, and her expression darkened, for it was Wang Yifu calling. Initially reluctant to answer, she reconsidered, suspecting it might be an apology from Wang Yifu, and ultimately decided to take the call. As she switched the call to speaker mode while continuing to eat, she snapped, "What do you want?" On the other end, Wang Yifu's furious voice erupted. "Bai Jing, you shameless harlot. Have you spent the night at your lover's? You promiscuous woman, can you not stay idle for a moment? I swear, did you take Shanshan with you? Are you looking to meet your end?" Bai Jing had initially anticipated an apology from Wang Yifu, believing that after last night's inexplicable outburst, he might have realized his wrongdoing and called to express regret. However, to her dismay, not only was there no apology, but his tirade escalated to the point of threatening her life. This was unbearable. No matter who it was, life had become intolerable. Even a clay figurine has its limits, let alone Bai Jing, who had been unjustly attacked. In a fit of rage, she seized her phone and retorted, "Indeed, you guessed correctly, I am at my lover's house. You have no idea how vigorous he was last night. I was on cloud 9, 100 times better than you, 1,000 times better. You, useless man, deserve to wear the green hat." Bai Jing's words sent Wang Yifu into a complete frenzy. "Bai Jing, I swear." Suddenly, before Wang Yifu could finish his sentence, Bai Jing hung up the phone, swiftly blocking and deleting him from all her contacts, not just the call, but also WeChat and other platforms, all erased in a single stroke. Beside her, Wang Shanshan observed the scene, pouting with a hint of tears in her voice. "Mom, what has happened to Dad?" "What has happened? He is just a mad dog. Your father is nothing but a raving lunatic now. Don't pay him any mind. Here, give me your phone. I will block this madman, so he doesn't frighten you." Chapter 24, adding fuel to the fire due to Wang Yifu's abrupt phone call. What began as a harmonious breakfast concluded in haste. Bai Jing chose to retreat to her bedroom for some much-needed rest, while Wang Shanshan opted to remain in the living room, watching television with Cao Cohen and sharing her thoughts. "Honestly, I still have no idea what transpired. It feels as though this conflict arose out of nowhere. Everything was perfectly fine, and then suddenly, it all changed," Wang Shanshan confided, leaning against Cao Cohen on the sofa, her voice trembling and her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Observing her sorrowful demeanor brought a twisted sense of satisfaction to Cao Kun. In his previous life, he had been wrongfully imprisoned by Wang Shanshan's family, and he had long yearned for their destruction. He had waited a decade for this moment, although he was still some distance away from witnessing their downfall. Hope was now within his grasp. Cao Kuan handed Wang Shanshan a tissue and softly suggested, "Shanshan, please don't cry. Shall I go check on your father?" Upon hearing his words, Wang Shanshan immediately ceased wiping her tears, shaking her head vigorously. "No, no, if you go, my dad will definitely find out that Mom and I are here with you. If he comes over, you heard what he said on the phone. I truly fear he might harm my mother. Please, don't approach him." Cao Kuan waved his hand dismissively. "Shanshan, don't worry. Your father has never been here, so he won't be able to find this place." Wang Shanshan paused for a moment, realizing he was right. Neither her father nor her mother knew Cao Kuan's address. Only she was privy to that information. Moreover, Cao Kuan continued, "I believe my physical prowess is not to be underestimated. Even if your father were to show up, he wouldn't dare lay a finger." After this display, he smiled and added, "And remember, Shanshan, he is still your father, regardless of what transpired between him and your mother. That fact will always remain unchanged. And you mentioned you still don't know what happened between them. Have you considered that perhaps it was your mother who erred? If the issue lies with your mother, and you side with her against your father, have you thought about how disappointed and hurt he might feel?" As Cao Kuan's words hung in the air, Wang Shanshan's brow furrowed in contemplation. She gazed into Cao Kuan's eyes, hesitating as she admitted, I hadn't he truly considered that it might be my mother's fault. Precisely, Cao Kuan replied. Right now, you don't even know who is at fault. You cannot be blindly biased. Your mother loves you, but does that mean your father does not care for you? Your mother is at least with you now, but your father is alone and forlorn. Don't you think he is also quite pitiable? After listening to Cao Kuan's heartfelt words, Wang Shanshan could no longer maintain her composure. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded, Cao Kuan, please, go check on my father. I feel terrible about how I behaved last night. I actually struck him. He must be so disappointed in me. Cao Kuan made a calming gesture, tenderly wiping the tears from her cheeks. Rest assured, I will take good care of your father. Just focus on looking after your mother. Let us both strive to reconcile your mother and father. Hearing this, Wang Shanshan was deeply moved. Suddenly, she threw her arms around Cao Kuan's neck and pressed her lips against his in a fervent kiss. Moari, after breaking the kiss, she shyly remarked, Cao Kuan, thank you for helping me like this. Without you, I honestly wouldn't know what to do. Cao Kuan stood there, momentarily stunned by her gesture, before breaking into a wide grin. With that kiss, it makes everything worthwhile. Await my good news. I must be off. With that, he left the house with an energy akin to that of someone invigorated by a stimulant. However, as the door closed behind him, the exhilaration on his face vanished in an instant. In his previous life, a kiss from Wang Shanshan would have meant the world to him. Now, however, his heart remained untouched, even amused that he had witnessed the true nature of Wang Shanshan and would no longer be deceived by her. That kiss held no significance for her. It was merely a means to keep him as her devoted admirer. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, in the garden community, Cao Kuan arrived at Wang Shanshan's building, carrying 2 bottles of Mao Tai liquor and some prepared foods. He glanced upward before stepping inside. Before long, he stood before Wang Shanshan's door and knocked. After a few seconds, the door swung open with a whoosh, accompanied by a string of curses. Bai Jing, you mother or Wang Yifu, his face twisted in rage as if ready to commit murder, froze upon seeing Cao Kuan standing at the door. Xiao Kuan? What brings you here? In front of others, Wang Yifu had to maintain some semblance of dignity, quickly adjusting his attire and forcing a smile. However, his attempt to smile only made Cao Kuan want to laugh. What a pitiful sight! His face was marred by numerous red scratches, resembling the aftermath of a cat's claws, at least 20 or 30 in total, nearly covering his entire visage. Well, Shanshan is not here right now. Perhaps you could visit her another day, Wang Yifu said, aware that his current appearance was less than flattering. He spoke briefly and attempted to close the door. However, before he could shut it, Cao Kuan pressed his hand against the door. Meeting Wang Yifu's puzzled expression, he cheerfully raised the 2 bottles of Mao Tai and the prepared foods. "When Uncle Shanshan sent me to keep you company." Wang Yifu's expression faltered for a brief moment, and after a 2-second pause without uttering a word, he ultimately allowed Cao Kun to enter. Upon entering the living room, which was in disarray with cigarette butts strewn across the floor, Cao Kun didn't mind. He cleared a small space and placed the items on the shattered coffee table before turning to Wang Yifu. Wang Yifu lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and then retrieved 2 small shot glasses from the cabinet. Sitting down across from Cao Kun, with a low voice, he asked, "Are Shanshan and her mother with you?" "They are not," Cao Kun replied, twisting open a bottle of Mao Tai and pouring the liquor while shaking his head. "Shanshan called me and briefly explained what happened, asking me to check on you." Seeing the sincerity in Cao Kun's eyes, which did not resemble those of a liar, Wang Yifu's brow furrowed. "Are they really not with you?" "Truly not," Cao Kun insisted earnestly. "Shanshan only called me once, and when I inquired about her location, she didn't specify, only mentioning she was at Aunt Bai's friend's place. And you needn't worry, Uncle. Shanshan and Aunt Bai are doing well there, as I even heard Aunt Bai laughing over the phone, along with a male voice. They seem to be enjoying themselves, so there's no reason for concern." Chapter 25. The impending doom of the blonde-haired man. Cao Kun's words, seemingly intended to reassure Wang Yifu, were in fact akin to adding fuel to the fire. As the orchestrator of the unfolding chaos, and with Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing residing in his home, he was acutely aware of the intricacies among the 3 of them. Wang Yifu was already suspicious that Bai Jing had taken Wang Shanshan to spend the night with her lover. Should this suspicion be validated, would he not erupt in a fury so intense that it would cloud his judgment? Certainly, for a man like Wang Yifu, who harbored deep-seated machismo and an acute concern for his reputation, such a scenario would easily provoke him to lose all reason. Much like an honest man pushed to his limits, the consequences could be severe. Drawing from his decade-long experience in prison, Cao Kun understood that once a person was blinded by rage, they became exceedingly susceptible to provocation. He had witnessed such occurrences too often behind bars, and now he was merely revisiting old tactics. True to form, Cao Kun's words struck a precise nerve within Wang Yifu, especially when Wang Yifu learned that Bai Jing had been frolicking joyfully with her male companion. Thoughts of violence began to brew within him. "How dare you enjoy yourself with your lover while I stew in anger at home, Bai Jing? Have you completely abandoned pretense and brazenly adorned me with the horns of a cuckold? Very well, just wait until I find you too. I shall not rest until I have exacted my vengeance." Seated opposite Wang Yifu, Cao Kun observed the prominent veins throbbing on his forehead and the tension in his clenched fists, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He knew that he had successfully ignited Wang Yifu's ire. As the hours passed, Cao Kun took on the role of a dutiful younger companion, interspersing his remarks with subtle incitements that kept Wang Yifu's blood boiling. Finally, the clock struck 7, 2 bottles of Mao Tai had long been consumed, followed by 4 cases of beer, and the floor was littered with cigarette butts. Most individuals would have succumbed to inebriation by now, yet both Cao Kun and Wang Yifu remained relatively sober. Cao Kun's enhanced physical prowess from practicing the 72 methods of the glutton had significantly increased his alcohol tolerance, while Wang Yifu simply possessed a robust constitution. Moreover, Cao Kun was acutely aware of Wang Yifu's drinking capacity, thus he meticulously controlled their drinking pace, ensuring that Wang Yifu would not become intoxicated. For if Wang Yifu were to become inebriated, it would jeopardize his impending plans. The current state was just right, a pleasant buzz providing the courage to act boldly. Cao Kun, your relationship with Bai Yi has always seemed harmonious, so what has caused such a significant rift? Wang Yifu regarded this younger man, who had spent the majority of the day drinking with him, with genuine satisfaction. Whether in conversation or companionship, he proved to be thoroughly engaging. Most importantly, he understood the struggles of a man. Cao Kun's earlier commentary on the burdens men bear for their families nearly moved Wang Yifu to grasp his hand in camaraderie. Look, even a younger generation understands the trials faced by men providing for their families, yet the woman I have lived with for nearly 2 decades, Wang Yifu seethed inwardly, this wretched Bai Jing truly deserved her fate. Hence, in Wang Yifu's heart, Cao Kun had become a confidant and brother. Facing the inquiry from his newfound comrade, Wen Yifu felt no hesitation in responding. He downed a couple of gulps of beer and took a long drag from his cigarette before saying, "What is the cause of our discord? Har, it's that treacherous Bai Jing who has strayed, that shameless hussy. You have no idea how depraved she truly is." Cao Cohen's expression froze momentarily, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Wen Yifu. "Uncle Wang, surely you jest. How could Bai Yi possibly be such a person?" Wen Yifu scoffed, pulling out his phone and opening a video, thrusting it towards Cao Cohen. "Xiao Cohen, let me impart a truth. Women are inherently untrustworthy. If you doubt it, just watch this." Cao Cohen eyed Wang Yifu with skepticism before finally taking the phone. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 40 seconds. At last, after scarcely a minute, he set the phone down, his expression one of shock. "Bai Yi, she actually." Witnessing the astonishment on Cao Cohen's face, Wang Yifu exhaled a cloud of smoke with a derisive smile. "Didn't he expect her to be so debased, so promiscuous, cavorting with 3 men, did you?" Cao Cohen stared at Wen Yifu in a daze, slowly nodding. "So, this is what I wanted to teach you. Women are inherently untrustworthy. Never extend them too much kindness. Understand?" Cao Cohen continued to nod, his demeanor somewhat dazed as he murmured, "Uncle Wang, I think I may know that blonde-haired fellow." In the video, 3 thugs were visible, each sporting distinct hairstyles, one of whom had a close-cropped, dyed blonde look. Wen Yifu furrowed his brow at Cao Cohen's revelation. "You know him?" "Indeed," Cao Cohen affirmed. "Back in school, he approached me near the school gate, inquiring about Shanshan, wanting to pursue her romantically. You know I've been trying to win Shanshan's affection, so clearly, I couldn't divulge anything to him. In fact, we nearly came to blows over it. As such, I took it upon myself to investigate this blonde fellow, even discovering his address. However, it ultimately went nowhere, and I never anticipated he would be linked to Bai Yi." At this juncture, Cao Cohen's expression turned grave, concern etching his features. "Uncle Wang, you don't think Bai Yi has taken Shanshan to this blonde's place, do you? If that is the case, Shanshan could be in grave danger. This blonde has had his sights set on her for quite some time. He might seize the opportunity to harm her." Though Wang Shanshan had clashed with Wen Yifu yesterday, that animosity had long since been reconciled by Cao Cohen. Let us not forget, he had come today under the banner of Wang Shanshan, having regretted the harsh words spoken, wishing to kneel before Wang Yifu and confess his errors. Thus, in Wang Yifu's eyes, Wang Shanshan remained his beloved daughter, having already forgiven her in his heart. Now, upon hearing Cao Cohen's alarming words, Wang Yifu's expression turned grave. It would be one thing for his wife to be toyed with by this blonde, but if his daughter were also ensnared, he would find no reason to continue living. "Where is this blonde's residence?" Wang Yifu's voice dripped with menace. "I in Hongfu community, that's all I know. I'm unaware of the building number," Cao Cohen replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Yifu's face darkened as he fell silent, grabbing a bottle of liquor before striding. Observing Wang Yifu's retreating figure, a smirk finally graced Cao Cohen's lips. All that business about having seen the blonde at the school gate and the blonde's lingering interest in Wang Shanshan was mere fabrication. However, one truth remained, this blonde indeed resided in Hongfu community. Cao Cohen was aware of this because, in a previous life, the thug he had unwittingly killed was none other than this very blonde. The memory of his first kill remained etched in his mind, a haunting recollection that would never fade. As for the other 2 thugs, they had long since faded from his memory. Chapter 26. The blonde has perished again. In contrast to the hurried departure of Wen Yifu, Cao Cohen exhibited no sense of urgency whatsoever. He drained the last remnants of beer from his bottle and leisurely savored a couple of mouthfuls of food. Once he had swallowed those bites, he unhurriedly lit a cigarette. As he exhaled wisps of pale smoke, he continued to smoke until nearly a third of the cigarette had been consumed, at which point he finally rose from the sofa, straightened his attire, and ambled away. At 9:30 in the evening, at the entrance of Hongfu community, Wen Yifu, cigarette dangling from his lips, silently observed each individual entering and exiting the premises. Hongfu community was a newly constructed neighborhood, completed less than a year ago, with an occupancy rate barely exceeding 1/7. Consequently, the foot traffic was sparse. Additionally, the community's somewhat remote location further diminished the number of passers-by. Meanwhile, at a distance of over 100 meters from Wang Yifu, a young man sporting a baseball cap was quietly watching him. It was none other than Cao Cohen. He had been fixated on Wang Yifu for an hour, yet nothing had transpired as the blonde had yet to make an appearance. Glancing at the time on his phone, Cao Cohen murmured, "It's already 9:30. It seems unlikely I will encounter that blonde tonight. My luck appears to be running low." Although Cao Cohen had orchestrated Wang Yifu's pursuit of the blonde, he had not genuinely anticipated an encounter that evening. After all, the seeds of animosity had already been sown. As long as Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing remained in his orbit, the situation remained under his control. In essence, he had ample time at his disposal. If one day proved fruitless, he could wait 2, or even 3. As long as the blonde did not change his location, Wang Yifu was bound to cross paths with him. Once that meeting occurred, Cao Cohen's scheme would be set in motion. Lost in these thoughts, Cao Cohen was preparing to keep watch a while longer before heading home when suddenly, his eyes narrowed and a smile crept across his lips. At that moment, at the entrance of Hongfu Community, a casually dressed young man in flip-flops and shorts emerged from the neighborhood, engaged in a phone conversation as he walked. It was the very blonde thug he had been waiting for. Cao Cohen, identifying the blonde from 100 meters away, knew that Wang Yifu, lurking at the entrance, would certainly recognize him as well. Observing the blonde exiting the community and heading in another direction while on the phone, Wang Yifu seized his beer bottle and followed suit. Given the community's out-of-the-way location, the infrastructure, including streetlights, was rather inadequate. Finally, upon reaching a dimly lit area, the blonde ended his call. Seizing the opportunity presented by the absence of onlookers, Wang Yifu surged forward, striking the thug on the head with the beer bottle. Crash! The bottle shattered instantly, and the blonde stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Shaking his head vigorously, he had yet to regain his footing when Wang Yifu delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling a considerable distance before pummeling him with a flurry of blows. "You scoundrel! How dare you lay a hand on my woman? I will make you pay dearly." With a furious barrage of fists, Wang Yifu left the blonde's face a bloody mess. Grasping the thug by the collar, he growled, "Where is that dog Bai Jing?" "And my daughter?" Blood streaming from his mouth and nose, the blonde, dazed, stammered, "What Bai Jing? I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't know?" Wang Yifu assumed the blonde was feigning ignorance and unleashed another flurry of strikes. This brutal exchange continued for several rounds until Wang Yifu finally ceased his assault. He realized that further violence might result in the thug's demise. However, the fact that the blonde had not confessed indicated that neither Bai Jing nor Wang Shanshan was present. Gazing at the nearly unconscious figure before him, Wang Yifu stood up and spat with disdain. "Damn it, you wretch!" After cursing, he delivered one last kick to the blonde before departing, panting heavily. Yet, scarcely had Wang Yifu left when a figure wearing a baseball cap and a mask appeared on the scene. Cao Cohen, glancing at the nearby surveillance cameras, nearly burst into laughter. What a stroke of luck! He just kicked him out of the camera's view. Cao Cohen was an expert in the nuances of surveillance and blind spots, having learned the importance of avoiding cameras during his 10 years in prison. He had developed an instinct for understanding the range of monitoring capabilities and the areas cameras could not capture. The initial confrontation had occurred within the camera's view, but Wang Yifu's final kick had conveniently pushed the blonde out of sight. "It seems fate is on my side," Cao Cohen murmured, picking up a shard of beer bottle measuring 4 to 5 centimeters in length, his hands encased in gloves. He approached the semi-conscious blonde and, crouching down, measured the shard against his head. "Brother, strive to be a good person in your next life. Remember, forcing yourself on women is wrong." At 20 minutes past 10, Cao Cohen gently opened the door to his home. Inside the living room, Wang Shanshan sat on the sofa watching television, while Bai Jing was in the bedroom, her state unknown. Upon seeing Cao Cohen enter, Wang Shanshan hurried over. "Why are you so late?" "How is my dad?" Cao Cohen forced a smile, rubbing his temples as he replied, "Oh dear, Uncle Wang can really hold his liquor. He ended up getting me so drunk that when I finally came to, it was this late. But rest assured, I spoke to him and told him you were deeply remorseful about yesterday's events, even going so far as to slap yourself in frustration. You even asked me to buy 2 bottles of fine liquor to accompany him." Wang Shanshan's face brightened at this news. Suddenly, she lowered her voice and asked, "Did my dad say anything about why he fought with my mom?" "Well," Cao Cohen frowned, appearing somewhat troubled. Let us leave that question for Uncle Wang to explain. Also, I genuinely believe you should check on him. He has sustained quite a few injuries, especially on his face. After all, he is your father, and he harbors no ill will towards you. Make time to see him tomorrow. I'll accompany you. Wang Shanshan nodded earnestly. Yes, I'll go first thing in the morning. Is he asleep now? I'm not sure, Cao Cohen replied. I was incapacitated by Uncle Wang's drinking and woke up to find myself alone. I have no idea what he has been up to. Perhaps he went to the hospital for treatment before I returned. Wang Shanshan nodded again, then smiled at Cao Cohen, rising on her toes to plant a kiss on his cheek. Hee, thank you. Go take a shower, I've already prepared your bathwater. Cao Cohen grinned widely, somewhat sheepishly responding, all right, I'll go freshen up. The smell of smoke and alcohol is all over me. You should rest as well. Chapter 27. Wang Yifu's arrest for murder. As Wen Shanshan joyfully bounced back to her bedroom, a faint smile crept upon Cao Cohen's lips as he stepped into the washroom. Could it be that Wen Shanshan still intended to visit Wang Yifu early tomorrow morning? How naively optimistic, provided that the police force in Shi County was not entirely inept, Wang Yifu would undoubtedly be apprehended by tonight. Once he was arrested, seeing him would not be a simple matter. The suspicion of murder clung to him like a shadow, one that he could never entirely shed, and until he was formally sentenced, he would not be permitted to meet with family. Having been wrongfully accused of murder in his past life, Cao Cohen was acutely aware of the procedure. Before Wang Yifu's sentencing, no relatives, save for his lawyer, would be allowed to visit him, including Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing. Typically, the duration from arrest to sentencing for a murderer spans approximately 6 months. This meant that for the next half-year, Wang Shanshan would be unable to see Wang Yifu unless she waited until after his verdict was rendered, at which point she could visit him. Thus, if Wang Shanshan wished to see Wang Yifu, she would likely have to wait at least 6 months. Contemplating these thoughts, Cao Cohen allowed the cold water to cascade over him, feeling an unprecedented sense of refreshment. 10 years, this pent-up resentment had festered within him for a decade, and now, a portion of it had finally been released. Next in line were Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing. Wang Shanshan was still not to be moved recklessly, for Cao Cohen still needed her to ensnare another adversary. As for Bai Jing, she could certainly be manipulated at will. This alluring mature woman would undoubtedly provide a unique experience. With this thought, a smile involuntarily curled at the corners of Cao Cohen's mouth. Meanwhile, outside Hongfu community, on a dimly lit street, a young woman just finishing her night shift was riding her electric bike. Suddenly, upon noticing a figure lying a short distance ahead, she hastily slowed her pace. Initially assuming it to be a drunken man, she intended to bypass him, but as she drew closer and her bike's light illuminated the figure, her pupils dilated in shock, causing her to tumble off the vehicle. Murder. Having stayed with Cao Cohen for 2 days, and given their prior familiarity, Wang Shanshan increasingly regarded herself as one of the family. Bai Jing, too, having grown closer to Cao Cohen, would occasionally exchange playful banter with him. Additionally, after a night of recovery, the injuries on their faces had significantly improved compared to the previous day. After all, the swelling had subsided considerably with continuous application of medication. By the following morning, it would likely be barely noticeable. Of course, while the swelling could diminish, the bruises would take several more days to fade. Do you really have to visit that madman, your father, today? Noticing that Wang Shanshan had yet to mention it, she broached the subject herself. Wang Shanshan turned to Bai Jing and weakly nodded. Mom, I know you despise him right now, but he's my father. I already feel guilty for what happened that night when we fought him together. Please let me see him. Bai Jing hesitated, her lips parting as if to speak, then ultimately conceded. True, no matter how much of a mad dog he may be, he is still your father. If you don't visit him, the neighbors will surely gossip behind your back, labeling you as an unfilial daughter. Therefore, it's best to pay him a visit. However, your father is currently extremely unstable. You must prioritize your safety. If he shows signs of losing control, flee immediately and call 110. Understood. With her mother's permission, Wang Shanshan beamed with joy, saying, Don't worry, Mom, Cao Cohen will accompany me. If anything happens, he will protect me, right, Cao Cohen? Cao Cohen withdrew his gaze from Bai Jing's figure and turned to Wang Shanshan, smiling. Absolutely, I will protect you with my life. Half an hour later, the three of them finished their delightful breakfast. Just as Wang Shanshan prepared to leave with Cao Cohen to buy something before visiting her father, suddenly, a phone rang. It was Bai Jing's phone. Upon seeing an unfamiliar number, Bai Jing answered it without much thought. Hello, who is this? Hello. A serious male voice responded from the other end. May I ask if you are Mrs. Bai Jing, a relative of Wen Yifu? Upon hearing this grave tone, Bai Jing felt an inexplicable sinking sensation in her heart and hurriedly replied, Yes, that's me, I am Bai Jing. What is it? Good day, Mrs. Bai Jing. The male voice continued, This is the Shi County Police Department. I am calling to inform you that your husband, Wen Yifu, is suspected of intentional homicide and has been officially arrested. From this moment until the court's ruling is delivered, family members are not permitted to visit. However, you may hire a lawyer. Bai Jing stood there, phone in hand, as though struck by lightning. Meanwhile, Wang Shanshan, who had been eager to visit her father, stood frozen in shock. Cao Cohen wore a similarly astonished expression, momentarily immobilized. Of course, Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan's distress was genuine, while Cao Cohen feigned surprise, having already anticipated this outcome upon witnessing the blonde leave the community the previous night. Okay, I understand. Thank you. After the police briefing concluded, Bai Jing, still in a daze, hung up the phone. Tears streamed down Wang Shanshan's face, and she approached Bai Jing, choking on her words. Mom, could it be a scam? Please, don't believe them, they are just trying to extort money. Observing Wang Shanshan's distress, Bai Jing bit her lip, ultimately saying nothing, merely enveloping her daughter in an embrace. At that moment, Wang Shanshan broke. Seeing this, Cao Cohen felt a surge of emotion. He stepped forward and embraced both women tightly. After a considerable time, the trio composed themselves and made their way to the Shi County Police Station. Although the police had already contacted Bai Jing, what if it were a falsehood? Upon arriving at the station, Wang Shanshan's last shred of hope was shattered. Wen Yifu had indeed been formally arrested for murder the previous night. It was hard to believe that in just 2 short days, their once harmonious family had devolved into this state, nearly causing Wang Shanshan to faint from grief. Within the police station, she repeatedly pleaded with the officers to allow her to see Wen Yifu, only to be met with a cold refusal on the grounds of protocol. In contrast, Bai Jing maintained a far more composed demeanor. Perhaps the beating Wen Yifu had inflicted had extinguished any lingering affection between them, or perhaps years of cohabitation had worn her patience thin. Regardless, Bai Jing exhibited little emotional turmoil over Wang Yifu's arrest, while Wang Shanshan's heart-wrenching sobs tugged at her heartstrings. Chapter 28. The culprit is actually her mom. We must hire a lawyer. We absolutely need the best one. I refuse to believe that my dad would commit murder. He is surely innocent. Among the three, if one were to inquire who felt the deepest sorrow, it would undoubtedly be Wang Shanshan, the daughter. After all, the affection Wen Yifu had for her was genuine, the bond between father and daughter was undeniably real. Thus, having just emerged from the police station, Wang Shanshan could no longer contain her emotions, clutching Bai Jing's arm and weeping profusely, incessantly insisting on hiring a lawyer. At this moment, Bai Jing appeared somewhat bewildered. Although she was Wang Shanshan's mother, she had never encountered such a situation before. Consequently, when faced with this predicament, she was entirely at a loss, not even knowing where to seek legal counsel. At this juncture, Cao Cohen spoke up. Shanshan, please cease your tears. We certainly need to hire a lawyer, and I too do not believe Uncle Wang would commit murder. However, prior to that, I feel we have more pressing matters. Could there truly be something more urgent than hiring a lawyer at this moment? In response to the looks cast by Wang Shanshan and Bai Jing, Cao Cohen continued, due to the gravity of Uncle Wang's alleged crime, it has essentially been substantiated. Therefore, both you, Shanshan, and you, Aunt Bai, must relocate promptly to my place. You cannot return home in the near future. Bai Jing, upon reflecting on his words, gasped in realization. Xiao Cohen, are you suggesting that the family of the deceased may seek revenge against us? That is indeed a possibility, Cao Cohen replied gravely, nodding. Their family has just lost a loved one, and their emotions are undoubtedly volatile. There is no guarantee that they will not direct their fury towards you. Furthermore, Aunt Bai, you and Shanshan are both members of a vulnerable demographic. Thus, we cannot gamble on the rationality and restraint of the deceased's family. We must take precautions and prepare for the worst. Consequently, relocation is imperative. You must come to stay with me, as returning to your home is not an option for the time being. Gazing into Cao Cohen's earnest eyes, Bai Jing nodded solemnly. She turned to Wang Shanshan and said, Shanshan, Xiao Cohen is correct. Your father has been detained, and there will be no resolution to his predicament in the immediate future. Therefore, there is little difference in our urgency to hire a lawyer. Our priority must be to move. If something were to happen to you as well, your mother would be utterly devastated. We cannot take such risks. Although Wang Shanshan was engulfed in sorrow, she did not succumb to irrationality. She recognized the validity in Cao Cohen's words. Should the deceased's family unleash their wrath upon the two women, they would find it exceedingly challenging to withstand such fury. With this thought in mind, Wang Shanshan wiped her reddened eyes and choked out, "All right, then let us proceed with the move." At 4 in the afternoon, after a day filled with activity, Cao Cohen, Bai Jing, and Wang Shanshan finally completed their relocation. They had not transported all their belongings, primarily consisting of some clothes, cosmetics, and a few precious pieces of jewelry belonging to Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan. Nevertheless, even with just these items, Cao Cohen's modest two-bedroom apartment was brimming to the brim. Aunt Bai, could you come here for a moment? I need to discuss something with you, Cao Cohen called out as Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan were organizing their belongings. Upon glancing at Cao Cohen, Bai Jing left Wang Shanshan to her own devices and approached him. Wang Shanshan assumed that the two were merely deliberating on hiring a lawyer, unaware of any deeper implications. Once Bai Jing entered the room, Cao Cohen promptly locked the door. Bai Jing found nothing amiss and inquired, Xiao Cohen, what is it? Cao Cohen remained silent for 2 to 3 seconds, furrowing his brow as he lit a cigarette. Aunt Bai, I am currently engulfed in inner turmoil and conflict. Bai Jing was taken aback. What did he mean? What was he conflicted about? She sat beside him and tentatively asked, Xiao Cohen, has something happened? It's all right, feel free to share with Aunt Bai. Cao Cohen met Bai Jing's gaze and countered, Aunt Bai, do you truly not understand why Uncle Wang has resorted to murder? Bai Jing stared blankly at Cao Cohen, shaking her head. I do not know, should I? You, Cao Cohen was at a loss for words, lowering his voice. It's all because of you, Aunt Bai. The reason Uncle Wang has reached this point is entirely your doing. What? Bai Jing's eyes widened in shock as she shook her head. Xiao Cohen, one can joke about many things, but not about such serious matters. How is Uncle Wang's actions related to me? Are you implying that I incited him to commit murder? Cao Cohen took a couple of puffs from his cigarette, furrowing his brow. While Uncle Wang's actions, Cao Cohen nodded emphatically. Yesterday, when I went to drink with Uncle Wang, he revealed to me the reason he suddenly acted against you. It was because you betrayed him. Bai Jing's eyes widened again in astonishment. I betrayed him. Cao Cohen, as Bai Jing laid eyes on the video, her expression froze in place. Time passed slowly until the video concluded. Bai Jing stared blankly at the phone, swallowing hard as she murmured, so, Uncle Wang became unhinged after seeing this video. The blame lies with her mother. However, after returning home yesterday, I found it too difficult to reveal the truth to Shanshan, so I chose to keep it hidden for the time being. Yet, I never imagined that merely one night would pass before Uncle Wang. Do you know whom he killed? Bai Jing looked into Cao Cohen's eyes, shaking her head. It was the blonde man from the video. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing's expression turned to one of horror. It was him. The victim was indeed that blonde man from the video. So, Aunt Bai, I am truly torn and anguished at this moment. I am at a loss as to whether I should reveal the truth to Shanshan. Knowing her temperament, if she discovers that it was because of you that Uncle Wang took this path, she will never forgive you for the rest of her life. However, the thought of concealing the resolute Bai Jing at this moment, Cao Cohen seemed to be possessed by the spirit of a dramatic actor. his expression contorted as he pressed his right hand against his chest, vividly manifesting the anguish and torment that churned within him. Bai Jing, on the other hand, resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her fur bristling in agitation. At this instant, a singular thought consumed her mind: I must not tell Wang Shanshan. Absolutely not. Although she had never been unfaithful, being a victim forced into a situation, the existence of this video rendered her unable to articulate her innocence. Wang Yifu would not believe her. Cao Kuan would not believe her. Wang Shanshan certainly would not believe her either. Therefore, she felt irrevocably tarnished. The stigma of infidelity was a label she could never shed. Moreover, if Wang Shanshan were to discover the truth, as Cao Kuan had so pointedly articulated, she would undoubtedly be unable to forgive her. It was her supposed betrayal that had precipitated the eruption of familial discord. It was her alleged infidelity that had driven Wang Yifu to seek solace in the arms of another, and it was her supposed betrayal that had led him to commit murder and be incarcerated. All of this chaos stemmed from her so-called unfaithfulness in Wang Shanshan's heart. While her mother was undeniably significant, her father held equal importance. Upon realizing that her mother's actions had led to her father's heinous crime and his descent into a path of no, thus, it was imperative that Wang Shanshan remained unaware. Her family was already in tatters. She had but one daughter left, and if that daughter were to turn away from her, she could hardly fathom how to endure such a loss. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Bai Jing fixed her gaze upon Cao Kuan and swallowed hard, saying, Xiao Kuan, you cannot tell Shanshan, you know her well. If she finds out, not only will she never forgive me, but she may also choose to leave me. She has already lost her father, she cannot also lose her mother. You cannot be so cruel to her. Cao Kuan's face was a mask of turmoil and suffering as he replied, Aunt Bai, it is precisely because I have considered this. However, the burden of keeping this secret is truly excruciating. I am at a loss for how to face her knowing this. 2 hours later, the bedroom door swung open, and Cao Kuan and Bai Jing emerged. Meanwhile, Wang Shanshan, who had been tidying up her belongings outside, had already gathered everything. Upon seeing her mother and Cao Kuan exit, she hurried over, asking, Mom, how did your discussion with Cao Kuan go? At Wang Shanshan's inquiry, Cao Kuan and Bai Jing exchanged a glance. It was Cao Kuan who first regained his composure, furrowing his brow as he sighed, let us discuss it later. Wang Shu's situation is rather complicated, and Aunt Bai and I have yet to reach a final decision. Primarily, things are a bit chaotic on Aunt Bai's end. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan's expression transformed to one of sudden understanding. Of course, her mother must be heartbroken. She had merely been putting on a brave face in front of her. It was entirely possible that she had shed tears while alone with Cao Kuan in the room. With this thought, Wang Shanshan enveloped Bai Jing in a warm embrace, saying earnestly, Mom, don't be sad, you still have Shanshan, I will always be here for you. Bai Jing, gently returning the embrace, exchanged a knowing wink with Cao Kuan as a silent gesture of gratitude. At 7 o'clock in the evening, as Bai Jing placed several steaming dishes onto the dining table, the three began their dinner. Mom, you and Cao Kuan have been discussing for quite a while. What have you decided regarding the lawyer? Wang Shanshan, preoccupied with the matter of legal representation, eagerly inquired after taking her first bite. Bai Jing paused, casting an innocent glance at Cao Kuan. What had they even discussed? Despite spending over 2 hours in Cao Kuan's room, they hadn't talked about lawyers at all. Thus, she was utterly unprepared to respond. Cao Kuan, noticing Bai Jing's plea for help, seamlessly took over the conversation while eating. Actually, Aunt Bai and I were just about to discuss this. We have come to a conclusion. For now, we don't need to hire an overly expensive lawyer, as we are not yet at the stage of going to court. Let us first engage a standard lawyer to make initial contact with Uncle Wang. We need to ascertain whether he has suffered any injustices during his detention and if he requires any personal items, bedding, or other necessities. Furthermore, once we hire this lawyer, we can stay updated on the progress of the case. Depending on the developments, we can adjust our strategy accordingly. If Uncle Wang is innocent and there are doubts surrounding the case, we will promptly switch to the best lawyer available. Conversely, if he is indeed guilty of murder, we must offer compensation to the victim's family and strive to obtain a letter of forgiveness from them. This way, the judge may consider leniency during sentencing. Cao Cohen's articulate and organized exposition captivated Bai Jing, who was taken aback by his depth of understanding. She hadn't anticipated that a young man who had merely graduated high school could possess such insight, as though he, in contrast, her daughter, while beautiful and well-formed, seemed utterly oblivious. Bai Jing smiled slightly and turned to Wang Shanshan, saying, "Yes, this is the conclusion I reached with Xiao Cohen." Just like that, her accomplishments were claimed by someone else. Chapter 30, A Case of Irrefutable Evidence of Murder. 8 o'clock in the evening, with dinner concluded, Cao Cohen and his companions wrapped up their discussion regarding engaging in deliberations here ultimately proved futile. The pressing matter at hand was to consult a lawyer to ascertain the situation. This was a decision already made by Cao Cohen and his associates. They resolved to seek legal counsel the following day. "Shanshan, you and Xiaoquan stay home and rest. Mother will go out for a stroll," Bai Jing announced as she emerged from the kitchen, removing her apron while glancing at Cao Cohen and Wang Shanshan, who were seated on the sofa. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan immediately stood up, exclaiming, "Mom, I'll go with you." Bai Jing smiled gently and replied, "There's no need for that. Moving today has been quite exhausting. You and Xiaoquan can enjoy." Wang Shanshan seemed poised to protest, but before she could voice her concerns, Cao Cohen gently pulled her aside, leaning in to whisper in her ear. He advised, "Shanshan, let Aunt Bai go alone. So much has happened recently, she deserves a bit of personal space to process everything." Wang Shanshan furrowed her brow slightly and responded in a hushed tone, "I understand your point, but I'm worried that my mom might be overwhelmed and do something rash." Cao Cohen pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, "How about this? I'll accompany Aunt Bai with me around. I believe her safety will be assured. You can relax at home." Wang Shanshan found no fault in Cao Cohen's arrangement. In fact, she appreciated his genuine concern for her well-being. After all, it would merely be two young women out late at night, with little capacity for self-defense should any trouble arise. Conversely, having Cao Cohen with her mother made a significant difference. His tall stature and robust physique would surely deter any potential troublemakers. Wang Shanshan offered Cao Cohen a sweet smile, saying, "Thank you for taking this on. Why the formalities?" Cao Cohen chuckled, giving her a light pat on the waist. "It's only right. Now, make sure to rest well at home." Turning to Bai Jing, he added, "Aunt Bai, I too would like to take a stroll. Let us go together so that Shanshan can rest." Bai Jing hesitated momentarily before smiling and agreeing, "All right then, let us go for a walk." She murmured to herself, "Thank goodness for such a devoted admirer, otherwise, my mother and I would truly be at a loss. That being said, you are indeed a good dog, genuinely caring for me, but alas, at the very least, I'll assist you once, or perhaps twice in the future. That should suffice to honor your dedication over the years." As time slipped by, it was soon 1 o'clock in the morning. Only then did Cao Cohen and Bai Jing return from their outing. At that moment, Wang Shanshan was nearly asleep on the living room sofa, drowsy and disoriented. "Shanshan, why are you still awake?" Bai Jing inquired, approaching her daughter. Rubbing her eyes, Wang Shanshan smiled and replied, "I'm not tired yet, Mom. Why did you two return so late?" Bai Jing paused, forcing a smile as she explained, "Oh, I was feeling a bit troubled, so I went for a brief jog." Many people prefer to channel their frustrations through physical activity, so Wang Shanshan perceived nothing amiss. "Mom, don't be distressed. I am here for you," she reassured, then turned to Cao Cohen, saying, "Cao Cohen, thank you for keeping my mom company until this late hour." "What else to thank?" Cao Cohen waved his hand dismissively, grinning, "I was more than willing to accompany Aunt Bai. There's no need for gratitude. Honestly, it was quite enjoyable, both physically and mentally." Hearing Cao Cohen's words, Wang Shanshan felt no sense of oddity. This was simply quintessential devoted admirer behavior. In pursuit of her affection, he seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself with her mother, thereby enhancing his chances in her presence. Just a typical display of fervent admiration. The three of them exchanged a few casual remarks in the living room before retreating to their respective rooms to rest. The next morning, the trio departed home early. Wen Yifu remained detained at the police station, and they needed to hasten to find a lawyer to investigate the circumstances. Ultimately, they engaged a relatively obscure criminal defense attorney. Perhaps due to a lack of current cases, he signed the engagement agreement and proceeded to the police station that afternoon. He spent 2 hours there and upon his return, delivered a rather grim message to Cao Kun, Wang Shanshan, and Bai Jing. The evidence against Wen Yifu in the murder case was unequivocal. The police had obtained video footage of Wen Yifu assaulting the victim and discovered the murder weapon at a critical fatal injury site on the victim's body. The weapon was a shard of glass measuring approximately 4 to 5 centimeters in length, from which a complete fingerprint of Wen Yifu was extracted. Furthermore, Wen Yifu himself had confessed, stating that he had not intended to kill. However, having consumed alcohol, he had inadvertently struck too hard and accidentally caused the victim's death. Regardless of whether Wen Yifu's actions were accidental or intentional, the fact remained that he had committed murder, substantiated by irrefutable evidence. In the lawyer's words, there was little point in pursuing a defense. With such conclusive evidence in a criminal case, even the most skilled attorney would struggle to effect a significant change in the outcome. Chapter 31. The dog licked the man. Certainly, the attorney's statement was not meant to suggest that Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan should relinquish their hopes. Rather, it served to inform them that, given the current circumstances surrounding Wang Yifu's case, they should cease placing their expectations upon the lawyer. In a case with such irrefutable evidence, the role of the attorney would ultimately prove to be minimal. At this juncture, their paramount objective should be to secure a letter of understanding from the victim's family. In the present situation, obtaining such a letter would be far more advantageous than engaging a competent lawyer, for, with the victim's family's letter of understanding in hand, it would be certain that Wen Yifu would not face the death penalty. Conversely, should they fail to procure this letter, based on Wen Yifu's conduct in this case, the likelihood of him receiving a death sentence was exceedingly high. However, acquiring the victim's family's letter of understanding was no simple feat. The victim's family had already visited the police station, prompting the attorney to discreetly inquire about their situation. From the information he gathered, it became clear that the victim's parents were not financially struggling. In other words, the Huang family was quite affluent, and moreover, their son was their sole heir. Under these circumstances, in order to obtain a letter of understanding from his parents, they would need to offer at least 3 to 5 million yuan. Any amount less than this would likely result in the parents refusing to engage in negotiations, preferring instead to see Wang Yifu pay for their son's life with his own. Indeed, reality aligned with the attorney's expectations. With the consent of Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan, the attorney managed to obtain the contact information of the victim's parents from the police station and reached out to them on their behalf. The response was resolute: 5 million yuan, and not a penny less, would suffice for them to consider issuing their letter of understanding. Upon learning this figure, despair washed over Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan. 3.5 million, even if they sold both of themselves, they could not muster such an amount, not to mention, even 1.5 million was beyond their means. Wang Shanshan's family owned a modest 2-bedroom apartment. Additionally, they had savings amounting to approximately 250,000. All told, they could scrape together at most 800,000. There remained an insurmountable gap of over 2,700,000. Mom, you must try to borrow it. If you can't, my dad will die, Wang Shanshan implored tearfully, gazing at Bai Jing in the cafe's private room after the attorney had departed. In that moment, she profoundly felt the helplessness and anguish that accompanies poverty. If only they could produce 3.5 million, Wen Yifu would live. If they could not, he would perish. Undoubtedly, Wang Shanshan desperately wished for Wen Yifu's survival. After all, he was the father who had cherished her for 18 years. Yet, she simply could not come up with the funds. What could she do? She had no choice but to borrow. Faced with Wang Shanshan's near-pleading tone, Bai Jing furrowed her brow in concern. She suddenly felt that her daughter was profoundly inconsiderate, lacking any empathy. Their family could barely scrape together 800,000, leaving them a staggering 2.7 million short of the demand. Where was she to find that additional 2.7 million? Furthermore, on what grounds could she even attempt to borrow such a sum? The attorney had stated that even if they managed to acquire the victim's family's letter of understanding, the likelihood of Wang Yifu receiving a life sentence was still considerable. This meant that Wen Yifu would be incapable of repaying the debt of 2.7 million. It would fall solely upon her shoulders, 2.7 million, should she truly become burdened with such a debt, her future would be irrevocably altered. Her only hope would be to repay it before her demise. Thus, was her daughter truly so thoughtless, or simply foolish? Did she genuinely wish to plunge her mother into the abyss? Were it not for Wang Shanshan's current state of distress, Bai Jing would have wanted to scold her. At that moment, Cao Kuan, who sat opposite Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan, spoke up. Shanshan, you need to calm down. You cannot manipulate Aunt Bai like this. Wang Shanshan was taken aback by his words. Had she truly been manipulating her mother? When had this occurred? Upon hearing Cao Kuan's remark, Bai Jing felt a pang in her heart, and her eyes moistened. Finally, someone understood her plight. What do you mean, Cao Kuan? How am I manipulating my mother? Wang Shanshan retorted, clearly still unaware that she was engaging in emotional coercion against her own mother. No, it was familial coercion, utilizing their mother-daughter bond to compel Bai Jing to do something she was reluctant to do. You are indeed manipulating your mother, Cao Kuan replied bluntly. Shanshan, you are only thinking about having Aunt Bai. Have you contemplated how this money will be repaid, and who will bear that burden? Wang Shanshan opened her mouth, but remained silent. Cao Kuan continued, you certainly have not thought about repaying this debt, for if you had, you would not speak so lightly of borrowing money. You must realize, this is a staggering sum of 2.7 million. If Aunt Bai were to shoulder this debt, have you considered how she would navigate her life henceforth? I can tell you bluntly, should she become encumbered by this debt, the remainder of her life would be spent in repayment. Therefore, you cannot drag Aunt Bai into the abyss simply to fulfill your own desires. She raised you with love, she owes you nothing. If you wish to repay Wang Shu's kindness and prevent his death, that is entirely understandable. After all, he is your father. However, this debt should not fall upon Aunt Bai to bear. It is a responsibility you must assume. The obligation of 2.7 million rests upon your shoulders, not hers. Cao Kuan's words left Wang Shanshan blushing and aghast. She even began to doubt whether this Cao Kuan in front of her was still her devoted admirer. How could he say such things about her in front of her mother? He expected her to bear this debt of 2.7 million. This was a sum of 2.7 million, not merely 270 yuan. At the tender age of 18, should she become burdened with such a colossal debt, her life would be irrevocably ruined. What on earth was wrong with this Cao Kuan, who had once been her loyal admirer, now turning against her? Could it be that she had not been generous enough in her affections lately? That must be it. Surely, it was because he had busied himself these past few days, orchestrating this and that, while she had failed to provide him with an adequate reward, leaving him feeling dissatisfied. Alas, did he not realize how dire her situation was, to be sulking like a petulant dog? Perhaps she should find an opportunity to show him some appreciation. Though merely a loyal admirer, she indeed still needed him by her side. In the fleeting moments that followed, a myriad of thoughts raced through Wang Shanshan's mind. Meanwhile, Bai Jing remained tearful, continuously dabbing at her eyes with tissues. Her tears stemmed, in part, from the relief of having her innermost feelings articulated by Cao Kuan. Additionally, she felt a profound sense of gratitude. Today, she finally experienced the sensation of being protected. While her foolish daughter sought to drag her into despair, Cao Kuan had instead shielded her with his strong arms, forcefully pushing her daughter aside. The feeling of being protected was undeniably stirring, making it difficult for any woman to remain unmoved. In fact, had the circumstances been more appropriate, she might have been tempted to invite Cao Kuan to take her away, to press the accelerator to its fullest. For the words he had spoken in her defense today were worth 100 lifetimes. Chapter 32, The Next Plan. Mother and daughter at odds within the confines of a calf booth. After a brief silence, it was Wang Shanshan who broke the stillness first. She cast a pitiful glance at Bai Jing and said, Mom, that's not my intention. I never meant for you to bear this debt alone. You are my mother, and I will certainly repay it alongside you. It's just that I can't seem to gather such a large sum of money. Moreover, he is my father. I cannot simply stand by and watch him perish, can I? Upon hearing this, Bai Jing wiped her eyes one last time and managed to force a smile onto her face. I understand, dear. I truly do. However, Shanshan, you must also comprehend my position. I do not wish to spend the latter half of my life encumbered by debt, hence, I cannot borrow money to save your father. This is the reality of our situation. We can only save what we can afford, and if it is beyond our means, there is little I can do. Furthermore, I have already done all I can for your father and for you. After all, the 800,000 yuan in family assets is half mine, yet in deference to you, I have chosen to relinquish it all in an attempt to save your father. Now, I am feeling a bit unwell and shall take my leave. With that, Bai Jing forced another smile at Wen Shanshan before rising to depart. As Wen Shanshan watched her mother's retreating figure, tears nearly spilled from her eyes. She could sense that with her mother's words, an invisible wall had arisen between them, rendering their relationship irreparably altered. But what had she done wrong? Was it a fault for a daughter to wish to save her father? Meanwhile, Cao Cohen silently observed the unfolding scene, a smirk threatening to break through. The mother-daughter bond was fraying. If they could turn against each other, would that not be delightful? With her father imprisoned and the mother-daughter relationship in tatters, the mere thought of such revenge exhilarated him. As Cao Cohen's mind raced with schemes to incite discord between Wen Shanshan and Bai Jing, suddenly, Wen Shanshan turned to him, her tear-filled eyes reflecting vulnerability. Cao Cohen, do you truly see me? Yet this time, he did not yield. Shanshan, Cao Cohen spoke with a serious tone. I did not claim you to be that kind of person, but you must realize that you were indeed attempting to emotionally manipulate Aunt Bai. Your sole focus is on keeping your father alive, but have you considered what price Aunt Bai might pay for this? Why should she bear the burden of your emotional ties to your father? Is that fair to her? Hearing Cao Cohen's words, Wen Shanshan felt her heart plummet. She had not anticipated such a response from him in their secluded booth. It seemed that Cao Cohen's level of insubordination had surpassed her expectations. She needed to swiftly reclaim his allegiance. After all, he was the only reliable ally she had. If he chose to abandon her, she would be left with no one. Reflecting on this, Wen Shanshan pouted and burst into tears, collapsing into Cao Cohen's embrace. Woo-woo. Why do you say this? Woo-woo, I truly did not mean it that way. I just wanted to save my father. Woo-woo. Seeing Wen Shanshan so emotionally distraught, Cao Cohen instinctively held her close, murmuring softly, There, I never intended to criticize you. I merely think that your actions put Aunt Bai in a difficult position. It's all right. After a period of soothing, Wen Shanshan finally ceased her sobs, allowing herself to remain nestled in Cao Cohen's arms, her voice still quivering. Cao Cohen, do you no longer like me? Cao Cohen's lips curled slightly. Goodness, not this again. Throughout the 3 years of pursuing Wen Shanshan, he had contemplated giving up countless times, yet, whenever he considered it, she would toss him a morsel of affection, reigniting his hope and compelling him to continue as her loyal admirer. Now, it was clear she intended to employ the same tactic once more. However, Cao Cohen was no longer the same naive admirer he once was. This time, a mere morsel would not suffice. He required at least a substantial reward. How could that be? Cao Cohen gently stroked Wen Shanshan's hair. You know, you are the one I cherish most in my heart. By 6 in the evening, Cao Cohen and Wen Shanshan finally exited the calf booth. Wen Shanshan's voice trembled with helplessness. Cao Cohen, what should I do now? I truly cannot bear to watch my father perish, yet I feel utterly lost. Cao Cohen believed that Wen Shanshan's feelings for Wen Yifu were genuine, albeit only on the surface. Based on his understanding of her, her inherent nature was fundamentally selfish. Take the matter of borrowing money as an example. If Bai Jing were to borrow funds to save Wang Yifu, she would wholeheartedly endorse it. However, if it were Wen Shanshan herself who had to borrow money for that purpose, she would unhesitatingly abandon Wang Yifu. In short, while she undoubtedly wished to save her father, she would refuse to shoulder any debts. If forced to choose, she would certainly opt not to incur any financial obligations. Do not fret. In response to Wen Shanshan's despair, Cao Cohen took her hand and reassured her, I will speak to the victim's family regarding the matter of the compensation. I will see if there is a possibility to negotiate a reduction in the amount owed. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to ensure that Uncle Wang survives. Chapter 33. Bai Jing's quest for self-rediscovery. Cao Cohen's words were not intended to console Wen Shanshan. He genuinely did not wish for Wang Yifu to be sentenced to death. After all, death would be an easy escape, far too lenient for him. Moreover, if Cao Kun had truly desired Wang Yifu's demise, he would not resort to such convoluted methods. Had he wished for Wang Yifu to perish, the man would have succumbed to countless accidents long ago, without the need. Thus, he would never allow Wang Yifu to face the death penalty. He wanted Wang Yifu to live, for only in life could one experience the depths of suffering. Upon hearing Cao Kun's remarks, Wang Shanshan was instantly moved, not by his words but by the return of the familiar, devoted figure she had come to know. It was not in vain that she had gulped down 2 large swallows in the calf's private room. Cao Kun, you are truly kind to me, but no matter how much you negotiate with them, they cannot possibly reduce the sum from 3.5 million to 800,000, can they? Wang Shanshan mused. If they were to lower it to 3 million, she thought perhaps there was a glimmer of hope. However, the leap from 3.5 million to 800,000 felt utterly implausible. After all, the other party was well off. A sum of 800,000 would hardly be a concern for them. How could they possibly let the murderer of their son go for such a trivial amount? It was simply preposterous. Not necessarily, Cao Kun replied with a smile. They never stated that bargaining was off the table. Besides, one must at least attempt it. Who knows what might transpire? Wang Shanshan contemplated this for a moment and nodded in agreement. Indeed, they had no other recourse at this juncture. It was worth a try. 20 minutes later, Cao Kun and Wang Shanshan returned to his residence. It was nearly 6:30, yet Bai Jing, who had returned home earlier, had not prepared dinner and seemed disinclined to do so. She lay on her bed with the door ajar, eyes shut, seemingly lost in thought or perhaps asleep. Observing this, Cao Kun handed Wang Shanshan 200 yuan notes and quietly, even without Cao Kun's urging, she could discern that her mother was undoubtedly upset due to her request for a loan to help her father. The realization that she had indeed angered her mother weighed on her conscience, and without uttering a word, she took. With her departure, Cao Kun strode confidently into Bai Jing's bedroom. Upon seeing Bai Jing feigning sleep on the bed, a smile crept across his lips as he sat beside her, placing his hand on her supple thigh. Still upset? She was fully aware that Wang Shanshan had gone out to procure dinner. She tightened her legs, trapping Cao Kun's hand as she opened her eyes and adopted a pitiable demeanor, saying, "Oh, it's not so much about being angry. I am just really quite disappointed today." Cao Kun chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Bai Jing continued, "I understand Shanshan's desire to save her father. After all, he is her father, and there are bound to be feelings involved. However, to save him, she has pushed her own mother into the abyss, and that I simply cannot comprehend or accept. Moreover, reflecting on the sacrifices I have made for her over the years, I feel truly wronged. I feel so exhausted." Watching Bai Jing in her current state, Cao Kun nearly burst into laughter. What a perfect opportunity to sow discord between her and Wang Shanshan. With a subtle smile, he reclined, propping his head with one hand while caressing Bai Jing's cheek with the other. "It's quite normal, as you have ceased to exist for yourself." "Ceased to exist for myself?" Bai Jing gazed at Cao Kun with confusion. "Indeed," he affirmed, "each individual is an independent entity, meant to live for themselves, yet you have allowed most of your life to be consumed by Shanshan. Even your favorite clothes, cosmetics, and delicacies have been supplanted by her preferences. You purchase what she likes, rather than what you desire. Hence, you are no longer living for yourself, you are living for Shanshan. And such a state is distorted and unnatural, which is why you feel so drained." Bai Jing stared blankly at Cao Kun, feeling as though she had encountered a sage. Indeed, since Wang Shanshan's arrival, her focus had shifted entirely to her daughter. Whatever Shanshan enjoyed, she would prepare. Whatever attire Shanshan favored, she would forego her own purchases to provide for her daughter. Wherever Shanshan wished to travel, even if she had never been, she would find the means for her daughter to do so. It was as if her very existence revolved around Wang Shanshan. Even more startling was the realization that, had Cao Kun not pointed it out, she might never have recognized that she had lost her own identity. Bai Jing, still in a daze, asked, "What should I do then?" "Of course, rather, it is she who owes you a debt of gratitude for raising her. From this moment on, you must live for yourself, indulge in the culinary delights you crave, wear the clothes you love, purchase the cosmetics that please you, simply do what brings you joy. Do not allow others to weigh you down, only then can you rediscover your true self. Cao Cohen's voice resonated with depth and magnetism, as if he had opened a door leading Bai Jing to an entirely different realm. In this new world, she envisioned a wholly transformed version of herself, adorned in her favorite attire, bedecked with cherished jewelry. She strode confidently, her face radiant with genuine smiles, free and unencumbered. She lived entirely for herself, bold and carefree. She seemed to emanate light, captivating and enchanting in every way. After a moment of reverie, Bai Jing gazed at Cao Cohen, uncertainty clouding her features. Do I truly have a chance to become myself again? Cao Cohen offered her a reassuring glance. Absolutely. You are only 37, the prime of a woman's life. In a bustling city, many women of your age remain unmarried. Moreover, to have captivated an 18-year-old with your allure is a testament to your charm, is it not? Thus, opportunities have always been at your feet. It merely depends on your desire to reclaim your identity. Bai Jing gazed at Cao Cohen with rapt attention, utterly moved by his words. She bit her lip and declared, Xiao Cohen, encountering you has undoubtedly been the greatest fortune. I wish to be myself again. I refuse to live for others any longer. I will live for myself. Cao Cohen nodded, no problem at all, I wholeheartedly support you. Then Bai Jing hesitated, a shy smile. I gave her 200 yuan, which should suffice for 4 or 5 dishes. Considering the time it takes to go back and forth from the community, it should be no more than an hour. Only an hour. Bai Jing's eyes sparkled with shyness as she bit her lip. Doesn't that seem? Think of it as a light appetizer later. When we go out for a stroll, we shall enjoy a proper feast. Chapter 34 Meeting Huang Mao's parents. 1 hour later, Wang Shanshan returned to Cao Cohen's home, bearing 5 dishes. Cao Cohen sat on the sofa, engrossed in the television, while Bai Jing was no longer lounging in bed. Instead, she was busy washing bed linens and other items. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Shanshan felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as Bai Jing was no longer lying in bed, but rather engaging in activities, it signified that she had ceased to be angry. This was further evident from the radiant smile adorning Bai Jing's flushed face. If she were still seething, she would not exhibit such a blissful and content expression. Mom, why the sudden washing of the bed linens? Didn't we just change them yesterday? Wang Shanshan placed the groceries on the coffee table in the living room and skipped over to Bai Jing, who was diligently using the washing machine. Oh, I accidentally. Wang Shanshan thought no further and cheerfully remarked, Mom, just let the washing machine do its job. I bought all your favorite dishes today, let us hurry and eat. All right. At 8 o'clock in the evening. A delightful dinner had come to an end, and as was her routine, Bai Jing went for a stroll, with Cao Cohen accompanying her. Only Wang Shanshan remained at home. She sat on the sofa, ostensibly watching television, yet her gaze was vacant, her thoughts clearly adrift. After a moment, Wang Shanshan shook her head in confusion. For some reason, she felt that her mother was not quite the same as before. The atmosphere during dinner had been harmonious, filled with laughter among the 3 of them, and Wang Shanshan could discern that her mother was indeed very happy. Yet, inexplicably, she sensed a distance between them that hadn't existed previously. She couldn't pinpoint what had changed, only that, although her mother appeared to be in good spirits, it felt as if they had grown further apart. Perhaps it's simply due to the overwhelming events of these past few days. Unable to articulate what had altered in her mother, Wang Shanshan resigned herself to attributing it to the recent turmoil and set the matter aside, returning her focus to the television. At 1 o'clock in the morning, just like the previous night, it was only then that Cao Cohen and Bai Jing returned. They seemed to have gone for another night run, as Bai Jing's face was flushed, clearly showing signs of vigorous exercise. Wang Shanshan felt no sense of abnormality. Given the significant upheaval at home, it was entirely reasonable for her mother to channel her inner emotions and frustrations through physical activity. The only downside was that they had returned rather late. However, it was not an issue of great consequence. With Cao Cohen by her side, she generally felt safe. Reflecting on this, Wang Shanshan truly wanted to commend herself. She felt that the wisest decision she had ever made in her life was to have Cao Cohen as her devoted ally. He was incredibly useful. Whenever a need arose, he was always there to lend a hand. Of course, there were drawbacks. The only downside was that this devoted ally had developed a rather large appetite, cultivated by her own indulgence. Following the events of today in the cafe's private room, she sensed that her future sweet nothings would no longer satisfy him. In other words, if she wished to entice Cao Cohen again, she would need to offer something at least as enticing as what had transpired today in the cafe's private chamber. Otherwise, it would be challenging to elicit any effect. The next morning, Cao Cohen and Wang Shanshan left the house together. They had arranged to meet Huang Mao's parents to discuss matters face to face. Although Wang Shanshan could only offer 800,000, a significant gap from the 3 million requested, it was her last resort. Regardless of the outcome, it was worth a try. Meanwhile, Beijing had scheduled an appointment at a nearby beauty salon for some self-care. Ever since being awakened by Cao Cohen's words yesterday, she had resolved to reclaim her true self, and thus she no longer felt the need to pretend. She had no desire to save Wang Yifu. She genuinely did not want to. She felt that her years spent with Wang Yifu had not been filled with joy or happiness. In fact, had it not been for Wang Shanshan's presence, she might have divorced long ago. Therefore, she would not accompany Wang Shanshan to negotiate compensation with the victim's family. Instead, she prioritized her own appearance. The spots on her face from where Wang Yifu had struck her still bore faint bruises. She needed to undergo treatment to eliminate them and also take good care of her delicate skin. Though Cao Cohen had remarked that she looked as youthful as an 18-year-old girl, even more vibrant than them, her age was, after all, a reality she could not ignore. Thus, maintaining her appearance was of utmost importance. When Wang Shanshan learned that Beijing would not accompany her to seek compensation from Huang Mao's parents but instead was heading for a beauty treatment, she was utterly bewildered. Her father was still detained at the police station, his fate uncertain, and her mother was off to a beauty salon. Was that appropriate, however? Faced with Wang Shanshan's confused and shocked expression, Beijing offered no explanation, only a smile, before confidently striding out of the house. Cao Cohen had advised her to be an independent individual, living for herself, which is precisely why she would not trouble herself with Wang Shanshan's issues. The matter of rescuing Wang Yifu was Wang Shanshan's own choice and, by extension, her own responsibility. Thus, she would absolutely refrain from intervening. Wang Shanshan, clearly unaware that Beijing had, with Cao Cohen's assistance, rediscovered her true self, remained dazed until she and Cao Cohen stepped outside. Cao Cohen, what do you think my mom is thinking? We're going to discuss compensation with the victim's family, and she's off to the beauty salon. Is she all right in the head? Listening to Wang Shanshan's dissatisfaction with Beijing, Cao Cohen nearly burst into laughter. He had merely suggested to Beijing the night before that she should reclaim her identity and stop living for others. He never anticipated that she would take his words to heart so promptly. You save your father, and I'll take care of my beauty treatment. We won't interfere with each other. If this situation continued to develop, Cao Cohen felt he wouldn't even need to instigate conflict. The mother and daughter would soon be at odds. What an intriguing pair of exceptional women they were. Contemplating these thoughts, Cao Cohen forced a smile and said, perhaps Bai Yi has her own burdens to bear. What burdens could she possibly have? Wang Shanshan retorted, her discontent evident. After all, today concerns my father's life and death. Even if she has her own troubles, she cannot simply disregard everything and head off to a beauty salon. Cao Cohen nodded with a smile. All right, don't be upset. Although Bai Yi isn't here, you still have me. Don't you worry, I will never abandon you. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan appeared somewhat touched. Yes, you're the best. I'm so grateful to have you by my side, otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. 20 minutes later, in a cafe in Chi 11N, Cao Cohen led Wang Shanshan to a window-side table, where two individuals were already seated. A man and a woman, both appearing to be in their early 40s, sat there with stern expressions, glaring at Wang Shanshan and Cao Cohen with intense hostility. These two were none other than the parents of the victim, Huang Mao. This was not the first encounter for Cao Cohen. In his previous life, he had met them after accidentally causing Huang Mao's death. Chapter 35. Now, I am the one in charge. Faced with the fierce gaze of Huang Mao's parents, Wang Shanshan evidently felt a twinge of trepidation. She grasped Cao Cohen's hand tightly, nearly entirely retreating behind him. In stark contrast, Cao Cohen remained unfazed by the menacing glare of Huang Mao's parents. After spending a decade in a maximum security prison, he had encountered countless intimidating stares. The current expressions of Huang Mao's parents struck him as utterly trivial. They bore no semblance of threat and, instead, appeared somewhat endearing and amiable. "Fear not, for I am here," Cao Kuan murmured gently to Wang Shanshan before leading her forward. "You must be the parents of Huang Jianren, am I correct?" With Wang Shanshan by his side, he greeted Huang Mao's parents with a natural grace. Huang Jianren's father snorted disdainfully and retorted, "HMPH, so you are the relative of Wang Yifu." "Not quite yet," Cao Kuan replied with a faint smile, pulling Wang Shanshan forward. "This young lady is the true relative of my uncle Wang Shanshan, his daughter. As for me, I am merely her suitor." Wang Shanshan, feeling timid, cast her eyes downward and bowed respectfully. "Uncle and aunt, I sincerely apologize. I understand that my words may bear no weight at this moment, but I wish to convey my father's heartfelt apologies to you." "HMPH, we dare not accept your apologies," Huang Jianren's mother retorted angrily. "Your family's apologies are of no value to us. A life for a life. Your father's life must be exchanged for my son's." Despite recently graduating from high school, Wang Shanshan, while possessing some talent in the art of manipulation, found herself woefully inexperienced in such a confrontational setting. Overwhelmed by Huang Jianren's mother's rebuttal, she stood at a loss. Cao Kuan, however, merely smiled faintly, disregarding the hostile glares from Huang Jianren's parents, and guided her to a seat. "Now, let us proceed," Cao Kuan began. "We are here today to discuss the matter of the letter of understanding, so I shall refrain from extraneous dialogue. The compensation amount of 3.5 million you proposed is simply unattainable for us," he stated plainly. "How about you lower that figure to 800,000? We might still be able to gather that amount." What? Upon hearing Cao Kuan's words, Huang Jianren's parents were left in stunned silence, questioning whether they had misheard. A mere 800,000 to secure their letter of understanding. It was preposterous. The issuance of such a letter would nearly guarantee that Wang Yifu would not face the death penalty. If Wang Yifu were spared, what would become of their son? Was it not akin to purchasing their son's life for 800,000? "Are you jesting with us?" Huang Jianren's father growled menacingly. "You think you can buy my son's life for 800,000? If I were to offer 1.6 million, could I then purchase both of your lives?" Cao Kuan replied with a calm smile, "Dear relative, please do not be agitated. I fully understand that this compensation figure falls short of your expectations. However, the amount we can offer is not solely dictated by your demands, it must also consider what we can feasibly provide. Your offer is utterly insufficient," Huang Jianren's mother seethed. 800,000 is absolutely unacceptable. At the very least, we require 2.8 million. This is our final offer, any less, and you can expect Wang Yifu to face dire consequences. We will never grant you that letter of understanding. As time ticked by, half an hour had passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Shanshan had anticipated that reducing the compensation from 3.5 million to 800,000 would yield little chance of success, yet she had not expected the situation to feel so utterly hopeless. The unyielding and aggressive stance of Huang Jianren's parents engulfed her in a sense of near suffocation. Thankfully, with Cao Kuan standing resolutely beside her, she felt somewhat shielded from the onslaught of Huang Jianren's parents. 2.6 million. Huang Jianren's father declared firmly. "This is our final bottom line. Anything less, and you may as well let Wang Yifu meet his demise." After half an hour of relentless negotiation, the compensation amount had settled at 2.6 million. While this represented a significant reduction from the initial 3.5 million, down by a staggering 900,000, Wang Shanshan displayed no semblance of joy, for whether it was 800,000 or 2.6 million, the difference was negligible to her. She could not afford either sum. Recognizing that the compensation amount had reached Huang Jianren's parents' limit, Cao Kuan glanced at Wang Shanshan and said, "Shanshan, why don't you step outside for a moment?" Wang Shanshan hesitated, unsure why Cao Kuan would suggest she leave at such a juncture, yet she felt a sense of relief, for she was on the verge of suffocation. Without uttering a word, she nodded at Cao Kuan and departed the cafe. Once Wang Shanshan was gone, Cao Kuan stretched lazily and turned his attention back to Huang Jianren's parents. Now we can engage in a proper discussion. What? Huang Jinren's parents were taken aback. They were only just beginning to negotiate. What had the past half hour been? Save your breath, Huang Jinren's mother interjected. 6 million is our final offer, not a penny less will secure our letter of understanding. But no, Cao Cohen replied, crossing his legs and wagging a finger at Huang Jinren's parents with a smile. It seems you both have misunderstood the current situation. The power to dictate terms lies not with you, but with me. You think you hold the reins. Huang Jinren's father scowled, his brow furrowed. Who do you think you are, merely a suitor of a murderer's daughter? Do you truly believe yourself to be someone of significance? Young man, understand this, if I wish to engage with you, you may consider yourself worthy, if I do not, you lack the standing to even sit here and converse with me. Listening to Huang Jinren's father's unceremonious retort, Cao Cohen merely smiled coolly and retrieved his phone. After inserting his earphones, he opened a video and handed the device to Huang Jinren's mother, gesturing for her to take a look. With a hint of suspicion, Huang Jinren's mother accepted the phone and placed the earphones in her ears. Huang Jinren's father leaned in as well, sharing an earphone as they both began to watch. As the video played, their expressions grew grave within mere seconds. With each passing moment, their countenances darkened further. Finally, after 3 minutes of viewing, Cao Cohen reclaimed his phone from their grasp. This was the original video capturing the harrowing incident of Bai Jing being dragged into an alley by Huang Mao and his accomplices. The initial 3 minutes showcased how they had seized her, threatened her, and begun to strip her of her clothing. The subsequent 3 minutes depicted the heinous acts that ensued, which did not require further elaboration. Huang Jinren's parents, seasoned as they were, needed no visual confirmation of the ensuing horror. Chapter 36, playing both sides. The once arrogant and aggressive parents of Huang Jinren, after viewing a 3-minute video, were rendered as powerless as a frostbitten eggplant, their confidence utterly deflated. In fact, the couple seemed utterly dazed. Meanwhile, Cao Cohen maintained his composed demeanor, as if everything had remained firmly within his grasp from the outset. Under the watchful gaze of Huang Jinren's parents, he leisurely tidied away his headphone cord and took a sip of the coffee before him. It was only at this moment that he turned his attention to the couple and spoke. The woman in the video is named Bai Jing, and she is the wife of Wang Yifu. So, do you now comprehend the entirety of this situation? Your son conspired with others to forcibly assault Wang Yifu's wife first, which prompted Wang Yifu to seek retribution against your son. However, having consumed a bit of alcohol at the time, he lost control and inadvertently caused her death. If this is indeed the case, and you secure a competent lawyer for Wang Yifu, what do you suppose the court's ruling will be? Huang Jinren's parents stared blankly at Cao Cohen, none of them daring to respond. With a slight smile, Cao Cohen continued, in such instances, the judge will likely issue a lenient sentence. After all, your son was the one who initially assaulted another man's wife, so notions of capital punishment or life imprisonment are utterly unfounded. Those are simply out of the question. I venture to speculate that, should the lawyer perform adequately, Wang Yifu might face a sentence ranging from 3 to 10 years, with a strong likelihood of receiving 8 or 9 years. Should he exhibit good behavior, he could potentially be released in 5 or 6 years. And this is merely under the scenario of an average lawyer's performance. If the lawyer excels, he might only receive a sentence of 3 to 4 years and, with commendable behavior, be out in roughly 2 years. So, do you now understand? Cao Cohen's assertions were not mere fabrications. Having spent a decade in prison, he had witnessed countless similar cases. Take, for instance, an acquaintance of his named Zhang Wei. Hailing from a rural background, Zhang was orphaned and had a younger sister. With no viable means of income at home, he ventured out to work, leaving his sister to study alone. Eventually, his sister was assaulted by a local thug. Upon learning of this, Zhang was understandably furious, yet refrained from reporting the incident to the authorities, concerned for his sister's reputation before her marriage. Nevertheless, the incident weighed heavily on Zhang's mind, leading him to seek solace in alcohol. One fateful day, intoxicated, he encountered the very thug responsible for his sister's plight. In a fit of rage, he attacked the man, unwittingly resulting in his death. It can be said that Zhang Wei's case bore a striking resemblance to Wang Yifu's current predicament. Ultimately, Zhang was sentenced to a mere 5 years. Given his good behavior, he was released after serving just 4 years and 3 months. Cao Cohen could enumerate numerous similar cases. As long as the judge possessed a semblance of compassion and the lawyer exhibited a modicum of skill, cases with extenuating circumstances were seldom met with harsh sentences. Thus, Cao Cohen was not merely attempting to intimidate the couple. Wang Yifu's case held significant potential for both severity and leniency. On one hand, there was the possibility of capital punishment. On the other, if the video were to be presented and Beijing testified, coupled with a skilled attorney, it was improbable that Wang Yifu would face a lengthy sentence. As Cao Cohen's words came to a close, an eerie silence enveloped the three of them. Both Huang Jinren's father and mother were left in a state of shock, uncertain of what to say or do. Their son had been brutally murdered, yet the perpetrator might only serve a mere 2 or 3 years. How could this be? It was utterly unacceptable to any parent. Finally, Huang Jinren's mother broke the silence, her voice trembling. Impossible. Young man, stop spouting nonsense. How could someone who has killed go unpunished? Is my son's life not valuable, not worth anything? Cao Cohen shrugged and replied with a smile, Madam, I regret to inform you that, at times, human life indeed holds little value. Allow me to illustrate. With that, he glanced out the window at a passing woman. If your husband were to be assaulting this lady, and I intervened with excessive force, inadvertently causing his death, how do you suppose I would be judged? Huang Jinren's mother opened her mouth to speak but faltered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Cao Cohen smiled gently. Do you believe I would be sentenced to prison? In reality, not only would I avoid punishment, but I would also be commended for my bravery. Similarly, if your son and the 2 accomplices were assaulting Wang Yifu's wife when I intervened and accidentally killed all 3, their deaths would amount to nothing. I would bear no financial liability nor any responsibility whatsoever. In fact, I would likely receive accolades for my courageous act. So, madam, does your son's life still seem valuable to you? You must understand, the law exists to protect the virtuous, not to shield your son, who is nothing but a scoundrel who assaults others. As soon as I present this video to the authorities, Wang Yifu is unlikely to face severe consequences. Your son will have died in vain. Cao Cohen's words plunged the atmosphere back into silence. Huang Jinren's mother glared at him, her lips parting several times as she struggled to formulate a rebuttal. Finally, it was Huang Jinren's father who spoke. He fixed his gaze on Cao Cohen and asked, Young man, you just stated that if you submit the video, Wang Yifu will not face severe punishment, and my son will have effectively died in vain, correct? Cao Cohen nodded calmly, absolutely true. And what if you choose not to submit it? Huang Jinren's father probed. Cao Cohen's lips curled into a grin. Mr. Huang, you truly have a businessman's instinct. You've hit the nail on the head. Clearly, if I do not present the video, Wang Yifu will face severe punishment, either capital punishment or life imprisonment. The final outcome hinges entirely on whether you choose to provide a letter of forgiveness. Upon hearing this, both Huang Jinren's father and mother comprehended the gravity of the situation. The decision to submit the video rested entirely upon their understanding of the matter. Huang Jinren inhaled deeply and stated, Young man, let us speak plainly, name your price. My son cannot die in vain. Cao Cohen wasted no time and held up 3 fingers. Then it shall be. Wang Yifu must not receive the death penalty. In other words, you must issue a letter of forgiveness, at the price we previously discussed, 800,000. Upon hearing Cao Cohen's demands, even Huang Jinren's father, a seasoned businessman familiar with the trials of commerce, could not help but gasp in shock. Goodness, playing both sides, who would have thought that the seemingly innocent, sun-kissed youth was such a formidable character? Chapter 37, The Ancestral Bracelet. In contrast to Huang Jinren's mother, Huang Jinren's father had weathered numerous storms in the business world and possessed considerable insight. Thus, upon hearing the price proposed by Cao Cohen and his accompanying demands, he astutely discerned that this seemingly bright and upright young man had far-reaching ambitions. Firstly, his dual dealings were unequivocally evident. Although he initially requested 3 million, he was, in fact, also absorbing the share belonging to Wang Shanshan's family. This was because he stipulated a demand for an 80,000 yuan letter of understanding. In essence, Wang Shanshan's family would be compelled to contribute 80,000, yet they would not be the true beneficiaries of this sum. The 80,000 would merely pass through their hands before being transferred to Cao Kun. Not only that, but they would also need to inject an additional 220,000 into this 80,000. Therefore, while Cao Kun appeared to merely be soliciting from them, he was, in reality, playing both sides. Secondly, it was clear that he could easily rescue Wang Yifu, yet he chose not to do so, opting instead to collaborate with them and leave Wang Yifu languishing in prison. What could be the significance of such a decision? Was it solely for the sake of 3 million? No, it was undoubtedly far more intricate than that. Based on years of discerning character, Wang Jianren's father could ascertain that Cao Kun was not particularly interested in the money. When he proposed 3 million, his demeanor, his expression, gaze, and tone was remarkably composed. Such calmness was not characteristic of someone genuinely motivated by monetary gain. At the very least, it was evident that he held little enthusiasm for the sum of 3 million. However, if he was not after money, then what was his true objective? Was it a person? It must be said that Wang Shanshan was indeed an exceptional woman. In terms of both beauty and physique, she undoubtedly belonged to the elite echelon. If Cao Kun was enamored with her and wished to make her his own, it would be entirely understandable, yet, that would not necessitate leaving Wang Yifu incarcerated. On the contrary, he should be striving to extricate Wang Yifu from his predicament. After all, if he were to establish a relationship with Wang Shanshan, Wang Yifu would become his father-in-law, and they would be family. What sense would it make to have a family member languishing in prison? Furthermore, Wang Yifu was in his prime, a time when he could still earn a living. Would it not be more advantageous to release him so he could contribute to the household? Unless a bold notion crossed Huang Jianren's mind, causing him to draw a sharp breath, could it be possible that Cao Kun's interest did not lie solely with Wang Shanshan? Or perhaps his ambitions extended beyond just her. Was it conceivable that he also desired to win over Wang Yifu's wife, Bai Jing? Huang Jianren's father had just watched a segment of video footage, and the memory was vivid. Bai Jing was indeed a stunning woman, her beauty and voluptuous figure rivaling that of Wang Shanshan. In fact, compared to Wang Shanshan, Bai Jing exuded a more mature and sophisticated charm, a unique allure of a seasoned woman. Thus, could it be that Cao Kun aspired to possess both mother and daughter? If this were the case, everything would fall into place. Why would he not rescue Wang Yifu when he clearly had the means? The answer was evident. He had set his sights not just on Wang Yifu's daughter but also on his wife. Why would he insist on obtaining an 80,000 yuan letter of understanding? Because that 80,000 represented all of Wang Shanshan's family's assets. Once surrendered, the two women would be left vulnerable and destitute. At that moment, they would be in dire need of support. If Cao Kun were to step in at such a juncture and become their ally, it would not be long before the two women would be at his beck and call. Contemplating this, Huang Jianren's father felt increasingly confident in his suspicions. What a ruthless character, willing to let others rot in prison for the sake of manipulating their wives and daughters. Such a person undoubtedly belonged to the category of cold-blooded individuals. Fortunately, he did not find himself in opposition to Cao Kun. Rather, they were aligned against a common enemy, Wang Yifu. Otherwise, facing such a man would leave Huang Jianren's father feeling like he needed to sleep with the lights on. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Huang Jianren's father promptly declared, "No problem, we can provide the 3 million you desire, but we hope you will also honor your commitment and ensure that this video does not surface at the police station." Upon hearing her husband's words, Huang Jianren's mother was momentarily taken aback. Agreed, just like that, no insistence on a written guarantee or further negotiation. 3 million was no trifling sum for them, especially considering their son had been killed, and now they were to part with such a large amount without ensuring that the murderer, Wang Yifu, faced the death penalty. It sounded utterly ludicrous. "Old Huang, I think we should reconsider this matter." Huang Jianren's mother attempted to voice her concerns, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by her husband. "Enough? You needn't concern yourself with this, just trust my judgment." As he spoke, Huang Jinren's father playfully winked at her. This subtle gesture conveyed a message of danger between them, an unspoken code that demanded her unconditional compliance with his decisions. In such urgent matters, Huang Jinren's father remained vigilant, observing their exchange. Cao Cohen smiled faintly and reassured, "Rest assured, Mr. Huang, as long as the 3 million is secured, this video will never see the light of day in the police station, I guarantee it." With that, Cao Cohen twirled a string of wooden beads around his wrist. This was a set he had purchased for 8 yuan at a street market the previous evening, claimed to be sandalwood. He removed the beads and said, "Mr. Huang, this string of beads has been passed down through my family for generations, and I have been polishing it for nearly 200 years. Selling it for 3 million is hardly unreasonable, don't you think?" Huang Jinren's father's lips twitched, at a loss for words. How could this shabby string of beads, which appeared brand new, dare to claim such a storied history? Furthermore, was bead polishing even a trend 200 years ago? Of course, while these thoughts raced through his mind, he could not express them aloud. He smiled and nodded. Not unreasonable at all, absolutely not. The value of such collectibles lies in the eye of the beholder. For those who lack appreciation, it may be worth but a single yuan, yet to the connoisseur, it may hold the worth of thousands or even millions. And this string in Brother Cao's possession resonates deeply with me. I am willing to pay 3 million for it, but I must inquire if Brother Cao is prepared to part with it. Cao Cohen laughed heartily and tossed the beads over. "Since Mr. Huang is so fond of it, I shall part with it without reluctance. 3 million it is. My bank account details are." Chapter 38. The bewildered Wang Shanshan. 5 minutes later, Cao Cohen glanced at the text message from the bank confirming the arrival of 3 million, a smile gracing his lips as he tucked his phone away. Meanwhile, the expressions on Huang Jinren's parents' faces revealed not a trace of mirth. Caution, utterly cautious. In the transaction records, Cao Cohen had intentionally specified that it was a transaction for purchasing pearls, rather than any illicit dealings that might raise eyebrows. He left no room for error, meticulously documenting every cent's origin, completely unperturbed by any potential scrutiny. "Shall I summon Wen Yifu's daughter for a discussion?" Cao Cohen suggested with a smile. "Very well," Huang Jinren's father replied, nodding eagerly, "let us discuss further." 10 minutes later. At the entrance of the cafe, Wang Shanshan strolled in, holding a half-eaten ice cream, her expression one of innocent bewilderment. She had already planned to indulge in some shopping. After all, she was no fool. Given the demeanor of Huang Jinren's parents, it was abundantly clear that they would not issue a letter of understanding for anything less than 260,000, and she was unable to procure such a sum. Thus, she had relinquished all hope. Since a resolution seemed unlikely, why not enjoy some retail therapy instead? However, before she could venture out, Cao Cohen's call summoned her back. She was reluctant to return. The atmosphere was stifling, and the outcome remained unchanged. What was the point of coming back? Yet, Cao Cohen had called, and she had no choice but to comply, for this was ultimately a matter concerning her family. Well, Cao Cohen, did the negotiations fall through? They consented. Wang Shanshan's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock and incredulity. How could this be? How could they possibly agree? Wasn't the minimum 260,000? How could they settle for 800,000? Observing her astonishment, Huang Jinren's father smiled and remarked, "Miss Wang, you truly ought to express your gratitude to Mr. Cao. If it weren't for his persistent advocacy on your behalf, we would have never agreed to issue a letter of understanding for 800,000. Wang Shanshan felt momentarily dazed and asked, "So, you genuinely agreed?" "Indeed," Huang Jinren's father confirmed, "whenever you are prepared to deliver the 800,000, we shall provide your father with the letter of understanding. It is settled." Following this, the four of them engaged in conversation at the cafe, yet Wang Shanshan remained in a daze, unable to collect her thoughts even as Huang Jinren's parents departed. At that moment, a singular question plagued her mind. How did they come to an agreement? They had firmly established a baseline of 260,000. How had it dwindled to 800,000? A mere 800,000. It was as if they had accepted the price of their son's life for this paltry sum. Were they out of their minds? Their vehicle alone was worth over 1 million. How could they agree to such a trivial amount? As she observed Wang Shanshan's bewildered expression, Cao Cohen struggled to suppress a grin. He had previously noted that her true nature was selfish, and now it was laid bare. Upon realizing that the other party would never issue a letter of understanding for 800,000, Wang Shanshan had displayed the devotion of a dutiful daughter, filled with filial piety. She would have gladly handed over that sum, kneeling in desperation for the letter of understanding, convinced that they would ultimately refuse. However, when the other party truly acquiesced to the 800,000, she was left in stunned silence. Her so-called desperation to save her father was merely a facade. If she were to part with all her family's assets to rescue Wang Yifu, what would she do? Her university tuition, living expenses, and the cosmetics and beautiful clothing she desired, all required money. Where would it come from? Thus, Cao Cohen had long anticipated that between Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan, it was Wang Shanshan who would be the most unwilling to part with the money. Nonetheless, seeing her penchant for theatrics, he decided to indulge her, allowing her to maintain the image of a devoted daughter. Moreover, now that she had no choice but to procure the 800,000, Cao Cohen said, "Shanshan, let us go and have a meal." Wang Shanshan gazed at Cao Cohen vacantly, her expression still somewhat dazed, and replied, "Cao Cohen, why do you think they agreed?" Cao Cohen raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "What's wrong, Shanshan? Shouldn't you be pleased that they agreed? Wasn't it your desire for them to issue the letter of understanding?" Wang Shanshan snapped back to reality, stammering, "Yes, I certainly hoped they would issue the letter, but didn't they say the minimum was 260,000? How did it change to 800,000? It was your heartfelt devotion that moved them," Cao Cohen replied with a radiant smile. "In fact, after you left, I hardly said anything to them. I merely recounted your recent experiences and shared how far you had gone to save your father, exhausting every possible avenue. They were profoundly touched by the sincerity of your father-daughter bond. They had never anticipated that you would go to such lengths for your father, and it was this genuine display of filial piety that swayed them. As a result, they ultimately agreed to issue the letter of understanding for the sum of 800,000. Upon hearing Cao Cohen's explanation, Wang Shanshan felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself twice. How could they be so foolish? They wouldn't even allow her to maintain her pretense. How could they take her act seriously? If she were to part with 800,000, what would she eat and drink? Did they have no sense? Enough, Shanshan. Cao Cohen seemed oblivious to her dismay, cheerfully declaring, "Here at last, we have some good news. Come, let me treat you to a nice meal." At his words, Wang Shanshan managed a bitter smile and replied, "Cao Cohen, perhaps we should skip it. I just had that ice cream, and my stomach feels a bit off. I think I'd like to go home and rest." "Is that so?" Cao Cohen inquired with concern. "Shall I accompany you? Should we stop by the hospital for a checkup?" No, Wang Shanshan hurriedly refused. "I just feel a bit unwell and wish to rest alone for a while. You go and eat, I'll head home." With that, Wang Shanshan hurriedly left without waiting for Cao Cohen's response. Watching her retreating figure, Cao Cohen couldn't help but smirk. "Thinking of backing out? Dream on, I won't give you that chance." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and dialed Bai Jing. "Hello, Aunt Bai, have you finished your beauty treatment?" "Really? Shall I come find you?" Har, splendid, I'll reserve a room and wait for you. I happen to have nothing planned for the afternoon." Chapter 39, The surprise of Cao Cohen an hour had passed. In room 1108 of the Blue Flag Hotel in Sheer County, Cao Cohen opened the door from within. Upon seeing Bai Jing standing outside with a few dishes in her hands, he smiled and immediately invited her in. "You mentioned you had a surprise to tell me. What is it?" When Cao Cohen had called Bai Jing earlier, she had instructed him to book a hotel, claiming she had a surprise for him. However, upon seeing her, he found no indication of a surprise. She looked exactly the same as when they had parted in the morning, still clad in a white blouse, a black pencil skirt, black stockings, and a pair of glossy black high heels. Where could the surprise possibly be? Surely, a mere beauty treatment couldn't be the cause of it, could it? With a cheerful demeanor, Bai Jing placed the food on the small table in the room and said mysteriously, "Take a guess." Guess. Cao Cohen scrutinized Bai Jing from head to toe and shook his head. "I really can't tell, you look just like you did this morning." "Oh dear." Bai Jing playfully pouted, rolling up the sleeves of her blouse and said, "Feel for yourself." Cao Cohen hesitated, but he extended his hand and touched her arm. Immediately, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. To be candid, there was hardly a part of Bai Jing's body that he had not touched before, yet today, the moment his hand made contact, he sensed something distinctly different. Her arm felt smoother and more refined than he remembered. Noticing Cao Cohen's astonished look, Bai Jing smiled brightly. "Did you notice?" Cao Cohen nodded with a grin. "It seems even smoother than before." "Did you apply some kind of essential oil?" "Goodness." Bai Jing laughed in disbelief. "Who applies essential oil all over their body? My clothes would be ruined." "No, I underwent a full-body waxing treatment at the beauty salon." Upon hearing her emphasize full body, Cao Cohen's expression became even more animated. "Wow, really? Is it the kind of full body I'm imagining?" With a playful bite of her lip, Bai Jing replied, "Exactly the kind you're imagining." Surprised. "Indeed?" "Surprised, absolutely." Cao Cohen exclaimed, "My dear, you are treading dangerously. Do you realize this will enhance your speed by 20 and your endurance by 20? Be careful not to bite off more than you can chew." Bai Jing giggled. "Is that so? Just make sure you can keep up with your words." "Impossible," Cao Cohen declared. "When I, Cao Cohen, make a promise, it is as unyielding as a nail driven in by a single spit. This afternoon, you shall brace yourself for the consequences." After a playful exchange with Bai Jing, Cao Cohen finally joined her at the small table for their meal. As he savored a skewer of roasted kidney, he asked, "How does it feel to return to your true self?" At this question, Bai Jing halted her eating, her face alight with happiness as she reflected, "It's utterly marvelous, simply splendid." She then gazed into Cao Cohen's eyes and continued, "You have no idea how I felt when I finished my beauty treatment and stepped out into the sunlight. It felt as though I had been reborn. Do you know how many years I have longed to undergo such treatments? But every time I saw the exorbitant costs, I would internally chastise myself. After all, I'm a mother now. Why waste money on beauty when I could buy my child something to eat or wear? For so many years, I have lived solely for the sake of others. But today, I finally chose to live for myself. I have discovered that the pleasure of living for oneself is so profoundly fulfilling and delightful. So, Cao Cohen, I shall no longer live for others. I despise the person I was before. I want to reclaim my true self and live for myself." Seeing Bai Jing's eyes glisten with emotion, Cao Cohen smiled and gently wiped her tears, encouraging, "Keep going, I believe in you. As long as you bravely take this step and sever ties with your former self, you will undoubtedly reclaim who you truly are." Sever ties with her former self. Bai Jing keenly noted that Cao Cohen had uttered a phrase he had not previously mentioned and immediately inquired, "Cao Cohen, what?" "Don't forget, you are still legally married to Wang Yifu. If you wish to live freely for yourself, you must first sever your relationship with him." Upon hearing this, Bai Jing suddenly grasped the reality. Indeed, she had almost forgotten that she was still Wang Yifu's wife. Regardless of how Wang Yifu's situation would be resolved, the fact remained that she did not possess true freedom. As Wang Yifu's spouse, if anything were to happen to him, she would be the first person the police would seek out. She would undoubtedly have to prepare and tidy up, continuing to clean up Wang Yifu's mess. As this thought crossed her mind, a wave of inexplicable disgust and frustration washed over her. Why was it so difficult for her to live for herself? Why did these people cling to her like leeches, draining her of her vitality? All she wanted was to live freely and unrestrained. Why couldn't they just let her go? Seemingly perceiving Bai Jing's inner turmoil, Cao Cohen took her delicate hand and said, "Actually, I have a surprise for you too." Bai Jing turned to Cao Cohen, her initial excitement and joy fading, and forced a smile. "What surprise?" Cao Cohen smiled slightly and said, "An opportunity that will allow you to sever ties with your former self." "What?" Bai Jing was taken aback, her eyes suddenly sparkling with interest as she eagerly asked, What opportunity? How can I sever ties with my former self? Cao Cohen signaled for Bai Jing to calm down and explained, "Today, I met with Huang Jinren's parents alongside Shanshan, and the negotiation results are in. They have agreed to offer an 800,000 compensation package in exchange for a letter of understanding for Wang Yifu." He went on to briefly recount the negotiations with Huang Jinren's parents regarding the settlement. The foolish daughter. Although Bai Jing had previously advised Wang Shanshan to forego her share of the family fortune, how could she genuinely relinquish it? What would she eat, drink, or how would she sustain herself in the days to come? Her statement was merely a reflection of her belief, much like Wang Shanshan's, that Huang Jinren's parents would never agree to issue a letter of understanding for a mere 800,000. As long as that sum remained unspent, half of it would still belong to her. She was merely voicing empty words, as nothing would truly change. However, the situation was different now. Cao Cohen and the others had successfully negotiated, and the other party had consented to the 800,000 for the letter of understanding. Thus, the 400,000 that rightfully belonged to her was about to vanish. Had this occurred previously, Bai Jing would have outright refused without a second thought. What a jest! With the house gone, the money depleted, and everything lost, what would remain for her and Wang Shanshan? How would they eat, drink, find shelter, and navigate their lives? And what of Wang Shanshan's university tuition, living expenses, and accommodation? In the past, Bai Jing would never have acquiesced, for she had far too many practical considerations to weigh. Yet now, she was disinclined to ponder these matters. She yearned to sever ties with her former self and embrace a fresh start, especially with Wang Shanshan. She had grown weary of this foolish daughter. The entirety of the family's finances had been siphoned off to rescue her father. How admirable, a truly devoted daughter, Bai Jing wanted to inquire. Now that the house and savings were gone, where would she, as a mother, reside, and how would she sustain herself? She had shown filial piety to her father, but what about her mother? Was she simply to be abandoned to fend for herself? Since her daughter had already traversed such extreme lengths, Bai Jing felt there was nothing left to cling to. This daughter, it would be better to let go. After all, Bai Jing could no longer tolerate Wang Shanshan draining her lifeblood. Indeed, she wished to sever all ties with the Wang family for good. Why not be decisive and cut all connections? Furthermore, she was curious to see what her foolish daughter would do next. With the university semester approaching, all the family's money had been spent on rescuing Wang Yifu. How would she cover her living expenses, tuition, and accommodation? Surely she wouldn't expect to extract resources from her mother, would she? Apologies, but there was nothing left, not a single drop. As for her maternal love for Wang Shanshan, it had reached an irrevocable conclusion today. From this moment forward, she would live for herself, Bai Jing, no longer for others. With these thoughts, Bai Jing felt as though she had unlocked a vital pathway within her body relaxed and her mind clear. She smiled at Cao Cohen and said, "Xiao Cohen, you are absolutely right. This indeed represents a definitive opportunity to sever ties with my past self. Although I may face considerable hardships as a result, I believe that reclaiming my identity and embracing At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Cao Cohen and Bai Jing arrived at the residence of Bai Jing and Wang Yifu. Initially, Bai Jing planned to sell the house to gather the 800,000 before seeking a letter of understanding from Huang Jinren's parents. However, Cao Cohen could not afford to wait that long. In this current market slump, selling a house was no easy feat. It might take months to find a buyer. To avoid prolonged delays, Cao Cohen decided to make a direct call to Huang Jinren's parents. Rather than selling the property, they would transfer ownership directly, and with Bai Jing's savings, it would amount to 800,000. Mr. Huang, as you can see, the house is in good condition. Therefore, using the property as collateral should pose no issue, correct? Cao Cohen, resembling a real estate agent, guided Huang Jinren's parents through the rooms. Upon hearing Cao Cohen's proposition, a bittersweet smile crept onto Huang Jinren's parents' faces. Had anyone else posed such a question, they would have surely declined. The current housing market was declining, and there remained a significant disparity between market and actual sale prices. Properties priced at 600,000 or 700,000. Such a blatant loss was something no one could agree to. Yet, this was Cao Cohen. They felt compelled to comply. After all, they had just engaged in a discreet transaction with him at noon, and it was still early afternoon. If they refused him now, it could lead to greater losses. Har har, no problem, no problem. Having already received 2 million, a few thousand more was inconsequential, Huang Jinren's father replied with a strained smile. In essence, the house is equivalent to cash. Transferring ownership is nearly the same as providing cash, the only difference is that selling a house takes longer, while using it as collateral expedites the process. Cao Cohen nodded. Mr. Huang, do you believe that this, combined with Aunt Bai's savings, will suffice for the 800,000? Well, Huang Jinren hesitated, glancing at Bai Jing. Of course, his gaze was not lecherous, rather, he was eyeing the gold earrings in her ears, the gold necklace around her neck, and the gold ring on her finger. While he needed to show respect to Cao Cohen, he also could not allow himself to be taken advantage of. The combination of Bai Jing's house and all her savings was indeed a stretch to reach 800,000, so he had to find a way to make up for the shortfall. Bai Jing was no fool. Upon noticing Huang Jinren's father's gaze fixed on her jewelry, she immediately understood. Without hesitation, she removed the gold earrings, necklace, and ring, handing them to Huang Jinren's father. He weighed them in his hand, estimating their worth at around 10,000, then nodded. All right, I'll reluctantly consider these items to reach the 800,000. Let us go. I will prepare the letter of understanding for you. The letter of understanding was not a mere scribble on a piece of paper. It was best conducted under the auspices of the police. After all, the final document would need to be submitted to the police station, so they might as well write it there and leave it behind afterward. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Huang Jinren's parents were the first to depart the police station. With the letter of understanding complete, their involvement in the case was essentially over, awaiting only the court's decision regarding Wang Yifu. Meanwhile, Cao Cohen and Bai Jing remained at the police station, for their visit encompassed more than just the letter. It was also about Bai Jing's definitive break with Wang Yifu. However, Wang Yifu was not someone they could meet directly. They had to rely on their lawyer to relay messages. The lawyer they had engaged for this matter was the same one as before, who had already entered to discuss matters with Wang Yifu. Xiao Cohen, what if Wang Yifu refuses to agree to the divorce? Bai Jing pondered. With the house, savings, and even jewelry gone, she had sacrificed everything to sever ties with her past, to reclaim her identity, and to embrace a new beginning. Now, she was but one step away from divorce. If Wang Yifu resisted, it would be a source of great distress. Chapter 41. The buzzing in his head. Rest assured, Cao Cohen said, grasping Bai Jing's hand to comfort her as he observed her anxious demeanor. I believe my uncle Wang will agree to the divorce. At this juncture, the decision to divorce no longer rested solely with Wang Yifu. After a decade of incarceration, Cao Cohen had witnessed numerous such circumstances. When a husband serves time in prison, a wife can simply file for divorce in court, and it is almost always granted. He had just conversed with a lawyer, relaying this situation to him to communicate to Wang Yifu. Should Wang Yifu consent to the divorce, he could still part ways with dignity, amicability, and respect. Conversely, if he opposed it, a court notification would be issued within 6 months, informing him that he had been divorced. At that point, the process would no longer retain its current decorum. Thus, once Wang Yifu realized that the outcome was unalterable, he would surely opt for a more dignified separation. Meanwhile, in a room at the police station, Wang Yifu sat in a daze, staring blankly at his lawyer, his expression remarkably poignant. She used all her money to obtain the letter of understanding for me. Indeed, the lawyer nodded. The letter of understanding was drafted here at the police station just a short while ago, so I can say I was present throughout the process. Ms. Bai Jing has transferred the property under your names to Huang Jinren's parents as debt repayment, and she has also given them your savings of over 200,000. Additionally, she relinquished her gold earrings, necklace, and rings. In total, these items amount to 800,000, all given to Huang Jinren's parents before they issued you the letter of understanding. This means you can now rest easy. While I cannot guarantee 100%, I can assure you with 99% certainty that you will not face the death penalty. Upon hearing these words, Wang Yifu remained frozen in his seat, devoid of any immediate reaction. He was uncertain how to process his emotions. Should he feel happy? Perhaps, after all, he would not be sentenced to death. Yet, joy eluded him entirely. The knowledge that Bai Jing had sacrificed their home, savings, and even her jewelry for his letter of understanding filled him with a profound, indescribable emotion. He was acutely aware of their financial situation, understanding that this letter had cost Bai Jing everything. She was left without a home, without savings, and without even a decent piece of jewelry. Everything was gone. Was this truly the conclusion for a woman who had stood by him for nearly 2 decades? In that instant, Wen Yifu felt an overwhelming sense of failure as a man, realizing that a woman who had devoted so many years to him was now left destitute. At that moment, he suddenly found peace regarding Bai Jing's entanglement with 3 other men. Although she had wronged him, he recognized that he had ultimately failed her more. As Wang Yifu gradually emerged from this emotion. Wang, that Ms. Bai Jing believes your fates have reached their conclusion, and thus, your marital relationship should also come to an end. Anticipating this outcome, Wen Yifu nodded calmly. A woman who had been by his side for so long, now reduced to having nothing, how could he, as a man, possibly retain any face to keep her by his side? Moreover, he was destined to spend the remainder of his life in prison, while Bai Jing was still young, with a long road ahead. She deserved a new beginning. I agreed to the divorce, Wen Yifu stated, but I am unable to leave at present, so I can only draft a divorce agreement for you to handle. The lawyer nodded affirmatively, saying, that is not a problem. Since Mr. Wang has no objections, please proceed with the writing. I believe there are no longer any disputes regarding your assets, so it should not be too complicated. Wen Yifu managed a bitter smile. Indeed, all their assets had been exchanged for his letter of understanding, leaving no room for disputes. After 5 or 6 minutes, he completed the divorce agreement and handed it to the lawyer. Only then did he appear to recall something and inquired, by the way, lawyer, what will happen to our daughter, Wang Shanshan? After the divorce, Wen Yifu intended to ask who would be granted custody of Wang Shanshan, but before he could finish, the lawyer interrupted, Mr. Wang, I am aware of your daughter, Wang Shanshan. She has already turned 18 and is legally considered an adult. Therefore, your divorce from Ms. Bai Jing will not affect her. Since she is of age, issues of custody and guardianship are no longer relevant. If she wishes, she can live independently. Wen Yifu opened his mouth but ultimately just nodded. Subsequently, the lawyer engaged in further conversation with Wen Yifu, ensuring he had no additional matters to address before concluding their discussion. Meanwhile, in the police station's lounge, Bai Jing hurriedly approached the lawyer as he exited. Lawyer, how did it go? Did he agree to the divorce? The lawyer smiled and nodded, producing the divorce agreement Wen Yifu had drafted. By Mr. Wen Yifu has consented to terminate your marital relationship. However, due to his circumstances, he is unable to appear in person to process the divorce, so I will handle it on his behalf. Furthermore, since the Civil Affairs Bureau is still open, if we act swiftly, you should be able to obtain your divorce certificate today. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing nearly burst into tears of joy, exclaiming, Lawyer, there is no time to waste. Let us hurry to the Civil Affairs Bureau. At 5:30 in the afternoon, outside the Civil Affairs Bureau in Xie County, Bai Jing clutched the divorce certificate in her hands, unable to contain her overwhelming excitement. She pressed the certificate tightly against her chest, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. It was the taste of freedom, the scent of liberation. Unshackled and unfettered, she was free. At long last, she had severed ties with her past self, and from now on, she could finally live for herself. Beside her, Cao Cohen watched Bai Jing's exuberance with a smile, saying, Aunt Bai, let us hurry home to share this news with Shanshan. If she learns that Uncle Wang has obtained the letter of understanding, she will undoubtedly leap for joy. The mere thought of Wang Shanshan filled Cao Cohen with excitement. He was eager to witness her reaction upon discovering what had transpired that afternoon. With their home gone, their savings vanished, and their lives reduced to nothing, her mind must surely be buzzing. Chapter 42, The Severed Bond Between Mother and Daughter. Meanwhile, at Cao Cohen's residence, Wang Shanshan sat in a state of vexation, fixated on the television while voraciously indulging in snacks. It infuriates me. How has this insufferable sycophant, Cao Cohen, become so oblivious? He knows full well that my stomach is upset and that I skipped lunch with him, yet here we are, and he hasn't brought back any food. Does he intend to starve me? HMPH, I shall grant him one final hour. If he does not return with food, then I will never allow him to fawn over me again, as if I were somehow reliant on his servitude. Wang Shanshan felt particularly disheartened today, her distress stemming primarily from the negotiations with Huang Jinren's parents. She had racked her brain, never imagining that they would genuinely consent to a compensation of 800,000 yuan in exchange for a letter of understanding. For heaven's sake, she merely sought to cultivate an image of a dutiful daughter. With this incident spreading, everyone would come to know that Wang Shanshan was a woman of sentiment and loyalty. To save her father's life, she was willing to relinquish all her family's wealth, leaving herself with no fallback. How touching! The image of a devoted daughter, who values emotions over material wealth, would surely solidify her status. These were the points that would elevate her reputation. However, the agreement of Huang Jinren's parents had completely disrupted her plans. Their portrayal of a devoted daughter was no longer feasible. After all, she was merely feigning concern. She had never intended to genuinely hand over 800,000 yuan for that letter. Moreover, not only was she unable to construct the image of a devoted daughter, but she also risked incurring a stain upon her reputation. Now that the other party had agreed, her dissent would only cast her as a miser, willing to watch her father face a death sentence rather than part with her money for his salvation. Such a reputation would be a fatal blow to her standing. Indeed, simply on this account, her aspirations of marrying into a wealthy and influential family would be dashed. Fortunately, this blemish had yet to be firmly established. She had not yet voiced her dissent, nor would she, for she still had her mother. Such heartless words must be uttered by her mother. She had to ensure her own image remained untarnished. Furthermore, her mother would undoubtedly voice them, for the university semester was about to commence, and expenses for tuition, living, and accommodation loomed large. How could her mother possibly agree to expend all 800,000 yuan for a letter of understanding? She was still young, ignorance could be excused, but could her mother claim the same? Just as Wang Shanshan was lost in these thoughts, the door swung open, and Cao Cohen entered with Bai Jing. Upon seeing Cao Cohen return empty-handed, Wang Shanshan's expression fell instantaneously. This insufferable sycophant, what was he thinking? Did he not realize she hadn't eaten lunch? How could he return without even a morsel? Fine, just wait, I will never allow you to fawn over me again. As this unhappy thought flashed through her mind, Wang Shanshan suddenly felt as if she had discovered something and exclaimed, "Mom, where is your necklace?" She remembered vividly. Yet now, her neck was bare, the necklace was missing. Surely it couldn't be lost. That necklace was worth several thousand, nearly 10,000. With the realization of the necklace's disappearance, Wang Shanshan soon noticed that Bai Jing's golden earrings were also absent. Even the golden ring she wore was gone. What on earth was happening? Where were these ornaments? Had they been robbed? Meeting Wang Shanshan's astonished gaze, before Bai Jing could speak, Cao Cohen hastily interjected, "Shanshan, we have secured your father's letter of understanding." What? Wang Shanshan's body trembled as if she had seen a ghost, and she turned to Cao Cohen, articulating each word with disbelief. "Or what did you just say?" "We have obtained my father's letter of understanding." "Indeed?" Cao Cohen replied with an expression of delight. "This afternoon, I went with Aunt Bai specifically to finalize this matter." He then recounted the events of that afternoon in meticulous detail, from mortgaging their house to Huang Jinren's parents, to transferring all their savings, and finally to Bai Jing relinquishing her jewelry to Huang Jinren's parents. He concluded with the revelation that Huang Jinren's parents had issued the letter of understanding at the police station. Wang Shanshan felt her head spinning as she absorbed Cao Cohen's words. She was on the verge of fainting. Their house was gone, their savings obliterated, and even Bai Jing's jewelry was lost. How would they manage to live? Moreover, the university semester was rapidly approaching. Suppressing the urge to swoon, she turned to Bai Jing, her voice trembling. "Mom, what Cao Cohen said isn't true, is it? Our house is still intact, our savings remain, right?" At her words, a flash of contempt flickered in Bai Jing's eyes. "Really, weren't you the one who cried and insisted on borrowing money to save your father? Now that the letter of understanding is secured, you feign this demeanor. Who are you trying to disgust?" "What Cao Cohen said is entirely true," Bai Jing replied flatly. "Our house and savings are all gone, sacrificed for you. Besides, isn't this what you've always wished for?" Upon hearing her mother's confirmation, Wang Shanshan stumbled, nearly collapsing onto the sofa. She stared at Bai Jing as if she were a stranger, and after several, "Do you understand? What am I to do about my tuition, my living expenses? How can you expect me to attend university?" Faced with Wang Shanshan's hysterical outburst, Bai Jing could no longer contain. Bai Jing glared fiercely into Wang Shanshan's eyes, enunciating each word with a chilling clarity. Wang Shanshan, listen carefully. Regardless of the circumstances, I am still the mother who raised you for 18 years. You may choose to disregard me, but you must show me the respect I deserve. Should I ever hear you speak to me with disrespect again, I will not hesitate to ruin your face. Moreover, you have now reached the age of 18. You are an adult. How you choose to pursue your education is entirely your affair. Even if you decide to forego university and work in a factory turning screws, or at a KTV as an escort, or even selling yourself, that is your prerogative. Remember, from this point forward, your affairs and I will not live for you any longer. With that, Bai Jing turned sharply and stormed out, leaving a seething tension in her wake. Chapter 43, The Targeted Cow. The lickspittle within the confines of the room, Cao Cohen observed the poignant scene of the severed bond between mother and daughter, nearly bursting into applause. How exhilarating, absolutely splendid, especially the resounding slap delivered by Bai Jing to Wang Shanshan's face, coupled with the venomous words she directed at her. The expression, the fury, and the profound disappointment buried deep within her gaze were simply extraordinary. It was a sight to behold, a delightful sensation indeed, more gratifying than a tenfold indulgence. However, while reveling in the role of an audience member, Cao Cohen did not forget his other identity. Witnessing Bai Jing's furious departure, he promptly stepped onto the stage himself. Aunt Bai, he called out twice to her retreating figure, then swiftly turned to address the stunned. Too far, Bai Jing had lost her home and savings, yet she was accused of being excessive. Do you have any idea how much Aunt Bai has sacrificed for you? Cao Cohen lamented passionately. For your sake, now that he is safe, you dare to cast blame on Aunt Bai. You are a hypocrite, playing the victim while standing tall. I am utterly disappointed in you, spit. Having delivered this tirade, Cao Cohen did not grant Bai Jing the opportunity to respond and swiftly pursued her. Aunt Bai. Meanwhile, Wang Shanshan stood frozen, watching Cao Cohen's departing figure in disbelief for a couple of seconds before letting out a shriek and discarding the snacks she had been holding. Everything had turned upside down. This life was unbearable. Her mother was cutting ties with her, and that sycophant Cao Cohen dared to label her a hypocrite, expressing disappointment, and even spat at her. On what grounds? He, a mere lickspittle, had no right to criticize her. The fact that she allowed him to fawn over her was already a monumental favor, yet he had the audacity to turn the tables. Had he forgotten that he was nothing more than a sycophant? Damn it! In the living room, Wang Shanshan tugged at her hair in frustration, crouching down on the floor. Why has it come to this? Within the community, just before exiting, Cao Cohen finally caught up with Bai Jing, grasping her arm firmly. Aunt Bai, please wait, where are you going? Bai Jing's face was a mask of indignation and grievance as she met. Bai Jing let out a bitter laugh, clenching her teeth. Honestly, I would have been better off raising a dog, at least it would know to wag its tail at me. Truly, my greatest mistake in life was raising such a thankless wretch. Cao Cohen frowned, his Shanshan might just be overly excited, which led to her thoughtless remarks. Excited, thoughtless, do you believe that yourself? Bai Jing shook her head with a rueful smile, then took a deep breath, reflecting, after all, I have done more than enough for her. With that, Bai Jing looked into Cao Cohen's eyes and continued, Xiao Cohen, I have no desire to eat. I am feeling overwhelmed and agitated. Will you accompany me for a stroll? Cao Cohen nodded seriously. Of course, let us go, Aunt Bai. I'm here for you. Half an hour later, Cao Cohen and Bai Jing arrived at the home of Wang Yifu. More precisely, this residence now belonged to Huang Jinren's parents. However, since there were still some belongings belonging to Bai Jing, Wang Shanshan, and Wang Yifu, Huang Jinren's parents had graciously. Within these 3 days, they needed to gather their clothes, bedding, and other possessions. After this period, Huang Jinren's parents planned to change the locks, at which point the house would entirely belong to them. Therefore, Bai Jing and the others had only 3 days left to use this place. In the bedroom, Cao Cohen gazed at the wedding photo hanging above the bed, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. In the photograph, Wang Yifu donned a meticulously tailored suit, his smile radiant, while Bai Jing appeared in a pure white wedding gown, shyly leaning against his chest. It was heartwarming, blissful, and sweet. Alas, those days were long gone. Not only had the couple divorced, but one of them was destined to spend a lifetime in prison. Indeed, the unpredictability of life is astounding. Noticing Cao Kuan's lingering gaze on the wedding photo, Bai Jing tentatively inquired, "Oh, what's the matter, I'm just reflecting," Cao Kuan replied. "How can life be so capricious? Just a couple of days ago, Uncle Wang was perfectly fine, and now he is behind bars." Time flew by, and before long, it was 1 o'clock in the morning. At Cao Kuan's residence, Wang Shenshen picked up the snacks she had thrown on the floor and began to eat again. After a long period of despondency, she finally managed to pull herself together. Given the circumstances, she had no choice but to face reality with courage. Her first challenge now was how to secure the funds for her university tuition and living expenses. She was determined to attend university. This conviction had never wavered. After all, a woman with a college education is in an entirely different league compared to one without. With her looks and figure, obtaining a college diploma would enable her to find a well-off husband effortlessly. However, with only a high school diploma, no matter how attractive she was, it would be exceedingly difficult to marry into a prosperous family. Thus, attending university was a necessity for her. Yet, due to Bai Jing's foolish actions, she had lost her financial support for her education. So, how could she obtain the necessary funds for university? Should she approach Bai Jing for help? Absolutely not. That woman was likely poorer than she was now. Besides, after having spoken so coldly, she would never humiliate herself by asking her. Thus, the only option left was Cao Kuan. Wang Shanshan contemplated this thoroughly and concluded that she would ultimately need to extract funds from that sycophant. First and foremost, Cao Kuan possessed wealth. Although he had grown up with his grandfather, the latter had left him a considerable inheritance upon his passing. Once, Wang Shanshan had surreptitiously glimpsed his bank account balance, over $1 million. This was also the reason she had been stringing him along for so many years without outright rejecting him. Who in their right mind would refuse a lickspittle willing to spend freely from a fortune exceeding $1 million? Secondly, Cao Kuan was her lickspittle. He was the only one from whom she could extract money. Wang Shanshan was not without wealthier classmates, some with several properties and family businesses making millions. However, they were not her sycophants, and she could not coax money from them. Moreover, even if she managed to obtain funds from them, it would be a loan that would require repayment. In contrast, money from Cao Kuan could be obtained without the need for repayment. After all, who could blame him for being her lickspittle? Chapter 44. A heated argument over the phone. Confronted with the predicament she currently found herself in, Wang Shanshan quickly managed to clarify her thoughts. Moreover, she soon devised a solution to her dilemma. However, it was not as straightforward as she had hoped. Had Cao Kuan remained the obedient sycophant he once was, the resolution would indeed have been simple. She would merely need to employ a few subtle tactics, and he would eagerly take on the burden of her university tuition and living expenses accumulated over the past 4 years. Yet now, it was evident that Cao Kuan was no longer the same devoted follower. After all, he had expressed his disappointment towards her and even spat in disdain, indicating that he had reached a breaking point. If she did not take decisive action soon, Cao Kuan might very well break free from her grasp entirely. Thus, it was imperative to soothe him and tighten the metaphorical leash that bound him to her. Otherwise, should he escape, it would mark the onset of her nightmares. With this in mind, Wang Shanshan reluctantly popped the last morsel of her snack into her mouth and picked up her phone. I never imagined that I, the illustrious Wang Shanshan, would one day find myself submissively appealing to that sycophant, Cao Kuan. Bai Jing, it's all your fault, you foolish woman. If it weren't for your utter foolishness, I would not have found myself in this predicament. After venting her frustration, Wang Shanshan finally dialed Cao Kuan's number. 1 ring, 2 rings. When the phone continued to ring endlessly, and she was on the verge of giving up, it was finally answered. Hello Shanshan, what's up? Hearing Cao Kuan's voice on the other end, Wang Shanshan involuntarily furrowed her brow. What are you doing, Cao Kuan? Oh, I'm at the internet cafe, he replied with a chuckle. I am not tired today, so I thought I'd come play for a bit. Oh, at the internet cafe, Wang Shanshan echoed. Hee hee. Cao Cohen chuckled and then asked, by the way, Shanshan, why are you still awake? It is already 1 in the morning, how could I possibly sleep? Wang Shanshan pouted, her tone laced with melancholy. My mother is about to sever ties with me. By the way, where is my mom? Oh, Aunt Bai, I've already parted ways with her. We're not together anymore, so I don't know where she went. Oh, her mother wasn't he with Cao Cohen. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan felt a surge of energy and her courage grew. Hey, Cao Cohen, let me ask you something. Don't you think my mother is a complete fool? Honestly, I've never encountered someone as foolish as her. She went and traded everything we had for a letter of understanding. Honestly, does she even have a brain? To call her a fool would be an insult to fools. She is simply a quintessential idiot, don't you think? After venting her thoughts, Wang Shanshan noticed that Cao Cohen remained silent on the other end, merely making a series of nonsensical noises. This prompted her to frown in annoyance. Hello, Cao Cohen, what are you doing? Are you even listening to what I'm saying? Oh, I'm listening, of course, Cao Cohen stammered. However, Shanshan, I think you might be exaggerating a bit. Exaggerating? Wang Shanshan's tone escalated. She has made things this way. How can you say I'm exaggerating? Calling her a big idiot is already showing mercy. No, Cao Cohen countered. Shanshan, I disagree. On the contrary, I believe Aunt Bai acted admirably and is quite devoted. Have you even considered why Aunt Bai took that money? She didn't spend a single cent on herself. She used it all to save Uncle Wang. Understand that Aunt Bai and Uncle Wang have shared a deep bond as a couple. How could she possibly bear to see him suffer? Moreover, Shanshan, Uncle Wang is your father. What Aunt Bai did was not for an outsider. If others do not understand, that is one thing, but how can you, as his daughter, not comprehend? Don't you forget, it was you who cried out to save Uncle Wang initially. Now that your wishes have been fulfilled, you cannot turn around and blame Aunt Bai. Shanshan, I truly believe you owe Aunt Bai an apology. How about this? I'll arrange for you to sincerely apologize to her tomorrow. All right. Upon hearing Cao Cohen's words, Wang Shanshan felt an overwhelming surge of anger. How dare he? Was this sycophant truly rebelling against her? He had the audacity to lecture her. Was it so difficult for him to simply agree with her, who needed his reasoning? Absolutely not. Wang Shanshan retorted furiously. Cao Cohen, you witnessed everything she did and said today. She is the one who threatened to sever our mother-daughter relationship. I cannot go crawling back to her for an apology. Besides, she is the one in the wrong. Why should I apologize? She doesn't value me, and I certainly do not value her. Having such a fool for a mother is a source of shame for me. I can hardly bear to show my face. Perfectly, she wants to cut ties with me. I'll gladly oblige, otherwise, she might truly think I wish to maintain a mother-daughter relationship with such an idiot. Oh, she should take a good hard look at herself. Cough, cough, cough. Cao Cohen hurriedly cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone. Shanshan, stop speaking recklessly. Even in your anger, such words should not be uttered. Just think about what you're saying. If Aunt Bai hears this, how heartbroken would she be? I'm not afraid if she hears it, Wang Shanshan declared defiantly. If she wants to be heartbroken, so be it. She is the one who committed such a foolish act. If she is heartbroken, she deserves it. If she were to die, I'd drag her to the crematorium myself and scatter her ashes. Enough, Cao Cohen interrupted hastily. Shanshan, just listen to what you're saying right now. You're clearly upset. Let us talk again when you've calmed down. I still have over 10 kilometers to run. I need to get back to it. I'll hang up now. Beep, beep, beep. As Wang Shanshan stared at the abruptly disconnected call, she opened her mouth to say something but ultimately quelled the urge to call back. Fine, she would address it tomorrow. Chapter 45, the establishment of Yundong Special Zone and doubling of wealth. The following morning, in a quaint garden community, Cao Cohen stepped out with a light-hearted and cheerful stride, humming a little tune. It was nearly impossible not to feel elated. The words spoken by Wang Shanshan during their phone conversation the day prior had been perfectly overheard by Beijing. Insults such as big fool, stupid idiot, not even taking a moment to reflect, and even the mention of scattering her ashes, had all registered clearly in her ears. Although Bai Jing had not uttered a single word in response, the increasing intensity of her demeanor indicated to Cao Cohen that the mother-daughter bond between her and Wen Shanshan was irreparably shattered. There was utterly no possibility for reconciliation. It was truly disheartening for Cao Cohen to witness the relationship between the two women descend into such an unfortunate end, even to the point of opposition. At that moment, an unexpected phone call came through. Cao Cohen initially assumed it was Wen Shanshan, but upon checking his phone, a smile instantly spread across his face. It was Liu Yuling. She was the real estate agent who had provided him with dedicated service during his property purchase in Yundong district of Haicheng. In the days following his return from Haicheng, the two had occasionally exchanged messages on WeChat. However, it was the first time she had called him so early in the morning. Clearly, something significant must have occurred. After all, it was only 6 o'clock in the morning, well before the typical start of the workday, entirely private time. As someone in the service industry, Liu Yuling must have been aware that calling at such an hour could greatly inconvenience others. Thus, it could only mean that something had transpired that warranted ignoring such discomfort. Cao Cohen surmised that the news of Yundong district's designation as a special economic zone must have just broken. Apart from that, he could think of no other news that would compel Liu Yuling to call him so early. With these thoughts in mind, he answered the phone. "Hello, Manager Liu." "Cut that out." Liu Yuling's tone was even more fervent than Cao Cohen had anticipated, her excitement palpable. "I'm alone right now." Cao Cohen chuckled and changed his address. "Little Parsi AI, what is going on?" "What is going on?" "You're about to strike it rich, do you know that?" Liu Yuling could no longer contain her exhilaration. Just now, the government issued a notification declaring Yundong district as a special economic zone. Do you have any idea what this means? My heavens, you're going to make it big, you're about to soar. In just this brief moment, every property for sale in Yundong district has been taken off the market. In the span of this short time, 3 people have already called me. Any property in Yundong district, regardless of location or condition, is being purchased at over 3 times the original price. Even one individual offered 5 times the original price. Moreover, they've stated that if I can facilitate a transaction, I'll receive a 10 commission. It's madness, absolute madness. The entire Yundong district has gone insane. You cannot fathom the current frenzy surrounding property prices here. Right now, while I'm speaking to you, 2 more calls have come in, but I genuinely have no properties left to sell. Woe is me, all the landlords have decided not to sell anymore. Listening to the exhilaration and excitement in Liu Yuling's voice, Cao Cohen couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the news about the establishment of the Yundong Economic Special Zone had finally arrived. However, having anticipated this outcome, Cao Cohen did not share Liu Yuling's fervor. With a hint of surprise in his tone, he replied, "Is that so? Property prices have skyrocketed several times over. Shouldn't I sell quickly and secure my profits?" No. Liu Yuling hurriedly interjected, "You must remain calm, although I would love for you to sell so I could make a handsome commission right now. The prices have not yet peaked. You must stay composed and not be tempted by immediate gains." How unexpected. Liu Yuling actually seemed to possess a sense of integrity, genuinely concerned for his well-being. Perhaps she wasn't the opportunistic woman he had initially thought. Very well, he would consider her a good woman, at least, excluding her husband. "Is that so?" Cao Cohen replied. "All right then, I shall wait until the prices fully escalate before selling." As soon as Cao Cohen finished speaking, there was a sudden silence from Liu Yuling on the other end of the line. Puzzled, he cautiously probed, "Manager Liu." Liu Yuling's voice finally returned, "Don't bother, my husband hasn't he come home?" "Then why did you suddenly go quiet?" Cao Cohen laughed. "I thought your husband had returned. I feel as though I'm bouncing off the walls, like an exuberant dog, while you, the investor who has staked 23.8 million, seem so unfazed. Shouldn't you be more thrilled than I am?" "Oh. That," Cao Cohen chuckled, licking his lips. "I'm actually quite excited. Perhaps I just have a habit of not displaying my emotions. Truthfully, I'm as exhilarated inside as you. Of course, it was primarily Liu Yuling who pressed for these predictions, as Cao Cohen had little desire to engage in such speculation. What was there to predict? He already had a good sense of where the prices would rise. There was no need for further discussion. After their predictions, Liu Yuling subtly hinted her desire for Cao Cohen to entrust her with the sale of all his properties in the future. To this, Cao Cohen readily agreed. After all, the properties would inevitably need to be sold, and it mattered little to him who handled the sale. Moreover, Liu Yuling is not seeking to profit from his property. She merely aims to earn the 1.5 commission from the buyer. If such a modest request were to be refused, Cao Cohen would feel somewhat unethical. After all, Liu Yuling is certainly not the type to shirk responsibility, and he too cannot afford to be seen as irresponsible. Thus, he clearly communicated to Liu Yuling that he was granting her sole authority to sell the properties in his possession, designating them as her exclusive listings. In response, Liu Yuling joyfully showered Cao Cohen with affectionate kisses over the phone. Chapter 46: Betrayal from one's own mother. Due to the delay caused by Liu Yuling's phone call, what should have taken Cao Cohen merely half an hour to procure for breakfast ended up consuming a full hour. By the time he returned to the temporarily shared home of Beijing and Wang Yifu, breakfast in hand, Beijing had already risen, freshened up, and was humming a cheerful tune, her spirits evidently high. Observing this, Cao Cohen set down the breakfast and hesitated before saying, "Aunt Bai, if you feel the urge to cry, please do so freely and without restraint. You know I would never mock you." At his words, Beijing, who had been washing up, paused in surprise and then erupted into laughter. "Xiao Cohen, do you truly think I am suppressing my inner turmoil and feigning happiness? Isn't that the case?" Cao Cohen replied innocently, "Ever since I overheard what Shanshan said on the phone last night, you've seemed quite downcast. Therefore, Aunt Bai, please don't regard me as a stranger. I can be someone for you to lean on during your vulnerable moments." Beijing nodded with a smile. "Xiao Cohen, I appreciate your concern, but I genuinely feel light and joyful at this moment. Indeed, upon hearing Shanshan's words last night, I was filled with anger, disappointment, and even a sense of despair. After all, an 18-year bond between mother and daughter cannot simply be severed. Even if one raises a dog for 18 years, there are feelings involved. Deep down, I still care for her. So, when I heard her words, it truly pained my heart. However, it was precisely her remarks that jolted me back to reality. I realized that I had been mistaken in thinking she could not live without me. In truth, she does not value my presence nor require my support. If that is the case, why should I indulge in misplaced sentiments? Thus, today marks my definitive severance from the past, and this newfound existence, where I need only consider myself, fills me with strength and anticipation for the future. So, Xiao Cohen, you need not worry about me. I am not forcing a smile. I am genuinely happy from the depths of my heart." Indeed, this was the case. Cao Cohen nodded slowly. In truth, he had recognized last night that when Shanshan's phone call had irrevocably plunged the relationship between mother and daughter into an irreparable abyss. His earlier comments had merely been a test of Beijing's emotional state. As he had anticipated, their relationship was indeed thoroughly destroyed. At the very least, Beijing had entirely given up on that maternal bond. Reflecting on this, Cao Cohen smiled and remarked, "So that is how it is. I had thought you were merely putting on a brave face, Aunt Bai." "How could that be?" Beijing replied with a laugh, "I am genuinely happy from the core of my being. You cannot imagine how liberated I feel." Not lingering on the matter any further, after a simple breakfast, Beijing immediately began to tidy up her belongings. Although she had previously moved some clothes to Cao Cohen's home, it was only a fraction. Most of her summer garments remained, while her autumn and winter attire was still in this house. As Cao Cohen observed her packing, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "By the way, Aunt Bai, what are your plans moving forward?" "Plans moving forward? Born and raised in Shire County, married in Shire County, and I have never left this small county my entire life. Therefore, I long to see places beyond Shire County, to experience life in a big city. I do not want to be trapped in this small town for the rest of my days." As he listened to Beijing speak, her eyes shimmering with hope and aspiration for the future, Cao Cohen was convinced she was expressing her true feelings. However, what a coincidence! Haicheng happened to be a major city, second only to Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, so why not encourage Beijing to go to Haicheng? Moreover, the university Wang Shanshan was applying to was Haicheng University, which would allow the mother and daughter to continue their tumultuous relationship there. How thrilling! Of course, Cao Cohen acknowledged that his desire for Beijing to move to Haicheng was not solely out of altruism. He harbored a hint of selfishness as well. After all, it would be quite delightful. Contemplating this, Cao Cohen asked, "Aunt Bai, would you like to go to Haicheng?" Haicheng? Beijing scoffed lightly. "Isn't that the city my rebellious daughter is heading to for university? Why would I want to go there?" "But I will also be attending university in Haicheng," Cao Cohen replied. At this, Beijing paused her packing once more, looking at him with a smile. "What, are you reluctant to part with Aunt Bai?" "Are you?" Cao Cohen countered. Beijing chuckled softly, taking a few sips from a nearby bottle of water as she pondered. "If you want me to go, then of course, I would want to, but that seems a bit beyond my plans." "What do you mean?" Cao Cohen asked curiously. "Haicheng is a city that rivals Beijing and Shanghai," Beijing explained. "The cost of living in such a major city is undoubtedly exorbitant. You know my current situation, I lack the financial means for such expenses. Therefore, my planned destination would be a second or third tier city, not a bona fide first tier city like Haicheng. I might not even be able to afford just the rent. So, perhaps I should consider a second or third tier city near Haicheng, where you could visit me on weekends when you're free, and I'll cook for you. And, should you find a girlfriend in the future, you can bring her along, and I can give her the once-over. The young ladies nowadays are far too skilled at masquerading. They can be as duplicitous as green tea bitches or white lotus bitches, far more adept at causing trouble than in our time. Let us not even mention others, just take my rebellious daughter as an example. You pursued her for 3 years, yet she merely regarded you as a source of convenience, never genuinely considering a relationship, only seeking to take advantage of you." Chapter 47, The Good Person, Beijing. At the outset of Beijing's discourse, Cao Cohen felt that there was nothing amiss. After all, living in a first-tier city like Haicheng undoubtedly imposes significant pressures, and the notion of visiting her during weekends from a nearby second or third-tier city seemed quite reasonable. Furthermore, the idea of bringing his future girlfriend along to help him discern the situation was not out of place. As a close elder, it was only natural for her to assist him in avoiding the pitfalls of deception by women. However, the final remarks made by Beijing made Cao Cohen feel that things had taken an inappropriate turn. After all, the relationship between mother and daughter still bore the weight of reputation. Was it truly fitting to expose the hypocrisy of her daughter so brazenly? Wasn't this a tad too hasty? Just after severing ties with Wang Shanshan, she was already plunging a metaphorical knife into her back. Wasn't that rather swift? Yet, Cao Cohen found himself relishing the situation, the narrative of a mother and daughter turning against each other, especially one involving the Wang family, was simply delightful. Bravo, how splendid! Truly, as a mother, her strike was vicious and astute, landing right at the heart of Wang Shanshan's vulnerabilities. Of course, Cao Cohen could not allow his inner turmoil to surface. He feigned a look of astonishment, staring blankly at Beijing, unable to believe his ears. "Aunt Bai, are you joking with me?" he stammered. Observing his expression, Beijing seemed to feel a pang of compassion, furrowing her brow as she settled beside him. "Xiao Cohen, I know you hold a fondness for Shanshan, having pursued her for 3 years now, but I can no longer keep this from you. Shanshan has never truly valued you. She regards you merely as her devoted admirer, seeking only to extract benefits without a thought of responsibility. In fact, when at home, she refers to you as her adoring fool, scarcely bothering to utter your name. Thus, it would be wise for you to relinquish your affections. Shanshan is not a virtuous woman, and persisting in this pursuit will only lead to your own heartache. As for this father-daughter duo, I am sigh." With a heavy sigh, Beijing seemed at a loss for words. Yet, it was this final sigh that piqued Cao Cohen's interest, for it touched upon a piece of information he had gleaned from his previous life, information that had left him with lingering doubts. This moment might well unveil the answers he sought. He adopted an expression as if struck by a bolt of lightning, and after several seconds, he finally spoke. So, Shanshan never. She has always seen you as a great fool. And Cao Cohen hesitated, his expression reflecting his struggle to accept the revelation. How could she do this? It's all because of that scoundrel, Wang Yifu. Bai Jing replied through clenched teeth. I was furious, yet I ultimately did nothing, for you were mere months away from the college entrance examination. Should I intervene at that juncture, compelling Shanshan to apologize and clarify the situation, it could backfire, adversely affecting her studies and potentially yours as well. Thus, I ordered Shanshan to maintain the status quo until after the exams, forbidding her from uttering any words suggesting incompatibility or urging you to cease your pursuit. After all, having treated you as a fool for 3 years was already excessive. To express such sentiments before the exams would undoubtedly disrupt your mindset and studies. There was even a chance it could lead to poor performance on the examination, resulting in failure. If that were to transpire, Shanshan would be committing a grave sin. Fortunately, I implemented this arrangement, as Shanshan indeed intended to tell you before the exams that you were unsuitable for one another and to stop pursuing her. Thus, in this matter, I consider myself rather fortunate. Having absorbed Bai Jing's words, Cao Cohen fell into a prolonged silence. He had not anticipated such intricate undercurrents. Moreover, Bai Jing was playing the role of the benevolent guardian. It appeared that the information he had acquired in his previous life was likely true. So, Cao Cohen mused, was the favorable shift in Shanshan's attitude towards me during that period also orchestrated by you, Aunt Bai? Bai Jing pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I cannot say for certain. However, after I became aware of the situation, I often advised her to offer you a few morsels of affection, so you would find it harder to detach from her. In truth, my genuine intention was not quite that. I merely wished to ensure that your 3 years of devotion were not in vain, allowing you to gain some advantage, so you wouldn't feel entirely foolish for your unwavering affection. Goodness! It truly was Bai Jing's scheme. Cao Cohen was rendered speechless, vividly recalling that period in the latter half of senior year when Wang Shanshan seemed to have begun accepting him. Typically, she forbade any intimate gestures between them, yet during that time, she no longer rejected simple actions such as holding hands, wrapping an arm around his waist, or even the occasional playful squeeze of her posterior. He had believed that when Shanshan was finally moved and beginning to accept him. It turned out she was merely following her mother's orders to provide him warmth. This was quite the revelation. Yet, it also served to indirectly affirm Bai Jing's character, suggesting that she was not as malevolent as he had presumed. Simultaneously, it all but confirmed that the information he had received in his previous life was indeed accurate. In his former existence, Cao Cohen had harbored deep resentment over being wrongfully imprisoned. He could not comprehend why, having saved Bai Jing, her family had turned against him and falsely accused him. Eventually, he stumbled upon an opportunity to investigate what he believed to be the truth. This occurred during his 4th year in prison when a new inmate, hailing from a wealthy family, sought his protection upon arrival. In such penal institutions, lacking a protector often led to dire consequences. Cao Cohen agreed to be his ally within the prison, but he made one stipulation, that the inmate's family would investigate the circumstances surrounding his wrongful imprisonment for years prior, uncovering why Bai Jing's family had repaid his kindness with betrayal. This investigation consumed nearly 4 months, during which they enlisted several private detectives and expended over $2 million. Ultimately, they presented a conclusion that Cao Cohen found hard to believe. According to their findings, Wang Shanshan was the mastermind behind his framing, Wang Yifu was her supporter, while Bai Jing had been unwittingly deceived. Chapter 48 The Truth of the Past Life. To elucidate this, one must rewind time a decade prior to the previous life, to that fateful night when Cao Cohen displayed his valor. On that night, thanks to Cao Cohen's courageous intervention, Bai Jing was spared from the clutches of 3 thugs and returned home safely. Upon learning of her harrowing experience, Wang Yifu and Wang Shanshan were understandably incensed, particularly Wang Yifu. As a man, the thought of his wife nearly being assaulted was something he could not easily let go. It must be said, in this regard, Wang Yifu exhibited a commendable masculinity. He immediately resolved to return to that alley to confront those thugs, and if they were still there, to teach them a lesson. Wang Shanshan, concerned for her father's safety in the face of those 3 ruffians, insisted on accompanying him. Should the situation turn dire, she could at least call for help. However, when the father and daughter arrived at the alley, they were met with a shocking revelation. One of the thugs, named Huang Jianren, had died shortly after Cao Cohen and Bai Jing had left. In other words, Huang Jianren had been killed by Cao Cohen. Huang Jianren's parents had already arrived at the scene, weeping for their deceased son. Witnessing such grief, Wen Yifu felt dissuaded from taking any further action against the thugs. Meanwhile, Wang Shanshan, observing the heart-wrenching scene of Huang Jianren's parents mourning their son, suddenly concocted a nefarious scheme. Given the affluent attire of Huang Jianren's parents and their evident love for their son, it was clear they would desire vengeance for their loss. However, since Cao Cohen acted in defense of Bai Jing, their son's death, though tragic, would not warrant revenge. Thus, Wang Shanshan devised a malicious plan. If Cao Cohen were not regarded as a hero, there would be a chance for revenge. She discreetly discussed this insidious plot with Wen Yifu. Firstly, Huang Jianren's family was undoubtedly wealthy. If they could be persuaded to exact revenge on Cao Cohen, they would likely pay a handsome sum of. Secondly, Cao Cohen was an individual who could fend for himself. Even if he were wrongfully imprisoned, no one would advocate for him. If he were sentenced to death, it would be a resolution to the matter, eliminating any future threat of retaliation. Moreover, Wang Shanshan had secretly witnessed that Cao Cohen possessed a considerable fortune, amounting to over 100,000. If they could seize this money, their family's fortunes would soar. As the adage goes, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. Upon hearing Wang Shanshan's scheme, Wen Yifu was immediately intrigued and promptly sought out Huang Jianren's parents to negotiate. As Wang Shanshan had anticipated, Huang Jianren's parents were unconcerned with the nuances of right or wrong. They were fixated solely on avenging their son's death. If Wen Yifu could fulfill their desire for revenge, they were willing to offer 2 million as compensation. Upon hearing this, Wen Yifu and Wang Shanshan made the decisive choice to frame Cao Cohen, regardless of whether they could access Cao Cohen's savings. The 2 million from Huang Jianren's parents was sufficient to lead them astray. Furthermore, during subsequent negotiations, Huang Jianren's parents agreed that any compensation awarded to Cao Cohen would also be directed to Wang Shanshan and her family, further solidifying their resolve to entrap Cao Cohen. However, framing Cao Cohen was not as straightforward as Wen Yifu and Wang Shanshan had envisioned. Bai Jing would undoubtedly oppose their actions. Consequently, the father and daughter concocted a ruse. Upon returning home, they informed Bai Jing that after leaving, Cao Cohen had returned to the scene and, in a fit of rage, assaulted the 3 thugs again, inadvertently resulting in one of their deaths. Now, the situation had escalated, branding Cao Cohen a murderer, and they felt compelled to assist him, lest he face dire consequences. Bai Jing, alarmed at the news, felt a moral obligation to help Cao Cohen, as he had acted out of concern for her. However, she was uncertain how best to assist him. Wen Yifu pretended to seek counsel from friends and eventually proposed a solution. They must ensure the police remained oblivious to Cao Cohen's return to the scene, as that would constitute premeditated murder. Thus, Bai Jing was to provide a false testimony, claiming that the 3 thugs had approached her for directions, and in the ensuing scuffle, one had met his demise. This narrative would be more favorable than admitting that Cao Cohen had returned to the scene, as it could suggest a misunderstanding. Initially, Bai Jing resisted. Why not simply state that Cao Cohen had intervened to protect her? Wang Shanshan countered that such a defense would portray Cao Cohen as a hero, leading to no legal consequences for him, despite the fact he had indeed returned and killed someone. Moreover, if they testified in such a manner, the deceased's family would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards them, potentially resulting in retaliation against their family in the future. Hearing this, Bai Jing grew concerned about possible repercussions from the victim's family and ultimately acquiesced to the slightly more favorable testimony for Cao Cohen. Thus, it was stated that the 3 thugs were merely inquiring for directions when Cao Cohen, perhaps misinterpreting the situation, assaulted them. Consequently, Cao Cohen was apprehended on charges of murder. Throughout this ordeal, Bai Jing remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of her actions. As Cao Cohen was charged with murder, no visitors were permitted until the legal proceedings concluded, including family members. Had they been able to confront one another, Bai Jing would have realized she had been deceived by Wang Shanshan and Wen Yifu. Rather than aiding Cao Cohen, she had inadvertently sentenced him to life imprisonment. This is why Wang Shanshan is seen as the mastermind, having conceived this malicious scheme, while Wang Yifu, as the supporter, provided unwavering backing throughout the process. Bai Jing, on the other hand, was merely a victim of deception, requiring no further explanation. However, in the previous life, Cao Cohen harbored suspicions regarding Bai Jing's role. Could it truly be that her well-intentioned actions led to his imprisonment? Such a notion seemed absurd. Moreover, given the dubious character of Wen Yifu and Wen Shanshan, it seemed implausible that their mother could be virtuous, suggesting a family dynamic rife with discord. It seemed more fitting that the entire family was comprised of nefarious individuals. Thus, until his rebirth and the events of today, Cao Cohen had never fully accepted the findings of the investigation from that time, particularly regarding Bai Jing. He refused to believe that she had been unwittingly deceived. He was convinced that she too was complicit in the wrongdoing. Yet today, after hearing Bai Jing's recent remarks, Cao Cohen found himself reconsidering. Perhaps the conclusions drawn from the 200,000 he had spent on private investigators were indeed valid. It was conceivable that Bai Jing had been genuinely misled. After all, she had insisted that Wen Shanshan must not allow anything to disrupt her focus and studies before the college entrance examinations. How malevolent could one truly be, especially when she encouraged Wen Shanshan to indulge her with extra incentives, which further painted her as a good person. Chapter 4. She waved her hand before his eyes to rouse him from his stupor. Cao Cohen snapped back to reality, directing his gaze towards Bai Jing, managing a sheepish smile. Goodness, the sentiment of vengeance had suddenly become disjointed. Until this moment, he had consistently regarded Bai Jing as a nefarious woman, relishing in her misfortunes, her family shattered, her husband imprisoned, her daughter turned against her, without a trace of remorse. After all, was it not she who had repaid kindness with malice in a past life, falsely accusing him and leading to his incarceration? Such retribution was rightfully hers. Yet now, having brought Bai Jing to such a state, he was informed that she was, in fact, a virtuous person. Was this jest not far too grand? Certainly, this notion lingered in Cao Cohen's mind for a mere 0.5 seconds before he cast it aside. Regardless of whether Bai Jing was a good person or not, Cao Cohen was resolutely determined to exact revenge on Wen Yifu and Wen Shanshan. Thus, Wen Yifu's imprisonment, Wen Shanshan's homelessness, her destitution, and the ensuing estrangement from her mother were all inevitable outcomes. In essence, the current situation bore little relation to Bai Jing's moral standing. The only pertinent factor was that Cao Cohen had indeed exhibited excessive violence previously, treating her with a degree of disregard. Consequently, he resolved to adopt a somewhat gentler approach henceforth. After all, she was a good person, of course. Beyond this, he would undoubtedly refrain from seeking revenge against her in the future. With such a steadfast moral compass, Cao Cohen found it acceptable to remain oblivious. However, should he become aware of her virtuous nature, he would experience a pang of guilt for any subsequent actions against her, albeit perhaps only a slight one. As these thoughts flickered through his mind, Cao Cohen smiled and said, "Aunt Bai, thank you for sharing this with me. You truly are a good person." A good person? Hearing Cao Cohen's assessment of her, Bai Jing nearly burst into laughter. With the evolution of the internet, a plethora of trendy terms had emerged, and such simple commendations as good person had become a rarity. At times, labeling someone as a good person could even resemble an insult. "Just consider me a good person, Aunt Bai," Bai Jing replied with a beaming smile. "In any case, as for my rebellious daughter, do not waste any more of your efforts on her. She has never contemplated being with you. However, if you harbor any special intentions, this might be an opportune moment." For a moment, Cao Cohen was taken aback, perplexed. "Aunt Bai, what do you mean by special intentions?" Bai Jing offered him a knowing glance, as if to say, "Surely, you must understand. What, after pursuing my rebellious daughter for 3 years, are you content to be toyed with?" "Well," Cao Cohen replied, his expression serious. "What are you pretending for?" Bai Jing playfully nudged him. "Your pursuit of her was at least partly motivated by, shall we say, physical desires." Suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed, Cao Cohen chuckled. "Aunt Bai, that would be an understatement. It's at least 90%. Bai Jing rolled her eyes lightly and continued, "I know my rebellious daughter quite well. She is currently facing an imminent challenge. She lacks the funds to attend university. As for me, she can hardly rely on me anymore, as our relationship has irreparably soured. Even if she were to seek my help, I would not be able to give her a penny. The only person who can assist her now is you, so she will undoubtedly turn to you for her tuition fees. Therefore, you must be astute. Do not let her charm you with sweet words or flattery. leading you to hand over your money willingly. You must always remember, she has always viewed you as a fool, never truly considering a relationship with you. If you genuinely wish to help her, ensure she pays a price for it. As for what that price should be, that is up to you. I believe that 3 years of unrequited devotion should not go unrewarded. Now is your chance to reap the benefits, for such opportunities may not present themselves again. Listening to Bai Jing's entirely self-serving counsel, Cao Kuan found himself momentarily disoriented. It felt as though he and Bai Jing were family, while Wang Shanshan had become a mere outsider. Cao Kuan chuckled, "Aunt Bai, this hardly seems appropriate. How can you advise me to treat your daughter this way?" Bai Jing smiled faintly and replied, "Let us consider it my final act of assistance for her. Because someone who toys with the affections of others is bound to face consequences. Allowing her to suffer a setback with you may not be such a bad thing. With you, she may only encounter temporary hardship, but with someone else, she could endanger her very life. Thus, I genuinely hope she stumbles significantly with you. Only then might she awaken to reality." So, this was Bai Jing's intention. Cao Kuan nodded slowly, grasping her meaning. However, he wanted to convey to Bai Jing that Wang Shanshan's experience with him might be more than just a minor. It could potentially lead to dire consequences. "But Aunt Bai," Cao Kuan said, "what if Shanshan decides against attending university and does not come to me for money?" "That is impossible," Bai Jing asserted confidently. "I know her too well. No matter the obstacles, she will undoubtedly pursue her education. Just wait and see. By tonight at the latest, she will seek you out for her tuition and living expenses." No sooner had Bai Jing finished speaking than Cao Kuan's phone rang. It was Wang Shanshan calling. Bai Jing sported a triumphant expression. "See, I told you she would come to you for money. Answer it and listen to what she has to say." Cao Kuan answered the call and switched on the speakerphone. "Hello, Shan. I was all alone and too scared to sleep." Bai Jing scoffed beside him, muttering, "Listen to her nonsense. She has far more courage than I do. Even thunder and lightning wouldn't disturb her sleep." With such a disruptive mother nearby, it was hard for Cao Kuan to suppress a laugh. He stifled his amusement and replied, "Oh, I was at the internet cafe, pulling an all-nighter. What's up?" "Well, it's nothing much. I just missed you," Wang Shanshan said. "I was a bit worried about you after not seeing you all night." Bai Jing rolled her eyes again and whispered, "Look, she's starting to employ her tactic. A man who values his pride is unlikely to refuse." Good grief, where on earth did this rebellious girl learn such manipulative tricks? Is she naturally gifted in deceit, or has she picked it up somewhere? Chapter 50. The end of the obsessive admirer. If one were to inquire who possesses the deepest understanding of women in this world, the answer would undoubtedly be women themselves, for it is only women who truly comprehend the intricacies of their kind. Should the question arise as to who knows women even better than women, there exists but a singular answer: another woman, specifically her mother. With Bai Jing, the mother figure, present, all the so-called manipulative tactics employed by Wang Shanshan over the phone were ruthlessly exposed and dismantled. In fact, Cao Kuan felt as though he were observing a jester, and this jester was none other than Wang Shanshan herself. After a lengthy conversation, Cao Kuan finally ended the call. Wang Shanshan's need for money had been plainly articulated, yet she refrained from explicitly stating it, instead insisting that Cao Kuan return home for further discussion. As Cao Kuan tucked his phone into his pocket and lit a cigarette, "Do not allow this ungrateful woman to toy with your emotions for 3 years without consequence. Conversely, if you are infuriated by how she has trifled with your affections for 3 years and seek revenge, then irrespective of her pleas, do not part with a single cent. For in the current circumstances, acquiring money is of utmost importance to her. Denying her funds would be an absolute calamity." Cao Kuan nodded, clenching the cigarette between his fingers. After a moment of contemplation, he stood, declaring, "Understood, Aunt Bai. I shall return now." With that, he strode out the door. Just as he was about to exit, Bai Jing called out to him from behind. "Xiao Kuan." Cao Kuan halted, turning to face her. Bai Jing gestured with a clenched fist, encouraging him, "Stand tall and give that ungrateful woman a lesson she won't forget." Cao Kuan's heart surged with determination, and he responded with an "okay" gesture before departing with purpose. Half an hour later, Cao Cohen arrived at his residence. The room was immaculately tidy, and there sat Wen Shanshan, clad in a JK uniform and white stockings, kneeling on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Cao Cohen had once expressed his fondness for this particular outfit, but since that time, Wen Shanshan had not donned it again, until today. If only she would have twin ponytails. Wen Shanshan, seemingly absorbed in the show, appeared to finally notice Cao Cohen's return. Pouting, she sprang from the sofa and dashed towards him, throwing herself into his arms. "Cao Cohen, where have you been? I thought you no longer wanted me," sob, as he gazed down at the eager Wen Shanshan nestled in his embrace. Her ambiguous words elicited a subtle smile from Cao Cohen. The manipulative tactics. Beijing had just enlightened him that Wen Shanshan's strategy involved creating a flirtatious atmosphere before broaching the subject of money, exploiting a man's vanity. Such tactics, Beijing had classified as those of a manipulative woman, for only a woman of ill repute would engage in such behavior. A virtuous woman would never stoop so low. Cao Cohen gently patted Wen Shanshan's back, offering a reassuring smile. There, don't cry." However, as she felt his hand patting her back and heard his words, an unsettling notion crept into Wen Shanshan's mind. How disheartening! She had taken the initiative to throw herself at him, yet his comfort felt so perfunctory. Typically, he would never have such an opportunity to embrace her, and now that she had presented herself so openly, his lack of a tight embrace felt dismissive and careless. With tear-filled eyes, Wen Shanshan looked up at him, her expression pleading. "Cao Cohen, what's wrong?" Cao Cohen smiled faintly, releasing her from his grasp. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and sank heavily onto the sofa, inhaling deeply. Observing this, Wen Shanshan's brow furrowed in concern. Something was amiss. The atmosphere surrounding Cao Cohen was distinctly off. Moreover, despite her wearing his favorite outfit, he scarcely seemed to notice her presence. What on earth had transpired? Why did it feel as if this once adoring admirer had slipped from her grasp? After a few moments of silence in the living room, Cao Cohen slowly exhaled a plume of pale smoke and remarked, "Shanshan, do you know that?" The moment Cao Cohen initiated the conversation in such a manner, dread washed over her. He couldn't possibly have discovered anything, could he? She hurried to his side, asserting, "Of course I know you truly care for me. But you understand that I take time to warm up to things. You must grant me more patience. Are you becoming impatient?" Cao Cohen chuckled softly, locking eyes with her as he asked, "Wen Shanshan, are you genuinely slow to warm up, or are you merely stringing me along, treating me as a fool?" It was over. As those words escaped Cao Cohen's lips, Wen Shanshan's heart plummeted. He knew everything Beijing must have told him, for aside from Beijing and Wang Yifu, no one else was privy to this information. And with Wang Yifu either detained at the police station or transferred to a holding facility, Cao Cohen could not have contacted him. Thus, Beijing was the sole source, especially after her recent severance of ties with Beijing, followed by Cao Cohen's pursuit of Beijing. It was undoubtedly Beijing who had spilled the beans. How despicable that this wretched woman would act so decisively. If she had chosen to cut ties, she could at least have preserved her trump card. "Very well, Beijing, you shall pay for this. From this moment forth, I, Wen Shanshan, will not rest until you kneel before me in remorse." As these thoughts raced through her mind, Wen Shanshan adopted a pitiful demeanor, feigning innocence. "Cao Cohen, what do you mean? How could I possibly take you for a fool? Surely someone has been whispering in your ear. Do not believe them." Despite being unmasked, Wen Shanshan stubbornly refused to concede. For some matters, even when everyone is aware, admitting the truth leaves no room for respite. Cao Cohen, maintaining a stoic expression, took a drag from his cigarette and replied, "We both know the truth of the situation. Frankly, had I not genuinely cared for you, you would have already been shown the door. Thus, out of the last remnants of my feelings for you, let us..." Chapter 51:10,000 yuan, 8 hours in the somber and oppressive atmosphere of the living room. Neither Cao Cohen nor Wen Shanshan uttered a word. The only sound that punctuated the silence was the soft crackle of Cao Cohen smoking. As Wen Shanshan gazed at him, despair began to envelop her. Initially, she had been confident that she could ensnare Cao Cohen, persuading him to bear the burden of her 4 years of university tuition and living expenses. However, the treachery instigated by Beijing had completely derailed her plans. Now that Cao Cohen was aware of her intentions to exploit him, it was certain that he would no longer shoulder her educational and living costs. What was she to do next? Where could she procure the necessary funds? The tuition for Haicheng University alone exceeded 20,000 yuan annually, and when factoring in living expenses, accommodation fees, and various other expenditures, she would need at least 50 to 60,000 yuan each year. Such a sum would be difficult to acquire even through loans. Moreover, even if she managed to borrow the first year's fees, what about the subsequent years? How would she manage the remaining 3 years? After a flurry of rapid analysis in her mind, when Shanshan ultimately fixed her gaze on Cao Cohen once more, there was no alternative. Apart from Cao Cohen, she could not find anyone else willing to assist her in her time of need. Resolute in her decision, she adopted a pitiable demeanor, allowing tears to stream down her face. Cao Cohen, I'm sorry. I'm not the person you think I am. I know someone must have said something to you. You likely won't believe what I say now, but trust me, I never intended to treat you as a fool. People are not mere trees, who can be devoid of feelings. You have treated me kindly for 3 years. How could I ever regard you as a fool? I have always had feelings for you. It's just that before Wen Shanshan could finish, Cao Cohen abruptly interrupted. Enough, Wen Shanshan. Stop with these meaningless words. I will no longer believe you. Staring blankly at him, Wen Shanshan erupted into tears, covering her face as she sobbed. This time, her tears were genuine, for she wept for her own future. If she could not secure funds from Cao Cohen, she would find it even more impossible to obtain them elsewhere. Without money, attending university would be out of the question, and without the gilded veneer of a university education, how could she aspire to marry into a prestigious family? Her entire destiny was on the brink of being rewritten. As Wen Shanshan continued to weep, Cao Cohen finished his cigarette, extinguishing the butt in the ashtray before finally speaking. All right, stop crying. It is as if I have wronged you. In light of the fact that I once truly cared for you, I can help you one last time. Upon hearing this, Wen Shanshan immediately ceased her tears and looked up at Cao Cohen. Meeting her gaze, he stated, Are you currently unable to afford your university tuition? Wen Shanshan nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed, her greatest predicament was the lack of funds for her education. I can assist you in this regard, Cao Cohen declared candidly, but it will no longer be free of charge. You will need to pay a corresponding price. After all, I can't continue to be the fool. Upon hearing this, Wen Shanshan instinctively furrowed her brow. She had anticipated that once Cao Cohen realized she had taken advantage of him, he would no longer offer his help without compensation. However, what did he mean by a corresponding price? Surely it wouldn't entail exorbitant interest rates. After gathering her emotions, she sat up straight and inquired, What price do you expect me to pay? Be my girlfriend for a day, and I will provide you with 10,000 yuan, Cao Cohen replied. Wen Shanshan stared at him in disbelief, slowly nodding her head. She was not a child. She understood the implications of being his girlfriend. She did not wish to acquiesce in her plans. Her body needed to remain intact, to be given to her future affluent husband. After all, men are creatures of strong possessiveness. No one desires their wife to have been touched by another man, thus, maintaining her integrity was one of the essential conditions for entering high society, perhaps even more crucial than acquiring a university degree. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, she ultimately conceded her integrity could be restored, but if she missed this opportunity for university, she might truly lose her chance at a gilded education. Of course, before agreeing, she had to clarify certain matters. For instance, how did Cao Cohen define a day? Given the nature of their relationship, Wen Shanshan found herself unconcerned with the implications. She wiped her eyes and, treating it like a business negotiation, asked, So, 10,000 yuan for a day as your girlfriend? I have a question. How is this day calculated? By the hour, Cao Cohen replied. A day consists of 24 hours. If I only require you to be my girlfriend for 1 hour, you will still owe me 23 hours until the 24-hour period is complete. Wen Shanshan's eyes widened in astonishment. It could be calculated this way. If so, this was far too advantageous for him. She realized that Cao Cohen would likely only utilize the girlfriend time when he desired. Even if it were just 1 hour at a time, it would take at least 24 instances to exhaust the day's worth of girlfriend time, and for just 10,000 yuan, that amounted to only 416 yuan per hour. This price was less than what ordinary salon workers, with mediocre looks and qualifications, would charge. Wang Shanshan, after all, was on the verge of becoming a university student and had been the campus beauty reigning at. How could she possibly accept such a paltry sum? With this thought in mind, Wang Shanshan promptly rejected. No, if we're counting by the day, that's too. I don't agree. Let us calculate it by the hour. 10,000 yuan for 5 hours. I'll be your girlfriend for 5 hours. 10,000 yuan for 5 hours equated to 2,000 yuan per hour, a price Wang Shanshan could barely accept. 10 hours, Cao Cohen insisted. 5 hours is far too little, then let us settle on 6 hours. Wang Shanshan countered. 10 hours is excessive. 6 hours won't suffice. After a lengthy negotiation, they ultimately agreed on 8 hours. 10,000 yuan for Wang Shanshan to be Cao Cohen's girlfriend for 8 hours. This price was one both Wang Shanshan and Cao Cohen could reluctantly accept. Chapter 52, the final transaction with Wang Shanshan. After negotiating the price with Cao Cohen, Wang Shanshan promptly steered the conversation towards the next. It is not the extent of the transaction. If Cao Cohen were to only buy girlfriend time worth 10,000 yuan, there would be no point for Wang Shanshan to continue the discussion. After all, in light of her exorbitant university fees, 10,000 yuan holds negligible value. She would still fall short of affording her education. Cao Cohen, too, was aware of this reality, thus it was clear that this would not be a mere 10,000 yuan transaction. In response to Wang Shanshan's inquiry, Cao Cohen lit another cigarette, pondered for a moment, and then returned the question to her. Never mind, why don't you tell me how much girlfriend time you wish to sell? Seeing that Cao Cohen had tossed the question back to her, Wang Shanshan, without hesitation, began to calculate seriously. The tuition at Haicheng University amounts to over 20,000 yuan per year, and when factoring in living expenses, accommodation fees, as well as occasional purchases of cosmetics and fashionable clothing, the annual cost easily escalates to 50. Moreover, this amount would only afford a rather modest lifestyle. While she would not endure hardship, she would also not enjoy any luxuries. If she aspired to a more comfortable university life, additional funds would be necessary, at least another 20,000. Thus, if the total annual expense were to reach 80,000 yuan, she would be able to live relatively comfortably during her 4 years at university, culminating in a total of 320,000 yuan. Gasping at the figure she had calculated, Wang Shanshan could not help but feel a chill run down her spine. What a staggering sum! Would Cao Cohen truly agree to such an amount? After all, 320,000 yuan is no trifling sum. However, if she did not secure the entirety of the funds at once, and if Cao Cohen later decided against such a transaction, whom could she turn to for financial assistance? Therefore, for her own security, she had to ensure that she obtained the complete sum for her 4 years of university expenses at once. As for whether Cao Cohen would agree, that could be negotiated. Regardless, he would need to purchase at least 240,000 yuan worth of girlfriend time. 240,000 yuan, equating to 60,000 a year, represented her basic calculations for university expenditures. She could not afford to lower her expectations. With this thought in mind, Wang Shanshan turned to Cao Cohen and asked, "What do you think of 320,000? Can you purchase that much girlfriend time in one go?" Her tone was unmistakably tinged with negotiation. After all, she believed 320,000 would also be a significant sum for Cao Cohen. However, to Wang Shanshan's surprise, Cao Cohen's expression remained unchanged. In fact, he merely nodded slightly and agreed, "No problem. I will buy 320,000 worth of girlfriend time from you." WeChat or bank card? Caught off guard by Cao Cohen's swift acquiescence, Wang Shanshan felt a twinge of regret. Had she known, she might have asked him to purchase more. After all, an additional 10,000 yuan would only translate to 8 more hours, a fleeting moment. Nonetheless, Wang Shanshan merely entertained the thought without pressing Cao Cohen for more, as she feared that revealing such greedy intentions might prompt him to reconsider. Thus, 320,000 it was. She decided to secure that first. Moreover, this was not the only transaction they could engage in. If he wished to buy more in the future, she could certainly accommodate him. Of course, such a possibility seemed rather slim, given that 320,000 yuan could buy her 2 Spending such exorbitant sums seemed futile when one could simply date a girlfriend at university without incurring any expenses. Thus, it was essentially a one-off transaction. 5 minutes later, as she glanced at the notification on her phone indicating the bank transfer. With this sum, her financial needs for the next 4 years of university were essentially fulfilled. Subsequently, Wang Shanshan and Cao Cohen added several stipulations to their transaction. Foremost among them was the stipulation that once the transaction was finalized, neither party could retract their agreement. This meant that from this moment forward, 320,000 yuan belonged to Wang Shanshan, while Cao Cohen would possess 256 hours of girlfriend time. Regardless of whether either of them wished to back out or terminate the agreement, it was not permissible. Completion of this transaction was mandatory. This was a consensus shared by both parties. Wang Shanshan was apprehensive about Cao Cohen changing his mind and demanding his money back, while Cao Cohen harbored similar concerns regarding Wang Shanshan retracting the 256 hours of girlfriend time he had purchased. Next, they discussed other stipulations, such as the requirement that whenever Cao Cohen wished to utilize the girlfriend time, it must be convenient for Wang Shanshan. He could not summon her while she was attending class. Furthermore, their relationship must remain discreet. They needed to ensure that neither party's reputation among their peers was compromised. Additionally, neither could interfere in the other's romantic pursuits. In other words, if Cao Cohen were to date someone at university, Wang Shanshan could not intervene, and vice versa. Beyond these principal terms, they addressed various minor details. Ultimately, their deliberations on these stipulations lasted nearly an hour before concluding. The first order of business after their discussions was for Cao Cohen to request that Wang Shanshan style her hair into twin ponytails. At 6 p.m., Cao Cohen, humming a cheerful tune, stepped out of his home. After spending an entire day indoors, his mood had markedly improved. Upon descending the stairs, he took out his phone and promptly dialed Liu Yuling, a real estate agent in Haicheng. As soon as the call connected, before Cao Cohen could even speak, he was met with Liu Yuling's excited voice. 5 times the value has soared 5-fold. Cao Cohen, you are going to make a fortune. The properties you purchased have appreciated to a staggering 5 times their original value. Listening to Liu Yuling's exuberant tone, a smile crept across Cao Cohen's face. Just 5 times, was that truly worthy of such astonishment? It is worth noting that the properties he had acquired were situated in the future central district of Yundong Special Zone, where the starting price was 20 to 30,000 yuan per square meter. With the news about Yundong district just breaking, the public's minds were still somewhat heated. In a few days, once everyone had calmed down and began to analyze the geographical advantages of Yundong district, that would be when Cao Cohen's properties would truly begin to shine. At that time, it would be evident to all but the blind that Yundong district had no land to develop to the west and faced limitations to the south and north. The only viable direction for expansion was eastward. Ironically, the eastern outskirts, once considered the most remote part of Yundong district, would emerge as the future center. When that moment arrives, the value of the properties in Cao Cohen's hands could multiply by a factor of 10 or even 20. Chapter 53, The Arrangement with Beijing. Is it true? It has already multiplied 5-fold. Cao Cohen inquired, his tone tinged with mild astonishment. Well, it seems that this time I am indeed poised to strike it rich. On the other end of the... However, upon hearing his somewhat perfunctory tone of surprise, she realized that he was not, in fact, interested in the housing prices. His demeanor exhibited no emotional reaction to the significant rise in value, indicating that he was indifferent to whether the prices had surged 5-fold or not. Thus, his call could not have been solely about the pricing. Indeed, there is something else. With that, Cao Cohen extracted a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and continued, when you called me this morning, what did you predict the maximum increase in housing prices could be? 90%. Liu Yuling replied, I anticipate that the properties you purchased could appreciate up to 9-fold. However, this is not something that can be achieved in the short term. You will need to wait around 1 to 2 years. A 9-fold increase, with a waiting period of 1 to 2 years. Cao Cohen exhaled a puff of smoke with a chuckle. It appeared that Liu Yuling, despite her years of experience in real estate, was rather naive. Had she consulted someone more knowledgeable in the field, they might have already recognized the centrality of that location. 90%, you say? Cao Cohen mused. How about this? I will guarantee you a tenfold return, meaning that regardless of the selling price of my properties, you will receive at least 10 times the commission you would have earned previously. If that is insufficient, I will personally make up the difference. Upon hearing Cao Cohen's assurance, Liu Yuling was momentarily taken aback. What in the world, what is this arrangement? The highest price I predicted was a mere 9-fold increase, yet you are offering me a guarantee of 10-fold. This is akin to placing money directly into my hands. What could be the reason behind this? Is it a sudden pang of conscience, a desire to compensate for your previous harshness towards me? That cannot be the case, although rather intense. I rather enjoyed that dynamic, and Cao Cohen is well aware of my inclination towards such exchanges. Thus, this is a mutually agreeable arrangement. Discussing compensation would only lead to awkwardness between us, yet, if this is not about compensation, what could his motive be for guaranteeing me tenfold? Liu Yuling was baffled by Cao Cohen's intentions and decided to directly inquire. What is going on? Offering me a tenfold guarantee is tantamount to handing me money. Is there something you need to tell me? Please, spare me the suspense. Cao Cohen chuckled lightly and replied, indeed, the astute Liu manager cannot be easily deceived. You are correct, I do wish to enlist your assistance with a particular matter. Liu Yuling chuckled softly in response. I knew it, I have experienced just how challenging it. Now, what do you need from me? You are operating independently, are you not? Cao Cohen continued, I would like to propose a partnership for you. I have a friend whose family has recently encountered significant upheaval and wishes to relocate to a different city. I would like her to come to Haicheng, but I do not have any acquaintances there, thus I thought of you. I would like her to work alongside you initially. Of course, this is only temporary, primarily so that you can help her acclimatize to Haicheng. Once I have sold all my properties, I will arrange for her to have a new position. As for how to sell the other properties and how to divide the commissions, you can determine that. For my properties, I will provide you with a tenfold guarantee on the commission. If it falls short, I will make up the difference. However, any amount exceeding the tenfold should be directed to my friend. Is that agreeable? After hearing Cao Cohen's proposal, Liu Yuling could only think, could she possibly refuse? Cao Cohen was the owner of those properties, while she was merely an intermediary. Without his authorization, she would earn nothing from those sales. Thus, she had no leverage against him. Your words are amusing. What do you mean by a tenfold guarantee? Just have her come to me directly. Frankly, I am a bit bored on my own, and we can split the earnings equally. Liu Yuling was no fool. Someone whom Cao Cohen would go to such lengths to arrange for must have a significant connection with him. If she agreed to this arrangement, her relationship with Cao Cohen would ultimately remain merely a cooperative one. Once he sold off his properties, any future lucrative opportunities would likely exclude her. Thus, it was imperative not to place too much weight on immediate benefits at this juncture. She needed to seize the opportunity to foster a good relationship with Cao Cohen. After all, he merely sought to assist his friend. If she treated her well and maintained transparency in their dealings, would he not bring her along for future prospects? Moreover, in a certain sense, Cao Cohen could be considered her benefactor. Regarding the recent property transactions, Liu Yuling had earned a substantial commission of 350,000. Without Cao Cohen, where would she have found such an opportunity? Although she had paid a price for it, she had thoroughly enjoyed the experience, one that was exhilarating beyond compare. She had even felt at times that she was the one benefiting from Cao Cohen's generosity. Therefore, in the face of her benefactor, how could she be solely focused on monetary gain? One must understand the importance of gratitude and reciprocity. Upon hearing Liu Yuling's response, Cao Cohen chuckled while taking a drag from his cigarette. Splitting it equally, is that truly appropriate? Absolutely, what could possibly be inappropriate? Liu Yuling replied. Your friend is my friend. Since we are all friends, how could we not share the profits? Rest assured, I will take excellent care of her. Additionally, may I ask what your relationship with this friend is? Well, Cao Cohen mused softly, it is a relationship that brings me great comfort, perhaps similar to the one I share with you. Upon hearing this, Liu Yuling burst into laughter on the other end of the line. Understood. You can rest easy, we are comrades who have fought on the same battlefield, making us even closer. You need not worry, I will ensure that my dear sister is well taken care of. With Liu Yuling's assurance, Cao Cohen did not linger on the subject any longer, offering her a few final pieces of advice before ending the call. At 7 o'clock in the evening, in the Huiyuan community, which still belonged to Beijing and Wen Yifu, Cao Cohen entered with takeout in hand. Upon entering the room, he found it to be spotless, with Beijing seated on the sofa watching television. 2 large suitcases were placed beside the sofa, clearly indicating that Beijing had packed her belongings. She was evidently prepared to leave this small county town behind. Chapter 54, The Reckoning. You're back. Upon seeing, as she took the dishes from Cao Cohen's hands, she teasingly remarked, I thought you were reluctant to come back tonight. Cao Cohen had ventured out early in the morning and only returned. Given the length of his absence, Beijing could easily surmise that he must have engaged in some sort of arrangement with Wang Shanshan, continuing their dealings, otherwise, he wouldn't have taken so long to return. Cao Cohen chuckled heartily, choosing not to respond, which tacitly acknowledged her jest. Beijing, still smiling, retrieved bowls and plates from the kitchen, arranging the dishes Cao Cohen had purchased as she quipped, after being a sycophant for 3 years, you finally get to enjoy some meat. It hasn't been easy, has it? Do you have anything to say, perhaps a few words of gratitude for this meaty feast? Well, Cao Cohen laughed as he took the chopsticks from her, replying, it's just all right, after all, it can't really compare to what Aunt Bai offers. Beijing burst into laughter, playfully tapping him with her chopsticks before settling down across from him. This was a delicacy she had specifically requested he buy, yet she herself never indulged in. After a moment's reflection, Cao Cohen opted to share their transaction details with Beijing, without any intention of withholding information. Upon hearing his account, Beijing's eyes widened, her mouth forming an astonished O.320,000, she exclaimed, her tone sharp as if she had seen a ghost. That rebellious girl took 320,000 from you. How dare she? Having toiled alongside Wen Yifu for over a decade, Beijing had managed to accumulate a modest fortune of 800,000. Yet here was Wang Shanshan, merely a university student of 4 years, audaciously demanding 320,000 from Cao Cohen. Was she attending college or living in luxury? She had completely lost her sense of propriety. Thankfully, their mother-daughter relationship had been severed, otherwise, Beijing would have been unable to support her daughter's expenses for just 4 years of university. Perhaps the expenses for a girl are simply higher, Cao Cohen suggested with a chuckle. That still doesn't justify 320,000. Beijing retorted, her hands trembling in frustration. Her tuition is 23,000 a year, with accommodation costing 1,500, which totals only 24,500. Over 4 years, that's merely 98,000, yet she somehow managed to extract 320,000 from you. Does she really need to spend an additional 220,000 on food and living expenses? Insane. This rebellious girl is utterly deranged, she has no sense of decency left. Observing Beijing becoming increasingly agitated, Cao Cohen quickly attempted to soothe her. All right, didn't you say you wouldn't concern yourself with her anymore? Why are you still so upset? My anger isn't directed at her, Beijing shot back at Cao Cohen. It's aimed at you. Cao Cohen was momentarily taken aback. What? How could this still be about me? Beijing's expression was filled with exasperation as she continued, didn't I tell you to be cautious of her? She is nothing but a shameless opportunist. She only seeks to extract money from you, harboring no genuine feelings. I was crystal clear with you, yet you still allowed her to walk away with 320,000. How could you be so easily deceived? Oh, so that's how it is. Embarrassed, Cao Cohen chuckled awkwardly. So, you think I gave her too much? Not just too much, it's an outrageous amount, Bai Jing replied. I expected you would only give her 30,000 or 40,000, enough for her tuition and accommodation. As for living expenses, universities have work-study programs, she could earn her own money. For the next 3 years, she should take out student loans, work part-time, and fend for herself, yet, I never anticipated you would part with 320,000. You sigh, how could you be so gullible? If I hadn't been here to help you, you'd have been completely taken advantage of by that rebellious girl. I truly implore you, just trust me on this. Very few women are genuinely good, don't let yourself be so easily swindled by them, all right. Seeing Bai Jing's frustrated and indignant demeanor, Cao Cohen could only respond with a smile, it's not as bad as you think. Besides, this money wasn't just given away. I purchased 256 hours of girlfriend time. Cao Cohen's words only fueled Bai Jing's ire further. Xiao Cohen, I genuinely don't know what to say to you. Is she really that special to you? Buying 256 hours, you could have easily settled for 20 or 30 hours without wasting so much money. Moreover, once you reach university, won't you find a girlfriend? Surely, a proper girlfriend would be far superior to that shameless girl. If you had spent that money on a girlfriend, she would adore you, isn't that far more appealing? Finding himself outmatched in the debate, Cao Cohen, the money has already been spent, let's just enjoy our meal. Can't it be refunded? Bai Jing protested, unwilling to relent. I'll accompany you, at most, we can leave her with 40,000 and demand the remaining 280,000 back. If that rebellious girl dares to refuse, I'll slap her, it's too much to treat you like a fool, come, let's go get your money back. With that, Bai Jing stood, determined to drag Cao Cohen to confront Wen Shanshan. Cao Cohen felt utterly helpless. He had hardly been fazed by the loss of 320,000, yet Bai Jing was far more agitated than he was. Moreover, it was truly non-refundable, not only because of the binding agreement with Wen Shanshan but because she was merely the bait to lure a much larger fish. A fish that had caused him 3 deaths in his previous life. In fact, the scar that traversed his nose was a direct consequence of that formidable adversary. Had he not been fortunate, he would have perished at the hands of that very fish in prison in his last life. Wang Shanshan was crucial to ensnaring that elusive big fish, thus he needed to keep her firmly in his grasp. However, such intricate details were not something Cao Cohen could divulge to Bai Jing. So, witnessing her insistently tugging at his hand, determined to confront Wang Shanshan for a refund, he simply wrapped his arms around her waist and carried her off to the bedroom. Two hours later, Cao Cohen emerged from the bedroom, cigarette in mouth. Bai Jing, having exited first, had already heated the food in the pot and appeared in the kitchen, donned in a nightgown. She delicately tucked a stray hair behind her ear and gently said, just a moment, it'll be ready in 3 to 5 minutes. By the way, are you really not going to confront that rebellious girl for your money? Cao Cohen frowned, still holding the cigarette. Why are we still discussing this? Is it never ending? Bai Jing chuckled, quickly suppressing her laughter. I won't mention it again, really. I was just concerned about your money. Is it necessary to be so fierce and relentless? Chapter 55, a clash between mother and daughter. A tempestuous dispute over debts was ultimately subdued by Cao Cohen through the exertion of force. Once the meal was prepared and steaming, Cao Cohen and Bai Jing found themselves seated across from one another once more. By the way, Xiao Cohen, Bai Jing said while eating, I plan to leave Shire County the day after tomorrow. I currently have very little money left. I must hasten to find employment, or else I shall soon find myself in dire straits. Thus, I cannot accompany you until the university commences. Cao Cohen was acutely aware of Bai Jing's situation. She had just over 5,000 yuan remaining, and as she had mentioned, it was indeed imperative for her to secure a job swiftly, lest she face financial ruin. Have you found a suitable place? Cao Cohen paused in his meal. Bai Jing smiled slightly and replied, yes, I intend to go to Shihar City. Shihar City, Cao Cohen recalled its location, remembering that it was adjacent to Haicheng, situated to the south of it. However, unlike Haicheng, a first-tier metropolis, Shihar City was merely a third-tier city, barely qualifying as a second-tier one. Bai Jing continued, Shihar City is not far from Haicheng. If one takes the high-speed train, once I arrive in the next couple of days, I can directly attend interviews. Cao Cohen had not anticipated that, in his absence, Bai Jing had already made such thorough arrangements. After swallowing a piece of chicken, he said, Aunt Bai, you really do not need to rush, I still have some money. If you suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, Bai Jing interjected, raising her hand to interrupt him. Xiao Cohen, Aunt Bai is aware that you have some money. That rebellious daughter mentioned to me that she had seen your bank balance, claiming it was over $1 million. But you must understand that you will need money for many things in the future. Attending university, dating, buying a house, getting married, these all require funds. Furthermore, Aunt Bai could never rely on your money. If I were to use your funds, what would that make our relationship? And, once money enters the equation, the purity of our relationship may easily become tainted. Observing Bai Jing's earnest demeanor, Cao Cohen slowly nodded, saying, I understand, may I at least offer you a ride? Of course, if you could drive me, it would be perfect. I can also take a look at the apartment I've rented, making it easier for you to find me in the future. The ensuing conversation revolved predominantly around Bai Jing's imminent departure from Xia County to Shihar City, discussing the type of housing she sought, the kind of job she desired, and her plans moving forward. They conversed until midnight before finally washing up and retiring for the night. The following morning, at 8:30, Bai Jing and Cao Cohen arrived at his residence. Since Bai Jing still had some clothing and cosmetics there, she intended to tidy up and take them with her. As soon as they entered, they encountered Wang Shanshan emerging from the washroom. Observing Wang Shanshan's gait, Bai Jing silently commended Cao Kun. It was a relief that he had heeded advice. After an entire night, Wang Shanshan still bore the signs of their previous altercation, indicating that Cao Cohen had indeed stood his ground. This was as it should be. There was no need for leniency towards this rebellious daughter. She did not deserve it. Upon seeing Bai Jing return, Wang Shanshan's ire flared. If it were not for this woman unilaterally pledging all their family assets to Huang Jinren's parents, would she truly be unable to afford her university tuition? Had this woman not stabbed her in the back, Cao Cohen, the devoted follower, would not have distanced himself from her. Originally, she could have easily secured the funds for her education. Instead, due to this woman, she was forced to pay a price of 256 hours just to gather enough for university expenses. What are you back for? Wang Shanshan spat, her contempt palpable. Bai Jing, as a mother, was not about to cower before this rebellious daughter. What, is this your home? My comings and goings are of no concern to you. Meanwhile, you shamelessly linger in the company of a single man. If anyone should be embarrassed, it should be you. Why don't you hurry up and leave, lest you tarnish his reputation? He is still single. Wang Shanshan did not expect her words to provoke such a vehement retort from Bai Jing, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Cao Cohen, observing the exchange, nodded in approval. Experience was indeed paramount. If Wang Shanshan wished to spar with Bai Jing, she would need at least another 2 years of practice. At present, their levels were decidedly mismatched. Seeing this, Cao Cohen quickly intervened to smooth things over. All right, enough of the arguing, you two. He turned to Bai Jing and urged, Aunt Bai, you need to pack your things for your 11 o'clock train. Then he addressed Wang Shanshan, Shanshan, it would be wise to limit your words. Aunt Bai is leaving for another city today and may not return to Xia County. Do not provoke her further. Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan paused momentarily, but still managed to roll her eyes at Bai Jing and let out a huff. Bai Jing, equally dismissive, shot a glare at Wang Shanshan before retreating to her room to gather her belongings. Only then did Wang Shanshan approach Cao Cohen and whisper, Cao Cohen, where is that woman headed? She mentioned Shihar City, Cao Cohen replied softly, but whether she actually goes there remains uncertain. Wang Shanshan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What do you mean it remains uncertain? Because Aunt Bai is searching for a job, Cao Cohen explained. If she cannot find suitable employment in Shahar City, she will surely consider other locations. Oh. She is job hunting. Wang Shanshan nodded slowly. I thought she was so restless that in just a few days she had already found a new partner and was preparing to marry. Cao Cohen's expression darkened. Do not speak carelessly. If Aunt Bai hears you, she will come after you. Does she dare? Wang Shanshan retorted defiantly. Does she truly believe I am still afraid of her? If she lays a finger on me, I will not hesitate to retaliate. Mark my words, I will eventually settle the score with her. Chapter 56. Their high-speed trains challenged due to the presence of Cao Cohen. Despite the mutual disdain between Bai Jing and Wang Shanshan, their conflict remained confined to mere verbal exchanges, avoiding physical confrontation. As the clock struck 10 in the morning, Bai Jing finally completed her packing. Just as she was about to leave, a thought seemed to cross her mind, prompting her to pause at the door and glance back at Wang Shanshan. Wang Shanshan, those who engage in wrongful deeds will inevitably meet their downfall. It would be wise for you to conceal your malicious intentions and conduct yourself properly, lest you find yourself lamenting in the end. At these words, Wang Shanshan, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, leapt up in indignation. You're the one with ulterior motives. Perhaps you should focus on being a decent person yourself. I advise you to refrain from stabbing others in the back, or you might find yourself struck by lightning one rainy day. Observing Wang Shanshan's furious demeanor, Bai Jing let out a cold snort, choosing not to waste any more breath on her, and stepped away. Meanwhile, Cao Cohen sighed and shook his head, appearing utterly helpless regarding the tumultuous relationship between the mother and daughter, and departed with his suitcase in tow. Noticing this, Wang Shanshan dashed to the doorway, shouting down the corridor, Bai, just you wait. The next time we meet, I will ensure you know the true meaning of regret. After her shout echoed unanswered, the only sound remaining was the distant click of high heels as they faded away. With a haughty huff, Wang Shanshan triumphantly closed the door, another reminder, with such concern, she ought to contemplate her own future instead. They had both been forced to leave their homeland in search of a livelihood, on the brink of starvation, yet she dared to lecture me. Regardless, I have a chilly 320,000 yuan languishing in my bank account. I need not worry about sustenance. Unlike her, how utterly ridiculous. At 11 in the morning, at the Shire County high-speed train station, Cao Cohen, burdened with 2 suitcases alongside Bai Jing, who carried a small bag, boarded the train bound for Haicheng and Shahar City. Given the proximity of Haicheng and Shahar City, many trains traverse both cities. The train that Cao Cohen and Bai Jing boarded, indeed, made stops at both destinations. This journey proceeded smoothly, devoid of the prior incidents of seat occupation. However, as they travelled, Bai Jing's graceful figure attracted a plethora of lecherous gazes. Wang Shanshan had maintained her position as the school beauty at Shire County No. 1 High School for 3 consecutive years, thanks to her looks and figure, yet Bai Jing, possessing equal allure, if not slightly surpassing, was no less captivating. Especially since this was Bai Jing's first long-distance trip, she had meticulously applied makeup and donned a seductive bodycon dress paired with black stockings, drawing the attention of countless admirers. Cao Cohen, observing along the way, noted that there was not a single man who did not steal glances at her silhouette. Cao Cohen understood the attention she garnered. After all, such an exquisite figure is a rarity. Coupled with her striking beauty, she epitomized the pinnacle of desirability. Any normal man would be unable to remain indifferent. Once seated, Bai Jing, a mix of nerves and anticipation, turned to Cao Cohen and inquired, Xiao Cohen, surely Shahar City must be more bustling than our Shire County, right? Upon hearing this question, Cao Cohen nearly chuckled. Was there even a comparison? Shire County was merely a small, dilapidated county town, ranking in the lower middle echelon among all counties nationwide. If one were to categorize all counties into 5 tiers, Shire County would scarcely qualify for the 4th tier. How could they possibly compete with Shahar City? Although Shahar City was labeled as a 3rd tier, borderline pseudo-2nd tier city, it was still a city, operating on an entirely different level. However, Cao Cohen recognized that Bai Jing's seemingly absurd question stemmed from her anxiety. Leaving home to seek a living in an unfamiliar place, with an uncertain future and unknown challenges ahead, it was only natural for her to feel apprehensive. Of course, Cao Cohen replied with a smile, gently holding Bai Jing's small hand. After all, Shihar City is a city, while Xia County is merely a rundown little county. How could we possibly compare? Bai Jing smiled in response, tightening her grip on Cao Cohen's hand. At that moment, a burly, bald man with a phone swaggered into the vacant seat beside them. His snug short sleeves showcased bulging muscles, a quintessential example of a muscular giant. His left arm bore a visible tattoo, but due to its half-exposure and Cao Cohen's unfamiliarity with tattoos, he could not discern its design. Seeing the bald man settle directly across from them, Cao Cohen narrowed his eyes slightly. This individual was quite distinctive, and thus, he recalled having seen him earlier seated at the back of the carriage. Now, inexplicably, he had taken a seat beside them. Cao Cohen certainly did not believe this was his intended spot. Damn it, it seems the train has a vendetta against me. This is only my third time on a high-speed train, and I hope this bald fellow can keep a low profile. Otherwise, the likelihood of conflict will skyrocket. On his first ride, he had encountered a rude individual who had occupied his seat. Despite his polite request for the person to move, he was met with indifference. His second journey, returning from Haicheng after purchasing a home, had also seen its share of drama, as two passengers beside him had engaged in a heated argument that escalated to physicality, causing him to inadvertently get splashed with water. Yet, this was a trivial matter, and he had simply switched seats to allow them space to brawl. Now, on what was his third high-speed journey, should he encounter friction with this bald man, the odds of trouble would be nearly guaranteed. Please, keep it civil. I'd rather not have to slap you in this tender moment, Cao Cohen silently prayed, while simultaneously playing with Bai Jing's soft hand. However, Murphy's law dictated that the very thing one fears is often what transpires, and his prayers bore no fruit. Less than half a minute after the bald man took his seat, he leaned over the aisle, flashing a broad grin, and addressed Bai Jing directly. Hey, gorgeous, let us be friends. At such an opening, a single curse word echoed in Cao Cohen's mind as he resignedly closed his eyes in disbelief. For crying out loud, it seemed the train truly had it out for him. Clearly, he would need to limit his future travels on high-speed trains. Chapter 57, The Taste of Death. The sudden and unanticipated advance from the bald man. Even Cao Cohen could distinctly perceive Bai Jing's body involuntarily tremble at the bald man's approach, her hand, which he grasped, tightening in response. Oh, no. No, I can't, I'm married, thank you, Bai Jing stammered, forcing a smile and waving her hand dismissively as she beheld the bald man's intimidating stature and fierce demeanor. In contrast, the bald man, observing Bai Jing's reaction, noted her slight tremor in her voice, and his grin broadened. She was frightened. How quaint. A little lamb. According to reports, a significant number of sexual harassment incidents are exacerbated by victims' fears, leading them to remain silent or refrain from resisting, thus fostering such behaviors. Fear is, in fact, the principal catalyst that intensifies the severity of these occurrences. For instance, if a lecherous man were to brush against a woman's backside on a bus, her lack of resistance, coupled with her instinctive retreat in fear, would only serve to embolden the perpetrator. What may have begun as a mere brush could escalate, fueled by her trepidation and timidity. It can be asserted that, not only in such situations but at any time and in any place, fear acts as a catalyst for criminal behavior. In this moment, Bai Jing's response appeared to the bald man as that of a sheep willingly led to slaughter. What does being married matter? The bald man leered, his smile grotesque as he licked his lips, rolling up the short sleeves of his tattooed arms to reveal more ink, thereby amplifying his menacing presence. I merely wish to befriend you, to hang out together sometime. Having more friends opens up more avenues, doesn't it? When away from home, one must rely on friends. Cao Cohen was left speechless by the bald man's lewd demeanor and his ostentatious display of tattoos. Why do some individuals believe that possessing tattoos somehow renders them formidable and intimidating? The unfortunate truth is that a considerable number of people do indeed subscribe to this belief. Pray, visit a maximum security prison and observe who truly embodies ferocity. Only those lacking in self-assurance resort to such displays to project an illusion of strength. In the maximum security prison where Cao Cohen resided, not a single formidable individual bore tattoos. In fact, those with tattoos were collectively referred to by a derogatory term, flowered dogs. Such individuals typically occupied the lowest rungs of the prison hierarchy, subject to the whims of others, often receiving kicks and slaps without course. Occasionally, a particularly fierce character would emerge, and Cow Cohen recalled an instance from his 4th or 5th year in prison when a heavily tattooed man, strong and intimidating, arrived. Yet, within 3 months, after a fateful night, the skin bearing his tattoos was brutally flayed from his body, leaving him nearly devoid of flesh on his upper torso, a horrific sight. He ultimately succumbed to a severe infection after 2 weeks in the hospital, racked by agonizing pain. The tools of this gruesome act were nothing more than a rusted metal shard that Cow Cohen typically used to scrape his feet after soaking them. Hardly sanitary, one would think. Of course, while the tools were indeed Cow Cohen's, he had not been the one to carry out the act. He merely served as a technical advisor, offering guidance on how to execute the skinning and observing the grisly process unfold. For this, he was unjustly confined in a small dark room for a week, an egregious miscarriage of justice. He hadn't laid a finger on the matter. Comparatively, his punishment was lenient when weighed against those who spent 10 days, 2 weeks, or even a month in similar confinement. Beautiful lady, please don't be silent. Just add me as a friend. I'm not a bad person. Here, if you add me, I'll send you a 200 yuan red envelope. I genuinely wish to be your friend. What a fateful encounter we've had on this bus, he continued, lewdly, their essay saying, 100 years of cultivation brings you together on the same boat, 1,000 years of cultivation allows you to share the same bed. Since we've met on this bus, it must mean we shared a bed for at least 100 years in our past lives. What does this imply? It suggests that in our previous lives, we were a couple. If you add me as a friend, perhaps we can rekindle our past connection. Cow Cohen had initially intended to observe Bai Jing's reaction to this situation, but upon hearing the bald man's words, he could no longer contain himself. Damn it, is this truly how one interprets 100 years of cultivation? Do you not realize how misleading this is for young minds? Young children are the future of our nation. It is tantamount to indirectly undermining our beloved motherland. In such circumstances, Cow Cohen firmly believed that any descendant of the dragon, anyone with the blood of Huangdi coursing through their veins, would find this intolerable. Those who threaten my motherland must face dire consequences. Moreover, the proximity between the two was minimal, merely separated by an aisle and Bai Jing. This made the offence all the more egregious. Observing Bai Jing, her cheeks flushed and utterly at a loss for how to respond like a frightened lamb, only served to heighten the bald man's excitement. Just as he prepared to escalate his verbal assault, he noticed Cow Cohen rising from his seat, stepping over Bai Jing, and advancing down the aisle, delivering a swift punch directly to the bald man's face. Despite Cow Cohen's physique being far less imposing than that of the bald man, who towered over him, his punch landed with such force that the bald man was sent sprawling to the ground, as if deflated. Without a shred of emotion, Cow Cohen bent down, seized the bald man by the nape of his neck, and effortlessly lifted his 200-pound frame. Meeting the bald man's dazed eyes, Cow Cohen delivered an uppercut that propelled him nearly a meter into the air. Upon his return to the ground, blood streamed from the bald man's mouth and nose, 2 front teeth missing, his nostrils gushing crimson. Cow Cohen crouched down, calmly gazing into the bald man's bewildered eyes, and remarked, "Hey, bald one, the saying 100 years of cultivation brings you together on the same boat. 1,000 years of cultivation allows you to share the same bed is not meant to be interpreted in your manner. Who taught you your language skills?" In the face of Cow Cohen's unflinching gaze, the bald man felt an inexplicable sensation akin to confronting a primordial beast. It was as though, with a mere utterance, the other could reduce him to nothingness. Under the weight of Cow Cohen's steady stare, the bald man sensed the very blood within him chill, ceasing to circulate as it should. It was the taste of death, undoubtedly, the taste of death. At that moment, his primal instinct for survival began to sound alarms within him, awakening an acute realization he had provoked a force far beyond his reckoning. Should he mismanage this situation, he might find himself facing fatal consequences. This man was truly capable of ending his life. Chapter 58. How deplorable the primal instinct for survival jolted the dazed bald man into full awareness. At that moment, he could no longer pay heed to his bleeding nose or the air escaping from his mouth. He mustered all his strength and pleaded, yes, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please spare me, I truly regret my actions. I beg you. Cow Cohen spread his hands and replied calmly, "Spare you, are you blind? I don't have a horse to let you ride." With that, he seized the bald man by the neck and hoisted him up, dragging him toward the back of the carriage. However, after just a couple of steps, Cow Cohen seemed to recall something and turned to look at Bai Jing. Faced with Bai Jing's astonished expression, which was a mixture of shock and disbelief, Cow Cohen smiled, revealing a charming grin as refreshing as a spring breeze. "Wait for me a moment. I will return shortly." With that, he turned away, resuming his expressionless demeanor as he continued to drag the 200-pound bald man toward the rear of the carriage. As he made his way, every passenger fell silent, many too intimidated to meet his gaze directly, opting instead to steal glances from the corners of their eyes as they watched the spectacle unfold. Good heavens, how was he managing this? Physically, the bald man was several sizes larger than Cow Cohen, weighing at least 230 to 40 pounds, yet, this seemingly ordinary man, with an unremarkable physique, effortlessly hoisted the hefty bald man by the neck, dragging him along as if he were a lifeless dog. What incredible strength must he possess? If he were to land a punch on me, I might very well be left half dead, or worse. Cow Cohen disregarded the glances directed at him by the other passengers, exuding an air of a king surveying his domain, his gaze dismissive, completely indifferent to those around him. Before long, he arrived at the back of the carriage. There, a heavily made-up young woman, appearing to be around 23 or 24, dressed in a manner resembling a little delinquent, sat in the rear seats, staring blankly as they approached. She was an accomplice of the bald man. Cow Cohen had observed her playfully interacting with him when he boarded the train. Like discarding a dead dog, Cow Cohen flung the bald man down beside the young woman and asked coolly, "What is your relationship?" Startled, the young woman snapped back to reality, her voice trembling as she replied, He is my boyfriend." "Boyfriend?" Cow Cohen narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Do you know what he intended to do?" The young woman, completely intimidated by the domineering presence of Cow Cohen, answered whatever he asked, nodding vigorously. He said that woman, no, your companion, is an exquisite beauty. He wanted to flirt with her. Then why didn't you stop him?" Cow Cohen pressed. The young woman stammered, unable to find the words. Cow Cohen turned to the bald man. "You speak." Blood continued to trickle from the bald man's nose as he desperately tried to cover it with his hands, mumbling, I just, he repeated, just 3 times, yet failed to articulate his intentions. Growing impatient, Cow Cohen slapped him across the face. The blood from the bald man's nose flowed even more profusely. "If you don't speak, I will slap you dead." "Say it." After receiving that blow, the bald man's defenses crumbled entirely, and he whimpered like a frightened child. "She told me to go, because your companion is bigger than her, has a slimmer waist, is curvier, and is even more beautiful. She was jealous, so she wanted me to tease her." "Oh, I see." Cow Cohen turned to the young woman. "Is that so?" She pouted, on the verge of tears. "Yes, I'm sorry. I was just joking. I didn't mean it." "Damn." Cow Cohen cursed. "If apologies were useful, I wouldn't have these fists. Not particularly impressive, and your character is lacking. If I don't correct you, you might stray further down the wrong path." As he spoke, Cow Cohen gestured to the young woman, "Go wait in the restroom. I need to properly educate you on the virtues of beauty and morality." With a quivering voice, she pleaded, "I truly regret it. Please, I understand now." Suddenly, before she could finish, Cow Cohen yanked her by the hair, pulling her from her seat. Forcefully gripping her hair, he brought her face to face with him, whispering, "Damn it, can't you hear me? Go wait in the restroom. If I hear another word from you, I will smash your skull." Under the weight of his intimidating gaze, the young woman trembled as if she had seen a ghost. She dared not utter another word and practically scurried into the nearby restroom. Cow Cohen turned to the bald man, tapping his face gently, "Guard the door." With that, he stepped into the restroom and locked the door behind him. Not long after, muffled sounds of a woman's oath emerged from within. "I swear, from this day forth, I will become a person of value to society, a contributor to the nation." An hour later, Cow Cohen emerged from the restroom. The bald man had managed to stop his nosebleed but continued to cover his face with his hands. Upon seeing Cow Cohen exit and the gaze directed his way, the bald man flinched and shrank back. Observing this, Kaukoen muttered, "Damn, have you never attended a basic ethics class? I can't fathom how you two miscreants ended up together." Saying this, he slapped the bald man again. "Remember, this time it's a free lesson in education. If there's a next time, I will charge you." With that, Kaukoen turned away, returning to his seat. 3 minutes later, the young woman finally emerged from the restroom, her face flushed and her eyes cast down, scarcely daring to meet the bald man's gaze. Seeing this, the bald man clenched his fists in frustration, muttering, "You too." The young woman quickly shook her head. "No, nothing happened. He just educated me, telling me to be a good person and not to create unnecessary trouble, to contribute to society and the country." The bald man was seething with rage, feeling as though everyone on the train was laughing at him. Yet, when he recalled Kaukoen's icy stare, a shiver ran down his spine. Who on earth is this person? How can he possess such a terrifying gaze? What has he been through? In the end, the bald man appeared utterly deflated, as if his backbone had been pulled out, and he weakly suggested, "Let us get off at the next stop." The young woman nodded silently, still keeping her head down, unwilling to meet the bald man's eyes. Chapter 59, The meeting between Bai Jing and Liu Yuling. On the other side, Bai Jing, feeling as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, hurriedly approached when she spotted Kaukoen approaching. "Xiao Koen, are you all right?" she asked, her eyes scanning him with concern. Kaukoen flashed a sunny smile and replied, "Sorry to worry you, Bai. I'm perfectly fine." Seeing Kaukoen unharmed, Bai Jing immediately shifted her expression and lowered her voice. "What happened? You and that girl in the restroom didn't do anything, did you?" "If there's any trouble, she might report you. Why were you so impulsive?" Kaukoen chuckled, placing his hands on Bai Jing's shoulders and urging her to sit down. "Bai, rest assured, that girl has some moral issues. I merely gave her a good lecture, a lesson in ethics. What could possibly go wrong?" "Really?" Bai Jing asked skeptically. "Then why do you smell like that?" "Oh, it's just the odor from the train's restroom. Don't you worry, I assure you, everything is fine." With Kaukoen's repeated assurances, Bai Jing felt somewhat relieved. Soon after, as if a thought struck her, she changed the subject, saying, "Xiao Koen, I never realized just how impressive you are, taking down that LSP with just 2 punches. How remarkable." Kaukoen chuckled. "Were you startled?" Bai Jing shook her head, her gaze fixed on his eyes. "At first, I felt it was quite brutal and violent, but now, I only feel a sense of security." "Of course," Kaukoen declared earnestly, "if I can't even provide you with a sense of security, then what is the point of my being here? I must ensure that you feel completely safe." Despite Kaukoen's reassurances, Bai Jing's heart remained uneasy, as she couldn't shake the feeling that the odor was unusual. In fact, she didn't fully relax until the bold LSP and that little delinquent disembarked. Finally, when the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, after a considerable amount of time had passed without incident, her anxious heart began to settle. As the tension in her body released, she leaned against Kaukoen's shoulder and drifted into a deep sleep. After all, she had been discussing the development and future of Shahar City with Kaukoen late into the night, and had she not been worried about him, she would have fallen asleep long ago. At 5 in the afternoon, on the train, while Bai Jing was comfortably nestled against Kaukoen's arm, her head resting on his shoulder, suddenly, Kaukoen nudged her, saying, "Bai, we've arrived. It is time for us to disembark." At his words, Bai Jing instantly opened her eyes. Although her mind was still a bit hazy, she followed Kaukoen, gathering their belongings and queuing to leave the train. More than 10 minutes later, after exiting the train station with Kaukoen, Bai Jing gazed around, her expression filled with astonishment. Could it be that a third-tier city, barely a pseudo-second-tier city, was this developed? Nearby, skyscrapers towered, and enormous advertising banners were displayed. Even the renowned cities of Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou paled in comparison. Was this truly a third-tier city? At that moment, a group of people hurriedly walked past them. One among them lamented, "I had plans to invest in real estate in Haicheng 2 or 3 years ago, but my wife wouldn't allow it, claiming that housing prices had peaked. Now look at it. Yundong district has become a special zone. Damn, if I had bought a property there 2 or 3 years ago, I'd be making a fortune now." Another person replied, enough of that. It's no use dwelling on the past. We need to find a way to buy property quickly. Old Joe got lucky. Yesterday, a young couple in Yundong district urgently needed money and sold their apartment. He managed to buy it at 50,000 per square meter. What a steal. In a few years, the price will at least double, hitting a minimum of 100,000 per square meter. He really scored big. Indeed. Voices of agreement followed. Old Joe has struck gold. We must hurry and find a way to buy too. With the establishment of this special zone, it's certain that housing prices will reach 100,000 per square meter in the future. Listening to the group discussing real estate matters that were beyond her comprehension, Bai Jing was momentarily taken aback before quickly looking at Cao Cohen. Her expression was a mix of amusement and disbelief as she said, Xiao Cohen, we must have gotten off at the wrong station. This is Haicheng. Shihar City is the next stop. Seeing Bai Jing's expression, Cao Cohen smiled slightly and responded, we didn't get off at the wrong station. The place we were meant to come to is indeed Haicheng. What? Bai Jing was momentarily stunned. Haicheng, hadn't they discussed Shihar City extensively yesterday? Just as she was beginning to doubt whether she had misspoken or if Cao Cohen had misunderstood, a voice called out, Mr. Cao, over here. Bai Jing instinctively looked over to see a woman in a fitted business suit, looking sharp and professional, waving at them as she approached briskly. At that moment, Cao Cohen also smiled at the woman and waved back. Do they know each other? Is she here to pick us up? At that instant, Bai Jing felt her mind racing. They had clearly agreed on Shihar City, and now it had changed to Haicheng. Furthermore, Cao Cohen appeared to have a friend waiting for them in Haicheng. When had he ever been to Haicheng? In an instant, Bai Jing found Cao Cohen's image in her mind becoming increasingly enigmatic. Liu Yuling quickly reached Cao Cohen and first glanced at Bai Jing. In just one look, Liu Yuling's eyes revealed her astonishment. Wow, what a captivating woman, with that face, that figure, she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. Liu Yuling discreetly concealed her inner surprise, smiling at Cao Cohen and extending her hand. Mr. Cao, it's been a while. Cao Cohen chuckled, stop pretending, it hasn't been that long since we parted. Liu Yuling's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully retorted, isn't it said that a day apart feels like 3 autumns? It's been quite a few years. As she spoke, Liu Yuling turned to Bai Jing, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This beautiful sister must be Bai Jie, right? Do you really have 37 years? Could it be that Cao Cohen is deceiving me? With your complexion, how can you be 37? You look at most 30, you appear even younger than I am. Liu Yuling's words were not mere flattery. Bai Jing truly had remarkable skin. Moreover, on this matter, Cao Cohen held considerable authority. He was well acquainted with the nuances of skin quality across different regions. If judged solely on skin, Bai Jing genuinely appeared younger than Liu Yuling. Of course, this wasn't to say Liu Yuling looked old. She simply embodied a typical age appearance, while Bai Jing possessed naturally youthful skin. Though Bai Jing had no prior knowledge of the woman before her and was unsure of the current situation, she could still discern the compliment being directed at her. A smile spread across her face as she hurriedly replied, oh no, my skin is nothing special, just average, it's not as good as yours. As she spoke, Bai Jing glanced at Cao Cohen, urging him to make the introductions. Only then did Cao Cohen introduce the two, saying, Liu Yuling is a real estate agent I met when I came to Haicheng to rent an apartment recently. Then, Cao Cohen introduced Liu Yuling. Bai Jing, I needn't elaborate. She is my closest female friend. Chapter 60, now that you've arrived, do you still wish to depart? Thanks to Cao Cohen's introduction, Bai Jing and Liu Yuling were finally formally acquainted. After the two exchanged handshakes, Bai Jing leaned closer to Cao Cohen and quietly inquired, did you come to Haicheng to rent an apartment recently? Although she felt somewhat bewildered by her current situation, Bai Jing was still able to grasp the pertinent information. Moreover, Cao Cohen's words were quite explicit. He might as well have directly implanted the idea in her mind. If she were unable to comprehend this information, it would certainly indicate a deficiency in her wits. Yes. Cao Cohen nodded candidly. Since it's the holiday season and I had little to occupy my time, I made a trip to Haicheng not long ago and rented an apartment near Haicheng University. The main reason is that I've never lived in a dormitory before. I was concerned that I might not be accustomed to living with other boys. If any conflicts were to arise and I inadvertently harmed them, it would be better to simply rent a place of my own. Upon hearing Cao Cohen's explanation, Bai Jing's lips twitched involuntarily. What an unintentional threat to harm them. If Cao Cohen had uttered such a statement before boarding this train, she would have found it utterly unbelievable. However, after experiencing the journey, she was now fully convinced. A hulking figure like him could easily incapacitate anyone with just a couple of punches, and she certainly did not believe that the freshman at Haicheng University possessed greater resilience than that muscular brute. It was entirely possible that he could indeed deliver a fatal blow. Since Liu Yuling had never witnessed Cao Cohen in action, she naturally found his reasoning implausible. What do you mean by not being accustomed to living with boys? Liu Yuling teased. I think you're worried about not being able to conveniently date the ladies while living in the dorm. Cao Cohen laughed heartily, playfully slapping Liu Yuling on her pert backside. Or maybe it's about the elder sisters. Liu Yuling's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully retorted, oh, stop being so cheeky. Let us hurry and board the train. With that, she took a suitcase from Cao Cohen's hand and stepped ahead. Bai Jing, on the other hand, cast several meaningful glances between Cao Cohen and Liu Yuling. What is the matter, Sister Bai? Cao Cohen asked with feigned seriousness. Bai Jing was taken aback, then burst into laughter. What is this? Just because I've left my hometown, my title has elevated from Aunt Bai to Sister Bai. Oh come on, what does that have to do with your hometown? I've always wanted to call you Sister Bai, Cao Cohen declared earnestly. With your youthful appearance and figure, even if there were a hint of resemblance to my aunt, it would still be too tender to utter. And besides, this is Haicheng. In such a bustling metropolis, if I were to address you as Aunt Bai, I would surely attract a crowd, who would look at me as if I were a fool. Regardless of age, women possess little immunity to compliments regarding their appearance and physique. Cao Cohen's words left Bai Jing feeling somewhat bashful, her lovely face tinged with a rosy hue. Thus, she swiftly redirected the conversation. All right, enough with the banter. Initially, I thought you were a decent person, but who knew? Oh, what is the situation with Liu Yuling? What else could it be? Cao Cohen nonchalantly replied. During the few days I was there, her husband happened to be away, and I had the time to get acquainted. Now, Sister Bai, let me take you to see the apartment I rented. With that, Cao Cohen grabbed a suitcase in one hand and took Bai Jing's hand in the other, striding forward to catch up with Liu Yuling. At 6 in the evening, Cao Cohen, Bai Jing, and Liu Yuling arrived at the apartment Cao Cohen had rented near Haicheng University. Upon entering, everyone but Cao Cohen was left astounded. Wow, it's enormous, and it's even a fully furnished place. Television, refrigerator, washing machine, air conditioning, everything is included. As Liu Yuling worked in real estate, she was merely a bit taken aback. However, Bai Jing was utterly shocked, her mouth agape. My goodness, the decor of this apartment is simply exquisite, the flooring, the chandelier, the wall paintings, the wardrobe, and more. Just at a glance, it far surpasses her previous residence in terms of luxury. After exploring the apartment, Bai Jing's astonishment only deepened. Point for bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, 3 south-facing bedrooms and 1 north-facing bedroom, which had been converted into a study. That was not the main point. The highlight was that each of the 3 south-facing bedrooms was equipped with air conditioning and a wardrobe. The beds and mattresses were all pre-purchased, and even the mattresses were of high-end quality. She had heard of the Sealy brand for many years but had never used one herself. Her family had always settled for cheaper mattresses costing around 800 or 900 yuan. To rent out such a splendid apartment was indeed extravagant. Realizing this, Bai Jing turned to Cao Cohen and asked, Xiao Cohen, renting this apartment must have cost you a pretty penny, right? Not too bad, about 8,000 yuan a month, 8,000 yuan. Bai Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. In stark contrast to Bai Jing's astonishment, Liu Yuling remained remarkably composed. After all, she was well aware that this man, Cao Cohen, was currently flush with cash. In just the past few days, he had made a small fortune. The property he invested 23.8 million yuan in had quintupled in value yesterday, and although the growth rate had started to slow, for reasons unknown, it began to surge again this morning, and with remarkable speed. In fact, by the time Cao Cohen and Bai Jing arrived in Haicheng, the price had nearly surged to 8 times the original amount. What is 8 times 23? 8 million. 19 billion. Moreover, this upward trend shows no signs of abating. The momentum remains vigorous. While she may refrain from making further assertions, after tonight, it will undoubtedly surpass her initial projections by a staggering ninefold. Thus, the amounts of 7 or 8,000 for the month are hardly significant in his eyes. Observing Bai Jing's astonished expression, Cao Cohen smiled and remarked, "There's no alternative. This is a newlywed couple's marital residence, and they have already expended 400,000 on renovations alone. Had it not been for the gentleman's relocation due to work, they would have had no intention of renting it out." He added, "Furthermore, the house is quite spacious, a full 160 square meters, which makes this price rather reasonable. If this property were situated in the city center, the rent would easily exceed 10,000 a month. Wouldn't you agree, Manager Liu?" Upon hearing Cao Cohen address her as Manager Liu once again, Liu Yuling rolled her eyes playfully and said, "Indeed, it is not exorbitant. If located in the city center, for such size and renovation, one would be hard-pressed to find it for less than 20 or 30,000 a month. After all, it is the city center." Meanwhile, Bai Jing, listening to the casually mentioned figures from Liu Yuling, felt her head spinning. For such an apartment, a monthly rent of 20 to 30,000 is deemed a bargain. Goodness gracious, does that mean her meager monthly salary of just over 3,000 in Shire County barely suffices for a single month's rent? This is untenable. This metropolis is truly no place for the likes of us. I must hasten back to my hometown of Shire City. There, I could secure a delightful single apartment for merely 1,300 a month. The comparison is overwhelmingly favorable. Contemplating this, Bai Jing swiftly shifted the topic, saying, "Xiao Cohen, as we agreed, I shall stay here for just one day. Tomorrow, I must return to Shire City. The expenses in this grand city are truly daunting. I fear that after a couple of days of indulgence, I shall lack the means to sustain myself in Shire City." In response, Cao Cohen chuckled heartily and said, "Sister Bai, what are you thinking? Now that you are here, do you believe I would allow you to leave? Think again. You are now firmly ensconced in Haicheng." Chapter 61, The Significance of Marriage. Upon hearing that Cao Cohen was unwilling to let her leave, Bai Jing instantly felt a surge of anxiety. She was acutely aware that Cao Cohen wished to remain together, and in truth, she too harbored the same desire. However, they ultimately had to confront the harsh realities of life. The cost of living in Haicheng was exorbitantly high, a financial burden far beyond what her meager savings of a little over 5,000 could endure. Furthermore, there was still Liu Yuling to consider. Even if she relocated to Shire City, Liu Yuling would still be able to manage. If Cao Cohen truly missed her, they could adhere to their prior agreement and visit one another on weekends. "Xiao Cohen, this is simply not feasible," Bai Jing replied with a wry smile. "You are aware of my circumstances. If I remain in Haicheng, I will lack both the means and the capacity to survive. To speak of nothing else, just the rent alone, thousands, even tens of thousands a month. Do you truly believe I can afford such expenses?" "Why can't you afford it?" Cao Cohen countered. "This spacious 4-bedroom apartment, though one room has been converted into a study, still boasts 3 bright and generous bedrooms. 3 ample bedrooms, and yet you cannot find space for Sister Bai." Bai Jing was momentarily at a loss for words. She had been so preoccupied with the high cost of living and rent in Haicheng that she had overlooked the possibility of residing with Cao Cohen. Observing Bai Jing's somewhat dazed expression, Cao Cohen smiled and said, "Sister Bai, regardless, I have already rented this apartment for a year. Whether I live here alone or we share the space, the cost remains unchanged. Moreover, Manager Liu happens to require additional assistance. What job are you seeking? Would it not be feasible for you to work alongside Manager Liu?" As he spoke, Cao Cohen glanced at Liu Yuling, who promptly nodded in agreement. "Exactly, as a real estate agent, I have been working alone and have longed for a companion, but I have yet to find a suitable one. Sister Bai, you would be far better off working with me. My job is particularly laid back, just the two of us. Whenever we wish to go out, we can, and if we prefer to stay at the office, we may do so. If you wish to check your phone or play on the computer, you are free to do so. To be frank, Sister Bai, you will not find a more relaxed job than this. Moreover, I can assure you that you will earn money, to say nothing of the fact that this year alone, I guarantee you will earn at least 1.6 million. Liu Yuling's final assurance was not mere bluster, it was backed by substantial confidence. Cao Cohen had already made it clear that he intended to sell all the properties he owned within the year. Considering the projected increase in property values in the Yundong Special District, it was evident that the prices of the homes he purchased would multiply ninefold. This was no longer a question of possibility. By tomorrow morning at the latest, such an increase would undoubtedly be realized. 0.8 times amounts to 190 million. And ninefold, it amounts to 210 million, a 1.5 commission fee on the 210 million amounts to over 3.2 million. Divided between two individuals, that equates to over 1.6 million each, provided that Cao Cohen can ensure the complete sale this year and guarantees that only the two of them will handle it. Then each of them will securely earn over 1.6 million this year. As Cao Cohen was persuading himself, Liu Yuling was also encouraging herself, and even Beijing, no matter how naive, began to grasp the situation. It turned out that Cao Cohen had already discreetly arranged everything for her. Whether it was accommodation or employment, he had taken care of it all. With this realization, Beijing's emotion surged within her, and she could no longer contain herself, throwing herself tightly into Cao Cohen's embrace. Woo-woo. Xiao Cohen, you are just too good to me. I have nothing to repay you with. Woo-woo, who says you have nothing? Feeling the gentle sobs of the beauty in his arms, Cao Cohen chuckled and patted Beijing's head. Aren't you already enough? Upon witnessing this, Liu Yuling chuckled and said, how about this? I'll go buy some ingredients, let us have hot pot tonight. With that, Liu Yuling sensibly excused herself. 88 in the evening, a sumptuous family hot pot feast commenced in the dining room. There was beef, lamb, pork, chicken wings, large prawns, oysters, beef tendons, and lamb kidneys. The three of them sat around the dining table, with a powerful ventilation system overhead designed specifically to eliminate the lingering aroma of hot pot after the meal. Initially, Beijing was somewhat reserved, but with Liu Yuling's warm hospitality, they quickly bonded. By the time the lavish family hot pot came to an end, it was already 10:30. At this hour, Liu Yuling had no intention of leaving. Furthermore, she had already video-called her husband, explaining that a good girlfriend had come to Haicheng and that she would accompany her for a couple of days. Liu Yuling's husband was initially skeptical, but when Beijing appeared on the screen, smiling and greeting him, his doubts vanished instantly. Indeed, she was a good friend, and a good friend with such an impressive figure and beauty. What was there to worry about? Cao Cohen also appeared on screen to greet Liu Yuling's husband, calling him bro. Logically, upon discovering Cao Cohen's presence, Liu Yuling's husband should have felt a sense of caution. However, he exhibited no such wariness. Instead, he responded with warmth, even transferring 5,000 yuan to Liu Yuling, encouraging her to enjoy a couple of days in Haicheng with Cao Cohen and Beijing. This was primarily Beijing's doing. Her stunning looks and figure overshadowed Liu Yuling, making her seem rather ordinary in comparison. It was akin to a comparison between an ugly duckling and a beautiful swan. Everyone would naturally choose the swan. Yet, Liu Yuling's husband overlooked one crucial fact: there exists a type of person in this world who is not particular about appearances. They can savor a lavish banquet or relish simple steamed buns with pickles. Regardless of whether it's a swan or an ugly duckling, they would embrace a pot of mixed stew. Moreover, who is the ugly duckling? Liu Yuling? Absolutely not. She is also a beauty. The following morning, when Cao Cohen emerged from his room, Beijing and Liu Yuling had already busied themselves in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. Remarkably, after just one night, the two had formed a bond akin to true sisters, chattering away with an intimate familiarity. This camaraderie was entirely understandable. After all, they were not merely comrades in arms but also confidants sharing their innermost thoughts. From around 2 or 3 in the early morning, Beijing had confided in Liu Yuling about her unhappy marriage, detailing the misbehavior of her rebellious daughter. Liu Yuling listened with clenched teeth and a fierce indignation. In fact, after hearing Beijing's account, Liu Yuling began to ponder, what do women seek in marriage and childbirth? Even a woman as admirable as Sister Bai had reached such a point. If she hadn't married or had children, perhaps she would be living a more carefree and joyful life now. Then, Liu Yuling began to share her own marital woes with Beijing. Although she had no children, she had a husband whose earnings were meager and who harbored numerous bad habits. In summary, he was failing both in financial success and in their intimate life. If he could at least excel in one of those areas, it would be acceptable, yet, he was lacking in both. Bai Jing wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiments. Indeed, what is the point of having a husband who cannot provide financially and fails in bed? Chapter 62, Charitable Acts, Spreading Warmth. The two women engaged in an extensive discussion in the kitchen, yet they ultimately failed to reach a conclusion. In the end, they presented the dilemma to the household's sole male, Cao Cohen. What, after all, is the significance of marrying a man who neither earns a living nor excels in other areas? Faced with their inquiry, Cao Cohen's brow furrowed in contemplation. It was evident that they had sought the wrong person for such a question. In his previous life, he had spent his days confined within prison walls, ignorant and unacquainted with the realities of life. However, in this life, he was quite adept at making money and capable in various aspects, which left him at a loss for how to respond. Cao Cohen lit a cigarette and pondered seriously for 3 minutes before offering the two women a succinct 6-word reply: engage in charity, spread warmth. If a man is unable to earn money and lacks prowess in other respects, then marrying such a man equates to undertaking charitable deeds and providing warmth, does it not? What else could it possibly signify? Upon hearing Cao Cohen's answer, both women were taken aback. So, it turns out they were merely engaged in acts of charity and warmth, particularly for Liu Yuling. Her defenses, both physical and psychological, were utterly shattered by Cao Cohen's blunt statement. In fact, she immediately began to voice her desire to return home and divorce her husband. Bai Jing, on the other hand, fared slightly better. After all, she had severed ties with Wang Yifu and the rebellious daughter. Nevertheless, despite this, she felt a profound sense of loss. After all, that was a part of her youthful past, now seemingly squandered through her charitable endeavors. How foolish, how disheartening. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Liu Yuling had neither gone to work nor returned home, instead opting to explore Haicheng with Cao Cohen and Bai Jing. The trio visited various attractions, strolled along the seaside, and indulged in some of the city's renowned eateries. In essence, their days were filled with leisure and their nights with rest. Naturally, shopping was also on the agenda. Cao Cohen purchased a set of cosmetics for both Bai Jing and Liu Yuling, one set priced at 15,000 and the other at 17,000. It was not a matter of favoritism, rather, the two women had different skin types, and professional beauticians had selected the most suitable products for each. In addition to cosmetics, Cao Cohen also bought each of them an entire outfit, from inner garments to outerwear, encompassing everything in between, with an average cost of 18,800. Bai Jing felt a pang of guilt over the expenditure, yet she could not help but delight in the experience. It was her first time using such exquisite cosmetics and donning such fine clothing. How could she not relish it? How could she not feel joy? Liu Yuling, on the other hand, felt a twinge of envy, for Bai Jing remained unaware, but she knew all too well that during these 3 days, the properties Cao Cohen had acquired had appreciated by a staggering 15-fold. In other words, in just 3 days, Cao Cohen has done absolutely nothing, yet his assets have soared to 357 million. It is hard to forget that when we last met, his net worth was merely 24 million. The speed at which he is amassing wealth is beyond mere accumulation. It is as if he has a money-printing machine at home. Even more astonishing is the fact that while the rest of Yundong district has stabilized and prices have nearly peaked, the area he purchased continues to ascend relentlessly. It is simply unbelievable. In fact, the property prices in that suburban region have surpassed those in the heart of Yundong district. Liu Yuling cannot fathom what kind of magic this place possesses. At 5 in the afternoon, Liu Yuling parked her car in a space in front of the train station. With the university semester just days away, Cao Cohen must return to Shi County once more. Not for any other reason, but because Wang Shanshan also needs to go back. Of course, it is not because he wishes to confront Wang Shanshan, but rather because she is currently residing in his home, and Cao Cohen does not feel entirely at ease with this woman. If he does not return, will she remember to turn off the air conditioning? Will she remember to shut off the gas? Will she remember to lock the door? Although Cao Cohen's wealth has reached a point where he need not concern himself with that one county house, the significance of that residence is unparalleled. After all, it is the home where he grew up, filled with memories that cannot be quantified in monetary terms. Moreover, he is genuinely worried about Wang Shanshan. Should this troublesome woman forget to turn off the gas, causing the house to explode and endangering the neighbors, he would be in quite a predicament. Thus, he must return to ensure that no hidden dangers remain before he can come back for the start of the semester. It is merely a matter of a few days. Xiao Cohen, please drive safely, Bai Jing said, looking at Cao Cohen with eyes full of reluctance, her gaze slightly reddened. Of course, her feelings were not entirely about reluctance. She was once again moved, although she had previously stated that under no circumstances would she use Cao Cohen's money, lest their pure friendship become tainted. He had just transferred 100,000 yuan to her without her consent. Those who truly care for you do not heed your declarations of boundaries, they simply wish to ensure that you have enough funds at hand to keep your heart at ease. Bai Jing felt tears welling up at Cao Cohen's gesture. Don't worry, what could possibly go wrong on a train? Cao Cohen laughed heartily, but as soon as he finished speaking, his smile vanished as if a sudden thought had struck him. Wait a minute, he was taking a high-speed train. Oh dear, that might not bode well. It seems he has an unfortunate track record with trains. Boss Cao, may I have a word with you privately? Liu Yuling said with a smile, casting a meaningful glance at him. Clearly, she wished to discuss something that Bai Jing should not overhear. Bai Jing, however, was not curious. Despite the close-knit relationship among the three, there were still secrets that could not be shared. Just as she had secrets from Liu Yuling, there were matters between her and Cao Cohen that Liu Yuling was unaware of. With time to spare before the train's departure, Cao Cohen lit a cigarette and then stepped aside with Liu Yuling for a private conversation. What's up? Cao Cohen inquired. Liu Yuling's expression appeared somewhat conflicted as she replied, Cao Cohen, do you have any idea how outrageous your property values have become? They have increased an average of 15 times and are still on the rise. Cao Cohen chuckled, isn't that quite normal? Normal? Liu Yuling's eyes widened. In the entire Yundong district, other areas have essentially stabilized, yet the one you purchased continues to skyrocket, even becoming the most expensive in the district. How is that normal? Cao Cohen looked at Liu Yuling in disbelief and pondered for a moment before suggesting, perhaps after selling my properties, you should consider a career change. It seems you might not be suited for real estate. Goodness! How many days have passed, how many times have property values multiplied? It is astonishing that Liu Yuling has yet to realize that area is destined to be the future center of Yundong district. With such lack of insight, perhaps she should reconsider her career in real estate. Chapter 63, Liu Yuling's decision to divorce. Why? Upon hearing Cao Cohen's admonition to refrain from pursuing a career in real estate, Liu Yuling was enveloped in confusion. Having dedicated numerous years to the real estate industry with commendable success, she could not fathom the rationale behind such a suggestion. In response to Liu Yuling's perplexed gaze, Cao Cohen felt a sense of exasperation. He realized that unless he explicitly elucidated the situation to Liu Yuling, she might remain oblivious indefinitely. Alternatively, it might only dawn on her once the Yundong Special Zone materialized, as the imposing skyscrapers of the CBD rose majestically from the ground. It was then she would come to the realization that this locale was indeed the heart of the Special Zone. Contemplating this, Cao Cohen crouched down, tracing patterns in the earth with a twig. Observe, this marks the location of Yundong district. What lies to the west? Liu Yuling adjusted the back of her form-fitting skirt and assumed a semi-kneeling position, responding, to the west is the urban area of Haicheng. Is there room for development? Liu Yuling shook her head, that space has long been exhausted. Towering high-rises have already been constructed there, leaving no room for expansion. And what about the south and north? Cao Cohen gestured with the twig, continuing to guide her thought process. Liu Yuling squinted, sensing an epiphany, and slowly replied, the terrain to the south and north is unsuitable. Both sides are flanked by mountains. Have you grasped the concept? Cao Cohen discarded the twig, stating, regardless of whether it's the west, south, or north, there is no potential for development. Therefore, if the Yundong Special Zone is to flourish, it can only expand where? To the east? And if the Yundong Special Zone develops eastward, then where will its center be located? Liu Yuling stared blankly at the ground, and suddenly, she clamped her mouth shut, looking up at Cao Cohen in disbelief. The center, you mean, the suburban area you purchased is, in fact, the future center of the Yundong Special Zone. Finally, she comprehended. Cao Cohen nodded, exhaling a plume of smoke with a smile. Not too shabby. It seems my efforts were not in vain. I had feared you would remain oblivious. Liu Yuling, undeterred by Cao Cohen's jest, exclaimed incredulously, if it is the center, then how much will your properties appreciate? Cao Cohen extended 2 fingers, stating, I cannot ascertain the exact multiplier, but it will undoubtedly be at least 20-fold. Because the property prices in that area were previously too low. An increase of 20 times would yield only 150,000 yuan per square meter, and this is merely the price for this year. Prices will continue to rise annually. Gazing at Cao Cohen's assured demeanor, Liu Yuling's eyes widened, her mouth agape as if capable of accommodating an egg. Observing her astonishment, Cao Cohen teased, do not tempt me so. If you keep your mouth open like that, I might be unable to resist putting something inside. Liu Yuling snapped back to reality, quickly closing her mouth and shooting him an exasperated look, before continuing, so, are you truly intending to entrust us with the sale of all these properties? It was no wonder Liu Yuling posed such a question. The figure involved was indeed staggering. Cao Cohen initially purchased the property for 23.8 million, and it has since appreciated 20-fold, amounting to an impressive 476 million. The transaction fee of 1.5 on 476 million amounts to a staggering 7.14 million. This implies that even if she and Beijing were to split it evenly, each would receive nearly 3.6 million. This is indeed 3.6 million. It is not an exaggeration to state that many individuals go through their entire lives without ever earning such an amount. Beijing can accept this money without any objections from Liu Yuling. After all, Beijing is currently without a husband or family, only caring for Cao Cohen. Whenever Cao Cohen has a need, she is readily available. However, Liu Yuling is a married woman with a family. Furthermore, she does not possess the beauty or figure that Beijing has. Hence, is it appropriate for her to receive such a substantial sum? It is essential to understand that this essentially amounts to money given freely by Cao Cohen. Once he authorizes the sale of his property to someone, that individual can claim this money. Liu Yuling feels that receiving such a large sum is somewhat excessive, leaving her feeling uneasy. Upon hearing Liu Yuling express this sentiment, Cao Cohen naturally understood her thoughts. He merely smiled and took a puff of his cigarette. Are you feeling it's too much? Don't worry, as the saying goes, the fat water does not flow to outsiders. If I don't let you two earn this substantial commission, who else would I give it to? Moreover, who would be so presumptuous as to demand money from me without providing me any joy or comfort? So, put your mind at ease. This money will undoubtedly be earned by you and my sister Beijing. With Cao Cohen's reassurance, Liu Yuling felt a sense of relief wash over her. After contemplating, she continued, could you please hold off on selling for now? I wish to file for divorce first. Liu Yuling's declaration halted Cao Cohen, smoking momentarily. What does this mean? Divorce? Is it because of him? Please, no. Cao Cohen considers himself a person of high moral standards, and he abhors the notion of disrupting another's family. He certainly does not wish to become that kind of person. Observing Cao Cohen's bewildered expression, Liu Yuling appeared to realize something and hurriedly offered an explanation. No, it has nothing to do with you. My decision to divorce my husband is entirely my own. Because I feel you are quite right. If a man can only earn money but is lacking in other aspects, then what is the purpose of our relationship? Merely to engage in charity and provide warmth. Especially in recent days, witnessing Beijing's carefree and candid demeanor, free from familial constraints, has filled me with envy. Thus, I no longer wish to continue living with him. I desire to return to being single. Upon hearing this, Cao Cohen silently nodded and replied, stop beating around the bush, speak frankly. Liu Yuling, slightly embarrassed, managed a nervous laugh. The truth is, I do not want to share this money with him. I am well aware of how this money was earned. To put it bluntly, this money is yours to me, but why should my husband receive 1.8 million without lifting a finger? That is 1.8 million, not merely 180. Given my husband's monthly salary of around 7,000, this amount would take him 20 years to earn. Furthermore, if he were to acquire this money and then propose a divorce, wouldn't I be losing 1.8 million for nothing? I'd become the greatest fool. While feelings may betray, money remains steadfast. Therefore, I wish to convert this sum into my own asset. As long as it is earned after my divorce, it is solely mine, and he shall not see a single cent. After listening, Cowan took one final drag, discarded the cigarette butt, and extinguished it with his foot, stating, "I see, then you shall handle it as you see fit. However, you should act swiftly, as the properties on my end may not remain unsold for long. In due course, I plan to use these properties to catch a big fish, and once that big fish is hooked, it will be time for me to sell." The notion of catching a big fish and hooking it was somewhat unclear to Liu Yuling. However, one thing she comprehended was the urgency. It seems she must return and initiate the process of her divorce. Chapter 64. The train encounter with an old prison mate at long last. As the departure time of the high-speed train drew near, Cowan stood outside the station, embracing Beijing and Liu Yuling before striding inside with purpose. After watching Cowan disappear from view, Liu Yuling and Beijing finally withdrew their gaze. Beijing turned to Liu Yuling and remarked with a smile, "What were you discussing with Cowan? I noticed you were quite animated, with your mouth agape and eyes wide." Since Cowan had cautioned her not to disclose the matter concerning his property in Yundong district, Liu Yuling deftly bypassed the topic and proceeded to the next. "I told him that I wish to get a divorce." "Divorce?" Beijing paused, a slight smirk gracing her lips as she replied, "What is this? Have you grown weary of the selfless days of charitable warmth?" Liu Yuling playfully swatted Beijing and replied, "Indeed, is that not permissible?" Beijing joined in a bout of laughter before turning serious. "On a more earnest note, what has prompted this sudden desire for divorce?" Liu Yuling pondered thoughtfully for a moment and said, "Honestly, it mostly revolves around financial matters. This year, I am certain I will earn a substantial sum, several million, to be precise. If I do not divorce, he will inevitably claim half of that fortune, as it pertains to marital assets. So, Sister Bai, what do you think? Should I proceed with the divorce? Moreover, am I being immoral in doing so?" Upon hearing Liu Yuling's words, Beijing's demeanor shifted to one of keen interest. She locked eyes with Liu Yuling and spoke with deliberate clarity, "Darling, do not be foolish. If you can genuinely guarantee an income of several million this year, then you must certainly divorce. Are you truly willing to split your earnings with him? Do you believe you are engaged in charity, dispelling warmth? Look at me, a woman in her 30s, had it not been for a good younger brother, can you imagine the hardships I would have faced? Just a few days ago, I had a mere 5,000 yuan to my name. Thus, let my personal experience guide you. Not even your own children can always be relied upon. A woman must possess her own financial independence. Furthermore, have you considered that after giving him half, what if he turns around and demands a divorce? You are the one valuing loyalty, but can you ensure he reciprocates? To put it another way, if you feel guilty about this decision, fret not. I have a solution for you. First, get divorced, then remarry. Divorce him first, and during your single period, earn those millions. That money will wholly belong to you. Afterwards, you can remarry him, thus preventing him from claiming any of your earnings." Upon hearing Beijing's suggestion, Liu Yuling erupted into laughter. "Oh, please. If I were to divorce, there is no way I would remarry him. After years of charity, I have had enough." "Then what are you hesitating for?" Beijing chuckled. "Divorce him? Are you truly intent on continuing this charitable endeavor, spreading warmth? Live for yourself. Take it from me, living for oneself is a choice you will never regret. Just look at my skin, I feel at least 5 or 6 years younger than before, absolutely invigorating." In the late hours of the night, the high-speed train sped through the boundless darkness of the wilderness. Cowan sat in the business class, at a window seat, munching on snacks provided by the attendant while gazing out at the endless night. To avoid any further disturbances from the train, he had intentionally purchased a business class ticket. Though the price was several times higher than that of the standard class, the cost was justified by the reduced number of passengers. In standard class, there were 5 people per row, whereas in business class, only 2, with ample space between rows. Even at full capacity, the number of passengers was significantly lower than in standard class, thereby reducing the likelihood of conflict. As expected, there were only 3 individuals in the entire business class, seated far apart from one another. Not only was there no chance of a fight, but even exchanging greetings was a challenge. Moreover, a strikingly beautiful attendant, tall and fair-skinned, at least 173 meters in height, was dedicated to serving the 3 of them. In truth, she was primarily attending to him, as the other 2 had reclined their seats and were fast asleep, leaving him wide awake. Had he known that business class offered such treatment, he would have never chosen standard class. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the cabin, indicating that they were 5 minutes away from the next stop, Guangzhou West Station. Since it was still early for the next station, Cao Kun paid little heed, continuing to snack and gaze out the window. Soon, the train's speed began to decelerate, eventually coming to a gradual halt. Guangzhou West Station had arrived. After a brief pause, the train slowly resumed its journey, and no one entered their carriage at this stop. This was entirely expected. Business class was several times pricier than standard class, and apart from comfort, it did not allow for an early arrival. Its cost-effectiveness was too low. Much like luxury goods, business class was designed for the affluent. As the train surged back to speeds exceeding 300 km per hour, just as Cao Kun was stretching and preparing for a brief nap, he suddenly snapped his eyes open, sensing an aura of hostility. Though he could not articulate why he sensed this animosity, it was a talent he had unwittingly developed during his 10 years in prison. Gratefully, this ability had saved his life on numerous occasions. Damn, he had roughly an hour until he reached his destination. Surely, nothing else could go awry. Cao Kun squinted at the electric frosted glass door separating business class from first class, silently counting in his mind. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 0.5 seconds. Just as he reached the 5th second in his mental countdown, the frosted glass door between business class and first class swung open. A man, approximately 175 meters tall, with disheveled hair and unkempt attire, whose physique appeared quite robust, strode in. Upon seeing this man, Cao Kun's brows furrowed in surprise. What the hell? Why is it this mad dog? Zhu Qiang, Cao Kun's former prison mate, had entered the Haicheng second prison around the same time as him. However, despite their simultaneous incarceration, they had not grown to be kindred spirits. In fact, Zhu Qiang had met his end at Cao Kun's hands when he had yanked out his trachea, resulting in his demise. Chapter 65, A Kiss Indeed. In my previous life, Zhu Qiang met his demise at the hands of Cao Kun. It was not that Cao Kun sought to kill him, but rather that he could no longer endure the torment. Zhu Qiang was a superhuman, and among superhumans, he was particularly volatile. During his time in prison, he engaged in daily brawls. Some might argue that there must be a reason behind his actions. He had a rather compelling reason. What more justification does a superhuman need to strike or to kill? Has your mind been befuddled? He was already one of the more aggressive superhumans. Is that not sufficient reason? At that time, Cao Kun could no longer tolerate the incessant provocations. When Zhu Qiang attempted yet again to launch a surprise attack on him with the intent to kill, Cao Kun swiftly grasped his throat and forcefully extracted his trachea and lung lobes. Little did he expect that the person he had slain in his past life would reappear in this one. In that fleeting moment, Cao Kun was enveloped in a sense of disorientation. What could this reunion signify? Would he be compelled to kill him once more? However, this notion lingered in Cao Kun's mind for merely 0.1 seconds before he summarily dismissed it. What a ludicrous thought! At present, he was merely an ordinary young man, basking in the joys of life, wholly uninterested in committing acts of violence. Moreover, we reside in a society governed by the rule of law, where everything is overseen by authority figures. Additionally, having taken a life in a previous existence, what profound enmity could possibly exist to warrant another? As long as the deranged Zhu Qiang refrained from provoking him before his next stop, he had no desire to meddle in such trifles. Alas, one could only pity the other passengers in the business class. Tonight, they would all meet their demise, for if Cao Kun's memory served him correctly, Zhu Qiang was apprehended less than 12 hours after committing his crimes, at a certain train station. The specifics eluded him, but he distinctly recalled that it was indeed at a train station where the police apprehended him. Within that 12-hour span, he had taken 6 lives, a family of 3 from his village, 2 passengers aboard the train, and a member of the crew. This matched the timeline. If Cao Cohen could sense the aura of killing, it was evident that Zhu Qiang had already dispatched the family of 3, yet he was still unsated and sought further bloodshed. Otherwise, the palpable aura of death surrounding him would not be so potent. In this carriage, apart from himself, there were merely 2 other passengers and 1 flight attendant, perfectly 3 individuals. This implied that barring any unforeseen circumstances, according to the events of his previous life, the other 2 passengers and the flight attendant would inevitably fall victim to Zhu Qiang's wrath this very night. Upon entering, Zhu Qiang's expressionless gaze swept the area and met Cao Cohen's. Cao Cohen offered a faint smile, feigning nonchalance, as he unscrewed his water bottle for a sip, reclined his seat, and closed his eyes. With just an hour until their destination, he sought a moment of respite. His fervent hope was that Zhu Qiang would refrain from acting before he disembarked. As long as that was the case, he would remain blissfully uninvolved. After surveying the surroundings, Zhu Qiang appeared to hesitate, perhaps sensing that the moment was not yet ripe, and instead chose a seat to lie down, mirroring Cao Cohen's posture. Fortunately, the flight attendant also closed her eyes for a brief respite, otherwise, she would undoubtedly come to check tickets and evict him. At that juncture, Zhu Qiang might have resorted to violence. Time passed gradually. In the blink of an eye, only 20 minutes remained until their arrival. Although Cao Cohen kept his eyes shut, he attentively listened to the sounds within the carriage. With 20 minutes left until they reached Sheer County Station, it was promising. If he could endure this brief interval, he would be able to disembark joyfully. This journey would become the most peaceful experience of his rebirth, unmarred by any untoward incidents. Just as these thoughts occupied Cao Cohen's mind, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, accompanied by a blanket being draped over him. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by the gentle smile of the flight attendant. With a sweet smile, she softly spoke, "I apologize, Mr. Cao, for waking you. Allow me to cover you with this blanket. You may continue your slumber, and I shall rouse you upon arrival." Faced with her tender smile, an inexplicable sense of reluctance stirred within Cao Cohen, prompting him to grasp her wrist firmly. Startled by his sudden grip, the flight attendant's cheeks flushed crimson, and she whispered, "Mr. Cao, is there anything you require?" After a moment's contemplation, Cao Cohen replied, "Kiss me." What? The flight attendant's face deepened in color, and she bit her lip, shyly responding, "That is not permissible, Mr. Cao, it falls outside my scope of service." "Hurry," Cao Cohen insisted, "this way, I would have a reason to assist you. Otherwise, what grounds do I have to help you when we are mere strangers?" The flight attendant looked puzzled, yet glancing at the other 2 passengers still in slumber, she ultimately succumbed to her embarrassment and pressed a kiss against Cao Cohen's cheek. "Is that sufficient, Mr. Cao?" she said bashfully. "That was my first kiss. Please let go of me now. Should the surveillance catch us in this predicament, my supervisor would surely reprimand me." In response to her current bashful demeanor, Cao Cohen maintained his grip, stating, "Proceed to the next carriage. Do not return here tonight. Furthermore, do not approach the individual at the rear of the carriage. Remember, under no circumstances should you seek him out." Upon hearing Cao Cohen's words, the flight attendant froze momentarily, glancing toward the rear of the carriage. Only then did she notice an unknown individual comfortably reclined, seemingly asleep. Panic surged through her. She had no idea when this person had entered the business class. If her supervisor were to discover this, the consequences could be dire. She might face severe reprimands or even deductions from her salary and bonuses. "Mr. Cao, I must attend to an urgent matter. I shall speak with you later." The flight attendant hurriedly extricated herself from Cao Cohen's grasp and swiftly approached Zhu Qiang. Observing this, "Damn it, only 20 minutes remained. He was so close to disembarking peacefully. Why could he not hold on just a little longer?" The flight attendant reached Zhu Qiang's side, gently saying, "Sir, please awaken, if you would." To be precise, Zhu Qiang had never truly been asleep. After all, having just taken a life, the adrenaline and bloodshed had left his mind in a euphoric haze, reveling in the aftermath. As Zhu Qiang's eyes snapped open, an unshakable chill coursed through the flight attendant, a sudden intuition whispering to her that this man was dangerously unpredictable. Nonetheless, her professionalism compelled her to press on. "Good evening, sir. Could you kindly provide your identification or train ticket?" Chapter 66, confronting Zhu Qiang again. Upon hearing the sweet voice of the attendant, Zhu Qiang appeared as if he had just awakened, still somewhat disoriented, his gaze fixated intently upon her. Those enchanting phoenix eyes, those luscious red lips, that fair, swan-like neck, in particular. Zhu Qiang scrutinized the attendant's porcelain neck with exceptional focus. Such a delicate and tender neck, it seemed so easily breakable, did it not? Meanwhile, the attendant, under the weight of Zhu Qiang's unwavering stare, felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, especially the way he gazed at her neck, which was utterly unsettling and far from normal. As a flight attendant in business class, her beauty and figure were certainly beyond reproach. Therefore, she had encountered her fair share of lecherous individuals, some seeking her contact information, others attempting to flaunt their status. Yet, the intensity of Zhu Qiang's gaze was distinctly different from those of the others. While their eyes were filled with blatant desire, Zhu Qiang's gaze bore a hunger that was unmistakably primal, a hunger akin to that of a beast eyeing its prey. A chilling thought crossed her mind: he might pounce at any moment and sever her neck with a single bite. Despite feeling increasingly uneasy, duty compelled the attendant to muster her courage and ask again, "Sir, could you kindly present your ticket or identification?" Only then did Zhu Qiang seem to awaken fully, a look of realization dawning upon him as he replied, "Oh, the ticket." Rising from his seat, he reached into his jacket, feigning a search for the ticket. Just as the attendant anticipated that he would produce the ticket, he instead retrieved a wooden stake, measuring between 23 to 25 centimeters in length and about 2 fingers in width. One end was sharpened to a deadly point, stained with splatters of crimson. The sight of such an object momentarily rendered the attendant speechless. What was the meaning of this? Wasn't he supposed to show his ticket? Just as she braced herself for him to produce the ticket, Zhu Qiang suddenly gripped the wooden stake tightly, his expression darkening with malice as he lunged toward her. In that instant, the attendant froze, her mind racing with a singular thought. It was over, the distance was too close, there was no escaping this attack, and a thrust like that would surely pierce her heart directly. Why was he intent on killing her? She was not even married, nor had she ever had a boyfriend. She recalled her roommate's tales of romance, lamenting that she had yet to experience such wonders. And what of her mother? Surely, her demise would devastate her mother. As these thoughts swirled chaotically in her mind, believing she was destined to die, she suddenly felt a tight grip around her waist, propelling her backward. The wooden stake that had been a mere breath away from her chest was now out of reach, and as she regained her footing, she looked back to find Zhu Qiang standing 2 or 3 meters away, his expression one of shock, still poised as if to strike. "I am not dead, he didn't stab me, let us go, summon the train police. I will handle him, you are no match for him," Cao Kun said calmly, releasing the attendant from his hold. His words rang true, the disparity in combat ability between men and women was profound. Moreover, Zhu Qiang was a superhuman. Not only would she stand no chance, but even a male of equal weight and stature would struggle against him. As a superhuman, his hormonal levels were elevated, his bones denser, muscles stronger, and his capacity to absorb blows far superior. It would take at least 2 or 3 normal men to have any hope of subduing him. Of course, this was not universally applicable. Not all superhumans exhibited such traits, with some being quite civilized and courteous. However, Zhu Qiang unequivocally belonged to the former category. To put it bluntly, in this carriage, should Cao Kun refrain from intervening, even if the 2 other sleeping passengers awoke and joined forces with the attendant, they would still fall victim to Zhu Qiang's ferocity. Noticing the attendant's stunned silence, Cao Kun realized she was still processing the terror of the moment. He then gave her a light pinch on her rear end. Ouch! The attendant yelped, jolted back to reality, finally recognizing that Cao Kun had saved her, her body trembling with fear. "Call the train police, I will deal with this man." This time, the attendant understood the urgency. Fortunately, she was not so paralyzed by fear that she could not follow orders. She rushed back to fetch the intercom and summon assistance. As he prepared to face Zhu Qiang once more, Cao Kun felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, as if the previous day's harrowing encounter, when he had gripped Zhu Qiang's throat and nearly wrenched out his lung, had only just transpired. With a beckoning motion, he signaled to Zhu Qiang, "Come, let me see how this unfolds." In truth, even without the gesture, Zhu Qiang was already on the verge of losing control. However, with the invitation, his eyes turned crimson, resembling a madman as he charged forward, wooden stake in hand. Bang! Just as Zhu Qiang reached the range to attack Cao Kun, who had not yet prepared to retaliate, he was met with a powerful kick that sent him hurtling backward. Zhu Qiang stumbled back, regaining his footing barely, only to rush forward again. Bang! The scene replayed with eerie similarity as Cao Kun delivered another decisive kick, sending Zhu Qiang reeling once more. Bang, bang, bang. This relentless exchange continued for at least 7 or 8 iterations. Any ordinary person would have succumbed to fear by now, but for Zhu Qiang, the experience only fueled his excitement and ferocity. This was the stark distinction between superhumans and ordinary individuals. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became, akin to a beast released from restraint. Once blood was drawn, the primal instincts embedded in his genes erupted forth. As Zhu Qiang charged at him again, this time, Cao Kun opted not to kick him back but instead targeted his knee. Crack! The formerly robust left leg buckled unnaturally at the knee, folding at a 90-degree angle as he collapsed to the ground, his intended strike against Cao Kun easily thwarted. Yet, Zhu Qiang remained undeterred, his eyes still wild with madness. As he bared his teeth and grasped a nearby chair, intent on attacking once more, Cao Kun showed no mercy and delivered another blow. Crack! The right leg followed suit, bending at the knee and rendering him utterly incapacitated. Seeing this, Cao Kun decided to press his advantage, seizing Zhu Qiang's left arm and wrenching it with force, dislocating it in the process. Then he turned his attention to the right arm. Chapter 67, the life-saving grace of the young lady with both arms forcefully dislocated and his knees bent backward at a staggering 90 degrees. Such a catastrophic state of limbs would have rendered any ordinary person screaming in pain and pleading for mercy. Yet, Zhu Qiang, though drenched in sweat from the agony, refused to utter a single cry. Instead, his eyes remained fixed on Cao Kun, exuding an unwavering resolve to exact vengeance until his last breath. He resembled a wild beast that could not be tamed. For a typical individual, enduring Zhu Qiang's piercing gaze for even a few seconds would likely haunt them with nightmares for an extended period. However, to Cao Kun, this menacing stare was utterly ineffective. Having encountered countless brutal individuals in his past life, Zhu Qiang, in truth, was merely a minor thug within the confines of Haiqing's second prison. If Cao Kun were to be intimidated by such a look, his decade-long tenure in that prison would have been utterly wasted. Approaching Zhu Qiang, Cao Kun kicked aside a wooden stake of similar length to his own stature and squatted down. "You wretched creature," he chided, "I was just moments away from my destination, yet you had to stir trouble. What is it that makes you so contemptible? Moreover, you're even more of a brute than in your previous life, a pure fool indeed, making me foolishly anticipate something from you." As he spoke, Cao Kun playfully patted Zhu Qiang's face. "Enjoy your prison experience. I assure you, you'll find it quite delightful." Just as Cao Kun began to rise, his guard momentarily lowered. Zhu Qiang unexpectedly spat a thick glob of phlegm at him. However, with a swift sidestep, Cao Kun evaded the projectile. "Har har har," he laughed heartily, "foolish dog. I noticed your Adam's apple bobbing up and down, indicating you were gathering phlegm to spit at me. How amusing." Spit. After returning the favor with a spit of his own, Cao Kun was about to return to his seat when he spotted the train attendant rushing towards him, a fire extinguisher clutched in her arms. "Mr. Cao, don't be afraid, I'm here to assist you," she shouted as she ran. Cao Kun, caught off guard, could not help but glance at the wooden stake he had just kicked aside, which lay just 2 meters away, obstructing the aisle between him and the approaching attendant. Surely, she could not have missed it. As if on cue, the attendant stepped right onto the stake. Murphy's Law struck once more. Amidst her startled scream, Cao Kun, with a resigned expression, sidestepped the airborne fire extinguisher and lunged forward, catching her just before she could crash onto the floor. In the flurry of the moment, he was uncertain of where he had grasped her, but it was undeniably soft and yielding, preventing her from landing face first on the ground. The attendant, however, was not the type to dwell on trivialities. Despite clearly feeling his deliberate grasp linger a moment longer, she brushed it off. I am so sorry, Mr. Cao, I hope I didn't hit you," she exclaimed, flustered. Initially, she had come to help, but now she feared she might have inadvertently harmed him. Not at all, Cao Cohen replied with a smile. Moreover, there's no need to fuss, this fellow has already been subdued and cannot cause further harm. If you continue, it would constitute intentional injury. By the way, are the train police on their way? It was not customary for every high-speed train carriage to be equipped with police. Typically, a train would have 2 to 4 officers, and unless in extraordinary circumstances, that number would not exceed. They are on their way, the attendant assured him, nodding vigorously. The chief officer is inspecting carriage 12 and has already received my message. They're rushing here. No sooner had she finished speaking than the electric frosted glass door slid open, allowing 2 panting officers to enter. Upon their arrival, the attendant hurried to brief them, while Cao Cohen opted to find a nearby seat to await developments. What followed was a brief inquiry from the officers, after which the matter would be handed over to the police at the next stop. After all, train officers could not conduct investigations on board. Such incidents required transfer to the nearest police station, which in this case was the Shire County Police Department. When the train came to a halt at Shire County Station, the police were already waiting, ready to escort Cao Cohen, the attendant, and Zhu Qiang away. Given that the attendant was both a victim and a witness, her presence at the police station was indispensable. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Cao Cohen emerged from the entrance of the Shire County Police Station. This case was relatively straightforward. Not only did the high-speed train have surveillance, but another team of officers had apprehended Zhu Qiang. He had already committed the heinous act of murdering a family of 3 neighbors, and upon discovering that he had boarded the train, the police had called directly to the train. Once the train staff understood the situation, they relayed the call to the Shire County Police Station. Thus, the station learned that Zhu Qiang was burdened with 3 lives lost, recently taken, still warm with the evidence of his crime. As the case unfolded, and seeing Zhu Qiang in such a pitiful state, the officers felt no remorse for the severity of Cao Cohen's actions. In fact, they were grateful that he had subdued him. Otherwise, had Zhu Qiang unleashed his fury on the train, who knows how many lives might have been lost. One officer even suggested that they should recommend Cao Cohen for a bravery award. Such courageous acts of subduing a murderer aboard a train certainly warranted recognition. However, Cao Cohen brushed off the notion. A mere 500 yuan and a banner of commendation, he thought better of it. The sentiment was appreciated, nonetheless. As it was late at night and the small county town offered little in the way of nightlife, Cao Cohen surveyed the desolate streets. Not a soul was in sight, not even a taxi. With that, he lit a cigarette, preparing to embark on a 40-minute walk home, anticipating a surprise visit to Wang Shanshan, when suddenly, a feminine voice called out from behind him. "Mr. Cao." Turning around, he found the attractive train attendant emerging as well. Her face radiated joy, and as she approached in her fitted skirt, taking quick, light steps, a smile broke across Cao Cohen's face. "Hi. Have you finished your duties?" he inquired. The attendant nodded vigorously. "Yes, it's all done, Mr. Cao, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been mortally wounded. Moreover, that bald uncle reviewed the train surveillance footage and told me that had you not caught me in time, Zhu Qiang would have killed me. He aimed directly for my heart, intent on a fatal strike. So, thank you." With that, the attendant earnestly bowed to Cao Cohen, expressing her gratitude. Chapter 68, Li Wenwen, Wang Shanshan, you have gained weight indeed. Regarding the words of the flight attendant, Cao Cohen harbored not the slightest doubt. For in his previous life, she had been ruthlessly slain by Zhu Qiang, not only her, but also 2 other passengers who, like swine, slept soundly until the police boarded the train and carried Zhu Qiang away. Had it not been for Cao Cohen's fortuitous presence, the 3 of them would have met a grim fate at Zhu Qiang's hands that very night. Thus, he had indeed saved this long-legged flight attendant's life. However, even when one has saved another's life, it is imperative to remain courteous when met with genuine gratitude, otherwise, one might appear rather shameless. "Please, no need for such formality," Cao Cohen said, deftly holding a cigarette with his mouth while using both hands to assist the flight attendant, who was bent at a 90-degree angle. "Why are you being so excessively polite? A deep bow like that, besides, what thanks are necessary? You did kiss me, after all, how could I let that go unreciprocated?" Upon hearing Cao Cohen's words, the flight attendant's delicate face flushed a deep crimson, and she appeared somewhat bashful. Cao Cohen continued, "So, now that everything is fine at the police station, what are your plans? Will you return to the train, or—" "Oh no, no," the flight attendant shook her head. "Our chief attendant learned of the incident and realized I was nearly killed. She just granted me a half-month leave to recover and unwind, and it's a paid leave, mind you." "Is that so?" Cao Cohen chuckled. "A half-month of paid leave, your benefits are quite generous. So, where do you intend to go?" "Well," the flight attendant hesitated, "I'm not sure yet, but I definitely need to find somewhere to stay first. I can't possibly wander the streets at this hour." Mr. Cao, if I'm not mistaken, you disembarked at this station in Xi County, correct? You must be a local." Cao Cohen smiled and pointed at the flight attendant. "Your memory serves you well." "Indeed, I am from Xi County. Allow me to direct you. Walk straight ahead, turn left, and after 200 meters, you will find the Orchid Blossom Grand Hotel. Although it may seem rather ordinary, it is, without a doubt, the finest hotel in our small county. Moreover, I have stayed there myself, and I can assure you that their cleanliness and services are quite commendable." Upon hearing Cao Cohen's words, the flight attendant shyly fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, appearing somewhat embarrassed as she asked, "Well, Mr. Cao, might you accompany me to the hotel? I might feel a bit scared alone." Observing the shy demeanor of the stewardess, who dared not meet his gaze, along with her long, fair legs, Cao Cohen hesitated for a mere 0.0352 seconds before arriving at a decision. To hell with Wang Shanshan. Where could a long-legged beauty compare, he thought. It is an honor. Cao Cohen proclaimed earnestly, though we, the people of Xi County, may be impoverished and inexperienced, we are undeniably warm-hearted. Since you have come to our Xi County, it is my duty to ensure you feel safe while you rest. Come. With that, he dramatically extended his large hand. Upon seeing this, the stewardess bit her lip and smiled, gently placing her delicate hand into his. Initially, she was somewhat reserved. After another stretch of walking, her head had nestled comfortably against his shoulder. The following day at noon, precisely at 12:30, Cao Cohen emerged from the Orchid Blossom Hotel. After hailing a taxi to a restaurant and ordering several dishes, he swiftly returned to the hotel. The long-legged stewardess, named Li Wenwen, was 23 years old and in her first year as a train attendant. Since Li Wenwen had never visited Xi County before and was unfamiliar with its culinary specialties, Cao Cohen took it upon himself to venture out to what he deemed the most distinctive eatery to procure a selection of dishes. He refrained from bringing her directly to the restaurant, considering her current difficulty in walking. At 1:30 in the afternoon, after enjoying lunch in the hotel room with Li Wenwen, Cao Cohen seized the opportunity while she rested to leave the hotel and return home. Fortunately, although he had been away for several days, his abode was not left in disarray by Wang Shanshan. The cleaning was satisfactory, although a considerable number of takeout bags had accumulated. The sheer quantity suggested that she had not prepared a single meal, opting instead for takeout at every turn, often indulging in pricey options, such as 80 to 100 yuan for grilled fish sets and over 100 for health-enhancing congee. It was evident she was willing to spend generously on herself. In response, Cao Cohen merely instructed her to dispose of the trash, withholding any further commentary. After all, she now had money, and it was her own to spend. Time flew by, and 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. 86 in the evening, Cao Cohen emerged from the bedroom, adjusting his attire in front of the floor-length mirror in the living room. "Wang Shanshan, you ought to be mindful of your diet. You cannot continue to indulge so recklessly," he remarked. "What is the matter?" came Wang Shanshan's voice from the bedroom. "You've gained weight, I can feel the excess flesh on your waist," he replied. In truth, Cao Cohen was not particularly concerned about whether Wang Shanshan had gained weight. After all, she was the woman he sought to exact revenge upon, and it would be amusing if she transformed into a 300 or 400 pound figure that no one desired. However, there was a prize fish waiting behind Wang Shanshan, so he could not allow her figure to deteriorate just yet. For the time being, she needed to maintain her slender waist. Otherwise, if he failed to catch that big fish, he would have to devise a new plan, which would be quite taxing. As soon as Cao Cohen finished speaking, Wang Shanshan dashed out of the bedroom, barefoot and clad in a nightgown. Fixing her gaze intently on him, her face was etched with panic as she exclaimed, "Cow Cohen, you aren't deceiving me, are you? I can feel the excess flesh on my waist." Cow Cohen nodded earnestly. "To deceive you would be a disservice. Just a few days ago, I could hardly feel anything, but now it's quite palpable. You haven't yet found a wealthy boyfriend, you mustn't let yourself go like this. You need to manage your figure, otherwise, what wealthy man would be attracted to a girl with a flesh ring around her waist? In this regard, you should take a lesson from Aunt Bai. Her waist truly is petite, devoid of any excess flesh. Well then, I won't be returning tonight, you can prepare dinner for yourself," he added, lighting a cigarette and striding out of the house. Meanwhile, Wang Shanshan's mind was consumed with the shock of her waist gaining weight, rendering her indifferent to whether Cow Cohen stayed home for the night. It wasn't until 5 or 6 minutes after he had left that she suddenly realized, wait, something seems off. How does he know that woman doesn't have excess flesh on her waist? Chapter 69, Who Isn't a Treasure? Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. During this brief period, Cow Cohen experienced an immensely fulfilling life. Each day, he traversed between the Orchid Blossom Grand Hotel and his home. Remarkably, Li Wenwen was only unwell for a single day. Thereafter, she was able to rise and walk without any issues. Consequently, Cow Cohen not only shuttled between the hotel and his residence but also took Li Wenwen on excursions around their dilapidated little county. Thus, he found that his time at home was quite limited, spending merely 3 to 4 hours daily within its confines, while the remainder of the time was devoted to being with Li Wenwen. Wang Shanshan, however, was utterly indifferent to this arrangement. She was fervently engaged in her physical training. 3 days prior, when Cow Cohen remarked that she had gained weight around her waist, it struck her like a death knell, instilling a fierce determination within her. Wang Shanshan was acutely aware of her aspirations. Through her physique, beauty, and cunning, she aimed to achieve a social leap by marrying into a wealthier echelon. She aspired to transform herself into a member of the upper class, a person of affluence. To attain this goal, maintaining a slender figure was not merely fundamental but the very baseline requirement. With no familial background, financial resources, or abilities, how could she hope to attract a man if she lacked an appealing physique? Would her love handles suffice? Hence, Wang Shanshan resolutely refused to allow any excess flesh to mar her form. Over the past 3 days, she had been exercising with relentless zeal, completely unconcerned with Cow Cohen's business. Even during the 3 to 4 hours he spent at home, she meticulously selected exercises that would maximize her calorie burn and promote weight loss. It could be said that her efforts to shed pounds had reached a frenzied level, seizing every opportunity available. The results were undeniably evident. In just 3 days, Cow Cohen could no longer pinch the small flab on her belly. Be cautious on your journey, and remember, should you notice any suspicious passengers in the future, do not hesitate to alert the train police, Cow Cohen advised, as he embraced Li Wenwen, reluctant to part ways. As a decrepit little county, Shia County offered little in terms of attractions. After 3 or 4 days, Cow Cohen had already exhausted all the locales and culinary delights he could share with Li Wenwen. Initially, Li Wenwen wished to accompany Cow Cohen until the commencement of his university studies, intending to be by his side during his registration. After all, she had a paid leave of half a month, ample time to spare. However, this morning, upon learning of her experience on the train, her mother became exceedingly anxious and insisted that she return home to ascertain her well-being. The thought of not visiting her mother during her extended leave did not sit well with her, and ultimately, she resolved to make the trip back. Yes, I understand, Li Wenwen replied, holding Cow Cohen tightly. You must take care of yourself. In 3 days, you will be heading to university for registration, and I may not be able to accompany you. It's no concern, Cow Cohen reassured her. Registration at university requires no accompaniment. The priority is for you to spend quality time with your mother. Moreover, it will be quite convenient for us to meet. Don't forget, you frequently travel along the train line that passes through Haicheng. In the future, when you arrive in Haicheng, you can switch trains and spend a few days there. Li Wenwen smiled, pressing her lips together. Rest assured, I will make it a point to visit you in Haicheng from time to time. By the way, as she spoke, she cast a discreet glance at Wang Shanshan, who was nearby, and lowered her voice. Your housemate doesn't he seem like a good person? You mustn't let her deceive you. Li Wenwen and Wen Shanshan had officially met the previous evening, with Cao Cohen absent from home each night. Wen Shanshan, not being NAVE, was well aware that something was amiss. Cao Cohen had no intention of concealing the truth and candidly shared everything. In fact, he had even brought Li Wenwen home last night, and the three of them shared a simple meal together. The main purpose was not merely for Wen Shanshan and Li Wenwen to get acquainted, but rather for Li Wenwen to familiarize herself with his home. Regardless of how Li Wenwen perceived it, Cao Cohen believed that since she had entrusted him with her first experiences, he could at least reciprocate by inviting her to his home for a meal, to acknowledge the place. It would be rather inconsiderate to have her continuously stay in a hotel, after all. Thus, he brought Li Wenwen home the previous evening. Wen Shanshan, adhering to their prior agreement, made it clear that she would not interfere with their personal relationship, presenting herself merely as a regular classmate who was temporarily residing with Cao Cohen due to some family issues. However, while Wen Shanshan spoke earnestly, she had forgotten to dispose of her trash in the morning. Li Wenwen then noticed some items in the trash can, which left Wen Shanshan feeling rather embarrassed. After all, she had just claimed to be an ordinary classmate, and yet the trash can seemed to contradict that assertion. Li Wenwen, however, appeared unconcerned. She merely smiled and even offered to assist in tidying up the trash can, replacing it with a new bag. She then earnestly advised Wen Shanshan to dispose of such garbage promptly in the future, as it could become quite odorous. Overall, their gathering last night was slightly awkward yet still enjoyable. Upon hearing Li Wenwen's words, a subtle smile graced Cao Cohen's lips. "What makes you say that?" "Woman's intuition," Li Wenwen replied. "Really, trust me, I have an exceptionally keen sense of whether someone is good or not. Your so-called ordinary classmate is definitely not a good person. Her moral standards are exceedingly low, and in pursuit of her aims, she may resort to actions you could scarcely imagine. Therefore, enjoy her company, but do not allow yourself to be deceived by her affections." Understood. Cao Cohen recognized that some individuals possess a heightened sensitivity towards certain people and situations. For instance, he himself had an acute awareness of danger, able to sense hostility. He recalled a former inmate who, despite possessing only a middle school education, could accurately predict economic trends over the ensuing months based on domestic and international news. To his surprise, he had not anticipated that Li Wenwen possessed a similar gift. "And what about me?" Cao Cohen inquired, intrigued. "Can you discern what kind of person I am?" "You," Li Wenwen replied with a playful smile, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "you are undoubtedly my treasure." Upon hearing Li Wenwen refer to him as her treasure, Cao Cohen felt as though his heart might melt. Previously, he had always considered such terms to be reserved for women or children. To apply it to a man, particularly one as steadfast as himself, seemed almost an affront. Who would dare call him a treasure? Would they not fear retribution? Yet today, when Li Wenwen uttered that term, the indescribable sensation it evoked in him was beyond words. It was not an insult, rather, it was an expression of an ineffable love and affection, a declaration of love at its zenith. It nearly plunged him into the depths of romance, threatening to drown him in its embrace. Of course, not everyone could utter the word treasure with such heartfelt sincerity. At the very least, it required a profound love, something Wen Shanshan could never convey, no matter how often she tried, as there was no genuine emotion behind her words. Conversely, if a burly man were to call him treasure, the more heartfelt it was, the more it ignited a desire within him to retaliate. Chapter 70, The Beginning of University. Cao Cohen, having endured the tribulations of his previous life, believed that he would no longer develop feelings for anyone. Physical connections were permissible, but emotional attachments were to be avoided. However, he never anticipated that the emotional barriers he had erected would be so effortlessly breached by a pair of long, alluring legs. Was it truly so simple to unlock a heart that had been sealed away? With a smile, Cao Cohen inhaled deeply and playfully slapped Li Wenwen's pert backside. "All right, hurry inside, or you might miss the train. Remember, if you need anything, just give me a call, no matter the circumstance." This seemingly mundane statement held profound significance for Cao Cohen. He understood that from this moment onward, he would protect Li Wenwen. In fact, she was the first individual he chose to shield since his rebirth, a privilege not even afforded to Beijing. While Beijing had treated him well and he was quite fond of her, there were certain things that only Li Wenwen could offer, gifts that Beijing could never provide. Thus, while he would not neglect Bai Jing, he would certainly not envelop her in the same protective embrace as he would Li Wenwen. It seemed Li Wenwen sensed the sudden shift in Cao Cohen's affections, as she joyfully laughed, her smile radiant. Well then, I'm off. Please take care of yourself, and I'll come visit you in Haicheng when I have the chance. All right, stay safe, and go on in, he replied. As Cao Cohen watched Li Wenwen's figure disappear into the station, he withdrew his gaze, only to find Wang Shanshan had approached him. Observing Li Wenwen's departing silhouette, she remarked wistfully, "What a pair of exquisite long legs, how wonderful it would be if I possessed such a gift." Li Wenwen's leggy stature was indeed enhanced by her height, yet it was not solely her elevation that captivated. Her body proportions were simply extraordinary, standing at a height of 1.75 meters, she was tall among women, though not exceptionally rare. Cao Cohen had encountered many women of similar stature, but none possessed legs as elongated as Li Wenwen's. At the same height, Li Wenwen's rear reached the midsection of others' waists, as if her 1.75-meter frame was complemented by legs typically found on someone 1.85 meters tall. Thus, it was no surprise that Wang Shanshan envied Li Wenwen's striking legs. Although Wang Shanshan herself was attractive and well-proportioned, her legs merely appeared proportionate and within normal bounds. In contrast, Li Wenwen's legs transcended the ordinary, they were undeniably exceptional. What's this? Cao Cohen teased, even you, the illustrious Wang Shanshan, find yourself envious of another's physique. Wang Shanshan rolled her eyes at him, exclaiming, honestly, if I had legs like those, my chances of marrying into high society would increase by at least 10. Cao Cohen was taken aback by Wang Shanshan's high praise for Li Wenwen's legs. Is it really that significant? He pondered aloud. Wang Shanshan regarded him with a look of incredulity. Are you truly unaware of their allure? That's not it, he chuckled. I understand their appeal, I just wonder if it's as exaggerated as you claim. 10 is quite a substantial increase. Absolutely. Wang Shanshan asserted earnestly. I acknowledge that I am attractive and well-proportioned, but even at my best, I remain within the realm of normalcy, with a maximum score of 100. In contrast, Li Wenwen's legs are a phenomenon, she earns a solid 120 just for those. So, do you think there are more women like me or more like her? Definitely her, Cao Cohen replied without hesitation. You've admitted to being within normal bounds, while she exceeds them. There are bound to be fewer like her. Precisely, Wang Shanshan continued. Scarcity breeds value, even within elite circles, women like her are rare, making it easier for them to marry into high society. After all, who wouldn't want something exceptional? After absorbing Wang Shanshan's explanation, Cao Cohen nodded with understanding. I see now, that clarifies things. Therefore, Wang Shanshan added, don't harbor any illusions, she is someone who can marry into high society. She is merely toying with you, you must remain self-aware and cautious, or you may end up hurt. Cao Cohen dismissed Wang Shanshan's scornful remarks with indifference. No need for your concern, my personal feelings are none of your business. Let us go home, we'll ride our bikes. With that, he disregarded Wang Shanshan's resentful gaze and casually draped his arm over her shoulder, departing as if they were merely friends. In the 3 days leading up to the commencement of classes at Haicheng University, chaos reigned. Wang Shanshan dedicated herself to maintaining her flawless physique through rigorous daily workouts, yoga, strength training, and aerobic exercises. In a similar vein, Cao Cohen seemed to have caught her enthusiasm, ensuring he pedaled for at least 7 or 8 hours each day. Thus, the 3 days passed swiftly, and at last, the day of enrollment at Haicheng University arrived. At the Summer County train station, Cao Cohen gallantly assisted Wang Shanshan with her large suitcase as they boarded the train to Haicheng. He himself carried nothing, for Bai Jing had prepared everything for him, from socks and undergarments to clothing and bedding. He required no personal belongings. Particularly, there was no need for separate bedding, as it was certain that he would share a room with Bai Jing. Due to the influx of students, the train was almost at full capacity, and they struggled to navigate their way to Wang Shanshan's designated seat. Her seat was a middle spot in a row of 3, unclaimed but flanked by 2 freshman boys sporting thick glasses. Seeing herself sandwiched between the 2 boys, accompanied by an unpleasant odor, Wang Shanshan could no longer tolerate the situation. Cao Cohen, where's your seat? Let's switch, I can't stand these two. As Cao Cohen placed Wang Shanshan's suitcase in the overhead compartment, he replied, "Oh, switch seats, that's impossible, I'm in business class, and it's under my real name. Just sit down quickly, I need to return to my business class." With that, he strode away from the carriage, leaving Wang Shanshan staring after him in disbelief. How could this man be so inconsiderate? He booked her an economy seat while reserving a business seat for himself. Was he even human? Chapter 71, The Divorce Struggles of Liu Yuling. Staring blankly at the retreating figure of Cao Cohen, Wang Shanshan clung to the last vestiges of hope in her heart. However, once Cao Cohen's silhouette vanished completely, her final glimmer of expectation extinguished. This wretched man had indeed left her in the economy class while he luxuriated in business class. How could he have committed such a despicable act against her? Had he truly severed the bond of 3 years of devoted affection so decisively? Just as Wang Shanshan lingered in a daze, a voice suddenly pierced through her reverie from behind. "Excuse me, beautiful, could you please make way?" A middle-aged woman, possibly there to see off a student, urged her from behind. Faced with the situation, Wang Shanshan gritted her teeth and, with great reluctance, settled into her assigned seat. The two young men seated beside her, upon noticing the striking beauty and enviable figure of the girl who had just arrived, instinctively leaned closer towards the center. Consequently, the foul odor of feet intensified around her. Stifling the urge to retch, she retrieved her phone and sent a message to Cao Cohen. "Cao, you must be a dog. How could you leave me in economy while you sit in business class? How can you even face me?" Soon, Cao Cohen replied, "Dear Wang Shanshan, please be mindful of your language and tone. Do not forget, it was you who insisted that outside we maintain a mere ordinary classmate relationship, devoid of any ambiguity or intimacy, to avoid any negative implications for both parties. So, we are merely ordinary classmates now. Moreover, as a high-end passenger in business class, my benevolence in deigning to assist you with your luggage in economy is quite sufficient for our ordinary classmate relationship. Please do not be ungrateful." Wang Shanshan's fury surged as she read Cao Cohen's message, yet she found herself unable to release her pent-up frustration. After all, these were indeed her own words. Wang Shanshan had always been clear about her aspirations, to find a wealthy heir and ascend to high society. The past 4 years at Haicheng University had served as her primary hunting ground. Therefore, after their encounter last night, she had earnestly conveyed her request to Cao Cohen. While in public, they were to maintain a strictly platonic relationship, free from any misunderstandings that might arise from intimate gestures, which could tarnish her image in the eyes of a potential affluent suitor. In essence, she sought to cultivate an unblemished image of a single woman. After all, no man would be drawn to a woman who appeared overly familiar with other men. Yet, she never anticipated that Cao Cohen would adhere to her stipulations so rigidly, even on the train. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Then why did you book me an economy seat? Why couldn't you have booked me a business seat as well?" Cao Cohen responded swiftly, "Because we are merely ordinary classmates. Wang Shanshan, the price of a business class seat is quite exorbitant. As ordinary classmates, my booking you an economy ticket is already a generous gesture. Please do not be ungrateful, or I may have to charge you for it. An economy ticket costs several hundred, you know. Additionally, I am going to sleep now. The seats in business class are so comfortable that one can't help but succumb to slumber. Farewell, and I wish you a pleasant journey." Wang Shanshan stared blankly at Cao Cohen's message, and after a few seconds, she finally managed to squeeze out 3 words through clenched teeth: "Wretched man." At 3:30 p.m., after enduring a 6 or 7 hour journey, the train finally arrived at Haicheng Station. Overwhelmed by the lingering odor of feet, Wang Shanshan felt as though she had been marinated in it. With a scowl on her face, she dragged a suitcase that was nearly as heavy as herself, laboriously making her way through the bustling crowd as she exited the station. Ever since Cao Cohen sent that last message, he had not responded to any of her subsequent attempts to reach out, as if he intended to let her flounder on her own. Wang Shanshan found herself seething with frustration, especially since she was the one who had insisted on maintaining distance from Cao Cohen. Finally, upon spotting a tall and handsome young man holding a sign welcoming new students to Haicheng University, her eyes lit up as if she had found a savior. She quickly donned a sweet smile and adopted a faint damsel in distress demeanor. As she had hoped, when the young man saw her, he rushed over as if she were a drowning girl in need of rescue. "Hello, beautiful. You must be a freshman at Haicheng University, right?" Wang Shanshan eagerly nodded, playing the role of the obedient girl. "Yes, and you are?" The young man beamed brightly. "I am your senior, a second-year student. My name is Li Weiguang." Wang Shanshan quickly bent her waist in a nod. "Oh, it's nice to meet you, senior." Seeing her so agreeable and stunningly attractive, Li Weiguang felt a flutter of excitement. "No need to be so polite, junior," he said, taking charge of Wang Shanshan's suitcase. "Let me help you with that. We'll head over there together with the others before heading to the school registration. By the way, junior, may I know your name? Let's add each other as friends." Meanwhile, not far away, in a car, Cao Cohen had already set off from the train station. He was on his way to report to Haicheng University, where Liu Yuling would undoubtedly come to pick him up. Bai Jing had initially considered joining him, but ultimately decided against it. Firstly, encountering Wang Shanshan, that troublesome girl, would be somewhat awkward. Secondly, she was busy preparing a grand meal at home, as Cao Cohen had only hastily eaten a few bites on the train. Moreover, they had been apart for a week, so it was only right to make a proper welcome for him. "How are things going with your divorce?" Cao Cohen asked from the passenger seat, leisurely lighting a cigarette. He was in high spirits, not merely due to the start of the university semester, but because his train journey had been smooth and uneventful. It seemed the train was no longer his nemesis. His previous misfortunes had merely been coincidental. "Not easy to handle," Liu Yuling replied with a sigh as she drove. "My husband is unwilling to divorce." Cao Cohen nodded. "What seems to be the main obstacle?" "Is it emotional?" "What emotions?" Liu Yuling scoffed. "We are adults, why indulge in such trivialities? I believe the primary issue is financial. Had I not earned that 350,000 yuan in commission recently, he might not be so obstinate. After I brought home that 350,000 yuan, it gave him the impression that I could earn substantial money. Coupled with the fact that Yundong district has now been designated as a special economic zone, with skyrocketing property prices, I now resemble a golden goose in his eyes. Do you understand what I mean?" Chapter 72. Night scene. Upon hearing Liu Yuling's words, Cao Cohen nodded in understanding. He was well aware of Liu Yuling's implications. Recently, the 350,000 yuan she brought home had afforded her husband a taste of prosperity. Furthermore, with the recent transformation of Yundong district into a special zone, property prices in the area, even at their lowest, have surged by more than 5 or 6 times. Particularly in the region she oversees, prices have escalated nearly 10 to 20-fold. This signifies that for every property she sells, the commission she earns has multiplied by a similar factor. Thus, as a man who has just savored the sweetness of his wife's success, Liu Yuling's husband would have no intention of seeking a divorce at this juncture. After all, who would willingly forego financial gain? The prospect of reaping the rewards of his wife's endeavors and sharing in her prosperity is undoubtedly enticing. Cao Cohen took a puff of his cigarette and remarked, "Indeed, the situation is rather challenging. Recently, you brought home 350,000, which effectively means he has inexplicably gained 175,000. Having just tasted the sweetness you provided, how could he possibly entertain the thought of divorce?" "Indeed," Liu Yuling replied, somewhat exasperated, "if only I had not been so honest and had refrained from revealing that 350,000 to him. Consequently, the current circumstances are quite difficult. He is adamantly opposed to divorce. As it stands, if I wish to sever ties, my only recourse is to pursue a separation for 2 years before filing for divorce. However, this means that, at the earliest, it would take 2 years to finalize the divorce. And your house, certainly, cannot wait that long to be sold, can it?" Cao Cohen nodded in agreement. 2 years is undoubtedly out of the question. "I can hardly wait more than a month." Upon hearing this, Liu Yuling's brow furrowed in concern. A month, that time frame seemed excessively urgent. Not only is it improbable for her to finalize a divorce within a month, but the housing market is likely to continue its upward trajectory even after that period. Choosing to act at this moment does not appear to be a prudent decision at all. What is the hurry? Liu Yuling inquired. The property you purchased is still steadily appreciating in value. It has nearly multiplied by 18.7 times. You could easily wait until the market stabilizes before making any further decisions. I cannot afford to wait, Cao Cohen replied, shaking his head. I require the funds for other investments. Besides, I have already capitalized on the peak of the price surge. One cannot expect to reap the entirety of the benefits from every venture. It is only fair to leave some for others. Upon hearing Cao Cohen's words, Liu Yuling hesitated, opening her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained from saying anything. Cao Cohen glanced at Liu Yuling and smiled, saying, "Do not worry, once I register at the university, I will take you to someone who can resolve your husband's issues easily. You need not fret about giving him any of your earnings." At this, Liu Yuling's eye sparkled with hope. She admitted that when Cao Cohen mentioned the possibility of waiting for a month, she felt a profound sense of despair. The notion that she would have to share the over 3 million she had earned with her husband, effectively losing half, was heart-wrenching. The thought of parting with 150 to 60,000 was unbearable. What could she not do with that sum? How many charming young men could she pursue? Yet now, hearing that Cao Cohen had a solution to her predicament, she was understandably exhilarated. What is this solution? Liu Yuling asked eagerly. Do not rush, Cao Cohen chuckled. I must first register at the university before I can share the details. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Haicheng University, Cao Cohen stepped out of the vehicle. The area was bustling with first-year students and their parents, all arriving for the new academic year. Cao Cohen, traveling light, strode confidently into the campus, completing his registration in under half an hour. After all, he merely needed to pay the tuition and check his class assignment, bypassing the more tedious tasks that other students were engaged in, such as collecting bedding and purchasing toiletries. 10 minutes later, in their rented apartment, Cao Cohen and Liu Yuling entered. Upon seeing Bai Jing preparing soup in the kitchen, Cao Cohen stealthily approached her from behind and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Bai Jing, initially startled, quickly reciprocated with enthusiasm. Time flew by, and it was soon 11:30 at night. As Liu Yuling donned her shoes at the entrance, she remarked, "Must we leave so late?" With the hour approaching midnight, she had almost convinced herself that Cao Cohen had forgotten his promise to help her, yet now he was finally ready to take her to meet someone who could assist with her husband. Could he not have set out earlier? Did it have to wait until now? It would have been too early to meet her. Cao Cohen adjusted his pants and lit a cigarette, stating she might be busy at that hour. Is that so? Liu Yuling finished putting on her shoes, curiosity piqued. Who exactly is she, and what does she do? She is a woman who works in the nightlife industry, Cao Cohen replied. I have only heard of her, so I will need to meet her to ascertain her true character. Liu Yuling nodded in understanding and, choosing not to press the matter further, stepped out of the apartment alongside him. Half an hour later, in front of the Golden Ding KTV in Haicheng, Liu Yuling parked the car. At last, she understood why Cao Cohen had chosen this particular hour for their visit. Golden Ding KTV was renowned as a high-end, non-franchise establishment, frequented by individuals of considerable wealth and social standing. Such patrons were typically not young enough to stay out all night, yet possessed significant spending power. Therefore, she comprehended Cao Cohen's strategy to avoid the bustling early hours when they might not have the opportunity to meet anyone. As they approached the entrance of the KTV, Liu Yuling anxiously grasped Cao Cohen's arm, asking, "Are you certain this is a wise decision?" In response, Cao Cohen smiled reassuringly, patting her hand gently. Rest assured, from what I understand, this individual is quite adept in her field. Despite having spent 10 years in Haicheng's second prison, Cao Cohen was well informed about the local power dynamics, as the prison housed many of the region's criminals. Thus, he could easily gather insights about the undercurrents of influence in Haicheng without ever leaving his confinement. The woman he intended to introduce Liu Yuling to was someone he had learned about during his time in prison, Liu Hong, a woman exceptionally skilled at attracting men. It was said that any man she set her sights on would find himself in her bed within 3 days. Of course, these were merely rumors that Cao Cohen had heard. He could not vouch for their accuracy. Nonetheless, he felt confident that they were close to the truth, as he had heard Liu Hong's name mentioned by multiple inmates. Additionally, he was aware that Liu Hong had met her demise at the hands of one of his associates during his imprisonment, but that was a story for another time, one that would not unfold for at least 3 years. Chapter 73, Appearance Fee, 100,000. Although Liu Yuling had heard of Jinding KTV long ago, she had never set foot in such an establishment. After all, it was a non-bargain KTV, where singing was secondary and enjoyment was paramount. It felt somewhat inappropriate for a woman like her to be there. In fact, had it not been for Cao Cohen's company, she likely would never have visited such a place in her lifetime. Before long, the duo arrived at the reception desk on the first floor of Jinding KTV. The receptionist appeared to be just in her early 20s, elegantly dressed in a crisp white blouse, a black mini-skirt, and black stockings. "Good evening, sir. How many in your party? Do you have a reservation?" "2, no reservation," Cao Cohen replied with a smile, playfully winking at the young woman. "By the way, is Liu Hong available tonight?" The receptionist smiled gently, pursing her lips. "Please hold on a moment, sir. I will check for you." With that, she covered her mouth with her hand and began to murmur softly into the microphone. Cao Cohen could only vaguely hear a few millimeter hums and ohs before the receptionist lowered her hand and turned back to him. "Good news, sir. Sister Liu is currently free." "Excellent, please have her come find me," Cao Cohen instructed. "Also, just reserve us a small room." "Understood," the receptionist replied, winking at Cao Cohen before pressing her earpiece and speaking into it. Before long, a tall woman clad in a cheongsam descended from the upper floor, leading Cao Cohen and Liu Yuling to a KTV private room on the 3rd floor. After waiting for 2 to 3 minutes inside, the room's door suddenly swung open, revealing a voluptuous woman adorned in heavy makeup, exuding a sensual aura. With cascading chestnut waves and fiery red lips, she moved like a seductive feline, swaying her hips with every step. "Hello, esteemed guests, good evening. You must not be here merely for leisure, are you?" Being a professional in the nightlife industry and quite well known, Liu Hong had a keen sense for reading people. Although Cao Cohen's nonchalant posture on the couch, cigarette in hand, made it difficult for her to gauge him accurately, Liu Yuling's poised and respectable demeanor was unmistakable. A woman like Liu Yuling, regardless of her past, was not there for frivolity. Cao Cohen chuckled, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and patted the space beside him. "No wonder you are known as Sister Liu, your perceptive eye is commendable. Shall we sit and chat?" Given the ambiguity surrounding Cao Cohen and Liu Yuling's relationship, Liu Hong maintained a degree of decorum, swaying her alluring hips as she approached him with a smile, refraining from any overtly affectionate gestures. "Since you two are not here for amusement, I am a bit perplexed. What is it that you require of me?" Liu Hong inquired. "Moreover, I believe we have never met before, have we?" Cao Cohen flicked away some ash from his cigarette with a grin. "Sister Hong, you needn't worry. We have come to seek your assistance regarding a matter." "Seeking my assistance?" Liu Hong's expression shifted to one of surprise, yet she did not decline. Instead, she countered, "What kind of assistance?" Cao Cohen gestured towards Liu Yuling, saying, "This is my dear sister, who has recently encountered some difficulties. She wishes to divorce, but her husband is resistant." Upon hearing this, Liu Hong smiled wryly. "I must say, sir, how could I assist with such a matter? If her husband is unwilling to divorce, there is little I can do." "Sister Hong," Cao Cohen replied with a laugh, "how could you possibly be helpless? Moreover, my sister here is truly unfortunate. She hasn't had any physical intimacy with her husband for nearly 2 years. Given the state of their relationship, she should be free to divorce, yet he insists on dragging it out. As a fellow woman, Sister Hong, you must understand how fleeting a woman's youth is. Living in such a situation is one thing, but if it drags on for years, it will jeopardize her chances of remarrying or even bearing children. This precious life should not be squandered by a scoundrel." Seemingly moved by Cao Cohen's words, Liu Hong frowned slightly. "Is it truly that egregious?" "Indeed. Cao Cohen insisted earnestly. Had we not been left with no other options, we would not have sought your help. Rest assured, Sister Hong, we will not ask for your assistance without compensation. How about this amount? As he spoke, Cao Cohen extended 5 fingers, turning his hand to reveal the palm. The implication was clear, 100,000. Initially, Cao Cohen had intended to propose 50,000, but Liu Yuling insisted on increasing it by another 50. This was because, earlier that afternoon, Cao Cohen had made it clear that the property he held would be up for sale within a month. If Liu Yuling had not finalized her divorce by then, the repercussions would be far more significant than a mere 100,000. Thus, to ensure that Sister Hong would expedite her help with the divorce, Liu Yuling willingly added another 50,000 to Cao Cohen's initial offer. Seeing the gesture from Cao Cohen, Liu Hong's lips curled into a smile. Such sincerity from both of you indicates that the situation must indeed be dire. The type of men I despise most are those who toy with the lives of women like us. I will assist you, but I do have one question. Turning her gaze to Liu Yuling, she inquired, is your husband capable in the traditional sense? Additionally, he isn't homosexual, is he? Liu Hong had her standards for such matters. First and foremost, the man's capabilities needed to be intact. If he lacked even the most basic masculine attributes, no amount of her expertise would make a difference, much like trying to seduce a frail, bedridden octogenarian. Secondly, he could not be homosexual. If he were attracted to men, Liu Hong's involvement would only complicate matters, potentially leading to unwanted consequences. Liu Yuling quickly shook her head, assuring her with a smile, rest easy, my husband is definitely not homosexual. While his masculine prowess may not be particularly strong, it is still present, I can guarantee that. Liu Hong nodded, satisfied. Then I am relieved. Now, please tell me more about his situation. For the next while, Liu Hong and Liu Yuling engaged in a detailed discussion about Liu Yuling's husband. They covered where he lived, his usual activities, his profession, his appearance, and where he might typically be encountered. The conversation was not lengthy. Within 20 minutes, Liu Hong had gathered. Chapter 74, The Terrifying Capacity for Alcohol. He was merely an ordinary man, based on Liu Yuling's description, ranging from his family background to his profession, and even his hobbies. Liu Hong could ascertain that her husband was, indeed, quite unremarkable. Even from photographs, he appeared exceedingly mundane, not tall, nor robust, with an appearance that was decidedly average. Dealing with such a man, Liu Hong couldn't quite say she had him under her thumb, yet enticing him to a hotel room would be a rather effortless endeavor. I believe I have a grasp of the situation, Liu Hong stated. Your request is to expedite the divorce, am I correct? Yes, Liu Yuling affirmed. The sooner, the better. It absolutely must not exceed 1 month. I cannot guarantee that, Liu Hong replied without a moment's hesitation, shaking her head decisively. Excuse me. Liu Yuling was taken aback. You can't guarantee it. I've already spent 100,000 yuan, and you tell me you can't guarantee anything. If that is the case, why should I have paid you 100,000 yuan? Just as Liu Yuling's bewilderment began to set in, Liu Hong continued, whether you and your husband can finalize the divorce within a month is not something I can control. After all, he is a free individual with his own will, and I cannot dictate his choices. Thus, my role is limited to providing assistance. Within a week at the latest, I will arrange a rendezvous with your husband at a hotel. At that time, I will inform you of the hotel's name and room number. You can then call the police and report that someone is engaging in prostitution. Of course, it will not actually be prostitution. However, by framing it this way to the police, they will respond accordingly, and at that moment, the officers will serve as witnesses to your husband's infidelity. His attempts at denial will be futile. At that juncture, you can negotiate the divorce with him, presenting him with 2 options. The first, you both divorce immediately, with the marital assets divided equally. If he agrees, the divorce can be finalized swiftly, certainly not requiring a month. The second option, you file for divorce on the grounds of his infidelity. You are aware that this method necessitates a court ruling, which makes a divorce within a month virtually impossible. However, I sense that the likelihood of your husband choosing the latter option is quite low. Once you file for divorce citing his infidelity, the court will likely consider you the victim, awarding you the majority of the marital assets as compensation. For instance, if the couple has shared assets amounting to 1 million yuan, the judge might grant you 800,000 yuan and your husband merely 200,000 yuan. Your husband is surely aware of this scenario, hence I believe he is unlikely to opt for the second choice. Considering he has ample evidence of his infidelity, you are assured of the ability to divorce. For you, it is merely a question of timing, but for him, it pertains to the extent of his financial loss. In my experience, when a man realizes he cannot preserve his family, he will not cling desperately but rather act rationally to safeguard his assets, for that is the capital he needs to marry anew. Of course, I do not discount the possibility that your husband might be obstinate. If he refuses to divorce and insists on pursuing a court judgment, then I am powerless to intervene. My role is merely to provide assistance. Upon hearing Liu Hong's exposition, Liu Yuling experienced an epiphany, as if a veil had been lifted from her understanding. Moreover, she found herself harboring a sense of admiration. Look at this now, this is what one calls professionalism. Initially, when she had spoken with Liu Hong, she had a vague idea of the method for coercing a divorce, but lacked specifics. Now, under Liu Hong's elucidation, the entire plan crystallized before her. She felt confident that she could indeed secure a divorce within a month, for she understood her husband all too well. Once he recognized that divorce was inevitable, he would undoubtedly seek to maximize his share of the marital assets. All right, Liu Yuling declared. As you suggested, you simply need to lure him to a hotel within a week. The rest is for you to handle. Seeing that Liu Hong and Liu Yuling had reached an agreement, Cao Cohen, cigarette in mouth, smiled and clapped his hands. Excellent, to celebrate our fruitful collaboration, I believe we should indulge in a drink. Upon hearing this, Liu Hong's face lit up with a radiant smile. Indeed. I felt something was amiss. It turns out we were lacking in some excitement. Boss, shall I summon a few more girls to liven things up? Liu Hong had not forgotten her primary duties. She was an employee at Jinding KTV, and if Cao Cohen and his companions were to spend lavishly that night, she stood to earn a commission. More girls? Cao Cohen inquired with a chuckle. Boss, how could you say such a thing? Liu Hong giggled, covering her mouth. At Jinding, we lack nothing, except for girls. Just wait a moment. With that, Liu Hong spoke into the intercom, requesting several girls to come over. Within 3 minutes, the door to the private room swung open, and 6 tall, attractive young women entered in a line. Come now, give the boss a twirl and say hello. The 6 girls, grinning, twirled in front of Cao Cohen, showcasing their figures before bowing in unison and greeting him. At that moment, Cao Cohen, seated on the sofa, struggled to close his mouth in astonishment. In a daze, he felt as though he had wandered into the realm of the legendary Pansai cave, much like Zhu Barji. Goodness, now, this is what one calls living. The 10 years he spent in prison were nothing short of inhumane. Boss, Liu Hong said sweetly as she leaned closer to Cao Cohen, which one catches your eye? I can have her stay. Cao Cohen glanced at Liu Hong, frowning. What kind of talk is that? Now that they are here, how could we let them leave? Bring on the drinks. Upon hearing Cao Cohen's command, Liu Hong's eye sparkled with delight. Absolutely, boss. Drinks coming right up. Before long, servers began to bring in box after box of beer and liquor, filling the private room. Shortly thereafter, the atmosphere was alive with laughter, cheers, dice games, and playful banter, a cacophony of merriment echoing throughout. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, in the rented apartment, Bai Jing and Liu Yuling worked together to haul the inebriated Cao Cohen onto the bed. I initially thought you two were just going to discuss business and would return shortly, Bai Jing remarked with a wry smile. How did it turn into a night of revelry? How much alcohol did you consume to get him into this state? Liu Yuling was at a loss for how to respond to Bai Jing's inquiry. He knew how much they had drunk. The place was littered with empty bottles, the brands and prices a chaotic blur. In total, they had racked up a bill of 160,000 yuan. Aside from herself, Liu Hong and the 6 girls were sprawled on the floor, completely unconscious. As for Cao Cohen, he had consumed the most, with Liu Hong included, they had taken turns playing drinking games with him, effectively making it a 1 versus 7 scenario. Had it not been for that night, Liu Yuling would never have guessed that Cao Cohen possessed such a formidable capacity for alcohol. The quantity he consumed that evening would have sent any other man to the hospital for emergency treatment, with uncertain outcomes regarding his recovery. Chapter 75, The Arrival of a Good Brother. Naturally, Liu Yuling would refrain from divulging such matters to Bai Jing. Whether it was Cao Cohen's extravagant expenditure of 160,000 in a single night, his excessive drinking, or the games he indulged in with Liu Hong and others, Liu Yuling would keep these revelations from Bai Jing. She feared that Bai Jing might overstep her bounds. Take, for instance, Cao Cohen's lavish spending. Should Bai Jing become aware, she would undoubtedly begin to nag. Are we no longer living sensibly? Are we going mad? Such remarks he would find most unappealing. With his vast wealth, particularly the nearly 400 million in real estate he currently possessed, a mere night of indulgence would not even dent his fortune. Hence, whether he spent 160,000 or even 200,000 or 300,000 in one night, as long as he found joy in it, that was sufficient for him. With so much wealth, did he really need to be monitored by others for seeking his own happiness? What significance would his wealth hold otherwise? Furthermore, Bai Jing's admonitions regarding his spending habits were not within her purview. Such authority belonged solely to Cao Cohen's girlfriend or wife. Should Bai Jing fail to recognize her position and assume a lecturing stance, it would not be long before she vanished from Cao Cohen's side. Thus, to prevent Bai Jing from overstepping her bounds and inciting Cao Cohen's discontent, Liu Yuling chose to gloss over many details of the KTV incident. However, Bai Jing was not as oblivious to her own standing as Liu Yuling presumed. After a brief inquiry, she did not pursue the topic further but instead shifted the conversation to Liu Yuling's impending divorce. Regarding her own affairs, Liu Yuling felt little need for concealment and candidly revealed everything. In essence, she had paid 100,000 to have Liu Hong seduce her husband, subsequently leading to a sting operation with the police. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing pondered for a moment and remarked, "What if your husband resists Liu Hong's advances and remains faithful to you? Then what would be the point of my divorce?" Liu Yuling chuckled, "If my husband truly demonstrates such loyalty to me and our marriage, it would indicate that he possesses redeeming qualities. Though he lacks ambition and earns little, his fidelity could warrant a continuation of our life together. However, the chances are slim, as Liu Hong is indeed quite captivating. I believe my husband's loyalty would surely falter in the face of her allure." "Really, Liu Hong is that formidable?" Bai Jing inquired skeptically. "You'll understand once you meet her," Liu Yuling replied. While Liu Hong's beauty and figure might be merely above average, scoring a solid 90, she possesses an innate charm that exudes seduction with every smile and gesture. Have you ever heard the term natural allure? The first thought that sprang to mind upon seeing Liu Hong was indeed natural allure. In comparison to you, her looks and physique may not surpass yours, yet she possesses a certain beguiling quality that is simply irresistible. Is that so? Intrigued by Liu Yuling's fervent description, Bai Jing felt a growing curiosity about Liu Hong. Listening to you, I find myself quite eager to meet this Liu Hong. I truly hope for an opportunity. You shall have your chance, Liu Yuling assured her. Last night, Liu Hong and your brother Cohen had quite the lively time together. They even shared a toast with beer, and the way she gazed at him was practically radiant. They've already added each other as friends, and I suspect once she wraps up my divorce, she will promptly seek out your Cohen. Upon hearing Liu Yuling's words, Bai Jing cast a silent glance at the slumbering Cao Cohen. Goodness, she had initially believed him to be a pure-hearted young man, only to discover he was a wolf in sheep's clothing, gallivanting wherever he pleased. To have captivated a nightlife expert to the point of enraptured gazes. Did he truly possess such charm? It seemed he indeed did, not to mention, the chiseled lines of his muscular physique alone would be enough to drive these nightlife women wild. After all, these women were well acquainted with what constituted true allure. As time swiftly passed, evening descended upon them. It was only then that Cao Cohen, who had been soundly sleeping throughout the day, finally stretched and opened his eyes. Liu Yuling assumed he was utterly intoxicated, yet in reality, he had merely indulged in a light buzz. Moreover, the drinks he had consumed were not solely due to Liu Hong's influence. He had desired to partake as well. Ever since he had mastered the techniques from that unnamed book, Cao Cohen could keenly sense his body growing stronger by the day. Ordinary alcohol could scarcely affect him. He had even experimented with potent liquor, consuming several bottles of high-proof liquor without succumbing to drunkenness. Not only did he remain sober, but he barely even felt tipsy. Seizing the opportunity from the previous night, he had intended to test his current tolerance, only to find himself caught in an endless cycle of revelry until dawn, achieving only a slight intoxication. How rare, moreover, he had an instinctive feeling that with just a hint of inebriation, he could easily expel it with the 88 techniques of the glutton. After all, the principle of the technique was to convert whatever he consumed into energy absorbed by his body. The alcohol he had ingested would be no exception. Anything he consumed could be swiftly digested and transformed into energy through the 88 techniques of the glutton. Of course, he was reluctant to do so. After all, he had spent 160,000 on this delightful buzz. He could not bear to see it vanish just like that. Awake at last, Bai Jing pushed open the bedroom door, entering with a smile and holding a fresh set of clothes for Cao Cohen. I thought you might sleep until nightfall. Cao Cohen chuckled heartily, leaping from the bed as he accepted the clothes Bai Jing offered, replying, Has Liu Yuling gone home? No, she's in the living room playing your PS5, Bai Jing informed him. Considering she's embroiled in a marital dispute, why would she return home? She mentioned she would be staying here for the time being. Cao Cohen nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, Bai Jing continued, someone named Sun Wei has called you several times since you were asleep. Didn't he answer? Do you wish to return the call? Upon hearing the name Sun Wei, Cao Cohen's motion to put on his pants faltered for a moment. A smile crept upon his lips as he replied with a tone full of meaning, Of course I shall return the call. He is my dearest brother. Chapter 76, another big dog comparison. When the name Sun Wei crossed Cao Cohen's mind, he found himself uncontrollably reminiscing about the deeds he had shared with another dear brother. Two of his closest companions, after his incarceration, not only failed to visit him but also, in a despicable act, desecrated his grandfather's grave and scattered his ashes. They sought to distance themselves from him, a convicted murderer, which he could understand. However, the actions they committed were beyond his comprehension and acceptance. For Cao Cohen, his grandfather was the sole family member he cherished, the person he held in the highest regard. Thus, he could never tolerate the indignity of his grandfather's remains being violated, culminating in a fate where nothing remained of him. In his previous life, had he been granted the chance to emerge from Haicheng's second prison, he would have undoubtedly sought to sever the heads of those two so-called brothers. Contemplating these thoughts, Cao Cohen donned his clothes and promptly returned Sun Wei's call. The phone connected swiftly, and he was greeted by Sun Wei's impatient voice. Hello, Lao Cao, what's going on? I've called you several times, and you didn't pick up. Cao Cohen responded cheerfully, I truly didn't hear my phone. I partied all night, and only just woke up now. Damn it. Sun Wei exclaimed, hurry up and come over. We're at Zhang's restaurant by the school gate, ready to eat. Sun Wei had also enrolled at Haicheng University, but he opted to report today rather than accompany Cao Cohen and Wang Shanshan yesterday because his parents were driving him to school today. You all go ahead. No need to wait for me, Cao Cohen said with feigned seriousness. By the way, are uncle and auntie there? They're here, I just called you, you didn't answer, hurry up. With that, Sun Wei ended the call abruptly. Observing this, a cold smirk crept across Cao Cohen's face as he bid farewell to Bai Jing and Liu Yuling before striding out of his rented room. 10 minutes later, at a restaurant named Zhang's near the entrance of Haicheng University, Cao Cohen walked in. At a windowside table, a boy about 1.75 meters tall, wearing glasses, stood and called out, Lao Cao, over here. Cao Cohen turned to see his long-missed friend Sun Wei, accompanied by Sun Wei's father, Sun Zicheng, and his mother, Liu Jiamin. Upon seeing the trio, a radiant smile blossomed on Cao Cohen's face as he strode over. Uncle Sun, Aunt Liu, he greeted, first acknowledging Sun Wei's father and mother before casually taking a seat beside Sun Wei, who was already eating with his parents. Sun Zicheng and Liu Jimin paused their meal and smiled at Cao Kuan, returning his greeting. Little Kuan has arrived. Sun Zicheng exclaimed, come, hurry and get some rice, the dishes here are truly delectable, so eat while it's hot. Yes, Liu Jimin chimed in, agreeing as she helped herself to a piece of meat. Little Kuan, hurry and get yourself some rice. The flavors here are genuinely remarkable. Noticing only 3 dishes on the table and a bit of broth remaining, Cao Kuan suppressed the urge to flip the plates over the 2 men's heads, cheerfully acquiescing, all right, I'll fetch the rice right away. As he turned to leave, he mentally chastised himself. Fool. A complete and utter fool. In his previous life, he had genuinely regarded Sun Wei as a brother, thus extending his respect to Sun Wei's parents as well. However, they had treated him like a performing monkey. For instance, on weekends, Sun Wei would call, announcing that his family had fried chicken or stewed fish, inviting him to join. Each time, Cao Kuan felt immensely touched. Therefore, he always brought a bottle of liquor worth 100 or so yuan for Sun Wei's father, Sun Zicheng. Yet, each visit left him with little more than a bowl of broth. The current scene was all too familiar. At such times, Sun Wei would brazenly chide him for his tardiness, claiming they had waited long enough and thought he wouldn't show up. And Cao Kuan would merely laugh, apologizing profusely, content to sip the broth and make do. He believed that brotherhood transcended the trivialities of shared meals. After all, only true brothers would treat one another with such familiarity. If Sun Wei's family had genuinely intended to wait for him to start eating, it would have felt distant and akin to treating him as a guest rather than a brother. With this mindset, Cao Kuan had unwittingly allowed himself to be taken advantage of by this family time and again. Each meal at Sun Wei's house required him to bring a bottle of liquor, yet he always ended up feasting on broth. This didn't even account for the times they dined out. Occasionally, Sun Wei's family would gather at a restaurant and, as they neared the end of their meal, Sun Wei would call him to join, just like now. Every time he arrived, there was little more than the remnants left. He didn't mind, eagerly vying to pay the bill, often managing to snatch it from Sun Zicheng's hands. Sun Zicheng would then lament, I can't keep up with you young folks anymore. Each time, Cao Kuan felt a swell of pride. In hindsight, it was evident that Sun Zicheng was merely putting on an act, never intending to pay. He had been played the fool. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Cao Kuan muttered to himself, if your family treats me this way, I might find it in my heart to forgive you. However, your son has crossed a line by desecrating my grandfather's grave, leaving him to a fate where nothing remains. So, do not blame me for being ruthless. After concluding this internal dialogue, Cao Kuan turned around, his face once again adorned with a bright smile, striding back towards Sun Wei's family. Just before he arrived, Liu Jimin hastily shoved the last piece of meat into her mouth. Little Kuan, come, she urged, chewing as she eagerly lifted the plate and pushed some wilted vegetable leaves and broth into Cao Kuan's rice bowl. Eat while it's hot. You must try this, the flavors are truly delightful. Cao Kuan fought against the impulse to punch Liu Jimin, responding with a smile, all right, Aunt Liu, I can manage on my own. As he took a generous bite, his eyes widened, and he gave a thumbs up, declaring, indeed delicious. The taste is quite remarkable. Isn't it? Liu Jimin replied with a smile. Then eat up, we're all full, so there's no rush. Chapter 77, luring Sun Wei into the trap. Faced with Sun Wei and his family of 3, Cao Kuan felt an overwhelming sense of disgust, yet he managed to maintain a facade of nonchalance. He even managed to consume 2 large bowls of rice alongside the 3 plates of soup. Although Sun Wei's family had finished their meal, they lingered at the table, engaging in a casual conversation with Cao Kuan, seemingly oblivious to the situation. By the way, Cao Kuan, have you heard? It seems something has happened to Wang Shanshan's family, Sun Wei suddenly remarked, shifting the topic to Wang Shanshan. Cao Kuan was not at all surprised by this turn of events. After all, Shire County was a small place. News spread like wildfire with the slightest disturbance. Furthermore, since Wang Shanshan was a classmate of both of theirs, it was only natural that she would be a topic of discussion. Yes, I've heard, Cao Kuan replied, wiping his mouth. I heard that Wang Shanshan's father seems to have committed murder and has already been arrested. Upon hearing the word murder, the previously indifferent Sun Zicheng and Liu Jiamin suddenly perked up. Murder! Liu Jiamin exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Shanshan's father. Yes, Cao Cohen nodded emphatically. My goodness! Liu Jiamin gasped, covering her mouth. What on earth happened? I've met her father before, he doesn't seem like the type to commit such a heinous act. Cao Cohen shook his head with a wry smile. I'm not quite sure about the details. I only heard that her father was arrested for murder. Not wanting to prolong the conversation on such a grim topic, Cao Cohen made a few casual remarks before swiftly moving on. He accompanied the family in light-hearted banter for a while longer until they reached the familiar stage of fighting over the bill. As had happened before, Sun Zicheng was unable to outmaneuver Cao Cohen this time either, leading to his usual refrain. I'm getting old. I can't compete with you young lads. Cao Cohen merely chuckled, too weary to engage in the family's hypocritical antics. He was eager to witness Sun Wei's descent into despair and was curious about the expressions that would adorn Sun Zicheng and Liu Jiamin's faces upon realizing their precious son had fallen into the abyss. Xiao Wei, your father and I are leaving now. You must take care of yourself while you are out here. And you, Xiao Cohen, you and Xiao Wei are good brothers, you must help each other and ensure that no one bullies Xiao Wei, Liu Jiamin insisted. A little over 10 minutes later, by a Volkswagen parked near the school gate, Liu Jiamin sat in the passenger seat, reluctantly bidding farewell to Sun Wei and Cao Cohen. Mom, please stop being so verbose, Sun Wei replied. I'm not a child anymore. I can take care of myself. Don't worry, Aunt Liu, Cao Cohen said, casually patting Sun Wei on the shoulder. Sun Wei is my good brother, as long as I am around, I won't let anyone bully him. With Cao Cohen's assurance, the smiles on Liu Jiamin and Sun Zicheng's faces brightened considerably. All right, it's getting late. We should be on our way, you two take care, and call if anything comes up. After a final round of admonitions, Sun Zicheng pressed the accelerator, driving Liu Jiamin back to Xia County. Sun Wei and Cao Cohen watched the vehicle disappear before turning their attention back to each other. Finally, they are gone. Without his parents around, Sun Wei felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. Suddenly, he turned to Cao Cohen and asked, Hey, by the way, which dormitory are you assigned to? Oh, I'm not in the same building as you, Cao Cohen replied dismissively. Aren't you majoring in management? I'm in finance, our dormitories aren't in the same building. Not in the same building, Sun Wei nodded, then sighed, alas, the hard days are about to begin. I've checked the recent weather forecast for Haicheng, and it looks quite hot. It seems the military training this time will be quite arduous. Every university conducts military training for new students upon their arrival, varying in duration from a week to a month. Haicheng University was no exception. The first lesson for new students each year was military training, lasting 10 days. This meant that after tomorrow's final day of registration, starting from the day after, the new students at Haicheng University would embark on 10 days of military training. However, Cao Cohen was not among them. He had requested an extended leave during his registration yesterday and would not participate in the military training. After all, he had come to university primarily to fulfill his grandfather's wishes, and secondly, to fully experience university life. They say university life is wonderful, and having missed out on it in a previous life, he felt it would be a regret if he didn't seize the opportunity this time. As for the so-called studying and making a name for himself at school, those were not part of his plan, especially regarding studying. He had not even considered it. After spending 10 years in prison, he had long forgotten most of what he had learned in school. Therefore, his university grades were destined to lag behind, to be at the bottom of the class. His goals for his university life were exceedingly clear, summed up in 2 words. Enjoyment. Consequently, enduring military training under the scorching sun was entirely contrary to his purpose for attending university. He would much prefer to stay in his rented room, playing games with Bai Jing and Liu Yuling instead of undergoing military training. Cao Cohen chuckled as he patted Sun Wei on the shoulder and said, You can't be serious about wanting to participate in military training, can you? Sun Wei paused, furrowing his brow. Is there a way to avoid it? Of course there is, Cao Cohen replied. As long as the instructor approves your leave, it's possible. I requested a leave for the entire duration of the military training. What? Sun Wei's eyes widened. Is that for real? How did you manage that? I told them I have a heart condition and that participating in such intense training could be life-threatening, Cao Cohen explained. I also mentioned that I would be receiving treatment in the hospital for a while. Once the instructor heard that, they immediately approved my leave. Sun Wei stared at Cao Cohen in disbelief. Is that really an option? Absolutely, Cao Cohen affirmed. Plus, with this leave note, I don't even have to stay in the dormitory at night. Otherwise, do you think I would have slept in so late today? I was out all night having fun, and I made nearly 10,000. As he spoke, Cao Cohen shot Sun Wei a triumphant glance. Upon hearing this, Sun Wei's spirits lifted immediately. For families of modest means like theirs, 10,000 was no small sum, especially when he learned that Cao Cohen had earned nearly 10,000 in just one night. Sun Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, Lao Cao, you made nearly 10,000 in one night. What did you do? Curious to know. Cao Cohen's lips curled into a mysterious smile. How about I take you out for a night of fun? Chapter 78, A Brotherhood Stronger Than Plastic. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the southern district of Haicheng, a nondescript 3-story building stood before them as a taxi came to a halt. This area was on the fringes of the urban landscape, characterized by a somewhat quaint, town-like ambience, devoid of towering structures. Sun Wei was the first to alight from the taxi, gazing at the Union chess room before him, his face etched with confusion. Was this truly the place where Cao Cohen claimed one could earn nearly 10,000 in a single night? With this thought, Sun Wei turned to look back at Cao Cohen, who had just completed the fare payment. Hey, Lao Cao, this place where you make nearly 10,000 overnight, is it really this Union chess room? It appears to be just an ordinary chess hall, he remarked. Cao Cohen surveyed the establishment from head to toe, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, from an exterior perspective, the Union chess room seemed to be an unremarkable chess hall, with card games on the first floor, billiards on the second, and the third floor shrouded in mystery. However, in reality, this chess room was anything but ordinary. According to Cao Cohen's insights, beneath the 3 floors lay a hidden level, a realm where high-stakes activities occurred. The chess room and billiards above served merely as a FA aid, concealing the clandestine operations below. This establishment was under the purview of a figure known as Brother Wolf. Among the local ruffians of Haicheng, Brother Wolf ranked as a mid-tier thug, confined to the outskirts of the city, lacking the status to mingle within the urban core. Yet, even so, Brother Wolf was a formidable presence to the average person. This was evident from the establishments he owned. In addition to the Union chess room, he also possessed 2 KTV lounges, a hotel, a barbecue restaurant, and an arcade. Though situated on the city's periphery, these ventures exhibited considerable clout. His operations extended into various illicit enterprises, including gambling, prostitution, and loan sharking. Moreover, Brother Wolf's influence remained robust, according to Cao Cohen's recollections from his previous life. For at least the next 7 to 8 years, Brother Wolf continued to thrive on the fringes. It was likely he had powerful patrons behind him. Of course, this was merely Cao Cohen's conjecture. He could not ascertain the veracity of such claims. Nevertheless, even as the urban landscape underwent tumultuous changes and rival gangs emerged, Brother Wolf maintained his stronghold in the outskirts. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Cao Cohen chuckled and slapped Sun Wei on the shoulder, saying, "Some things cannot be judged solely by appearances. Come, let us venture inside and take a look." With that, he stepped into the establishment. Inside the expansive chess room, the ambience was rather subdued, likely due to the hour or the sparse clientele, with only 5 or 6 tables occupied by players engaged in card games or mahjong. The patrons were predominantly older individuals, many with graying hair. This scene, even for Sun Wei, who was passionate about card games, quickly extinguished his interest. Goodness, it's just a bunch of elderly folks. What's the thrill in that? How can one expect to conjure excitement with such slow-paced play? They can barely keep up. Sun Wei remarked, glancing at Cao Cohen with skepticism. Lao Cao, are you sure you haven't brought me to the wrong place? This doesn't look like a venue where one can earn 10,000 in a night. Do you truly believe these seniors are playing at high stakes, and do you honestly think they can keep up with an all-night game? I'm not disparaging them, but at this rate, we might lose 3 of them before dawn. Hearing Sun Wei's litany of complaints, Cao Kun shook his head with a smile. Look at you. Why can't you exhibit a bit of patience? We've only just arrived. No sooner had Cao Kun spoken than a strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s, clad in a chipao, sauntered over with a serpentine grace, her hips swaying alluringly. Hello, gentlemen. What would you like to play? I can help set up a game for you, she said, her smile radiant. Though Cao Kun did not know this enchanting woman personally, he surmised she was Zhang Yunyun, Brother Wolf's third mistress. Returning her smile, Cao Kun surveyed the chess room and leaned closer to Zhang Yunyun, whispering, Madam, we seek something a bit more exhilarating. How about a venture underground? Zhang Yunyun's brows furrowed slightly, yet her smile remained intact. I don't quite understand what you mean, sir. We only have 3 floors here, there is no underground. Cao Kun chuckled softly, leaning in even closer to her ear, causing Sun Wei to widen his eyes in astonishment. Goodness, such intimate behavior. Was this truly the same Cao Kun who had pursued Wen Shanshan for 3 years, always adhering to the rules and never daring to overstep? It seemed he had undergone a significant transformation over the course of the holiday. Ignoring Sun Wei's reaction, Cao Kun continued to speak in a low tone. I've heard tales of Sister Yun and Brother Wolf for quite some time. My friend here doesn't have many hobbies, except for enjoying a few games, so I brought him here to broaden his horizons. I would greatly appreciate it if you could spare us a little consideration, so I don't lose face in front of my friend. Zhang Yunyun covered her mouth and chuckled, casting a glance at Sun Wei before leaning in to whisper back, to bring your friend here, it seems your bond is indeed stronger than plastic. Cao Kun chuckled in response, choosing not to elaborate further. Zhang Yunyun, radiant as ever, gestured, follow me, please. With that, she gracefully ascended the stairs, her serpentine waist captivating the gaze of all. Observing this, Sun Wei hurried to Cao Kun's side. Lao Cao, what were you two just discussing? You seemed quite chummy. Have you struck up a connection? What are you talking about? Cao Kun replied exasperatedly. She's the proprietress, she has a man. Don't make wild assumptions. Come on, let us go upstairs quickly. With that, Cao Kun and Sun Wei trailed close. In no time, they reached the 3rd floor, which resembled a vast warehouse filled with a hodgepodge of discarded items, broken mahjong tables, worn-out billiard tables, and various broken cues. Zhang Yunyun led them to a sturdy wall adorned with surveillance cameras and pressed a button at the base. In a matter of moments, the wall swung open to reveal an elevator, from which emerged a muscular man clad in a tank top, his body covered in tattoos. Peering inside, Sun Wei was taken aback to discover that the wall concealed an elevator. Zhang Yunyun stepped forward, conversing briefly with the muscular man, who nodded before approaching Cao Kun and Sun Wei. Gentlemen, please hand over your mobile phones, and ensure that you have no other electronic devices on you. Otherwise, it may lead to unfortunate misunderstandings. At this juncture, Sun Wei felt a twinge of hesitation, contemplating retreat. Had it been solely his decision, he would have walked away. However, with Cao Kun beside him, exuding calm and composure, his unease was quelled. Ultimately, he followed Cao Kun's lead and surrendered his phone, along with a Bluetooth earpiece he had been wearing. Chapter 79, Guaranteed Winning Service. Once Cao Kun and Sun Wei relinquished their respective mobile phones, the muscular man produced a device reminiscent of a security scanner. With the instrument in hand, he meticulously examined both Cao Kun and Sun Wei from head to toe, ensuring that they harbored nothing that might elicit a response from the device. Satisfied that neither bore any concealed items of concern, he proceeded to inspect their phones. After confirming that no dubious content resided within, a smile crept across his face as he gestured toward the elevator concealed within the wall, inviting the 2 men with a flourish of his hand. Please, gentlemen, step inside. Sun Wei hesitated, casting a glance at Cao Kun before turning to the muscular man and timidly inquiring, will we not get our phones back? The muscular man grinned broadly. Little boss, your phones will need to be temporarily secured with me. Rest assured, they will be returned to you in their entirety upon your departure. Moreover, should you require your phones at any point, be it for a transfer or to purchase something, feel free to seek me out. Upon hearing this, Sun Wei glanced again at Cao Cohen. The latter, with a carefree grin, reassured him, "This is merely the house rule, your phones are in safe hands." With that, Cao Cohen boldly strode into the elevator. Seeing this, Sun Wei hurriedly followed suit, as though fearing that any delay might betray his apprehension. The muscular man entered behind them, validating his fingerprint at a designated scanner before the elevator doors closed and began its descent. Before long, the elevator came to a halt, and as the doors opened, they found themselves in a non-existent basement level. Before them lay a room of approximately 10 square meters, occupied by a woman clad in professional attire and wearing glasses, whose looks and figure were rather unremarkable. The room also featured a door leading elsewhere, 2 chairs, a surveillance computer, and a row of cabinets. At that moment, the monitor displayed footage of the entire gaming establishment across its 3 levels, as well as the street outside. This indicated that from the moment Cao Cohen and Sun Wei arrived until they ascended to the 3rd floor with Zhang Yunyun, their every move had been captured on camera. The muscular man escorted the two to the door. "Gentlemen," he said, offering a congenial smile, "I wish you an enjoyable evening." With a firm push, he swung open the door, revealing an expansive hall. Within, a throng surrounded gambling tables, where fervent games unfolded. Before they even set foot inside, the air was filled with an array of excited exclamations. "Big? Big? Small? Small? Pair of aces? Pair of aces?" Caught in the fervor of the whole, Cao Cohen barely had the chance to speak before he noticed Sun Wei uncontrollably swallow hard. It was evident that he was utterly captivated by the ambience. Observing this, Cao Cohen subtly smirked, patted Sun Wei on the shoulder, and together they stepped into the hall. As they entered, the palpable excitement surged through them. The patrons, invigorated as if by an adrenaline rush, sported flushed faces. Among the crowd were both men and women, though the latter were in the minority. Suddenly, a woman at a nearby table leapt onto her chair, exuberantly twisting and gyrating. Although lacking any semblance of grace, her enthusiasm was unmistakable, hinting she had just enjoyed a significant win. Cao Cohen, noticing Sun Wei transfixed by the woman, leaned in and said, "Sun Wei, why don't you explore a bit? I'll just visit the restroom." At that moment, Sun Wei was so engrossed in the scene that he barely registered Cao Cohen's words, eagerly nodding in agreement. With that, Cao Cohen maneuvered through the crowd, turning back through the door they had just entered. "Our little boss, what brings you back so soon?" The muscular man, having just lit a cigarette, looked somewhat surprised to see Cao Cohen re-emerge. Cao Cohen smiled, producing a cigarette of his own and lighting it. "My friend, may I inquire if there is a guaranteed winning service available here?" Guaranteed winning service? The muscular man blinked in disbelief before bursting into laughter, as if he had just heard a joke. "No, little boss, do you have any idea where you are seeking a guaranteed win in a place like this? If such a service existed, would it still be available to you? It would have been snatched up long ago." The unremarkable woman monitoring the surveillance chuckled softly, though she remained silent. Cao Cohen exhaled a plume of smoke and replied, "My friend, let us not be so definitive in our statements. Besides, my request for a guaranteed win service merely implies a guarantee, not necessarily a guarantee of profit. Here is my proposition. I am willing to spend 500,000 to purchase a service that ensures a win of 70,000. That doesn't seem unreasonable, does it?" "What?" The muscular man and the woman, now wide-eyed, stared at him in disbelief. Was this truly a guaranteed win service? Wouldn't that amount to a loss of 430,000? As the gravity of Cao Cohen's intentions became apparent, the muscular man's mirth dissipated. He spoke earnestly. "Boss, could you clarify your intentions? What exactly are you proposing?" Cao Cohen flicked the ash from his cigarette and replied, "The friend who accompanied me is my closest brother. He has no other passions but to indulge in a few games. If he could win a little during these sessions, he would be even happier. Therefore, I intend to invest 500,000 in a service that guarantees him a win of 60,000 to 70,000 within the span of a week or so, roughly 10,000 to 8,000 a day. Is that too ambitious?" Both the muscular man and the plain-looking woman were taken aback, their eyes wide in astonishment. What sort of grudge or vendetta could prompt such a request? Those familiar with the gambling world understood the addictive nature of the pursuit. It was no wonder that the term gambling addiction existed. Many had sacrificed their very fingers in their attempts to break free from its grasp, yet they still returned to the tables. However, to become addicted to gambling requires a prerequisite. One must first experience a taste of success. If one's initial foray into gambling resulted in a crushing defeat, devoid of any sweet victories, how could one become ensnared in its allure? Many casinos, aware of this dynamic, would ensnare a lucrative target by allowing them to win initially, enticing them with the thrill of victory before gradually extracting their wealth until they were utterly destitute. Cowcoin's offer of $500,000 for a service that guarantees a win of $60,000 to $70,000 was laden with unmistakable implications. Though he claimed it was for the sake of his brother's enjoyment, the reality was far more sinister. He intended to ensnare his closest companion within the very jaws of addiction. Chapter 80:1 million, guaranteed win in 8 days. At first, when the muscular man saw Cowcoin and Sun Wei enter together, he assumed they had a close relationship. However, when Cowcoin came to purchase this guaranteed win service, he realized how gravely mistaken he was. Nevertheless, this was ultimately a private matter between others, one he had no desire to interfere with. Yet, when it came to the matter of buying a guaranteed win service for $500,000, he felt he could not turn a blind eye. After all, $500,000 was not an insignificant sum, even if it wasn't a fortune. However, he lacked the authority to make such a decision. The muscular man took a couple of deep drags from his cigarette and chuckled. It seems the young boss is truly going to great lengths for your sake, my brother. No. Cowcoin smiled and shook his head, saying, it's not about going to great lengths. It's just that as my best brother, I naturally hope he can enjoy himself. That can't be wrong, can it? The muscular man laughed heartily and replied, indeed, that's right. As brothers, our primary wish is for each other's happiness. However, I cannot make that decision. Let me inquire on your behalf. With that, the muscular man pressed the earpiece on his shoulder and said, Sister Yun, could you come down? We have a matter that requires your judgment. After he spoke, the muscular man took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Cowcoin remained in the monitoring room, where he could see the muscular man conversing with Zhang Yunyun at the elevator entrance through the surveillance cameras. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, Zhang Yunyun grasped the situation and joined the muscular man in taking the elevator down to the basement level. As the elevator doors opened, Zhang Yunyun sashayed towards Cowcoin, a smile adorning her face. Previously, when you mentioned the bond between you brothers was stronger than plastic, it seems I underestimated it. Cowcoin chuckled lightly. Sister Yun, you should be aware of the situation. What do you think? Zhang Yunyun paused for a moment, looking somewhat troubled as she replied, the price you proposed is rather low. You must understand, expecting your good brother to win 10 to 18,000 every day for 7 to 8 consecutive days is quite challenging. Moreover, this involves a crucial aspect. To ensure your good brother's profitability, we will need to dispatch professionals. To put it plainly, our casino may need to employ some underhanded tactics. Be aware, if this were to come to the attention of other guests, it would deal a fatal blow to our establishment. Who would wish to patronize our venue then? Thus, $500,000 is insufficient. It does not justify the risk we would be taking. Cowcoin nodded in understanding and asked, then what amount does Sister Yun suggest? Zhang Yunyun pondered for a moment before extending a single finger. 1 million. If you intend to purchase such a guaranteed win service for your good brother, at the very least, it must be 1 million for 8 days of guaranteed winnings. Cowcoin did not even blink, replying with a smile, all right, 1 million it is. We shall proceed with Sister Yun's proposal. Unexpectedly, there was no change in his demeanor upon hearing the figure of 1 million. Zhang Yunyun was momentarily taken aback, but her smile grew even brighter. Interesting, I am increasingly curious about the bond between you brothers. I truly wish to know how such a deep friendship was forged. Could it be that he has been with your woman and has thus wronged you? Not at all, Cowcoin laughed, it's a long story. If Sister Yun is genuinely interested, I would be glad to share it with you when you have time. Very well, I shall await that day. Jong Yun smiled at Cao Kun, her tongue lightly licking her lips. Before long, Cao Kun returned to the main hall. At this point, he had successfully concluded the 1 million transaction with Jong Yun and had also acquired 5,000 in chips. When he found Sun Wei at a gambling table, the latter was intensely focused on the game, his neck veins bulging with excitement. Hey, Sun Wei, what brings you here? Cao Kun asked as if he had just found him. Sun Wei glanced back at Cao Kun, responding with a nonchalant, "Oh, have you finished in the restroom?" "Yes, I have." Cao Kun frowned, "But it seems I may have eaten something that doesn't agree with me. I am feeling quite unwell. I might need to visit the hospital." Sun Wei's brow furrowed, clearly reluctant to hear this news. "How could that be? You seemed perfectly fine. How did you end up with a stomachache?" "I don't know," Cao Kun replied, exasperated. "Maybe I caught a chill while sleeping today." "Why don't you stay here and play while I make a quick trip to the hospital?" Upon hearing that Cao Kun did not want him to accompany him to the hospital, Sun Wei's expression immediately brightened. "All right then, you go ahead. I'll just play here." "Let me give you these chips," Cao Kun said, handing over the 5,000 worth of chips he had just purchased. "I just bought these chips, but I probably won't be able to stay tonight. You enjoy yourself while I hurry to the hospital." Sun Wei stared in delight at the 5,000 chips in his hands and eagerly nodded. Sure, hurry to the hospital, I'll be fine here. Go quickly." As if urging Cao Kun to leave, he didn't even bother to see him off at the door and quickly returned to the game. Seeing this, a cold smile crept across Cao Kun's lips as he pushed the door open and stepped outside. "Oh, boss, leaving already? Aren't you going to play a bit longer?" The muscular man stood up promptly upon seeing Cao Kun emerge. At that moment, the muscular man's demeanor had shifted significantly from their initial encounter, now imbued with a greater respect. After all, he had initially thought of Cao Kun as a mere small fry, someone who wouldn't spend much. However, upon witnessing Cao Kun produce 1 million without so much as a blink, he realized just how wrong he had been. In his life, he had encountered very few individuals who could face 1 million without flinching. One could only conclude that if Cao Kun were not exceedingly wealthy, he must be someone who simply does not care about money. Regardless of which scenario was true, both warranted a level of respect in his attitude. "No, I won't," Cao Kun replied, lighting a cigarette. "I have 2 women waiting at home for me to play games with." The muscular man laughed heartily. "Understood." With that, he opened the elevator and gestured for Cao Kun to enter first. As Cao Kun stepped inside, he added, "By the way, buddy, please keep an eye on things for me. I don't want my brother to be bullied here." The muscular man followed him into the elevator, using his fingerprint to close the doors, and smiled. "Boss, rest assured, in Wolf Brother's territory, no one dares to cause trouble. I can't guarantee beyond that, but at the very least, for the next 7 to 8 days, I assure you your good brother will have a splendid time, and no one will lay a finger on him." Cao Kun nodded with a smile. "That's sufficient. 7 to 8 days is plenty. What happens after that is beyond what I, as his good brother, can manage. After all, I am merely his good brother. Being able to assist him for 7 to 8 days is already quite generous, wouldn't you agree?" "Absolutely generous." The muscular man eagerly concurred. "Boss, you've made no mistakes here. For a brother to do as much as you have is already commendable. However, even the best of brothers cannot support him for a lifetime. The rest of the journey must be walked by him alone. Thus, boss, you must learn to let go and allow him to face the deceptions of life on his own. Only then can he truly grow. Otherwise, you risk spoiling your brother." Upon hearing the muscular man's final statement, Cao Kun could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter.